Chapter 1, The Lottery Win of 680 Million. Lin Qianhuan, open the door quickly. How dare you hide from me that you won 680 million after taxes on the lottery? Watch me peel your skin off. The sound of curses mixed with knocking woke the person who was dreaming. Lin Qianhuan opened her eyes in confusion, and upon seeing the familiar yet strange surroundings, she was slightly dazed. Isn't this the old apartment she rented before the zombie outbreak? But didn't she already die? Why is she here? There was no time for too much thinking, as the scolding outside grew louder, and the sound of the lock being pried made the not-so-sturdy security door tremble. You dare to go against me? You forgot how I beat you when you were young. You think because you grew up, I can't discipline you anymore. You little bitch, just like your mother. Hurry up and hand over the lottery money to me. Not a cent less. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Qianhuan's gaze instantly turned cold. Lin Fu, her abusive alcoholic father, the nightmare that haunted her life. After the outbreak, he seized her house, took away all her survival supplies, and when she was caught off guard, he drugged her, tied her up, and sold her to a group of beasts. If she hadn't awakened her abilities, she might have been buried in that den of wolves. But why does Lin Fu keep emphasizing the lottery money? She won the lottery over a month before the apocalypse began. Realizing this, Lin Qianhuan's pupils suddenly constricted, and she hurriedly picked up her phone, staring at the date in disbelief. January 26, 2024, exactly 1 month before the large-scale zombie outbreak. She has reincarnated. Lin Qianhuan pinched her arm hard, the sharp pain pulled her back from the edge of ecstasy. It's real, not a dream, she has truly been reborn 1 month before the zombie outbreak, when that terrible disaster had yet to begin. Before she could rejoice, the security door of the apartment could no longer hold, it was violently kicked open by Lin Fu. He crashed in with bloodshot eyes, filled with desire for money. Hide? You think you can hide from me? Hurry up and hand over the money, or today I'll beat you to death. He raised an axe in his hand, the glint of cold light reflecting on Lin Qianhuan's delicate face, but it caused not even the slightest ripple of fear in her. The security door fell to the ground, and a crowd stood outside, but none dared to step forward to stop the crazed Lin Fu. Only a few people hiding in the crowd called the police. Lin Qianhuan's expression remained unchanged as she casually sat back on the sofa, defiantly meeting Lin Fu's gaze. What? Do you want to kill me with that axe? Seeing Lin Qianhuan's fearless attitude, Lin Fu's anger boiled over, and he suddenly threw the axe. He aimed for Lin Qianhuan's head, showing no intention of letting her go. Lin Qianhuan gently tilted her head, the axe carved a deep mark into the wall before dropping to the ground with a clang. You unfilial daughter! I am your father, without me, how could you exist? If it weren't for me giving you life, could you have won such a big lottery? Isn't it still because of me? Now I'm putting it plainly, transfer all your money to me, or you'll end up like your mother. Remembering her mother, who couldn't bear the domestic violence and hanged herself, Lin Qianhuan suddenly sat up from the sofa and kicked toward Lin Fu's chest, effortlessly knocking him to the ground. What do you think you are, daring to mention my mother in front of me? Anger filled her eyes, this kick used all her strength, but unfortunately, she had not yet awakened her abilities like in her previous life. There was no way to escape, one strike took Lin Fu's life. Thinking about how this man begged her for mercy with despair as she carved flesh from his body in her last life, Lin Qianhuan found it ridiculous. Indeed, Lin Fu's cowardice in the face of the strong was vividly displayed. The situation froze instantly, and those outside who were eager to join in gasped in shock, instinctively taking a few steps back when meeting Lin Qianhuan's gaze. This little girl is truly remarkable. Lin Fu, I have other matters to attend to, so I will spare your life for now. However, you had better obediently roll far away, otherwise, it won't just be this kick that's simple. Lin Qianhuan sneered, sitting back on the sofa and opening her online shopping app. Today's commotion was too great, the police would undoubtedly conduct a routine investigation. She couldn't drive to the market to shop, but she couldn't just wait around idly and waste time either. Buying some basic supplies online was still possible. In her last life, even though she won the lottery, she hadn't had time to squander it before the zombie outbreak occurred, and all the money in the bank turned to waste paper. Having been reborn, this money was her reliance for survival. As long as she stocked up on sufficient supplies, she could avoid more risks. The onlookers were whispering among themselves, but Lin Qianhuan was unaffected as she carefully selected the items she needed. Mineral water, biscuits, toilet paper, instant noodles, canned food. She put all these things into Taobaa's shopping cart, and before she could make the payment, she heard hurried footsteps coming up the stairs. A few police officers appeared outside the door, briefly questioning the crowd before bringing Lin Qianhuan and Lin Fu to the police station. Lin Fu screamed in pain, clutching his chest and cursing Lin Qianhuan. Officer, this dead girl wants to kill me. You should hurry and arrest her, sentence her to death. This filthy bitch dared to lay a heavy hand on her own father, she deserves to be shot. The police frowned in annoyance at Lin Fu's foul language. Are these truly the words coming from a father's mouth? He actually insults his own flesh and blood and brought an axe to his daughter's home to cause trouble. Shut up. Do you think this is your home? Yelling and shouting like this. After investigation, Lin Fu, you unlawfully entered a private residence and caused trouble. You are hereby detained for 15 days and fined 1,000 yuan. Lin Qianhuan burst into laughter, deserved. Lin Fu stood up in a rage, but upon seeing the stern gaze of the police, he begrudgingly sat back down. Officer, she is my daughter, her home is my home. How is this considered unlawful entry? Besides, I hit her to teach her a lesson as a father, why should I go to jail? This ungrateful girl won the lottery and won't even give me a dime. She just watches her dad suffer and doesn't think of helping me. She is clearly unfilial, she should be the one in jail, not me. Lin Fu was on the verge of collapse, grinding his teeth in anger, wishing he could kill Lin Qianhuan on the spot. She is my daughter, if it weren't for me, she wouldn't exist. Her house and money are mine. How can you police be so unjust? Did this bitch give you some benefits? Are you covering for her and slandering me? Chapter 2, Come Back Now. The police were shocked by Lin Fu's shamelessness, slamming the table and standing up. Slandering the police is an even greater offense. Lin Qianhuan was very satisfied with this result. Watching Lin Fu being handcuffed, she then stepped out of the police station. The sky was very blue, the air free of the putrid smell unique to zombies, and there were no humans harming each other. The ground was neat and clean, and the biting cold winter wind brought the scent of roasted sweet potatoes, making Lin Qianhuan swallow repeatedly. You must know that after the zombie outbreak, ordinary survivors could only eat spoiled and decayed food. A moldy, furry piece of bread would be snatched up by many people. She stepped forward and bought a steaming roasted sweet potato, squatting by the street as she dialed the deeply familiar number. Hello? What's up, Qianhuan? The voice on the other end carried a hint of exhaustion, but there was an undeniable joy in the tone. You remembered to call your big brother? I thought you had forgotten about me. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Qianhuan felt her eyes sting, tears welling up. After their mother passed away, Lin Fu had neglected the 3 children, and as the eldest, Lin Yixian held up the shaky family, working hard to provide for his younger brother and sister. But when the apocalypse hit, he was out of town for business, and Lin Qianhuan didn't even get to see him one last time. To this day, Lin Qianhuan still remembers that phone call, the sounds of zombies roaring and chewing on flesh echoing in her ears, with Lin Yixian gritting his teeth and telling her to live well. Suppressing her sobs, Lin Qianhuan spoke anxiously, Bro, come home, come back right now. Lin Yixian sounded puzzled. What happened? Did that beast trouble you again? He clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. This can't be explained in just a few words. Please hurry home, bro, and I will tell you when you get back, okay? Lin Qianhuan was standing on the street, and she couldn't reveal a single word about the zombies, even the slightest slip could lead to her doom. Fortunately, Lin Yixian had always been quick to respond to her needs, and he agreed decisively, starting to book tickets and pack his bags. After hanging up with her brother, Lin Qianhuan thought for a moment and did not call her second brother Lin Wanshang. Her older brother often traveled for work, while the second brother stayed in Yun City to take care of her. He would naturally come after work. Right now, the most important thing was to create a safe shelter and stockpile enough supplies for the 3 of them to survive. Finishing the roasted sweet potato, Lin Qianhuan guzzled down a bottle of mineral water, looking around before she found a real estate agency and walked in. As soon as she entered, a man in a black suit came up to her, wearing glasses, and greeted Lin Qianhuan politely. Lin Qianhuan got straight to the point. I want to rent a villa in the east suburb, and I also need a nearby warehouse. Do you have any available properties? The agent nodded immediately, yes. You know the Silver Bay Garden in the east suburb, right? It's the most upscale villa area in Yun City, with excellent environment and layout. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. There are also large warehouses nearby. If you're free, I can take you to see them right now. Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement, and they drove to the east suburb. I must say, the environment of Silver Bay Garden is indeed nice. Although it's located in the east suburb, it's still the most upscale community in Yun City. Miss Lin, look, the villa is fully decorated. The original owner spent a lot of money, all the furniture is custom made, and a new air circulation system has been installed. The details are simply unmatched. The doors, windows, and tiles are all made from top quality materials. If it weren't for the original owner fearing that the house would be abandoned without residents, they wouldn't have entrusted me to rent it out. The agent enthusiastically introduced, and Lin Qianhuan carefully observed the environment inside the house. It really was good. If she rented it, she wouldn't have to go through the trouble of redecorating everything herself. But the security level was definitely not high enough, the walls needed to be raised, and the doors and windows had to be replaced with top anti-theft materials. Only then could they be safe from the zombies outside. What's the price? The agent's eyes lit up at her words, a glint of calculation flashing in his gaze. 18,000 a month, with a 6-month minimum rental. Lin Qianhuan let out a sneer, standing still, looking at him quietly, her eyes showing neither anger nor joy. The agent looked at her with a dazed expression, nervously swallowing and stiffly pulling at the corner of his mouth. Look at this layout, this lighting, and the interior decoration. Each of these is top-notch in our Yuncheng. If you think the price is not quite right, how about I quote you 16,000 a month? Lin Qianhuan raised her hand to fiddle with her neatly trimmed nails. 8,000 a month, not a cent more. Seeing the end of the world coming, she had way too many things to prepare and didn't want to waste too much money on a house. Money should be spent wisely, but food, water, and weapons were the most important. The agent was stunned by her words and took a moment to respond. You can't bargain like this, just look at the decoration. I've seen it, but what does good decoration matter? It's located in a remote area, far from the subway station and the airport. Getting around is really inconvenient. On my way here, I specially checked the map. There are no large shopping malls nearby, and going shopping takes a lot of effort. And you're still asking me for 16,000 a month? Do you think I'm young and easy to bully? This is my offer. If you can't accept it, I'll leave. There are plenty of other agents in Yuncheng, and this isn't the only villa. After saying this, Lin Qianhuan immediately turned to leave, and the agent gritted his teeth and hurriedly chased after her. He originally thought Lin Qianhuan looked young and naive, believing she could be easily fooled, so he deliberately raised the price. Besides, the owner was currently abroad, so the price difference would fall into his pocket. Who would have thought that Lin Qianhuan wouldn't buy this and even brought the price down so low? I definitely can't offer you 8,000, how about 12,000 a month? 8,000. How about 11,000? This is already the lowest price I can negotiate for you. 8,000. 10,000 a month. As for the rent, you can just pay it monthly. Would this work for you? Upon hearing this, Lin Qianhuan smiled brightly and turned to shake hands with the agent. Deal. Find me a nearby warehouse, all the paperwork must be completed today. The agent was nearly in tears and had to lead Lin Qianhuan to see the warehouse. The warehouse was indeed not far from the villa, just a 15-minute drive away, and the space was large enough to store ample supplies. Lin Qianhuan ultimately rented the warehouse for 4,500 a month. Both the warehouse and villa required monthly payments. She quickly signed the contract with the agent and received the keys to the villa and the warehouse. Chapter 3: Binding the Spirit Spring System. After completing these tasks, Lin Qianhuan immediately took a taxi to the largest wholesale market in Yuncheng. With half a month until the new year, the market was filled with people buying and stocking up. Many were carrying large and small bags of goods. She felt quite satisfied. This way, her stockpiling wouldn't seem too conspicuous. Entering the largest grain and oil store, Lin Qianhuan was about to greet the owner when she suddenly heard a loud commotion coming from the street. The crowd was tightly packed in a circle, watching something unusual. Some were anxiously calling the police. Lin Qianhuan was not one to seek excitement. She turned to continue shopping but suddenly heard words like rabies and mad biting. In an instant, her pupils constricted, and she squeezed into the crowd to the front. A man with bluish-purple skin was crazily biting a child, who was crying out in pain and fear, creating chaos all around. The man suddenly looked up and locked eyes with Lin Qianhuan. He blankly chewed on a bloody piece of flesh. His sharp, pointed teeth and pure black pupils showed not a speck of white. Lin Qianhuan froze in place. Before she could react, she heard the buzzing of the police siren. Soon, some police officers arrested the man, and an ambulance quickly arrived to take away the little boy whose arm had been bitten off. The police ordered all the people taking pictures to delete all videos and photos, ensuring nothing was missed before they drove away. The man locked inside the car continued to howl, leaving bloody handprints on the window. So it turns out, the zombies did not suddenly erupt, it was merely that the government had intervened. To avoid causing panic among the public, they did not spread this news. Since the government didn't spread the news, it proved they were confident in controlling this disaster. But why did the zombie virus suddenly outbreak uncontrollably on February 26? Lin Qianhuan thought carefully and suddenly seized the key point. Rain. On February 25, there had been an eerie red rain, and overnight, zombies sprang up like bamboo shoots after a rain, soon invading humanity's home. Could it be that those who got soaked in the rain would turn into zombies? Lin Qianhuan furrowed her brows in confusion. However, she had also been soaked in the rain in her last life. Why hadn't she turned into a terrifying zombie, but instead awakened her abilities? Could it be that the red rain had not only harmful effects? She racked her brain, yet could not come to any useful conclusions. Forget it, these questions could wait for later. The most important thing now was to stockpile supplies. However, the zombies had already silently hidden among the crowd, so she needed to be cautious. After the police left, the crowd dispersed. Lin Qianhuan walked into the grain and oil shop to buy supplies. What? How much do you want? The shop owner was very surprised, his eyes wide open in disbelief, scratching his head. 300 tons of rice, 300 tons of flour, 200 cases of instant noodles in each flavor, 1,000 barrels of soybean oil, peanut oil, and rapeseed oil each, 200 gin of various spices, 500 cases of sugar, 500 cases of salt, and 500 cases of vinegar, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and other seasonings. Lin Qianhuan repeated once more, while the shop owner, a bit dazed, jotted it down with paper and pen, still trying to catch his breath. You're buying so much, even for New Year's, it's too much. Besides, if things sit too long, they'll spoil. Why don't you buy less? We don't have that much stock in the shop in the short term. The owner looked troubled. Although Lin Qianhuan was like his cash cow, he couldn't take advantage of his customers. This girl looked like a young college student. She probably didn't have much common sense and didn't know how much to buy. Lin Qianhuan smiled and took the pen to write down her contact information and the location of the warehouse below the order. I'm buying this for the employees of my family company. With New Year's coming, it's time to give everyone something for the holiday. Please hurry and get the goods ready, just deliver them to this warehouse. If there's anything, just call me. She knew the supplies she bought would be enough for her and her two older brothers for a long time, even if they would spoil, but that was unavoidable. To survive safely, having more supplies was better than having less. Besides, in the apocalypse, who cares about expiration? As long as it doesn't kill you, it's all good food. Even if she and her brothers haven't finished eating before it spoils, they could still trade it with other survivors. Thinking of this, Lin Qianhuan sighed. Unfortunately, in her last life, she awakened a mental ability, not a spatial ability, so she couldn't store so many supplies. She could only rent a warehouse close to her villa to store all her supplies inside. Being close to home would facilitate timely retrieval. Lin Qianhuan took out her bank card to make a deposit, but was suddenly bumped into by a delivery worker. Her wrist collided with the table, and the jade bracelet on her wrist shattered with a crack, scattering all over the ground. Lin Qianhuan also lost her balance and fell to the ground. The hand that instinctively supported the ground just happened to press down on the crack of the jade bracelet. Blood gushed out in an instant, soaking the shattered pieces of the jade bracelet. A wisp of white light fleetingly vanished. The bracelet that Mom left for her. Lin Qianhuan felt a pang in her heart as she wanted to pick up the remnants on the ground, but suddenly heard a strange mechanical voice. Binding to the spirit spring system is complete. Please choose whether to enter the space? She looked up in confusion, but only saw her panicking boss and workers. What's going on? Is it just an illusion? The host did not respond, defaulting to not entering space. Would you like to accept a beginner task? Completing it rewards you with a warehouse ×1. Note, time in the warehouse is frozen, with no space limits. At this moment, Lin Qianhuan realized that she was not imagining things. Her mother's final keepsake seemed to be a remarkable treasure. I accept. She responded in her heart. Newbie task issued. Please collect all the jade bracelet fragments, with no omissions. After collection, bury them in the soil of the space to revive the spirit spring space. Lin Qianhuan blinked, looking at the bloodstained jade bracelet, and despite the pain in her palm, carefully picked up the larger fragments. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I'm really very sorry. The shipping employee, in a fluster, tried to help Lin Qianhuan up, his voice trembling with apologies. Was this bracelet expensive? Could his salary cover it? Plus, she was a big customer, wouldn't he risk getting fired by the boss? The boss hurriedly came over, both of them alternately apologizing, making Lin Qianhuan dizzy. It's fine, I don't blame you, but can you please bring me a broom? I want to collect all these fragments. Not a single speck can be missed. Though her heart ached for the bracelet, Lin Qianhuan was relieved that she accidentally bound to the spirit spring system. She had been worried about where to store the many supplies she had bought. The warehouse from the system would just help her solve a big problem. Chapter 4, I will go with you. If it weren't for the shipping employee inadvertently causing the current situation, she might never have discovered the secret within this bracelet. Seeing that Lin Qianhuan didn't intend to pursue the matter, the boss quickly brought over a broom and diligently helped her carefully sweep the fragments together. He really swept it with care, going over a 2-meter area around the fragments, but with the jade bracelets mixed with dirt, picking out the pieces was still a tricky task. However, Lin Qianhuan didn't mind at all, letting the boss sweep the jade bracelet and all those tiny bits of dirt into a plastic bag. After all, the system required the complete jade bracelet to be buried in the soil of the space. It didn't say it couldn't be mixed with other impurities, as long as all the bracelet pieces were collected. Rinsing her palm wound casually with clean water, Lin Qianhuan took out her bank card to pay a deposit, but was stopped by the boss. He looked apologetic and said, I'm very sorry, Ms. Lin, this is our fault. If I don't compensate you, I really can't rest easy. How about this, you don't need to give me a deposit, as for the payment, I will discount it for you, is that okay? Lin Qianhuan nodded, and after retracting her bank card, she headed to a fresh meat shop. The matter of burying the jade bracelet would wait until she finished buying her things and got home. Stocking up on supplies was most important, after all, as the later stages would see more zombies and greater dangers. The boss of the fresh meat shop was skillfully busy with a bone-cutting knife, sweating profusely despite it being winter. What do you need? I have chicken, duck, beef, sheep, and pig, pick whatever you like. Lin Qianhuan thought for a moment. 100 pigs, 100 cows, 100 sheep, and 2,000 chickens and ducks. Please process them all for me and deliver to this address. She handed over her contact information and address, and although the fresh meat shop owner was puzzled, he didn't ask further. Let me tell you first, if you want so much, you'll definitely have to wait for a while. Slaughtering the cattle and sheep also takes a lot of time. There's no way to deliver them to you on the same day. Lin Qianhuan nodded in understanding. I understand. I have only one request, it must be fresh. After you kill them, keep them fresh and deliver them directly to this warehouse for me, on the same day of slaughter, until everything is delivered. The boss nodded in agreement, and Lin Qianhuan stood up and left the market. After a whole day's work, the sun had already set, the market had quieted down, leaving only shopkeepers greeting each other as they closed their stores. Sitting in the taxi, she leaned against the window, closing her eyes to rest. The driver was on the phone with his daughter. Although he had informed Lin Qianhuan in advance, he still lowered his voice. The little girl was not very old, her voice was soft and sweet, melting hearts. Daddy, Mommy said it's time for the new year, can you buy me a Barbie doll for the new year? Daddy, I miss you, can you come home soon? The little girl sweetly acted cute, and the driver gently comforted her. The atmosphere in the car was warm, and even Lin Qianhuan's lips lifted into a slight smile. If only the apocalypse had never come, if only zombies had not erupted, how great that would be. Then there wouldn't be so many people losing loved ones, wandering without a home, and there would be less pain and sorrow in the world. After a while, the driver slowly stopped the car, gently waking Lin Qianhuan. Hello, we've arrived. Lin Qianhuan paid the fare, and before getting out, she pressed her lips together and said, it's almost New Year, stock up on New Year goods and go home to spend time with your children early. That was all she could do. The driver cheerfully waved at her, showing a big white smile. All right, I wish you a happy New Year in advance. Lin Qianhuan turned to leave and found her second brother directing 2 workers to help her install the collapsed apartment door. Seeing her second brother, Lin Qianhuan suddenly ran up, stepped over the threshold, and jumped into his arms. In her past life, her second brother attracted the attention of zombies with his own flesh to help her win a chance to escape. Seeing him standing perfectly in front of her, Lin Qianhuan could not control her emotions. Second brother. Her voice was thick with crying, causing Lin Wanqing to frown in pain as he gently patted her thin back. It's my fault, second brother, I thought that beast wouldn't find your residence. I'm sorry, Huan. Let's install the door first, this place can't be lived in anymore. I'll find you a new house, we'll move. Lin Qianhuan calmed her emotions, wiped away her tears, and shook her head. I've already chosen a new house, and the contract is signed. Lin Wanqing was a bit surprised but very supportive. That's good, this way, both I and the elder brother can feel more at ease, but you must pay attention to safety when living alone. Lin Qianhuan looked at the workers installing the door and didn't say anything until they finished and left. She then took Lin Wanqing inside and locked the door from the inside. Brother, did the elder brother tell you when he will come home? Lin Wanqing heated a cup of milk for her and gently put it in front of her. He's flying back, he'll arrive at the airport at 1 a.m. I'll go pick him up. Thinking of the zombies that might appear outside at any time, Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but worry. Second brother, I'll go with you, it's safer that way. What danger can 2 big men face? It's too cold to go out at dawn, besides, aren't you going to sleep for beauty? Lin Qianhuan pressed her lips together and told Lin Wanqing about everything she had seen and heard today. After hearing it, he couldn't help but feel a bit afraid. People eat people? How could you get so close to look? Are you hurt? He anxiously inspected Lin Qianhuan and immediately noticed the wound on her palm. What's this? Did that person bite you? I'll take you, I will definitely send him to the police station. Lin Qianhuan was in business, while Lin Wanqing was a lawyer. Both had their strengths but shared the same concern for Lin Qianhuan. Lin Qianhuan helplessly pulled back her hand. Her 2 brothers were like this, they would be heartbroken if she even scraped her skin. When they were young, if she was beaten, these 2 would protect her in front. No matter how hard Lin Fu hit, they would never take a step back. I accidentally fell, brother, it's not important. What matters is that the one eating people is no longer human. He is a zombie, just like the monsters in the movies. Lin Qianhuan looked seriously into Lin Wanqing's eyes, and he gently raised his hand to touch her forehead with some worry. What's going on? Are you running a fever? Lin Qianhuan rolled her eyes in silence. She knew her eldest and second brothers would absolutely not believe what she was saying. After all, what normal person would believe that there would be a zombie outbreak eating people out of nowhere? Thinking of the spiritual spring space she had bound today, Lin Qianhuan tentatively muttered in her heart, enter space. In the next moment, she disappeared from the old apartment and appeared in a dim and oppressive world. The dark mist was thick, filling the surroundings, and looking around, there was not a hint of life, only boundless darkness could be seen, as if it could swallow all light. No wonder the system would issue such a beginner task. Without completing this task, the space probably couldn't even be used. She took out a plastic bag from her down jacket pocket and, with her bare hands, dug a small pit in the damp soil, dumping the jade bracelet and dirt into the pit. Chapter 5, The Scumbag Comes to Beg. The moment the small pit was buried, a blinding white light surged from all directions, breaking through the black mist and illuminating the dark and lightless world. The damp and sticky ground beneath her feet rapidly grew tender green grass, and a red-roofed warehouse appeared in front of Lin Qianhuan. The warehouse didn't look big, but when she opened the door to look inside, it was a vast expanse of white, with no boundaries in sight. Congratulations to the host for completing the beginner task, reward, Warehouse X1. The mechanical voice sounded again. The spiritual spring space is for the host's use only and does not allow other humans to enter or exit. You may feed living creatures outside the warehouse, only lifeless items can be placed inside the warehouse. Please collect crystal cores to unlock more space and gain surprises. Lin Qianhuan naturally knew what crystal cores were. The zombies, missing limbs, could still crawl on the ground to hunt because the crystal cores in their brains provided the basic energy needed for these monsters to survive. To completely kill a zombie, one must chop off or destroy its brain, otherwise, it would continue to survive in unimaginable ways. After closing the rolling door of the warehouse, Lin Qianhuan began to carefully observe the situation outside. The ground emitted a fresh scent of grass, and from time to time a breeze would blow by, making a rustling sound. However, the area she could move around in was only about 20 square meters, the rest was shrouded in mist, and to unlock it, she needed the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. Lin Qianhuan pondered the name of this system, called the Spiritual Spring System. Did it mean that the places obscured by white mist had a spiritual spring? What was the purpose of the spiritual spring? The system was waiting for her exploration. After roughly exploring the entire space, Lin Qianhuan silently thought of leaving, and then she appeared back in the real world. She looked up and saw her second brother staring at her in surprise, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. You just... His voice trembled, struggling to understand this supernatural event. Lin Qianhuan smiled and squinted her eyes. I just entered the space, you can understand it as my special ability. The zombie outbreak will happen on February 26th, and on February 25th there will be a blood rain. Anyone who comes into contact with the rain may become a zombie or an ability user. The space I carry is also one form of ability. She couldn't explain the mystical aspects of the spiritual spring system to her two brothers, so she simply used her special ability as an excuse. Lin Wanqing frowned, rubbed his sore chin, and asked, but it's not yet February 25th. How did you awaken your powers without having encountered the blood rain? Also, how do you know there will be blood rain on February 25th? What is actually going on? Lin Qianhuan lowered her head, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes. If I tell you, you might not believe it. I was reborn. In my last life, my elder brother was far away in another province and couldn't return. You, in order to protect me, were killed by zombies. She paused for a moment, then spoke again. In the end, I was the only one left. Lin Fu came to occupy my house, took my supplies, and even sold me to a group of beasts for a pack of cigarettes. After I escaped, I began wandering alone, and later found Lin Fu and other enemies to take revenge. After I tortured them to death, I committed suicide and then woke up back to today. Lin Wanqing listened, his hands trembling. Lin Qianhuan briefly recounted the suffering she had endured, but he, as her brother, knew full well her pain. Huan, don't be afraid. This time, both elder brother and second brother will protect you. We will never let you live that kind of life again. Lin Wanqing forced a smile, gently rubbing Lin Qianhuan's head. Brother believes in you. There's still a month before the outbreak of zombies. We must start preparing immediately. Since the three of us know so much ahead of time, we can surely avoid the risks. Lin Qianhuan wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and nodded heavily. Protecting her family was her only goal in this second life. In her last life, she had avenged all her grudges, with no regrets. In this life, she just wanted to live peacefully with her two brothers and not suffer the pain of separation again. Just as Lin Wanqing was about to discuss what to do next with Lin Qianhuan, the newly installed security door was suddenly knocked on. The knocking person showed no signs of weakening, and the loud bangs were enough to reveal his impatience. Lin Wanqing felt puzzled. That beast Lin Fu had already been locked up in prison, so who would still come knocking this late? Lin Qianhuan stood up and went to the door, looking through the peephole, then curved her lips into a sarcastic smile. Outside the door was her boyfriend, Zhao Zhuqing. In her last life, she had been unable to see through people and had never realized that he was playing both sides. She even foolishly shared her supplies with him. Who would have guessed that the sister next door he mentioned was actually his romantic partner? The two of them had been leeching off Lin Qianhuan, relying on her to search for food and supplies, while behind her back, they flirted and mocked her for being a foolish simpleton. In the end, they conspired to push Lin Qianhuan into a crowd of zombies. If it weren't for her strong mental power, she would have probably turned into a pile of bones. Lin Qianhuan winning the lottery had caused an uproar in the entire city and even the country. Although she rejected all media interviews, she was inevitably photographed by some with ulterior motives. Despite the published images being blurred, it was still easy for those familiar with her to recognize her. Lin Fu and Zhao Zhuqing frequently bought lottery tickets, so they paid great attention to this news, otherwise, they wouldn't have come sniffing around so quickly. Lin Qianhuan had been out all day today. Before she returned, Zhao Zhuqing had probably knocked on the door several times, right? Thinking of this, Lin Qianhuan curled her lips into a sarcastic smile. This time, she wasn't going to be so easily fooled like in her last life. When she opened the door, she came face to face with Zhao Zhuqing's angry, twisted face. Seeing her open the door, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly replaced it with a gentle, cultured smile. Huan, where have you been today? The house is so messy, I looked for you several times and you weren't here. He spoke and was about to enter the door but was directly blocked by Lin Qianhuan. If you have something to say it at the door. Did I invite you into my home? Her words were blunt as she leaned against the doorframe, blocking his way. Zhao Zhuqing felt anger rise within him but held it back. Today, he had come to ask for money and to help Tian get a bracelet. He couldn't afford a conflict with Lin Qianhuan. Once he had the money, he could easily kick this wretched woman aside. He smiled gently and immediately reached for Lin Qianhuan's hand, but she repulsively pulled back. Don't touch me. I find you disgusting. The smile on Zhao Zhuqing's face froze instantly. He took several deep breaths, barely managing to keep the fake smile on his face. Huan, are you angry that I haven't chatted with you these past few days? You know my family isn't well off. To give you a better life, I've been working part-time outside every day. It's just too tiring and busy, so I couldn't contact you in time. Chapter 6, Vision Needs Improvement. Zhao Zhuqing put on a sad expression, pretending to be stubborn as he clenched his fist. I came from the mountains. My family conditions are poor, so I have to work 100-fold harder than others. Everything I do is for you. Please stop being childish with me, okay? Lin Qianhuan quietly stood there, watching Zhao Zhuqing's hypocritical face. How did she not see in her previous life that this man's acting was so clumsy? What do you mean for me? I have never gained any benefit from you. Don't you find this ridiculous? She chuckled lightly. You don't send your girlfriend any gifts during holidays and even ask her for living expenses. I want to ask what you have done for me. Zhao Zhuqing was choked by Lin Qianhuan's words, standing there a little at a loss. Clearly, when he usually said these things, Lin Qianhuan would feel guilty and come to apologize. Why was this woman so hard to deceive today? Though he felt embarrassed, Zhao Zhuqing was not willing to give up. That was 680 million in huge money. If he could get even 1/10 from Lin Qianhuan, he wouldn't worry about his future. Zhao Zhuqing gritted his teeth and squeezed his thigh hard, forcing out a few tears. Huan, I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would worry. My dad has poor health and was hospitalized last month. Now all the burden of the family is on my shoulders. My dad's medical expenses are astronomical. My mom, being too worried, also fainted and is now lying in the hospital unconscious. Both of them worked hard for their food, and to support me through college, they have no savings. The medical bills are all covered by loans I took, but it's still not enough. I can only work day and night to help with living expenses. Not contacting you all this time is indeed my fault, but my parents are seriously ill, and I'm their only son. How could I have the heart to think about anything other than their health? As he spoke, he softened his knees and directly knelt in front of Lin Qianhuan. I'm sorry, Huan. If you're really angry, you can hit me or scold me, but I love you, okay? Please trust me. Lin Qianhuan blinked. Okay, I believe you. So can you leave now? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhuqing froze on the spot. Shouldn't this foolish woman be asking him how much his medical expenses were and kindly transferring the money into his account? What was this situation now? Why didn't this wretched woman take the initiative to give him money? Did she want him to personally beg her? Why was she suddenly so selfish and stingy? Zhao Zhuqing instantly wanted to change his expression and explode in anger but still suppressed his rage, softening his voice. Huan, did you win 680 million in the lottery? My family's situation is really bad, and rather than go to the bank for a loan, why not borrow your money? This way I won't have to pay interest to others for nothing, don't you think? The more he spoke, the thicker the smile on his face. You are holding so much money in your hands, lending me some for a while is no big deal, and those interest rates are definitely not something you would care about. Why not just give me 5 million first? When my parents recover, I will pay you back, is that okay? Lin Qianhuan's eyes sparkled with sarcastic amusement. What you mean is, you don't let me ask for interest, and you don't plan to write me an IOU, just let me give you 5 million, right? Zhao Zhuqing cleared his throat, his face slightly losing its composure. We are the closest people, we plan to get married in the future, why be so clear-cut? Aren't my parents your parents? Can you bear to see them lying in the hospital without even money for surgery? It's none of my business. As Lin Qianhuan spoke, she was about to close the door. Zhao Zhuqing immediately panicked, stood up, and wedged his hand in the door gap, only to be caught violently. A terrible wail echoed, his hand was ruined. Lin Qianhuan was unfazed, she kicked him away and then shut the heavy security door. Back at home, Lin Wanqing quietly stared at her, with an approving smile on his face. Well done, but your judgment needs improvement. A man like this is not worthy of you. Don't worry, brother, I've woken up, I will never get involved with him again. The grievances of the last life had been settled. In this life, she didn't plan to entangle with these people anymore, but if they tried to continue using and hurting her, she wouldn't mind dismembering them again. The siblings took paper and pen and wrote down the supplies they needed to stock up for the apocalypse. Food was naturally essential, but there were also many other things that needed to be hoarded. We need enough gasoline and a modified off-road vehicle that is sturdy enough. These two things will allow us to move freely in the apocalypse. Lin Qianhuan pointed her pen at the words gasoline, but this stuff can't be stored in large quantities. Even if you buy it, it needs to be moved through many places, wasting time and easily attracting others' attention. Lin Wanqing smiled, leave gasoline, modified cars, and weapons to me. I have a client who is already in this line of business, getting him to help should not be difficult. Lin Qianhuan's eyes lit up. Right, her second brother is a lawyer, well known in the city with a wide circle of contacts. People he knows are from all walks of life. He can also access some gray areas, just solving a big problem for them now. Alright, besides preparing these things, modifying the villa is also urgent, but we definitely can't work on that today. Let's discuss it together after picking up the eldest brother. Lin Qianhuan looked at her phone to check the time. The apartment was not far from the airport, and they should leave early to avoid any issues on the road. The two got up. Lin Qianhuan packed all the useful bedding and daily necessities in the apartment into the space, then opened the security door, only to run into an old lady with gray hair. The old lady was also startled, looking as if she was eavesdropping against the door. Lin Qianhuan frowned and looked up at her, her eyes filled with a fragmented cold light. Is there something you need? She wasn't familiar with her neighbors in the apartment, and she had never exchanged a word with this old lady. She had no idea what she wanted. The old lady nervously touched her dry white hair and pulled at her blue floral coat awkwardly. I heard you won the lottery, could you lend our family some money? It doesn't have to be much, just 1 million will do, I want to buy my son a house. Lin Qianhuan did not respond to her, turning directly to go downstairs, and Lin Wanqing followed closely behind. The old lady trembled and followed the stairs. You got so much money for free, why not share some? What does it matter if we borrow 1 million? We are neighbors, how can you be so heartless? You clearly have the ability but refuse to help us, aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Lin Qianhuan couldn't be bothered to respond to the old lady. She didn't have the time to argue with these people, preparing for the coming apocalypse was the important thing. Chapter 7, I believe your words. She hurried to the parking lot but saw a large crowd in front of Lin Wanqing's car, each person wearing a fawning smile, standing guard as they waited for the siblings' arrival. Lin Wanqing stepped forward to protect Lin Qianhuan behind him. He knew that her winning the lottery would bring trouble, but he never expected these people to be so bold. Clearly not related, yet still thick-skinned enough to want to take a slice of the pie. Oh, this must be Huan, I'm your aunt from upstairs, we ran into each other in the hallway before. I live on the first floor, we've also crossed paths. And me, I live on the 4th floor, we spoke just yesterday, remember? The crowd clamored loudly, and Lin Qianhuan's expression grew colder. She tried to get into the car. But they blocked the car door, clearly not willing to let Lin Qianhuan leave so easily. My son wants to enroll in a tutoring class to improve his grades, can you lend us 100,000? My girlfriend wants a 66,000 dowry from me, I really can't afford it, can you lend me 500,000 to get married? My wife is about to give birth, she wants to stay in the best maternity center in our city, can you help us pay? In the darkness of night, these people's eyes glowed like hungry wolves, staring at Lin Qianhuan, unwilling to let go. 680 million, and no matter how much a girl spends, she can't use it all up, what difference does giving them tens of thousands make? That money was just a small amount to her, but for them, it could solve a huge problem in their lives. Lin Wanqing protected Lin Qianhuan behind him. Just as he was about to speak, a person standing in front of the car door suddenly began to convulse in pain, a suppressed roar escaping from their throat. In the dark night, everyone's attention was drawn to Lin Qianhuan, the walking gold. No one noticed the twisted figure. Lin Qianhuan pulled Lin Wanqing back a few steps. The person's transformation was rapid, the zombie virus quickly invading his body, fangs and sharp nails sprouting instantly, and his skin turning a deathly gray. Just give us the money, anyway you're so rich, give me a fat and bloated man was just asking for money when he was suddenly bitten hard on the throat. Blood sprayed out, splattering the neighbors nearby, and the crowd immediately began to scream and flee, leaving only the newly transformed zombie and the fat man being bitten. Lin Qianhuan sighed and chose not to call the police. Instead, she jogged to sit with Lin Wanqing in the car, speeding away. The sound of the car attracted the attention of the newly mutated zombie, who suddenly crawled up from the still warm body, rushing toward Lin Qianhuan's car in a twisted manner. A loud crash sounded, with bloody handprints slapping against the driver's window, fangs still dripping with a chunk of bloody intestines. The car sped out of the apartment complex. Lin Qianhuan sat in the passenger seat, feeling little agitation in her heart, while Lin Qianhuan's forehead was oozing a thin layer of sweat. Although he had seen such creatures in movies, seeing one in person was a completely different experience. That thing is. Lin Qianhuan's voice was a bit hoarse, his hands on the steering wheel turning pale from gripping tightly. It's a zombie, a mindless walking corpse. Only the most primal desire for flesh and blood. Lin Qianhuan responded, feeling somewhat tired after a busy day. This thing is very sensitive to sound and smell. When remodeling the villa, be sure to pay attention to installing soundproofing layers, so it's safer. Lin Qianhuan nodded, struggling to imagine how much Lin Qianhuan suffered in her previous life. Monsters that devour people were everywhere, and making any sound made it particularly difficult to find food. He wasn't afraid of death, but he feared that if both he and his elder brother died, Lin Qianhuan would live alone in this world, with no one to take care of her. The car drove along the quiet road, its lights dispelling the thick, dark night, safely arriving at the Yunqing airport. Lin Qianhuan was quietly waiting by the roadside with a suitcase, waving his hand to signal the driver to stop upon seeing the familiar license plate. Lin Qianhuan, sitting in the front passenger seat, was especially excited. Without waiting for the car to come to a complete stop, she jumped out directly into her elder brother's arms. In her last life, she never got to see her brother again before she died, and now, living again, she finally had her wish fulfilled. Don't be afraid, Qianhuan. Elder brother is back. Elder brother will take care of you. Lin Qianhuan, looking a bit disheveled from his long journey, still reached out to gently pat Lin Qianhuan's back, carefully soothing her emotions. She was his little sister, whom he had raised with great care since childhood. He could not let her suffer even the slightest grievance. After stuffing all the luggage into the trunk, the three of them drove towards Huayuan. It was deep into the night, and only the lights from the street lamps remained in the villa area, yet the luxurious interior decoration and good greenery could still be seen. At the security gate, they swiped their access card, and the guard opened the door to let them through. Lin Qianhuan sat in the back seat, surveying the environment of the villa area, nodding in satisfaction. This rented house is quite good, the security is excellent, and the environment is fine, it doesn't feel cramped at all. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly darkened. Where is that bastard Lin Fu? Lin Qianhuan proudly lifted her chin. I kicked him hard, and then he was taken away to sit in the police station. Lin Qianhuan gave a satisfied thumbs up. Well done, but just half a month and there is still too lenient for him. But winning this time does not mean we can be careless. Lin Fu was a maniac without a bottom line. He will definitely not let you go and will find out your new address by any means. Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement. Don't worry, elder brother, aside from you and second brother, I haven't told anyone about this villa. The neighbors around here don't even know I moved here, so even if Lin Fu goes back to the apartment to ask around, he won't find out anything. She didn't want to plant future troubles for herself and had no desire to entangle with these people anymore, so she hid her whereabouts very well. Hearing Lin Qianhuan say this, Lin Qianhuan finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. After parking the car in the garage, the three of them went directly to the sofa to rest after entering the villa. Lin Qianhuan once again performed a miraculous transformation, revealing everything, and Lin Qianhuan still seemed unable to process it all. Abilities? Zombies? Apocalypse? Cannibalism? He could understand these words separately, but combined, they left him somewhat at a loss. Although it seemed hard to believe, Lin Qianhuan's abilities were truly fantastical, and the experiences she narrated made his heart ache. I believe your words. Lin Qianhuan looked at Lin Qianhuan's slightly emaciated body with distress. Just tell elder brother what to do. As long as it can protect you, both I and second brother are willing to do anything. Lin Qianhuan took out paper and a pen, laying out the supplies list she had prepared with Lin Qianhuan on the coffee table. We are finally reunited as a family, now let's start giving out tasks. Chapter 8, Preventing Tragedy from Repeating. Elder brother is responsible for supervising and following up on the villa's renovation. The wall needs to be raised to 5 meters, and the villa must have soundproofing done. Otherwise, the sounds we make in everyday life will attract the zombies' attention. The doors and windows should be the best and sturdiest. After the apocalypse arrives, we won't be able to use air conditioning, and the noise from the outdoor units will draw the zombies' eyes, so they need to install proper insulation layers to help us live more comfortably in the summer heat and winter cold. Lin Qianhuan twirled her pen and looked at Lin Qianhuan. Second brother is in charge of stockpiling gasoline. We need 5 modified off-road vehicles so we can rotate them. As for weapons, the bigger the killing power, the better. Lin Qianhuan exchanged a glance with Lin Qianhuan, both nodding heavily. As for me, I will prepare the food, medicine, and water needed for daily life, as well as other living supplies. The 3 of us will each do our part, but we must always stay alert to the situation around us. If we encounter anyone abnormal, we have to get away immediately. Lin Qianhuan lifted her head, and the three pairs of eyes met, filled with deep determination. In this life, they would never let tragedy repeat itself. The villa has 3 floors. Lin Qianhuan lives on the top floor while the second floor belongs to her 2 brothers. Seeing that it was already 3 in the morning, they quickly finished washing up and rushed back to their bedrooms to rest, as the upcoming month would be filled with busyness. After taking a shower and returning to her room, Lin Qianhuan still could not shake off the joy of being reborn. She dried her wet hair, wrapped her bathrobe tightly, and turned the air conditioning temperature up a bit. Opening the video app on her phone, a twisted, decaying face of a zombie suddenly appeared on the screen, but within seconds, the video was removed by the system for its bloody violence. Lin Qianhuan blinked. Although zombies had not yet affected the public's daily life, they had appeared among crowds several times, causing quite a stir. Despite the government's efforts to control the situation, some information still trickled onto the internet. She clicked on Weibo and searched for terms like zombie, cannibal, and rabies, but oddly enough, the results were all blank. Lin Qianhuan rubbed her sore eyes, already feeling some predictions in her heart but not feeling surprised. Once the appearance of zombies became known to everyone, society would descend into chaos, and the national turmoil would result in consequences that no one could bear. The government would not stand by idly. They were working hard to capture the mutated zombies on the loose, yet it seemed like an invisible hand was always opposing them. The number of zombies was increasing instead of decreasing, leaving the higher-ups in a frantic state. Who could it be? Why did the blood rain appear? Lin Qianhuan lay on the bed thinking for a long time and still found no clues before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Qianhuan woke up very early. Her 2 brothers had already prepared breakfast and were sitting at the dining table discussing the storage of supplies and the reinforcement of the house. After Lin Qianhuan finished getting ready, she went downstairs and handed the warehouse key to her eldest brother. Her second brother was going to find someone to buy gasoline and modify off-road vehicles, while she planned to rent a car to continue stockpiling goods. The eldest brother would supervise at the villa, which was close to the warehouse and could promptly open the door for the workers to unload supplies. Today, someone will come to deliver food and fresh meat. Eldest brother, pay attention to the phone. After giving her reminder, Lin Qianhuan drank the milk in front of her in one gulp, then grabbed the car keys and hurried out to the fruit and vegetable wholesale market. In the apocalypse, meat can replenish energy, but vegetables and fruits are also indispensable. Lin Qianhuan browsed through the stalls, deciding to get 2,000 pounds of each kind and have them all delivered to the warehouse in the east suburbs. Apples, oranges, strawberries, grapes, watermelons, durians. Tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbages, broccoli, silk gourds, green beans. Whatever Lin Qianhuan saw, she took a truckload of, confident that with a spacious warehouse at hand, she did not need to worry about these things rotting or going bad. Leaving the fruit and vegetable wholesale market, she hurriedly drove to the daily necessities wholesale market. Toilet paper, sanitary pads, towels, wet wipes, toothbrushes, and other essentials need to be replaced frequently, so Lin Qianhuan bought a little more. After a quick sweep, she drove to the nearest clothing wholesale market. Water sources are incredibly precious in the apocalypse, and she wasn't sure if there would be wells or streams in the future for water supply. As the apocalypse approached, fighting zombies would become a daily routine, and her clothes would inevitably be stained with brains and zombie blood. If she didn't change her clothes in time, not only would they smell terrible, but if she got injured and the zombie blood contaminated her wounds, it would be a one-way trip to death. Lin Qianhuan arrived at the clothing wholesale market and bought clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Her 2 brothers had similar body types, so it wasn't particularly difficult to shop. Going from one wholesale market to another in Yuncheng, Lin Qianhuan stayed busy from dawn to dusk and finally exhausted drove to the warehouse in the eastern suburbs. The warehouse was lit with orange lights, and Lin Qianhuan was inside organizing the chaotic goods. When he saw Lin Qianhuan, he hurried over. "You're back, are you tired?" He didn't say much, but thoughtfully closed the roller door after stepping outside and stood guard at the entrance. Lin Qianhuan's ability was extraordinary. She had to avoid exposing her space before the apocalypse. The warehouse was about to be filled with goods, a dizzying variety piled everywhere, with tons of grains and fruits stacked all around, and dozens of freezers placed in the corner, filled with the fresh meat she ordered. It's packed full of security. Lin Qianhuan stored all the supplies in her space and then returned to Silver Bay Gardens with her older brother. Lin Wanshang returned a little earlier and was currently recording something in a notebook on the sofa. The 3 finally met, and they discussed today's work progress. Lin Qianhuan, I've already booked the construction team for the villa. The walls will be raised, the insulation and soundproof layers are all reserved. The materials for the doors and windows are the best, plus surveillance cameras, electric fences, solar panels, and water purification equipment. I've already discussed everything with the construction team. They will begin formal construction tomorrow. Lin Wanshang, I've already selected the off-road vehicles, 5 in total, which have been sent to the repair shop for modification. I've also found a way to buy gasoline. Starting tomorrow, I'll go to the fuel point to personally transport gasoline every day, to avoid drawing attention. Weapons are hard to procure, controls are too strict. I can only get some cold weapons like daggers and machetes. I'll try to negotiate with them to buy a gun for Qianhuan for self-defense. Lin Qianhuan, I've already bought food, fruits, vegetables, daily necessities, shoes, and clothes. Tomorrow, I'll buy medicine and some outdoor survival supplies, so we can respond quickly to anything that comes up in the future. I've transferred the money to you. If it's not enough, just let me know. The 680 million is real, spend freely, as long as what we buy benefits us. Chapter 9, Welcoming the New Master. After discussing the progress for the day, the three shared some laughs and finished dinner, taking a brief rest before starting the next day's life of gathering supplies. Daily necessities, food, and water were all ordered. Lin Qianhuan now headed to the pharmacy. After the apocalypse, a single anti-inflammatory pill was priceless, which showed how precious medicine had become. Lin Qianhuan didn't plan to buy in bulk at the same pharmacy to avoid drawing attention, so she expanded her purchasing scope to nearby cities, buying some at each pharmacy to stock up a considerable amount of medicine. Arriving at a pharmacy in the city center, just as Lin Qianhuan was about to ask for medicine, she saw a familiar figure. It is Chen Tianjing. Zhao Zhuqing's so-called neighbor sister is actually his secret girlfriend. Lin Qianhuan did not intend to have any communication with Chen Tianjing, but the other party was obviously very interested in her and walked over. Sister Lin, why are you here? Are you sick? Chen Tianjing had a cute and innocent doll-like face, her watery eyes scanning Lin Qianhuan up and down, intentionally lingering on her empty wrist. Where is your bracelet? Where did your bracelet go? Upon discovering the bracelet was missing, Chen Tianjing became instantly flustered, moving forward to grab Lin Qianhuan's wrist but was forcefully pushed away, losing her balance and nearly falling back. My bracelet is none of your damn business. Why don't you go be lovey-dovey with your dear Zhao brother instead of coming to bother me? Lin Qianhuan frowned in disgust, having bought some fever and anti-inflammatory medicine, preparing to check out and leave. Chen Tianjing swallowed hard, her heart alarmed, yet she still put on a harmless smile and walked towards Lin Qianhuan. I just wanted to ask Sister Lin, please don't be angry, okay? You hurt Brother Zhuqing's hand last time, and he is still in the hospital receiving treatment. Don't you want to visit him? Lin Qianhuan's eyes lit up, and her face instantly brightened with a smile. Is it that serious? Chen Tianjing's smile was tinged with a bit of disdain and mockery. Indeed, Lin Qianhuan loved Zhao Zhuqing so much, how could she easily give him up? Pretending to be indifferent, she still hurried over to inquire about his condition when hearing he was hospitalized. She secretly laughed coldly, but her face did not show it. Crushed bone fractures in the fingers. Even if treated, his right hand will be useless. Sister Lin, your actions have constituted intentional injury, but Brother Zhuqing has never thought of holding you accountable. He even told me to explain things to you well. He still loves you and hopes there won't be any misunderstandings between you two. Lin Qianhuan stood aside with her medicine, arms crossed. Loves me? He loves my money, right? Let me tell you both, quit provoking me again and again, or I will absolutely make your lives a living hell. Zhao Zhuqing not calling the police was just to make her feel guilty and soft-hearted, but the ultimate goal was the huge sum of money in her hands. After all, how could he compensate for a crushed finger bone with more than $1 million? What he wanted was far more than compensation. Chen Tianjing's heart raced, and she instinctively felt something was wrong. Lin Qianhuan was clearly just a foolish love-struck female supporting character in the book. Why was she saying such off-character words? Thinking about the novel she watched before crossing over, Chen Tianjing clenched her fist tightly, her exquisite manicure digging into her palm, the pain instantly waking her up. Although that book had not been finished, the content in it could not be wrong. Lin Qianhuan may have changed a bit, but maybe it was just her stubbornness. She did not truly give up on Zhao Zhuqing. After all, Zhao Zhuqing was the male lead of the novel. According to the synopsis, although he was just a waste to awaken Earth-type abilities at first, as the plot developed, he awakened Fire-type abilities, becoming the strongest power user in China with his rare dual abilities. How could a male lead lack a woman who wholeheartedly loves him? Zhao Zhuqing was surrounded by countless admirers, while Lin Qianhuan was the most foolish one, not only taking care of Zhao Zhuqing with great effort but also being kind to all his beautiful acquaintances. How could such a woman break free from her predetermined fate and successfully escape the constraints of the plot? Chen Tianjing swallowed hard, thinking deeply about the story in the book. Lin Qianhuan's bracelet was a magical spatial item, but this fool had never discovered it. Later, one of Zhao Zhuqing's new loves took a liking to her jade bracelet. Requesting Zhao Zhuqing's help to demand wealth, she unexpectedly activated the jade bracelet with her own blood, becoming Zhao Zhuqing's strongest ally. She unexpectedly traveled into a story and would not easily give up this opportunity, determined to bind the jade bracelet before that woman, becoming the most valued woman beside Zhao Zhuqing, and standing proudly with him against the world. But Chen Tianjing overlooked one point: the novel she read was not yet finished. Until the latest chapter, Zhao Zhuqing remained an ordinary Earth ability user, yet to awaken the fire ability as described in the introduction. And Lin Qianhuan, who devotedly followed Zhao Zhuqing, had in her previous life personally dissected him, sending bloody pieces of meat into the mouths of zombies. The story was not over, and who could know what would happen next? Seeing Chen Tianjing standing in a daze, Lin Qianhuan turned to leave. As she sat in the car, someone forcefully knocked on the window. Turning her head, she saw Chen Tianjing's anxious face and, without a care, started the car and sped away. Chen Tianjing, sprayed with exhaust fumes, coughed several times, looking at the departing van with resentment, her eyes filled with a surge of murderous intent. No, she had to make Zhao Zhuqing get that enormous wealth from Lin Qianhuan as soon as possible. With the apocalypse approaching, they could use that money to stock up on supplies, giving them a head start in the early days of the apocalypse. As one of the contributors, she would also become the most valued woman to Zhao Zhuqing, the female lead of this book. When that time comes, wouldn't all kinds of delicacies, luxurious mansions, and sports cars be hers to choose from? While refugees struggled to survive amidst a horde of corpses, she might be at a lavish party in her beautifully decorated villa. Imagining her future happy life, Chen Tianjing couldn't contain her joy and happily bought a fruit basket to visit Zhao Zhuqing in the hospital. Lost in her sweet dream, she had no idea that everything in this world had strayed off its original path. Zhao Zhuqing had not received a penny from Lin Qianhuan, and his right hand was injured. Even if he gained powers, he would still lag behind others. The plot of the novel had long been voided, and this world was welcoming its new master. Busy yet fulfilling days passed in the blink of an eye, and the sounds of firecrackers rang through the night for the spring festival. Everyone embarked on their journey home, but danger lurked in the crowded waiting hall. Although the government dispatched personnel to handle the suddenly mutated zombies, the crowd moved too quickly, and the virus spread more severely. Many people had witnessed the terrifying scene of humans eating humans. Words like zombie, cannibalism, and mutation became sensitive topics online, but a strange fear still spread among the masses, mingling with the smell of fireworks entering every household. Chapter 10: The world has already descended into chaos. Major social media platforms showed no traces of zombies, but everyone was not blind and could sense that something was off. However, most people did not believe that zombies would appear. Those who advised others to stock up on supplies for emergencies became objects of ridicule. Lin Qianhuan sat at the dining table, eating New Year's Eve dinner while watching the chaos online, without a single word in the comment section. She just wanted to protect her family and didn't think she had the ability to interfere in others' lives. During the New Year period, supermarkets stopped operations, allowing the three busy individuals to finally have some time to rest. The renovation of the villa was nearly complete. Lin Qianhuan did not mind spending money, and the construction team worked vigorously, cutting the original one-month work period in half. The wall was raised to 5 meters, and an additional layer of electric wire was wrapped around the top to block those with ulterior motives. After the apocalypse, with no water or electricity, the solar panels on the roof would provide them with basic survival energy, and the water storage equipment would collect rainwater, filter and purify it for the three of them to use in the villa. A circle of surveillance cameras was installed around the villa to monitor the surrounding environment without any blind spots, ensuring that neither humans nor zombies could hide their tracks, providing basic safety for them. Huan, stop playing with your phone and come eat. Elder brother Lin Wanshang was wearing a pink little pig apron, bringing fragrant dishes to the dining table. Coming. Lin Qianhuan put down her phone and hurriedly ran to the dining room, taking a deep breath of the dishes on the table. So delicious, elder brother's cooking is the best, and his meals always suit her taste. Wow, mapo tofu, garlic eggplant, stuffed green peppers, cumin lamb, elder brother, you made all my favorites. She quickly picked up a piece of lamb and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing satisfyingly, allowing the aroma to dance on her taste buds. Lin Qian brought a plate of dumplings and placed it in front of her, then poured her a glass of orange juice, and only then did he sit down and start eating. This new year will definitely speed up the spread of the zombie virus. Our supplies are almost stocked up, so we should avoid going out unless necessary. Even if we go out, we can't go to crowded places. Lin Qian frowned as he looked at the messages in the company group, then pushed his phone to the center of the dining table. This is a video recorded by a company employee. There was someone infected with the virus on the train he took home. No one survived in the carriage with the mutants. The video played the sounds of piercing screams mixed with gunshots, and faintly, the roars of zombies could be heard. The zombie virus was spreading more widely. Although the government worked hard to control it, they couldn't stop the dissemination of videos and various rumors. But most people remained skeptical. After all, any normal person wouldn't believe that the world they lived in was actually facing a zombie crisis. After watching the video on his phone, Lin Wanshang also frowned as he looked at the law firm's group chat, where someone had shared quite a few on-site recordings. Now that zombies appeared too frequently, it was hard for the police to ensure that all the videos recorded by onlookers were deleted, resulting in many recordings leaking out and spreading widely on chat platforms. The world has already fallen into chaos, we need to prepare in advance. Lin Qianhuan took a sip of orange juice, her delicate brows instinctively furrowing. The turmoil in the previous life had long been foreshadowed, but at that time, she, like most people today, didn't take those videos seriously, which is why they were caught off guard by the bloody rain. Elder brother, we have enough gasoline now, and after the apocalypse, we can get it for free at the gas station, so you don't need to buy gasoline from those people anymore. Lin Wanshang had the same thought. He nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same. I've bought too much, and the sellers have started to get suspicious. They've sent people to subtly inquire about my purpose for buying gasoline. The off-road vehicle has been fully modified and is now parked at the East Suburbs warehouse. You can take it into the space whenever you have time. After saying this, he mysteriously pulled out a metal briefcase, placed it on the table, and gently pushed it in front of Lin Qianhuan. This is hard to get. I had to beg them for a long time to get these. Just take it for self-defense. Lin Qianhuan vaguely guessed what was inside the case. She opened it carefully and saw a delicate, compact black handgun in 2 magazines. The gun was loaded with bullets, and with the bullets and the magazines, there were a total of 24 bullets. These would be enough for Lin Qianhuan to avoid many dangers. Thank you, elder brother. She excitedly touched the cold handgun in her hand, then put the gun and bullets into her space. Placed next to a series of cold weapons like tang knives and cleavers. The powers of the ability users will always run out in actual combat, so cold weapons have become essential weapons for everyone. She specifically made her second brother stock up on many sharp knives, just in case of emergencies. After all, hot weapons are hard to obtain in Huaxia, and for ordinary people, having a handy cold weapon is already a very lucky thing. The things I bought will be delivered to the warehouse in the eastern suburbs over the next half-month. We won't need to run too far in the future, it's just a straight line between home and the warehouse, which is also safer. Lin Qianhuan has already purchased the necessary items. Now, she just waits for the goods to arrive. Since there is still space in the grass area, she specially bought a few chickens and ducks to put in, so she doesn't have to worry about the stock of eggs being eaten up one day. To avoid unexpected events, she also bought a lot of seeds for various fruits and vegetables. Even though the stock is sufficient, it's always good to be fully prepared. Suddenly, the sound of fireworks cracking erupted, and various lights projected through the newly installed bulletproof glass into the room. The TV was playing the Spring Festival Gala, with the sound of firecrackers and fireworks ringing together, as Blue Star welcomed its last New Year filled with happiness. After finishing the reunion dinner, the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers were still ongoing throughout Yuncheng. Lin Qianhuan had been busy for a long time and was tired. After watching the gala for a while, she returned to the 3rd floor. This floor was her own kingdom, with a total of 4 rooms, which she had divided into a bedroom, study, gym, and an empty storage room. Lying on her soft big bed, Lin Qianhuan opened WeChat and saw 99 plus unread messages, almost all of which were sent by Zhao Zhuqing. At first, he was sweet-talking Lin Qianhuan, trying to use so-called love to make her obediently hand over the money in her hands, but he received no reply. Seeing Lin Qianhuan's lack of response, Zhao Zhuqing's patience was gradually consumed, turning into sarcastic remarks, and the last few messages became unbearable insults and threats. Lin Qianhuan scoffed and still did not give Zhao Zhuqing any response. In the western suburbs, at Phoenix Community, Zhao Zhuqing sat on the broken wooden bed in his rental house, raging with powerlessness, holding his phone, wanting to smash it to release his anger, but in the end, he reluctantly retracted his hand. Chapter 11: Zhao Zhuqing's Conspiracy. He and Lin Qianhuan are both second-year university students. Even though it is the winter vacation close to the spring festival, he still does not want to return to the mountain village to suffer, so he used all his savings to rent this broken house. His parents are farmers who dig in the dirt, and the neighbors are all lowly and vulgar. How can they show concern for him, a university student? Thus, he was unwilling to return to the little mountain village that made him feel humiliated. He just wanted to stay in the big city, even if he had to spend the new year alone rather than going back to the narrow, dark, broken bungalow. But this Lin Qianhuan was acting strangely. She used to do her best to be good to him, seemingly willing to give her heart to him, but why did she change so much after winning the lottery? Most of the living expenses she earned from working part-time were spent on him. Shouldn't she use the money after winning the lottery for him as well? Zhao Zhuqing angrily punched the bed. Shameless woman, greedy for money. He was the only one from their mountain to get into university, and he was quite handsome. His parents said that even the mayor's daughter would have to reach up to marry him. What is Lin Qianhuan considered? Now that she has gotten rich, she actually dares to turn her back on him. A woman like this is not even worthy of him carrying her shoes, and even if she offered herself to him, he wouldn't spare her a glance. Unable to vent his anger, the rusty iron door was softly knocked on by someone. The orange-yellow rust trembled and fell down along the iron gate. Who is it? Zhao Zhuqing shouted angrily, reluctantly putting on his slippers to open the door, but faced with Chen Tanjing's delicate and cute doll-like face. He hid his anger and put on a polite and gentle mask, warmly inviting her in to chat. Chen Tanjing was his ambiguous partner, having come from the same mountain village as him. She didn't get into college but still resolutely left the mountains to accompany him out to find a job, making her a pretty good backup. Lin Qianhuan had ignored him for more than half a month, while Chen Tanjing had been like a sweet flower, always taking care of him, which he greatly appreciated. But he wouldn't choose this woman as his girlfriend. She was only fit to be a bedmate and a nanny, and there was no way she could be his wife. A woman coming out of a backward mountain village, showing herself in the outside world to earn money, was simply not worthy of him, a college student. The reason Lin Qianhuan caught his eye was simply because she was from the city, beautiful, and had 2 impressive older brothers. But even Lin Qianhuan wasn't worthy of him. Agreeing to date her was merely his charity, and who knew this cheap woman would turn out to be so ungrateful? Thinking of this, Zhao Zhuqing's anger surged up again, and yet a pair of delicate hands rested on his skinny chest. Chen Tanjing nestled against his shoulder like a little bird, her voice soft and sweet, like being dipped in a jar of honey. "Brother Zhuqing, I have a secret I want to tell you." She blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering up and down, as if scratching Zhao Zhuqing's heart. His hands began to wander unsteadily, his voice purposely lowered. "Okay, you tell me." Chen Tanjing giggled and wrapped her arms around his neck, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Brother Zhuqing, I've been having dreams lately, dreaming that the apocalypse is coming, with zombies crawling everywhere, and you are the main man of this world, the most powerful dual-type ability user." Zhao Zhuqing's movements paused slightly, and he let out a light laugh. "Your dreams are quite strange, huh? A zombie outbreak, how could that be possible?" Chen Tanjing pretended to be serious and pushed him away, speaking very seriously. "I really think it's true. Brother Zhuqing, haven't you seen those videos circulating online? The monsters eating people in there look exactly like the ones in my dreams." Thinking of the bloody scenes in the videos, Zhao Zhuqing instantly lost interest, lazily leaning back on the sofa and pushing Chen Tanjing away from his arms. "Those are all edited, sensational tactics you believe in? These women are so narrow-minded, they take everything at face value and can be easily panicked." Seeing that he didn't believe her, Chen Tanjing took out her phone and held it in front of him. The video started playing, and the content made Zhao Zhuqing's scalp tingle, with goosebumps rising all over his body. He recognized the people in the video. They were the couple from across the hall. No wonder it was so chaotic outside just now. The police had come to arrest someone. The couple usually showed great affection, but now the wife had transformed into something monstrous, crazily gnawing at her husband's flesh, hot blood splattering against the white wall, shocking to behold. The video ended with a faint gunshot. The wife had a bloody hole in her forehead, and the next moment she fell to the ground, the video abruptly stopping at her husband's broken, bloody corpse. Shaking hands, Zhao Zhuqing opened his own door, only to see two workers in protective suits cleaning up the bloodstains on the floor. The two corpses had already been taken downstairs, disappearing without a trace. It was real, it was actually real, and zombies had truly appeared in this world. He was so scared that his legs went weak, and he collapsed helplessly at the door, without even the strength to close it. Pale-faced, he leaned against the doorframe, gagging. Chen Tianjing carefully helped him to the sofa and poured him a cup of warm water. "Zhao Zhuqing, now you should believe what I've said, right? On February 26th, the zombie outbreak officially begins, and you are the main character of this world, who will gradually grow into the most powerful ability user in Huaxia. By then, you will be a superhero adored by everyone, even the high-ranking officials in Huaxia will treat you with respect." Zhao Zhuqing trembled as he picked up the cup, took a sip of water to calm his nerves, and began to reflect on Chen Tianjing's words. He is the male lead? The most powerful ability user? A great hero that even the high-ranking officials in Huaxia must bow down to? He knew he was not an ordinary person. Then let's hurry to find the high-ranking officials in Huaxia and tell them this news. That way we can achieve merit, and maybe even get a huge bonus. Zhao Zhuqing grabbed his coat and was about to rush out when he was stopped by Chen Tianjing. "Zhuqing, don't rush. Right now, you haven't awakened your abilities. Even if you go to the high-ranking officials, they'll think you're crazy. Instead of acting recklessly, it's better to gather a lot of money first, stock up on enough supplies. When the apocalypse comes and you awaken your powers, then you'll have the leverage to negotiate with those higher-ups, right?" Zhao Zhuqing was suddenly awakened, holding Chen Tianjing tightly and kissing her hard on the lips. Tian, you really are my little lucky star. You're right, it's more important for us to stock up on supplies first." Thinking about this, he couldn't help but frown. The rent had already drained his meager savings, and Lin Qianhuan, who usually gave him living expenses, had disappeared. Where could he get money? Seeing the worry on his face, Chen Tianjing kindly helped him smooth out his tightly knitted brows. "Zhuqing, don't worry. I know you're just a student now, and money is tight. But isn't Lin Qianhuan wealthy? Why not just ask her for some?" Chapter 12, No Mercy Allowed. Zhao Zhuqing held her delicate hand, shaking his head helplessly. "You don't understand. That bitch Lin Qianhuan has forgotten about me as soon as she had money. It's been over half a month since she last replied to my messages. She doesn't answer my calls, doesn't reply to my messages, and she even crippled my right hand. I've thought about killing her. How could I lower myself to ask her for money? He is a man, how could he bow his head to a woman? It should be Lin Qianhuan begging him for money." Chen Tianjing's smile suddenly froze. Lin Qianhuan really is this heartless? Why has she deviated so seriously from the plot? But seeing the apocalypse approaching, if they don't stock up on supplies soon, the two of them will truly be buried in a sea of corpses. As February 26th drew nearer, the two were in a panic. Meanwhile, Lin Qianhuan was happily running back and forth in the villa's warehouse, preparing adequately for the apocalypse. Food, drinking water, fruits, vegetables, instant food, medicine, outdoor gear, weapons. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng sat on the sofa, carefully checking the types and quantities of supplies, while Lin Qianhuan sat beside them, devouring clean strawberries from a bowl. Tomorrow is February 25th. According to Huahuan's memory, a strange red rain will start at midnight. The red rain likely relates to the awakening of powers, but there is also the risk of mutation into zombies. How we choose is indeed a problem. Lin Qianhuan looked up and gazed out the window at the bright crescent moon hanging in the sky. Outside, the early spring chill still lingered. Lin Qianhuan placed the strawberries on the coffee table, deeply conflicted in her heart. There are 3 possible outcomes after coming into contact with the red rain: evolve into an ability user, mutate into a zombie, or remain unchanged. She had lived again, but couldn't guarantee that she and her 2 brothers could successfully awaken their abilities. After all, the world is changing at every moment. She had already disrupted the original trajectory. Everything that is about to happen is an unknown. What if one of them accidentally mutated into a zombie after being drenched in the red rain? This would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the 3 siblings. But not touching the red rain would be like choosing a slow path to death. After all, zombies will evolve, and even those with powers cannot fight against those powerful evolved zombies, let alone weak ordinary people. Steadying her heart, Lin Qianhuan looked up to meet her 2 brothers' gazes. The 3 of them had firm eyes, each holding an answer in their hearts. They could not miss this red rain. The 3 of us are not the kind of people to be content with the status quo. If we back down this time, we can only be at the mercy of others, becoming food for zombies. Even if we risk mutation, we must take a chance. Lin Qianhuan spoke with a hoarse voice, expressing the thoughts buried deep in their hearts. Even with the risk of becoming zombies, they must gamble this time. Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement, her heart pounding fiercely, her fingertips trembling slightly. She was very afraid, having lived a second life but still unable to save her 2 brothers. But she also knew that if they chose to back down this time, what awaited them would be a lifelong regret. Dark clouds suddenly emerged from nowhere, gradually covering the night sky, dyeing the moonlight behind the clouds blood red. With a loud roar, lightning cracked open the sky, creating a scarlet rip that revealed the piled dark clouds. Let's go, the rain is coming. Lin Qianhuan stood by the window, watching the raindrops hit the glass like beads of blood, and she was the first to head into the yard. The rain carried a faint metallic smell, running down her wet hair, instantly soaking her dry clothes. Contact with the rain meant success, and they did not linger in the yard, but returned to the villa and locked all the doors and windows. Lock ourselves in the room. If we successfully awaken our powers, that's the best. If the worst happens? Lin Qianhuan forced a smile. At that time, no one can show mercy. After all, we don't want to live as a monster that eats people. The 3 embraced each other, their chaotic footsteps echoing to the bedroom, finally cut off by the sound of the door locking. Lin Qianhuan took a quick shower, knowing that the effects of the blood rain would not show up quickly, so she simply opened her phone and started surfing the internet. Sure enough, news about the blood red rain had already made the trending topics, gaining widespread attention from people nationwide. Lin Qianhuan carefully read each piece of news, but the more she read, the tighter her brows became. She discovered something she had never realized in her previous life. The blood rain seemed to purposefully seek out targets, falling in cities that were all provincial capitals, which were economically developed and densely populated. She quickly took out paper and pen to confirm, writing down the cities that had experienced the red rain, perfectly validating her suspicions. Wasn't this rain a bit too coincidental? It felt like someone was deliberately guiding and controlling it, intending to spread the virus as quickly as possible. Lin Qianhuan's hand holding the pen trembled slightly, her fingertips turning pale from the tight grip. In her previous life, she was merely a deceived, struggling ability user at the bottom of society. This time, due to being prepared in advance, combined with her experiences from her previous life, she caught a glimpse of the conspiracy hidden behind the blood rain. She had thought the appearance and outbreak of the zombie virus were accidental, but now it seemed that everything she knew was just the tip of the iceberg of the truth. Where did the zombie virus come from? Who was behind the spread of the virus through the red rain? Who was the mastermind behind this disaster? The puzzle tangled in Lin Qianhuan's mind like a knotted ball of yarn, making it impossible for her to untangle a single thread. Ultimately, it was because her position in her previous life was too low, and her abilities too weak. She had always struggled to survive at the bottom, with her mind filled only with the thought of living on, knowing very little. In her previous life, she lived in pain and confusion, believing until her death that the zombie virus was a punishment from heaven for humanity. And what about this life? Should she be content with the status quo, or should she seek out the source of her suffering for 2 lifetimes? Lin Qianhuan felt surrounded by exhaustion and pain, and before she knew it, she sank into a deep sleep. Time passed second by second, the rain continued to fall, pounding against the thick bulletproof glass with a dull noise, while the villa remained in complete silence. The three had already slipped from sleep into unconsciousness, their skin reddened from high fever, beads of sweat like beans dripped from their foreheads into the pillows, the heat roasting their bodies and souls. Pain spread throughout their limbs and bones, pulling them into an abyss that offered no chance to catch their breath. The bedroom was stocked with ample food and drinking water, and all sorts of medicines were available, but they had long since fallen into a coma, completely unaware of the situation outside, struggling endlessly in a mire of pain. This feeling, like being torn apart and sewn back together, lasted for a full 3 days. When she opened her eyes again, Lin Qianhuan felt an unshakable pain and burning sensation in her bones, and her whole body was weak and powerless. She struggled to grab the bread by her bed, stuffing a few pieces into her mouth, followed by a box of milk to regain her strength, and only then did she start to regain her senses. Clenching her fists, the familiar strength returned to her body once more. Chapter 13. Let me stay at your house. In her previous life, it was her spiritual abilities that dragged her back from the brink of death time and time again, and in this life, she would rely on her abilities to protect her family. Nervously, she opened the locked bedroom door and suddenly collided with two bearded faces, startling her to step back 2 paces and gasp in surprise. What's wrong with you two? Why is there no sound at all? Lin Qianhuan coughed awkwardly and draped a thin blanket over Lin Qianhuan. We woke up more than half an hour before you, but we were afraid of disturbing your awakening of powers, so we didn't dare knock on the door. Upon hearing this, a smile immediately spread across Lin Qianhuan's face. The three of them had all been in a coma for a full 3 days before awakening, which meant you both awakened your powers, right? Those who had been drenched in the blood rain would mutate into zombies at 12 a.m. on February 26. Only those with abilities and evolved ones would remain in a coma for 3 days before awakening. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng exchanged a glance, barely able to hide their joy as they nodded. I awakened the gold element power, and my older brother awakened the wind element power. Lin Wansheng stroked his scruffy chin, relieved. Finally, we have the ability to protect you. The weight in Lin Qianhuan's heart finally lifted. This was so much better than she had expected. After all, in her previous life, neither of her brothers had awakened their abilities, but in this life, it was clear that heaven favored the three of them more. Before she could celebrate, a shrill scream pierced through the thick glass windows and echoed into the room. Lin Qianhuan frowned and ran to the window, pulling the curtain open a crack to look outside. A frantic woman had somehow ended up in the street, with 2 or 3 zombies wildly chasing after her, screams and cries mixing together in a constant din. Help me, someone save me. Help! The woman stumbled along the deserted street, her cries for help receiving no response and instead attracting even more zombies' attention. Lin Qianhuan stood quietly by the window. The newly mutated zombies had stiff limbs, and aside from being a bit stronger, they posed no real threat to humans. As long as one was not scared into weakness by their frightening faces. It was actually very easy to shake off their pursuit. And this woman happened to have committed a grave taboo, because zombies are extremely sensitive to sound. The louder she shouted, the more fiercely the zombies would chase after her. But ordinary people had never seen such monstrous scenes, so fear and panic were understandable. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng were not soft-hearted people. Besides Lin Qianhuan, the lives and deaths of anyone else were of no concern to them. Therefore, the two did not stay by the window for long, but instead went into the kitchen together to prepare breakfast for Lin Qianhuan. Sandwiches, hot milk, and sugar twists were quickly laid out on the dining table, and the screams outside were soon replaced by chewing and low growls. Huan, come eat. Coming. Hearing her second brother's call, Lin Qianhuan ran down the stairs in her slippers, slamming her mouth on the sandwich in front of her. She was very hungry. The appetite of an ability user and an evolved person was at least 2 to 3 times larger than that of an ordinary survivor, and the bread she had eaten when she first woke up had already been digested. Let's not go out in the next few days. The government will send troops to wipe out the zombies, and the streets will be chaotic. Going out could easily result in being accidentally injured. Lin Qianhuan swallowed the bite of her sandwich, but a sense of desolation crept into her heart. After the zombie outbreak, the ones most killed or injured were not the ordinary people who had yet to awaken their abilities, but rather the soldiers and volunteers who charged to the front. They built a solid fortress with their own bodies, blocking the steps of the zombies with flesh and blood, only to end up achieving nothing. Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement, and after finishing breakfast, he hurried to the monitoring room to turn on all the surveillance cameras around the villa, carefully examining the situation outside. After Lin Wansheng cleaned up the dishes on the table, he started to browse the news online, but was so disgusted by the bloody photos and report videos that he felt like vomiting up his breakfast. Lin Qianhuan had nothing to do, so she opened her phone and saw that someone had at her in the villa owners group. She lightly touched the screen to open the chat box, and after seeing what the person who had at her wrote, she let out a sarcastic hum. 14 Desert Cloud at 36 Huan Villa number 36, your wall is so high, can I bring my family to live at your place? 01 Flower Not Flower at 36 Huan I want to go too. Villa number 36 was renovated for more than half a month not long ago. It must be much sturdier than our houses. 13 Love to eat pineapple, so terrifying. I woke up and 3 days have already passed. Outside is all monsters that eat people. I almost thought I woke up dead and went to hell. 33 World Peace. Did you all see the woman outside who got bitten? She's just a pile of bones now, it's terrifying. Lin Qianhuan watched them quarreling back and forth, not speaking in the group, but there were always some persistently crazy people at ing her. 14 Desert Cloud at 36 Juan. Did you see my message? Don't play blind, I'll pay you if necessary. 14 Desert Cloud at 36 Juan. At 36 Juan. At 36 Juan. Hurry up and reply. 14 Desert Cloud at 36 Juan. Would 200 a day be enough? Come to my house to pick me up and help me move some luggage. The group was being spammed by his messages alone. Lin Qianhuan frowned, wanting to retort back, but was interrupted by another person. 26 Sheep Village Flower at 14 Desert Cloud. Can you stop spamming? Why should their home let you live there? You're talking nonsense without even having an agreement. 26 Sheep Village Flower at 14 Desert Cloud. If you keep spamming, don't blame me for greeting your whole family. Outside is full of zombies and I'm already in a bad mood. 14 Desert Cloud, what does it have to do with you? Why are you so nosy? 26 Sheep Village Flower, I enjoy it. If you're not happy, come to Villa number 26 and I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Qianhuan was amused by the resident of Villa number 26 and put down her phone to head to the monitoring room on the first floor. Lin Qianhuan was sitting motionless in a chair, observing the surroundings. The tea in front of him had long lost its heat. How's it going? Lin Qianhuan came to stand behind him, looking at the screen divided into sections of real-time surveillance, finding a few wandering zombies that resembled headless flies. Because the zombie outbreak occurred on the early morning of the 26th, most zombies are currently locked in their homes, so there aren't too many on the streets. Lin Qianhuan recalled the horrific scenes when the army cleared zombies in her last life and sighed helplessly. During the outbreak, the first to be bitten were the relatives and friends living in the same room. When the army entered homes to kill and clear zombies, they were met with resistance from those zombie relatives. In their hearts, their family members were just sick, and the army's intention to kill living people instead of rescuing them was unbearable for anyone. They fought like crazy with the soldiers, vowing to protect their families, but were bitten in the throat by their own relatives whom they tried to protect. Chapter 14, Just Turning a Blind Eye to Death. Lin Qianhuan couldn't blame those who defended the zombies from a high ground. If it were her, if either of her two brothers turned into zombies, she wouldn't want anyone to shoot them dead on the spot. After all, they were her closest relatives. Even if they turned into soulless zombies that only knew how to eat people, humanity couldn't accept this fact overnight. Brother, you don't have to keep watching here, our walls are high enough, and there are layers of electric nets on top, neither humans nor zombies can break in. At least, that was true in the early apocalypse. Lin Qianhuan took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes tiredly. I know, but I'm still a bit anxious. He let out a slight sigh. I don't know how to protect you in the apocalypse. After thinking it over, I feel that letting you grow while I protect you is the right choice. You once said that in the last life, a Shang used his body to block a zombie for you. If there are still dangers in this life that we can't resolve, we would still choose the same. Neither your second brother nor I fear death, nor do we fear dying for you, but we do worry that if we leave, you will be alone and live in pain. Lin Qianhuan felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this. Although her mother had passed away early and her father was a ruthless beast, her life had still been happy and complete. Having two brothers who loved her deeply was the greatest blessing from heaven for her. Big brother, don't worry, as long as we're strong enough, the things you worry about will never happen. Lin Qianhuan clenched her fist slightly and suddenly thought of her bound spiritual spring system. The system still had many features that hadn't been unlocked, but she believed they would be beneficial for her. If she could unlock that mysterious spring, it might fundamentally change her and her two brothers' physiques, enhancing their abilities a level. Realizing this, Lin Qianhuan felt a fire burning fiercely in her chest. She must do everything she could to hunt zombies and seize crystal cores to secure more chances for herself and her two brothers. Seeing her full of energy, Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but chuckle. All right, the three of us have just awakened our abilities, but you're the only one who understands how to control this power. How about we go to the yard to experiment? You can teach the two of us as well. Lin Qianhuan readily agreed, quickly running to the living room to call Lin Wanshen. The three of them dressed neatly and came to a large open space in front of the villa. Humans with awakened superpowers are divided into two types, ability users and evolved beings. Ability users possess various mystical supernatural powers. The evolvers are slightly weaker, mostly having one part of their body enhanced. Lin Qianhuan awakened his wind abilities, known for their speed, which can appropriately enhance his movement speed while conjuring wind blades to kill silently. Lin Wansheng awakened his metal abilities, allowing him to metalize his body for defense or attack enemies with metal flying knives. Simply put, abilities are divided by type, but the power and focus of the same type differ depending on the user. Lin Qianhuan could only teach her two elder brothers how to activate and control their abilities, but the specific methods of using the abilities they had to explore themselves. The three practiced in the garden for a whole morning, stopping only when their abilities were exhausted and their bodies felt tired and sore. Just as they turned to enter the villa, the heavy metal gate was suddenly knocked on, making a loud banging sound. Who is it? A person or a zombie? They immediately became alert and hurried back to the monitoring room, checking the situation in front of the gate through a hidden camera in the corner. There were both men and women, old and young, a total of 5 people, frantically and anxiously banging on the metal gate, carrying simple bundles on their backs. Lin Qianhuan immediately realized something and quickly opened the WeChat group for community owners, finally understanding the identities of these people. It was the resident of Villa 14, Damo Qianhuan, who had been mentioning her. 14 Damo Qianhuan at 36 Huan. I'm bringing my parents and my wife and kids to your house for refuge. Hurry up and open the door for me. If you don't open the door, you're letting us die. Seeing that Lin Qianhuan didn't respond at all, he simply charged forward with his family. This person was betting that Lin Qianhuan would not just stand by and watch them 5 be bitten to death by zombies, using 5 lives to force her to open the door and let them in. If Lin Qianhuan opened the door, of course, they would shamelessly occupy the villa. If she didn't open the door, it would be seen as letting them die, which would naturally lead to her being isolated and scorned by the entire villa community. Who would want to bear such a crime? Damo Qianhuan's real name was Zhao Moyan. Before the apocalypse, he was the boss of a real estate company, often looking down on others with a superiority complex. He knew Lin Qianhuan was just a tenant, so he thought she was easy to bully because she had no money or power, wanting to seize Villa 36 during this critical moment. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Moyan was a rascal, owing many workers their hard-earned wages, even insulting and mocking them, completely a disgraceful social failure. But after the apocalypse came, it was these shameless people who lived the best. Because their hearts were ruthless enough, and their methods could be considered quick and decisive. Lin Qianhuan was so amused by him. She had seen many oddities, but Damo Qianhuan was unique in being so bold right at the early stage of the apocalypse. The surrounding zombies were attracted by the knocking sounds and were gradually approaching, while Zhao's family banged harder on the door, causing the zombies to move even faster. Lin Qianhuan sat in her chair watching this amusing scene, showing no intention of moving. If she wasn't afraid of attracting more distant zombies and causing trouble for herself, she even wanted to set off fireworks in the yard to help this group of people. Since they liked to gamble with their lives, let them pay a heavy price for it. Not only Lin Qianhuan was secretly observing this family, but residents in other villas were quietly watching as well. They were not only watching this farce but also observing the conduct and courage of the residents in Villa 36. Lin Qianhuan's villa was indeed eye-catching, with towering walls and solar panels on the roof making everyone in the villa community envious. If she takes one step back, then what awaits is the malice of the entire villa district. So she cannot retreat, and must also kill the entire Damo Qianhuan family, to properly warn the surrounding monkeys who are itching for action. Inside the heavy metal door, there was not a single sound in response. Zhao Moyan and his wife, child, and parents were all panicking, unsure whether to keep knocking or hurry back home while the zombies had not yet arrived. They did want to use their lives to force Lin Qianhuan to open the door, but never thought that they might actually lose their lives here. Chapter 15, Freeze to Death You Bastard. Damn it, open the door. Your villa is so big, what's wrong with us moving in? Open the door. Exactly, we're not refusing to pay, hurry up and open the door. Do you want to watch us get bitten to death by zombies? Open the door quickly. Let us in, help us, open the door, help. The zombies were getting closer step by step, with less than 5 meters left between them. The rotten, smelly odor hit them hard, making people shiver. The heavy metal door still showed no signs of opening. Zhao Moyan swallowed hard, and could only lead his family to run madly towards their own villa. He wanted to find a safe villa to live in, but did not want to give up his own life. Damn it, cold-blooded bastards, you all deserve to die for not saving us. Zhao Moyan ran at the front, completely ignoring where his wife, child, and elderly parents were at this moment. Zhao's father and mother were old and weak. Even though the two villas were only about 100 meters apart, they still couldn't support such frantic running. Son, wait for me. Zhao's father's hoarse plea echoed as he stretched out his hand wanting Zhao Moyan to pull him, but the zombie behind him did not allow him that chance. Sharp claws tore through his back, claws suddenly grabbed his heart from behind, and then tore hard. The cries for help abruptly stopped, the excited howls of zombies intertwined with the bloody smell, and the bloody scene made the surrounding neighbors quickly close their windows, not daring to look again. This number 36 villa truly had a cruel heart. Zhao's father's death bought enough time for the remaining 4 of the Zhao family to escape. Zhao Moyan tremblingly opened the iron gate of his home, then slumped powerlessly onto the ground. Too scary, these monsters are really too scary. Zhao's mother was the last to run in. She trembled while locking the door, but her mind was replaying the scene of her old man having his heart ripped out. Son, you're dad. Her teeth chattered, and the words she spoke were broken and intermittent. Zhao Moyan didn't care about this. He took a moment on the ground, then got up and returned to the sofa in the villa to rest. If my dad hadn't been caught by those zombies, our whole family would have been finished. He did this to protect us, don't think too much about it, Mom. He drank the last bottle of mineral water in the fridge in one go. damn it, this number 36 villa actually dared to shut us out, and killed my dad. One day I will kill those little bastards. He smashed the empty mineral water bottle hard against the wall, took out his phone, and continued to passionately speak in the group chat. His voice in the group chat was unbearable. Lin Qianhuan huddled on the sofa in the monitoring room, watching the messages in the group. Yang Cune Jihua was still cursing back and forth with the Mo Xiangyun, while other neighbors either stayed silent or secretly criticized the residents of number 36 villa for being inhumane. 01 Hua Fei Hua, watching the zombies come and still unwilling to let people in. Is your house so precious that the yard can't even let people hide for a bit? 25 Chunmuan Luelvi, to be honest, that old man died a tragic death, just because the family at 36 didn't save him. TSK. 14 de Mo Xiangyun, if it weren't for the fact that 36 villa wouldn't open the door, my dad wouldn't have died. Inhumane bastards. Don't be too sad, some people really have black hearts and no humanity. They don't help their neighbors, and instead, they cause others to die. It's truly disgusting. Lin Qianhuan was disgusted by this group of people. They sounded pleasant, but it was only because the fire hadn't reached them yet. You are so kind and generous, why don't you invite them to stay at your house? When that old man was bitten by a zombie, why didn't you go out to save him? Are you shouting morals at your dad and me here? Believe it or not, I can break your window at midnight and freeze you to death, you jerk. I didn't agree to let you stay at my house, yet you come knocking at my door. Isn't it just wanting to feed your family to zombies? Don't you know why your dad died? Isn't it because you insisted on taking him out? When you met zombies, you ran fast, but when your dad called for help, you acted like you couldn't hear him. You are indeed a great filial son. Now your dad is dead because of your filial piety, right? Some people in the group don't think I don't know what you are planning, playing the moral high ground here. Who dies and who is right, huh? If you dare to talk back, I'll come to your house at midnight and cut your throat to feed the zombies. In the end, you'll be the one who is right in the whole villa area. Whoever dares to say another word, just wait and see if I kill you. Lin Qianhuan unleashed her anger, making the previously lively homeowner group fall into silence. Now the world is already in chaos. Most of the homeowners living in Silver Bay Garden are wealthy families from Yunqing, and naturally, they have access to information that ordinary people don't. They understand that the large-scale outbreak of zombies is probably irreversible, and they can also glimpse a bit of the future chaos. If someone really took action and killed someone at this time, the authorities wouldn't be able to do much about it anyway. Lin Qianhuan had never spoken in the group, which made them think she was easy to bully, so they dared to stand on the moral high ground to criticize her. Now, after hearing her threat, very few dared to poke their heads out again. Looking at these bullies who are afraid of strength, Lin Qianhuan snorted coldly, locked her phone, and placed it on the table. Now they could argue about the safety of the villa, but when the water and power are cut off in the future, they will have even more noise to make. When the time comes, the finger-pointing won't just be at her. Any other residents who show their wealth will become eyesores to those short on water and food. At that time, the true meaning of the apocalypse will just be beginning. Lin Qianhuan sat in the monitoring room, watching the number of zombies outside the villa, which only totaled less than 10. It wasn't difficult for 3 people to clean them up. But she didn't plan to take her older brother and second brother out. The high walls and electric fences of Villa 36 were already enough to make the other residents envious. If they demonstrated extraordinary ability by clearing all the zombies, it would definitely attract more trouble. She imagined that when the other residents saw their capabilities, their little plots would start clicking, calculating how to make Villa 36 the security guard for Silver Bay Garden. Thinking of those ugly faces, Lin Qianhuan furrowed her brow slightly, stood up, and returned to her bedroom, swiftly entering the space. The thick fog inside the space had not dissipated, and she tried to walk into the fog-covered area but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Lin Qianhuan smiled helplessly, turned around, and went to the chicken coop, scattering some food inside for feeding. Although she was eager to unlock the area shrouded in fog, the crystal cores in the zombies' heads wouldn't form until a week later. Even if she was anxious, she had to wait patiently. Current mission release: hunt 10 zombies within 24 hours. Mission reward: level 1 crystal core times 5. Would the host like to accept the mission? Lin Qianhuan raised her eyebrows slightly. Accept. Chapter 16, Tear Her to Pieces. The timing of this task from the system couldn't be more perfect. Though 5 crystal cores aren't many, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat, and she won't give up easily. Moreover, the crystal cores rewarded by the system do not require her to dig out of a zombie's brain with gloves. It's clean and hygienic. Killing just 10 zombies is fine, it's just right for her 2 brothers to practice. We definitely can't kill any of the ones in the villa area, so we have to go somewhere else. With a thought, Lin Qianhuan appeared from her space and soon arrived at the kitchen on the first floor. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng were both wearing aprons, preparing the ingredients needed for lunch. Eldest brother, second brother, can we go out this afternoon? Let's kill a few zombies to practice, and you both can get more familiar with your abilities. Lin Qianhuan grabbed a clean cucumber and took a bite, speaking a bit unclearly. Lin Qianhuan was gutting the fish in his hands but didn't miss a chance to communicate with Lin Qianhuan. Sure, but didn't you say it's not safe outside today? Are you sure we should go? Lin Wanqing agreed, yeah, there are armies hunting zombies out there. What if we get mistaken for zombies and get hurt? Lin Qianhuan also felt faint worry. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, we can just move around the eastern suburbs, the zombie density is low there, and the military is mostly concentrated in the city center where there are more zombies. They should not pay attention to us here. Seeing that Lin Qianhuan was firm, the two brothers naturally wouldn't refuse. Okay, let's set out after lunch. Getting a satisfactory answer, Lin Qianhuan turned and went back to the dining table, sitting down and opening her phone, only to find many unread messages and missed calls. She had already blocked all contact from Zhao Zhuqing, but this guy was persistent, registering a number of new phone numbers to harass her. Opening the latest unread messages, she frowned slightly at their content. This Zhao Zhuqing really has a few screws loose. Huan, where are you now? I've awakened my abilities, and I will protect you. I know I didn't value you enough before and did some things that made you misunderstand me, but I will definitely treat you well in the future. Can you give me another chance? I know you might not be willing to talk to me now, but if you have any danger or difficulties, you must tell me. If you need anything, just let me know. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will rush to help you. Lin Qianhuan scrolled through the unread messages with a cold face, her expression growing worse. What kind of trick is this Zhao Zhuqing playing again? Just a while ago, they had a falling out on WeChat, and now he's suddenly acting all sentimental. It really leaves her speechless. In her previous life, he had been so disdainful after awakening his powers. If she hadn't successfully awakened her psychic abilities, he would probably not have even given her a second glance. But in this life, he probably does not know that she has also awakened her abilities. Why is he still coming back? Lin Qianhuan rubbed her slightly aching temples. For Zhao Zhuqing, who was extremely self-interested, everything he did had a purpose. But now that the apocalypse has come, money has turned to waste paper. What could she possibly have that he would want? It seems that it is not only she who has undergone a huge change, Zhao Zhuqing has also deviated from his original path. Lin Qianhuan suppressed the doubts in her heart. No matter how sweetly he spoke, she wouldn't fall for it again. Once blind was enough, how could there be a second time? Asterisk. In the western suburbs, at the Phoenix community. Zhao Zhuqing and Chen Tianjing sat on the sofa, staring at their phones, terrified of missing any message or call, but they waited with no response. Didn't you say Lin Qianhuan was devoted to me? I'm saying such nice things, and she still doesn't react at all. Zhao Zhuqing looked at Chen Tianjing with more resentment in his eyes, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could squash a fly. I don't know either. It was written like that in the dream. Could it be that because I had this dream, the butterfly effect changed everything? Chen Tianjing was also puzzled. She really couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. Zhao Zhuqing and she borrowed money online to stock up on supplies while reinforcing the doors and windows of their house, preparing as much as they could for the apocalypse. But supplies expire and spoil. Even though they were stockpiling canned goods and other long-lasting items, there would come a day when they would become inedible. At that time, Lin Qianhuan's bracelet became their last support. I awakened earth-based powers, and you awakened healing powers, but there is not a single space-based ability. Zhao Zhuqing angrily punched the sofa and irritably threw his phone aside. Are you sure that space won't be contracted by Lin Qianhuan in advance? He glanced sideways at Chen Tianjing, his eyes filled with doubt. Of course, brother Zhuqing. That bracelet was the last memory left to her by Lin Qianhuan's mother. How could she bear to smash it and drip blood on it? In the dream, she carefully wrapped the bracelet in a towel and tucked it into the backpack's inner pocket. If it weren't for you and her wanting it, that bracelet would surely have been buried forever. Chen Tianjing naturally felt Zhao Zhuqing's change in attitude towards her, but she didn't dare to confront this man. She was just a healing ability user without any offensive power. Without Zhao Zhuqing's protection, she could very well be among the first to die in the apocalypse. That's good. Once I get her bracelet, I will tear her apart and feed her to the zombies. Zhao Zhuqing's eyes were filled with cruelty, but his loud voice attracted zombies wandering in the corridor. A loud banging on the door echoed, startling the two into retreating to the bedroom. Even their breathing slowed down as much as possible. Brother Zhuqing, you are an earth-based power user. You go out and kill that zombie. Chen Tianjing trembled as she shrank into the corner of the bed, casting a pleading look at Zhao Zhuqing. Zhao Zhuqing swallowed nervously. His situation wasn't any better than hers. That thing looks so disgusting. What if it injures me? Aren't you also a power user? Why don't you go? A flicker of disgust flashed in Chen Tianjing's eyes. No wonder this Zhao Zhuqing had always been a bullied coward in the book. He had awakened his powers but still lacked the courage to face zombies. This guy can be the male lead? It's truly disgusting. She came from another world and didn't idolize Zhao Zhuqing like the original owner. Instead, she despised his snobbishness and bullying of the weak. But he is the male lead, and for her future wealth and glory, she had to endure and support this useless man. She really couldn't understand how such a man received so much affection from women in the story. The two lay on the same bed, each with their own secret intentions. Asterisk. Lunch was devoured like a whirlwind, and Lin Qianhuan took out the stab-proof suits and various weapons bought in advance from the space. Though they were power users, they were still flesh and blood. If a zombie grabbed or bit them, they would still be injured and mutated. Chapter 17, Exchange for Basic Spirit Spring. The reinforced off-road vehicle looked somewhat bulky, like it was wearing a turtle shell, but sitting inside gave them a full sense of security. Lin Qianhuan sat in the back seat, with several steel bars welded into the windows. Even if the glass broke accidentally, the zombies outside couldn't hurt the people inside the vehicle. Big brother, let's just find a place with few people to stop. The zombies will naturally come to us once they smell us. 3. Lin Qianhuan stared at the window without blinking and eventually chose a gas station. The east suburb was originally sparsely populated, and now, after the outbreak of the zombie virus, it was even harder to see any human shadows, but instead, the number of zombies had increased. The three of them got out of the car and walked towards the convenience store at the gas station. They were well stocked now and had no intention of competing with ordinary people for resources, they were merely approaching the convenience store to kill the trapped zombies inside. Gas stations are usually open 24 hours, with staff always on duty, but unfortunately, the workers at this gas station hadn't made it home before encountering misfortune. Perhaps having heard the noise, the zombies trapped inside the convenience store suddenly became agitated, violently crashing against the not-so-sturdy glass door. Lin Qianhuan raised her eyes and saw 3 zombies inside. 2 of them were relatively intact, while the third had only half of its body left, yet it was still twisting its decaying body, relentlessly smashing against the glass door. Lin Qianhuan pressed his lips together, tightening his grip on the tang knife. It seems only 2 have mutated, but the third employee was knocked down before he could react. Half of his body was devoured, but because he hadn't died completely, he was infected by the virus, turning into a monster of the same kind. Living this way, even if he died, his soul would remain incomplete. Lin Qianhuan didn't want to continue watching. Her mental strength radiated to all parts of her body, slowly wrapping around the handle of the tang knife according to her will. Psychic abilities are extraordinarily rare, and their strength varies. Weaker psychics can only manipulate simple objects, but powerful psychics can condense their mental strength into a physical form, capable of both offense and defense, making them a precious asset on the battlefield. Even though she had been reborn, her abilities had to start from scratch, but her control over those abilities would surely be 100 times stronger than that of an ordinary ability user. Under her control, the tang knife slowly floated into the air, the sharp blade creating a surge of airflow as it attacked the leading zombie. With a soft thud, the blade pierced through the zombie's rotting head, its foul-smelling, trembling body collapsing to the ground. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng exchanged glances, sheathed the tang knife at his waist, and then activated their abilities to charge towards the zombies. But they had only awakened their abilities for a day, and their skill was still lacking. Lin Qianhuan's wind blade couldn't take shape. Under his control, it turned into tiny whirlpools, barely stirring up some dust and garbage from the ground. Lin Wancheng chose not to shape his ability but instead directly covered his arm with metal before charging towards another zombie. His metallic fist collided violently with the zombie's skull, and the next moment, brain matter splattered everywhere, drenching him in a thick, foul liquid. He froze for a moment before uncontrollably starting to retch, disregarding the cold wind around him as he took off his coat. Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but laugh at the scene. She quickly took out a brand new coat from her space and handed it to him, also twisting open a bottle of mineral water. "It's alright, second brother, you'll get used to it. After some time, once you're accustomed to it, pulling crystal cores out of zombie heads with your bare hands will be a piece of cake." Lin Wancheng imagined that scene and felt his stomach churn again, the mineral water he had just drunk coming back up. In this situation, Lin Qianhuan found it hard to help. At least her 2 brothers had the courage to face zombies, which surpassed most people. Thinking of her last life, she remembered how just looking at the zombies outside the window would make her legs turn to jelly, as if all her strength had been drained away, let alone fighting face to face with zombies. Humans instinctively have a fear of such terrifying monsters. The only way to overcome it is to slowly get used to it. Lin Qianhuan rubbed her nose and said, "You two continue to train your abilities, I'll focus on my physical fitness." She was exceptionally skilled at controlling her powers. Now, all she needed to do was to wait for her abilities to upgrade, without any need for deliberate training. But her physical strength was indeed quite weak, incapable of lifting a shoulder or bearing a load. Once her powers were exhausted, she could only wait for death. Lin Qianhuan didn't want to become a burden or a weak point for her 2 older brothers, so even though her powers were strong, she would never underestimate the importance of physical strength. The 3 of them waited for zombies to throw themselves into the net. Though the initial goal was to hunt 10 zombies, by the afternoon, the corpses piled up beside them had already exceeded 30. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng had exhausted their abilities. Their bodies felt as if all strength had been drawn out, even their faces showed a faint paleness. Lin Qianhuan was sweating profusely, her hand holding the tang knife was trembling, her stamina severely depleted. It's almost dark, let's go home. Looking at the darkening sky, Lin Qianhuan didn't want to keep wasting time, she directly opened the car door and climbed in. Zombies had keen hearing, but their vision was not so good, so nighttime was indeed a good opportunity to fight them. But not just zombies, humans' vision would also be affected at night. To ensure their safety, it was better to find a safe shelter before darkness fell. The SUV drove across the desolate road, occasionally passing abandoned vehicles in the middle of the road, with a few trapped zombies inside roaring. The already quiet night became even more desolate amid the cries. The three of them were tired, and after hastily finishing dinner with a self-heating hotpot, they washed up and returned to their rooms to rest. However, Lin Qianhuan did not forget the system's task rewards. She excitedly entered the space with her long black hair draped around her. Congratulations, host, for completing the timed task. Reward, 5 level 1 energy crystals. As the voice faded away, 5 crystal clear energy crystals appeared in Lin Qianhuan's palm. The energy crystals were the size of pigeon eggs, round yet slightly uneven, shining brilliantly under the light. System, what can 5 energy crystals unlock in this space? Lin Qianhuan asked aloud, waiting for a moment before receiving the system's reply. Can be exchanged for a basic spirit spring, which provides 1 drop of spirit spring water daily. What is the effect of spirit spring water? For external use, it promotes wound healing, for internal use, it clears internal impurities. With enough quantity, it can achieve the purpose of cleansing the marrow. Lin Qianhuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but she regretted that it was only 1 drop per day of spirit spring water. Only 1 drop a day, isn't that too little? The host can increase the level of the spirit spring. The higher the level, the more spirit spring water can be obtained daily. After hearing this, Lin Qianhuan was also satisfied, happily exchanging for the basic spirit spring, and then a small stone pit appeared before her. Chapter 18, Zhao Zhuqing becomes the fat sheep. The gray stone pit was particularly eye-catching on the green grass, and Lin Qianhuan frowned as she gestured with her hand, then somewhat speechlessly retracted it. The stone pit looked like a small bowl, only the size of a palm, and the light inside the space was good, allowing her to see a barely noticeable drop of spirit spring water at the bottom of the pit. Lin Qianhuan was vaguely worried, just leaving it like this, won't it evaporate? The host need not worry, spirit spring water is not affected by external factors, and will not evaporate or be contaminated when not in use. Upon hearing the system's response, Lin Qianhuan finally felt relieved, staring at that drop of spirit spring water for a moment before leaving the space. With just that drop, even if it dripped into her mouth, she probably wouldn't feel any effect. It was better to let it accumulate over time and take it out when there were enough for the whole family to use together. Lin Qianhuan closed her eyes happily, wrapped herself in the quilt, and instantly fell asleep. At night, the sounds of zombies' roars constantly drifted by, mixed with intermittent screams and chaotic footsteps, weaving together the bloody song of the apocalypse. The next day, Lin Qianhuan woke up early as usual. But she did not go downstairs for breakfast. Instead, she opened her phone to check the outside situation. It seemed that social media had lost its restraints, and any bloody photos or videos could be uploaded without hindrance. The survivors were on edge, only able to vent their emotions in the comment sections. Lin Qianhuan scrolled through the comments section filled with curse words. The content was basically the same, just complaints about the government and military's inaction, unable to eliminate these terrifying monsters in time. But in truth, everyone had heard the gunfire that rang out day and night. Yet, anger had to have an outlet, and they were just looking for a living target to vent their rage. Lin Qianhuan casually swiped away those complaining videos, and then she saw a familiar face. Zhao Zhuqing. In the video, he demonstrated his earth-based supernatural ability. With a flick of his finger, 2 small earth spikes appeared like magic, swaying up and down under his control. The video had already received 10,000 likes, and there were thousands of comments. Lin Qianhuan smirked sarcastically. She had seen this video in the local push notifications, proving that not just her, but many survivors in Yunqing had also seen Zhao Zhuqing's video. She clicked on his profile with great interest and couldn't help but laugh out loud after seeing the content. She knew that Zhao Zhuqing loved hearing praise and admiration from others, as these words could greatly satisfy his vanity. But Lin Qianhuan really did not expect that Zhao Zhuqing had posted photos of all kinds of supplies he had hoarded online. Canned food, bottled water, anti-inflammatory medicine, rice, flour, instant noodles, ham sausages. Before the apocalypse, these might not have been much, but now, these supplies were enough to become his death knell. This Zhao Zhuqing really doesn't want to live any longer. Lin Qianhuan zoomed in on one of the photos and saw the exterior of a residential building outside the window. Just this information from the window was enough to make Zhao Zhuqing a big target in the eyes of many. What if he was an Earth ability user? The world did not only have him awakened with powers. Lin Qianhuan put her phone down and turned her gaze outside the window, feeling a sense of perplexity inside. Why on earth did Zhao Zhuqing choose to hoard supplies in advance? Could he have also been reborn? Lin Qianhuan stroked her chin, pondering but still felt something was off. With Zhao Zhuqing's personality, if he were truly reborn, the first thing he would want to do would definitely be to seek revenge on her. After all, in his past life, he had suffered a horrific death at her hands, the pain only a few could endure. But Zhao Zhuqing did not do so. Aside from hoarding supplies, he seemed to have no changes compared to his previous life. So what exactly was the problem? Lin Qianhuan sat blankly by the window, took out her phone and continued browsing Zhao Zhuqing's video profile, carefully checking all of the works he had posted. Perhaps Zhao Zhuqing intentionally concealed this. In his works, no signs of anyone else appeared. In his videos showcasing his supernatural ability, he covered most of his face with a mask, making it hard for anyone unfamiliar with him to recognize him. Lin Qianhuan enlarged the video images and inspected them closely, finally finding some clues in a corner of one supply photo. By the edge of the sofa in this photo lay a pair of black JK-style shoes. And the only person around Zhao Zhuqing who liked wearing such clothes was Chen Tianjing. Could the problem lie with her? Lin Qianhuan was filled with doubts. Rebirth was definitely impossible. Then how did the two of them know that the apocalypse was coming and hoarded supplies? Could they have been scared by the zombie videos circulating online? But they were penniless. How could they so easily spend money to prepare for a disaster that might not even exist? Lin Qianhuan sat by the window for more than half an hour, but she couldn't think of any possible answers. She tapped her fingertips on the table, creating a rhythmic pattern. It doesn't matter, when soldiers come, I'll fight them, and when water comes, I'll cover it with dirt. If I can kill them once, I can kill them a second time. Lin Qianhuan's voice was cold, yet it carried an undeniable killing intent. As long as these two posed a threat to her and her two brothers, she would never allow them to continue living in this world. The knocking on the door broke her train of thought, and her elder brother's voice came from outside. Huan, are you up? Your second brother made wontons. Do you want to come down for a bowl? Lin Qianhuan hurriedly stood up, ran to the door, and opened her bedroom door, then dashed toward the dining room. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Lin Qianhuan followed her with some helplessness, his eyes full of affection. The wontons had thin skins and generous fillings, sprinkled with some seaweed as decoration. Lin Qianhuan drank the soup clean, satisfied and burping. Lin Wanqing timely handed her a cup of freshly brewed tea, the fragrance of the tea easing her discomfort. Today marks the 5th day since the zombie outbreak, and the news online is buzzing. I've heard that many communities have lost water and electricity. Lin Qianhuan looked at the news on his phone, his brow slightly furrowed. Lin Qianhuan wasn't surprised by this news. The zombie chaos had led to frequent accidents. The water plant and power station had been damaged to varying degrees, and holding on for 5 days was already impressive. Those who thought ahead had stocked up on supplies during the time when there was still water, while those who just waited for others to rescue them naturally became the first to suffer. Lin Wanqing nodded in response. I just discovered that we've lost water while cooking. I guess Silver Bay Garden will soon be in chaos. With water and food, everyone could live peacefully. Even if some troublemakers tried to stir things up, it would just be small conflicts. But lacking water, food, and medicine could cost lives at a critical moment. Now that the water and electricity were cut off, the leftover food from the Spring Festival was about to run out, and many survivors were pushed to go out in search of supplies. It will definitely be chaotic, and the first ones targeted will surely be our family. Chapter 19, Strange Friend Requests. Lin Qianhuan sipped her tea, the slightly bitter tea passing down her throat, then bringing a hint of sweetness. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing both looked more solemn. The villas in Silver Bay apartments didn't have particularly high walls, they could block gentlemen but not schemers. The nearly 2-meter-high railing let the wandering zombies take advantage of it. In contrast, Villa 36 boasted a 5-meter-tall wall, with an additional meter of electric fencing on top, isolating all dangers from the outside. Such a seemingly sturdy place was naturally the ideal safe haven in the hearts of most people. Moreover, with solar panels and rainwater collection systems on the roof, it was enough to drive people mad with desire. At the start of the apocalypse, the harsh words Lin Qianhuan spoke in the group might still intimidate some timid individuals. But as time passed, when people were pushed to their limits, they could do anything. Lin Qianhuan leaned back in his chair and spoke, even if our defense measures are good, we must be wary of those plotting behind our backs. From today onwards, we will take turns monitoring the surveillance room, not giving anyone a chance to take advantage. Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement, she thought the same. While the electric fence was intimidating, it was not unbreakable. If these people had any tricks to deal with the electric fence, they would have to be cautious. Moving from the dining table to the surveillance room, Lin Qianhuan snuggled in the corner of the lazy sofa and opened the homeowner group for Silver Bay Garden. Cuts in water and electricity led to a chorus of complaints, and without paying attention, unread messages could accumulate to 99+. 01 Huafei Hua, dear neighbors. Who at home has some extra water? Can you sell me some? World peace, same request for water. Not to mention daily washing, even drinking water is a problem in our home. I'm so thirsty, my throat feels like it's on fire. Love eating big pineapple, who has children's fever medicine? My daughter has a fever of 39 degrees. I'll pay any amount to buy it. Spring warmth and green willows, we have no food left at home. Can someone spare us some? Sheep Village's flower, I'd love eating big pineapple, I have a few leftover pills from my niece. How should I give them to you? Love eating big pineapple at Sheep Village's flower, thank you. I've added you. Please approve my request so we can chat privately. Lin Qianhuan lowered her head and looked at these chat records, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, and the light from the screen reflected in her dark pupils. These people can still make deals and exchange materials, but the virus is spreading wider and wider. Murdering, stealing, and plundering have become the norms of life. Today, the friendly neighbor greets with a smile, tomorrow, they might turn into enemies with knives drawn. She was about to close her phone screen and head back to the training room to exercise, but she noticed a friend request from a stranger. Hello, I would like to ask if you have extra solar panels? Can you sell me some? I can offer 20,000, is that okay? I am the owner of Villa 44. I'm very sorry, my mother has diabetes, and insulin must be kept refrigerated. If the refrigerator doesn't work, the medicine will quickly lose its effectiveness. If you think 20,000 is not enough, I can keep raising the price. Any amount is fine. Lin Qianhuan lightly tapped the screen to reply, I don't have any extra. On the other side, it seemed that the person had been waiting by the phone. Upon seeing her reply, they immediately responded, okay, sorry to bother you. Lin Qianhuan did not reply further but placed her phone down and gently closed her eyes. In fact, she still had many solar panels stored in her space, but she couldn't sell them to Villa 44. Giving them to him would reveal that she still had solar panels. With the water and power cut off, the other owners would naturally want them, and if she didn't sell to others, she would become the enemy of the villa area. Although Villa 36 had already begun to be isolated by the other residents of Silver Bay Garden, she did not want to bring more trouble upon herself. Inside Villa 44. The man wearing black-rimmed glasses placed his phone on the table, his face gloomy, with a spine-chilling smile at the corner of his lips. Behind him stood a man about the same age, sharpening a dagger on a whetstone, the blade shining with a cold light. Bro, do you really think Villa 36 doesn't have extra solar panels? The glasses man casually picked up a well-sharpened dagger, half squinting as he spoke. I acted so pitifully, and she still said no. That probably means she really doesn't have any. However, he sneered, and the dagger in his hand was thrown and struck the standing full-length mirror in the corner. The mirror shattered with a crash, the trembling shards reflecting his terrifying face. No extra solar panels, but doesn't her roof have plenty? Since she won't give them, we can only take them ourselves. The man standing behind the glasses man also chuckled, right, but the wall of Villa 36 is so high, and there's an electric fence. How can we get in? The glasses man licked his back teeth, we indeed can't get in, but will they stay inside forever? As long as those three go out to search for supplies, they will never return home again. But just the two of us, can we really handle all three of them? That woman is easy to deal with, but those two men are tall and big, they clearly aren't easy opponents. The man sharpening the knife hesitated, he wanted those solar panels but also cared about his safety. The glasses man frowned at him, his eyes revealing undisguised disdain. What are you afraid of? Your brother is a fire-type ability user, even though you haven't awakened your abilities, you are still a speed evolutionist. Are you really saying we can't beat those two men and one woman? Can't you open your eyes and take a look? They went out in a car yesterday, a modified off-road vehicle. They were out for a whole afternoon, so they must have returned loaded with supplies. Hearing the glasses-wearing man's words, the knife-sharpening man's eyes lit up. So, does that mean we can get not only solar panels but also a safe and sturdy house, a modified off-road vehicle, and plenty of supplies? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if these items were already within reach, and he could simply wave his hand to get them. The glasses-wearing man also smiled, his rough hands rubbing together in slight excitement. Yeah, if we kill those three, all of this will be ours. Lin Qianhuan was unaware of the two men's conspiracy, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. After awakening her abilities, she felt invincible. To her, they were just clowns. Entering the space, she reached out and took a few warm eggs from the chicken coop, scattering some grains to calm the angry hens. Raising some living things is actually quite interesting. She pointed at a rooster's comb, and it flapped its wings and ran away, stirring up a little breeze. Seeing herself making no fun, Lin Qianhuan stood up and walked to the stone pit, staring blankly at the two drops of spiritual spring merging together. Chapter 20, Refusing the Task. Current task issued, please obtain at least one level 1 crystal core within 24 hours. Task reward, level 1 crystal core times 10. Does the host accept the task? Lin Qianhuan felt a bit confused, the crystal cores in the zombies' brains were not yet formed. Where could she find a level 1 crystal core? As she pondered, a light bulb went off in her head, and she suddenly jumped up from the grass. Right. The appearance of zombies had long been predicted. Although the virus broke out on a large scale after February 26, there were still some appearances earlier. Those zombies that appeared ahead of time must have already formed their crystal cores. Just as Lin Qianhuan wanted to accept the task, she hesitated a bit in her heart. Finding those zombies that appeared before the apocalypse was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Searching for a zombie with a crystal core in the tide of corpses and having to waste time extracting the crystal core was simply too dangerous. 10 level 1 crystal cores were indeed tempting, but she didn't want to take such great risks. Lin Qianhuan replied, I refuse. Refusing to accept the task will cause the system to randomly block an area. Does the host accept the task? So you're trying to force me into this, right? Lin Qianhuan was furious, her anger rising. Currently, the only unlocked areas she had were the warehouse and the spiritual spring. 1 drop of spiritual spring per day was fine, but if the system locked the warehouse, the 20 square meters of grass in the space couldn't hold her stock of supplies. The system did not respond to her question but continued to ask, does the host accept the task? Lin Qianhuan gritted her teeth in frustration, forcing out a few words, I accept. She flashed out of the space, collapsing onto her bed, wrapping herself in the quilt like a silkworm cocoon. Thinking she could lie low at home for a while, she never expected the spiritual spring system to give her no opportunity at all. Looking for zombies with crystal cores in the suburbs would surely not work, so she could only take a chance in the city center. She sighed deeply, sat up, got dressed, and opened the door to go downstairs, running into Lin Wanqing on the stairs. Seeing her fully armed appearance, Lin Wanqing furrowed his brows in confusion. Where are you going? He was holding a plate of freshly cut fruit, clearly intending to take it to her bedroom. Lin Qianhuan popped a piece of pineapple into her mouth. It was sweet and sour, especially delicious. I'm planning to go to the city center for a while. Before the virus massively spread, the mutated zombies' crystal cores in their brains should have already formed. I plan to look for them. As she spoke, she went down the stairs but was blocked by Lin Wanqing. He looked displeased. Are you going alone? Lin Qianhuan nodded. Yes, you and the older brother are not skilled enough in controlling your powers. The city center is too dangerous, and I can't be at ease taking both of you. She had rich practical experience and was more skilled in her powers. Even if she encountered danger, she could escape in time. But her 2 brothers were not like that. She didn't want them to get hurt. Lin Wanqing sighed heavily, quickly ran down the stairs, placed the fruit tray heavily on the coffee table, and then walked into the monitoring room. Lin Qianhuan's hand had just touched the villa's security door when suddenly someone yanked her collar and pulled her down onto the sofa. She turned her head in panic and saw her older brother's cold, frosty face. Repeat what you told the second brother. He looked at Lin Qianhuan with sharp eyes, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she still dared not say them. Ahem, what I mean is, the city center is too dangerous. It's more convenient for me to escape alone. She smiled awkwardly and cast a somewhat resentful glance at the second brother who had reported her. He glanced at her provocatively and then quickly looked away. Lin Qianhuan slammed the table hard, but afterwards, he regretted it a bit, sighed helplessly, and spoke gently. Do you think your second brother and I are holding you back? Lin Qianhuan shook her head vigorously. I didn't mean that, I just don't want you two to take risks with me. Have you asked us about our wishes? Have you asked us whether we're more afraid of risking ourselves, or more afraid of you getting hurt where we can't see? Lin Qianhuan's voice wasn't loud, and Lin Qianhuan opened her mouth, hesitating to say, I know you two are worried about me, but... The observing Lin Wanqing intervened, no buts. In the eyes of me and your older brother, your safety is always the top priority. If you go to such a dangerous place in the city center alone, have you thought about how anxious we would be at home? We may not be skilled at using our powers, but we can protect you when you are in danger. We won't just be stuck in the villa, helplessly worried. Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement. Isn't your rich practical experience gained from fighting through mountains of corpses? You only care about protecting your second brother and me, but what we want is never a safe life, but the strength to protect you. Lin Qianhuan bit her lip and said, I was too cautious, I won't be like this again in the future. She focused on protecting her 2 brothers but forgot that in their hearts, her safety was far more important than their lives. Then you two pack up, let's go together. Hearing her say this, the 2 brothers were barely satisfied and went upstairs to quickly get dressed, grabbing their tang swords and hurriedly heading to the garage. Lin Qianhuan helplessly sat in the passenger seat, watching the road while pondering where the targeted zombies were most likely to appear. She felt that the hospital was more likely. After all, before the virus's massive outbreak, survivors who had been bitten by zombies were sent to the hospital for treatment. But now, the hospital was essentially a zombie lair. Anyone brave enough to enter, no matter how strong, had to be prepared for no bones left. After all, an entire corridor of zombies crazily surging towards people made it basically a pipe dream to escape the hospital without getting hurt. But where else could one find zombies that had already formed crystal cores? Lin Qianhuan stroked her chin, planning to go to places crowded with zombies to try her luck. After all, zombies with crystal cores would definitely be much more agile than those without. If observed carefully, they could be discovered in time. She just wanted to retract her gaze and tell her brother to drive the car to the shopping street in the city center, but a dull thud came from above, like a heavy object falling from a great height. The SUV shook violently a few times, then began to sway from side to side. If it weren't for Lin Qianhuan driving steadily enough, the car would have surely lost control and crashed into the flower bed on the roadside. What's going on? Lin Qianhuan tensed up all over, looked up at the roof of the car, and met a pair of murky, all-black eyes. It's a zombie. Judging by the intensity of the car's recent shaking, this guy must have jumped down from a building by the roadside. Falling from such a height without needing any time to buffer before climbing to the car window to attack means that this zombie should not be underestimated. Lin Qianhuan curled her lips. It certainly came too easily, and this guy might just be the target she was searching for. Chapter 21, Teaching You How to Kill. Big brother, stop the car. The strength of this zombie should not be underestimated. The intensity of the car's movement could not shake him off, and it was easy to cause an accident. Lin Qianhuan slammed on the brakes, but inertia had no effect on this zombie. He tightly gripped the steel bar in front of the car window, as foul-smelling saliva dripped down from his sharp fangs, then he swung his fist hard at the gap in the car window. He wants to smash the car window. Lin Wanqing anxiously tried to pull Lin Qianhuan from the dangerous passenger seat to the back row, but in the next moment, a crack appeared in the solid car window. The SUV had been modified all over, and the windows were also made of high-grade bulletproof and explosion-proof glass, but to this zombie, it was no different from an ordinary car window. Lin Wanqing and Lin Qianhuan both got out of the car to attract the attention of the zombie. Sure enough, the fresh blood and flesh exposed to the air were more tempting to him. His clenched fist slowly relaxed, and the zombie stood up from the roof of the car, stiffly moving its joints. Crack, crack, the blood-stained clothes had dried in the wind, giving off a nauseating stench. Caw-caw, roar. The zombie emitted disjointed and meaningless sounds from its throat, unhesitatingly charging at Lin Qianhuan, who was closest to him. The sharp fangs and claws were blocked by the back of Lin Qianhuan's Tang Dao, and rotten, falling scalp flew down with its attacking motion. Lin Qianhuan took the opportunity to get out of the passenger seat. She instantly activated her supernatural power, wrapping the rotting body with an invisible tendril of mental energy, immobilizing him. Second brother. Cut off his head. Lin Qianhuan's Tang Dao collided with the zombie's fangs and claws, producing a clinking sound of metal friction. Now only Lin Wanqing could launch an attack. Hearing Lin Qianhuan's urging, Lin Wanqing raised the Tang Dao and swung it fiercely at the zombie's head. The blade went shoo into the weak neck, and the stinking blood instantly splattered out. Lin Wanqing bit his teeth and pulled hard. Immediately, the zombie's head separated from its body, and the claws that had been struggling to attack suddenly stopped. With a heavy thud, the three of them finally relaxed their tense bodies. Lin Qianhuan raised her hand to rub her head. This zombie was obviously much stronger than ordinary zombies. Moreover, her supernatural ability was currently only at level 1, and turning it into mental tendrils was still somewhat taxing. Lin Qianhuan stepped forward to support her, a worried look on his face. How are you? Lin Qianhuan shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit depleted of mental energy. A short rest will be enough. After speaking, she took the axe and stepped forward, putting on gloves before smashing it down onto the zombie's head. The skull shattered, and three colors red, yellow, and black mixed together, giving off a nauseating smell. Lin Qianhuan reached her hand into the zombie's head and, upon feeling a familiar shape of a stone, her anxious heart finally eased a bit. By accident, she really completed the task assigned by the system, and the reward crystal core should be enough for her to upgrade her spirit spring once. Putting the crystal core into her space, Lin Qianhuan crouched down to carefully examine the lifeless zombie body. Compared to those zombies that mutated after the Red Rain, this zombie's body was clearly harder, and its speed and strength were much stronger than those low-level zombies. The usual decay of ordinary zombies was generally severe, but the one in front of her only had slight signs of decay on the skin's surface, while the flesh and blood showed no large-scale signs of rot. What causes the difference? Is it because of the different viruses that led to their mutation? Lin Qianhuan thought of that Red Rain that seemed to be pre-planned, and her confusion grew increasingly intense. Now, the sudden appearance of large-scale zombies all mutated through the Red Rain, but what did the zombies that appeared before the Red Rain come into contact with to get infected by the virus? She was puzzled but had no clues. Taking off her blood-stained gloves and throwing them into the trash can by the roadside, Lin Qianhuan waved her hand at her two brothers. Mission accomplished, let's go home. The three of them moved towards the off-road vehicle together but were suddenly blocked by a black sedan. Two men got out of the car, one holding a crowbar and the other carrying a sharp dagger at his waist. You all came out, do you want to live to go back? The man speaking, wearing black-framed glasses, was a resident of Villa 44, and his brother, holding the crowbar behind him, was his own sibling. Lin Qianhuan searched her memory for their figures but found no match. Who are you two? The man with the black frames adjusted his glasses, looking confident and relaxed as he leaned against the car door. My name is Lu Yingshu, a resident of Villa 44, and this is my brother. Lin Qianhuan instantly thought of that friend request, her eyes flashing with understanding. No wonder he spoke so politely in the application message, it seems he was just trying to probe her intentions, right? Oh. Lin Qianhuan didn't want to entangle with the two further, stepping forward only to be blocked by a flame. If she hadn't instinctively raised a mental barrier, that flame might have already spread across her body. You're looking for death. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing instantly erupted in fury, drawing their tang knives and attacking Lu Yingshu without even thinking about sparing his life. Ha, an ordinary person dares to fight against a capable one? Do you think you have a death wish? Lu Yingshu's eyes were filled with disdain as he awakened his abilities, the flames in his palm grew larger, and his smile turned increasingly sinister. The villa. The generator. The off-road vehicle. And countless resources, now all of this belongs to him. Lin Qianhuan stood aside, watching the show, with no intention of intervening. These two losers could be dealt with by her older brother and second brother, she just needed to stand aside and watch the drama. Just as she was about to find a sunny place to stand, a gust of wind suddenly came from behind, and a crowbar appeared in her sight. Lin Qianhuan's fingertips twitched slightly, and the ability barrier immediately rose up, blocking the man's attack. The crowbar was also shaken away by the immense force, and the man trying to sneak attack stumbled back a few steps, gripping his arm and gritting his teeth in pain. If you want to pull off a sneak attack, you should consider whether you have the ability. A frost formed in Lin Qianhuan's eyes as she drew her tang knife, exuding a chilling killing intent. Today, I'll teach you how to kill. She charged forward with the knife, but the man turned to flee, only to find his feet rooted by a formless power, rendering him unable to move. His pupils constricted in fear, as the cold light flashed, his head fell with a thud, rolling to Lu Yingshu's feet. Ah! Brother! Lu Yingshu was overwhelmed fighting against two, doing his best to cope. His body was added with many bloody scars, and he was planning to find an opportunity to flee in a car, but he saw the head of his own younger brother rolling down. The three of them, they really dared to kill. I will kill you, I want to kill you. Lu Yingshu shouted frantically, but blood suddenly gushed out from his throat, and the curse he wanted to shout was choked back because of his leaking neck. Chapter 22, He Must Be a Scam Merchant. Lin Qianhuan stood with his arms crossed, successfully using wind blades. A tiny breeze cut Lu Yingshu's throat. How could this? Lu Yingshu held his neck and fell down, his eyes filled with disbelief. Aren't they three ordinary people? Why is this happening? The villa and luxury cars turned into illusory bubbles, and the heart that tried to harm others ultimately backfired onto him and his brother. It shouldn't be this way, he was an ability user, and his brother was also an evolved person. How could this happen? Lin Qianhuan stood quietly beside, with no waves in her heart. Wanting something without matching strength only leads to death in the apocalypse. Stuff their bodies into the trunk of that car, they will be our best tools to establish authority. Lin Qianhuan grabbed the hair of the man with the crowbar, lifting his head and throwing it into the trunk of the black car. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing worked together to lift the two bodies into the car, and the trunk was slammed shut with a bang, hiding the faces of the two who could not close their eyes in death. Qianhuan, I'll drive, you and your brother sit in the front. Lin Wanqing stepped into the black car and started the engine, the SUV leading the way, crashing through the gathering zombie horde, then speeding away. After entering Huayuan, they parked the SUV back in the garage, and the three of them worked together to drag the two mutilated bodies out of the trunk and throw them in front of Villa number 44. Hearing the engine's roar, many people were already hiding behind windows, naturally also seeing the two bodies. Lin Qianhuan took out her phone and snapped two photos, quickening her pace to dodge the approaching zombies, and returned to Villa number 36. She tapped on the screen with her fingertips, sending the bloody photos to the owner group. Due to recent power outages, although the internet was still normal, there were significantly fewer people speaking in the group. Resident of Villa number 44, attempted murder and robbery of our villa and supplies, has been dealt with by us. Please those who wish to imitate think carefully about your own capabilities. The two photos were like bombs thrown into a pond, creating huge splashes. Aren't they unsuccessful? Why did you kill them? We are all neighbors, do you really have to take lives? They just wanted to live a bit better, what's wrong with that? Do you think you are very powerful like this? You are nothing but a vile murderer. Once the apocalypse is over, I will definitely call the police to arrest you. The people of Villa number 44 brought this on themselves, didn't they? Villa number 36 just retaliated normally, why does it become evil here? Calm down everyone, why the noise? There is cause and effect. The two brothers of number 44 had caused a lot of trouble before the apocalypse, and they are still unsettled after it began, they deserve to die. Lin Qianhuan looked down at the screen, quietly beginning to watch the drama unfold. The Lu brothers owned a chain of restaurants before the apocalypse, and they were quite famous in Yunqing, making a lot of money. But due to greed, the ingredients used in their restaurants became increasingly poor, with all kinds of additives poured in without care, and rotten vegetables and fruits were processed and served normally. Many customers got sick after eating at their restaurant. But they not only refused to admit it, but even countersued the customers, claiming that they were defaming them. Not only that, but these two had committed many crimes, yet due to their connections, they were quickly suppressed, paying a little money to settle the matter, completely disregarding human life. Before the apocalypse, they had high-ranking officials backing them. Wasn't it enough for those two to cause trouble? Now it's all about ability, not the so-called connections from before. They could harm others, but should their opponents not be allowed to fight back? You're wrong in saying that. No matter what, the police are there. The actions of Villa 36 are simply irresponsible with human lives. Is it reasonable to kill recklessly? The world is so chaotic because of people like this. Exactly. Why did the Liu brothers take action? Isn't it because the people from Villa 36 are stingy? If they were willing to share their solar panels and supplies, wouldn't there be no trouble? Agreed. They're living comfortably, without worrying about zombies knocking on their door at midnight, yet they watch us live in dire straits and won't even lend a hand. What a stroke of bad luck to live in the same community as such people. Lin Qianhuan tapped out a message on her screen. Anyone who speaks ill of me, I've seen it all. Just wait, tonight I'll send you a big gift. The bodies found at Villa 44 indeed gave these people a huge shock. They dared not really confront Lin Qianhuan and could only act tough with their words. But Lin Qianhuan wasn't a soft persimmon to be squeezed. After letting these people speak freely for so long, it was time to give them 2 resounding slaps. Having said that, Lin Qianhuan ignored the uproar in the group, put down her phone, and entered the space. Now, she had a total of 11 level 1 crystal cores. She wondered how far she could upgrade the spiritual spring. System, how many crystal cores are needed to upgrade the spiritual spring again? To exchange for a middle grade spiritual spring requires 50 level 1 crystal cores. The host does not have enough crystal cores. Please continue to work hard. Lin Qianhuan had a few lines of black sweat sliding down her forehead, feeling somewhat speechless. So after a whole day of effort, the water from the spiritual spring still contained only 2 drops, not even enough to pour into her mouth. Is there anything I can unlock right now? Unlocking this system shop requires 10 crystal cores. Does the host wish to unlock it? Lin Qianhuan instantly became interested. Currently, the warehouse and spiritual spring were very useful, so the system shop surely wouldn't disappoint her. Unlock. The crystal cores in her pocket suddenly diminished sharply, leaving only 1. But beside the warehouse, a vending machine unexpectedly appeared. Lin Qianhuan approached to investigate. Indeed, the variety of items for sale was diverse, and after selecting what she wanted, she could simply insert crystal cores to obtain it. She looked at the items on the vending list, her expression growing more and more unfavorable. The prices of the goods were mainly based on level 1 crystal cores, but even the cheapest invisibility pill required her 100 level 1 crystal cores. System, you must have been a swindler in your past life. Lin Qianhuan squeezed the sentence through her teeth, then turned around and left the space. She truly couldn't afford it, but she couldn't deny the value of the system shop. Although it was just a hurried glance, the things inside were indeed very useful in the apocalypse. Invisibility pill, super strength pill, acceleration pill, rapid healing pill, stamina pill. If used properly, these could completely become a powerful support for her in battle. Chapter 23, Conducting Resource Airdrops. Standing by the window looking outside, the corpse thrown in front of Villa 44 had already been cleanly devoured by the zombies, leaving only dry brown bloodstains on the ground. Lin Qianhuan raised her hand and tapped her chin, a wicked smile tugging at the corner of her lips. She was never a good person, repaying grievances is etched in her bones. Therefore, she wouldn't let go of anyone who badmouthed her in the owner group. How should she take her revenge? Lin Qianhuan took out a hammer from her space and weighed it in her hand. It was heavy, perfect for smashing doors and windows, right? She smiled slyly, her smile filled with malice. Night quickly fell, the darkness swallowed the last bit of light in Yunqing, and every household fell silent, afraid to make a sound that might disturb the monsters searching for food outside. Lin Qianhuan observed the situation around the villa through the night vision function of the surveillance camera, revealing ordinary level 1 zombies. As long as she could run fast enough, they couldn't hurt her. 01, 14, 25. Lin Qianhuan carefully considered the locations of these villas, and together with Lin Wansheng, they left villa number 36 under the cover of the night, while Lin Qianhuan stayed behind to guard the house and observe the zombies' movements outside the villa. Villa number 25 was right behind villa number 36, and since it was close, it became Lin Qianhuan's first target for attack. The two climbed over the railing wall swiftly and arrived outside the first-floor window of the villa. The curtains were tightly drawn, with a faint warm glow of a flickering candle visible inside. Lin Qianhuan took the hammer from her space and struck the glass heavily. Without too much force, the window shattered into a web of cracks. Countless shards of glass fell to the ground, attracting the zombies with the noise, but they were stopped outside the villa yard by the iron railing. They poked their sharp claws through the gaps in the railing, their decaying heads trying to squeeze into the yard, but they could only watch helplessly and roar at the delicious prey that was just within reach. The owner of Villa number 25, Lin Qianhuan, also known as Qianhuan Lulu in the group, was so frightened by the sound of the hammer hitting the window that she fell to the ground. Who is it? Did the zombies come? Did the zombies break in? Her legs trembled with fear, and forgetting her fallen slippers, she crawled barefoot up to the second floor, but she simply couldn't muster any strength. Lin Qianhuan stood outside the window listening to her desperate screams. Without hesitation, she smashed all the windows on the first floor, and thoughtfully broke the lock on the yard gate, letting the zombies find an opening and surge into the villa yard. She picked up an alarm clock and threw it into the first floor of the villa. The ringing noise attracted all the zombies' attention, buying time for her and Lin wanting to escape. The two hurried along the empty road to the remaining two villas, repeating their previous tactics, breaking their doors and windows, then slipping back to villa number 36. Lin Qianhuan rushed to the top floor terrace, listening to the terrified screams coming from villa number 25, feeling completely relieved. Aren't they fond of shouting in the group? Then let them scream to their heart's content. With the yard gate and first floor windows destroyed, the survival area of the three villas had shrunk to above the second floor, separated from the bloodthirsty zombies by just a thin wooden door. The more panicked they became, the louder the sounds they made, and the more excited the roaming zombies grew. The phone began to buzz, and messages in the owner group started popping up as if they were free. 33 World Peace, what's going on? Whose house is making such a miserable noise? 26 Sheep Villages Flower, it's probably villa number 25 and number 14, right? TSK, they made a lot of noise in the group, didn't expect them to be this loud in real life too. 20 Colorful Clouds, and villa number 1, I secretly opened the curtains to take a look, it seems the first floor glass and yard door are broken, zombies rushed into her home, and it was just tragic. 48 Zombie shitting on its head, damn, if I remember correctly, all three of these houses have provoked villa number 36, right? As soon as he said this, the group instantly fell silent, no one dared to mention a word more. It turned out that villa number 36 had not been bluffing during the day, she really meant what she said and had indeed delivered a big gift to these three households. For a moment, everyone in the villa area felt unsafe, starting to reflect on whether they had said anything unfavorable about Villa 36 in the group chat. Who would dare to cause trouble now? Unless they wanted to be woken up at midnight by someone smashing their windows and destroying their gates, living next to zombies behind a wooden door. Lin Qianhuan stretched and comfortably lay back on her big bed to rest beautifully. After a night passed, some people slept until dawn, while others were consumed by terror all night, dark circles under their eyes as if beaten in. Zhao Moyan trembled as he pressed his body against the bedroom door, carefully eavesdropping on the sounds outside. The stiff dragging footsteps belonging to the zombies had disappeared, along with their growls, perhaps distracted by other noises. He finally let out a sigh of relief, slumping in the corner while trembling hands opened the homeowner group chat. The messages weren't many, but he could clearly see that it wasn't just their family who had suffered last night. Everyone who had provoked Villa 36 was not spared. His wife tightly held their sleeping son, her eyes full of resentment. In a low voice, she said, "It's all your fault, knowing those three were trouble, yet you still threw yourself at them. Now look what happened. What are we going to do? Outside are zombies, and the remaining food and water are stored in the kitchen on the first floor, but how can we live with so many zombies in the yard?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but shed tears, looking at the child sleeping in her arms with despair in her eyes. Zhao Mayan was so frightened that he lost his mind, his gaze blank as he muttered, "I didn't know, I thought she wouldn't dare, I thought she wouldn't dare." The people in Villa 1 and Villa 25 were also forced to hide in their bedrooms or even study rooms, regretting made no difference. They had only wanted to talk, but never thought they would provoke such a disaster. Lin Qianhuan, of course, didn't care how these few families were doing, she was eating the egg custard made by her second brother when her phone suddenly received a text notification. "Hello, citizens. The government will conduct an airdrop of supplies at 2 p.m. today, please collect them yourself if needed. Please pay attention to your safety and avoid close contact with zombies to guard against virus infection." Lin Qianhuan leaned over to take a look, then shook his phone. "I received it too, it seems that a new chaos will welcome Yunqing this afternoon. Everyone wanted the supplies, but whether they could grab them depended on luck, and whether they could bring them home to eat depended on ability." Lin Qianhuan turned off her phone. "We have plenty of supplies, so let's not wade into this muddy water, let them fight for it." Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing thought the same way, there was no need for them to put themselves in danger for mere supplies. The news spread quickly, although many people's phone batteries had already run out, the information about the upcoming supply drop was not blocked but spread through various channels. Chapter 24, Sneaking into Silver Bay Garden. Today was the 6th day of the zombie outbreak, although many had turned against their own kind, more survivors still preferred to help each other, humanity had not completely vanished. The homeowners in the same community discussed how the supply packages should be taken and distributed, and Silver Bay Garden was no exception. 33 World Peace, has everyone received the government's airdrop supply news? How do you all think the supplies should be divided? By headcount or by household? Or by need? 13 Love eating big pineapples, dividing by need is unrealistic, I suggest whoever gets them can keep them. 48 Zombie poop on head, but the drop locations are not fixed, there will definitely be some people close to the supplies and some far away. Isn't that unfair to those who have to overcome many obstacles to get to the supplies? 19 Heartless leaves, brother. In this apocalyptic world, are you still talking about fairness? Zombies don't take a bite out of you and then a bite out of him, what fairness can we talk about? The group was full of differing opinions, with endless arguments and discussions. Lin Qianhuan, however, didn't care, as this news was of no use to her. In her previous life, the government had also airdropped survival supplies and emergency packs, but at that time, she and her second brother had not gotten any, and they nearly lost their lives. Now, holding countless supplies in her hands, there was no need for her to put her family at risk over this trivial matter. Huan, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Lin Wanqing poked his head out from the kitchen, the pink apron he wore particularly eye-catching. Lin Qianhuan blinked, thought for a moment, and said, I want to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes and rice. He gave an okay sign and quickly retrieved a few tomatoes from the stuffed full fridge. Now that there was no water or electricity, eating and drinking were problems for every family, so the three of them paid extra attention when cooking. The doors and windows were tightly sealed, and the villa had been specially soundproofed during renovation, so if they made small movements, the neighbors wouldn't notice. Before they knew it, it was already 2 p.m., and several planes appeared over the sky of Yunqing, dropping countless supply packs carried by parachutes, bringing hope to the survivors in desperation. Lin Qianhuan sat by the window reading, but suddenly the sunlight streaming in was blocked by shadows. She looked up and saw that her view was filled with boxes of supplies dispatched by the government. The sound of propellers attracted the attention of countless zombies, who pounced on the supplies like hungry wolves. However, not detecting the familiar scent of fresh meat, they wandered for a while before stiffly leaving again. Through the window, Lin Qianhuan caught sight of many villa doors being cautiously opened a crack, each looking for a suitable opportunity to dash out into the street, grab a box of supplies, and run back home. Some succeeded in their attempts. Some were caught by zombies and met their fate in the street. Some fought over the same box of supplies, and ended up being consumed by the zombies together. All sorts of scenes were present. Lin Qianhuan looked coldly at this chaotic scene, unsure of what to feel in her heart. When the news of the supply distribution was released, everyone actively passed the message along, afraid someone would miss this chance to survive. But when it came time to grab supplies, no one was willing to let go. She didn't even need to click into the owner group to know how chaotic it must be now. It was just that one person got the supplies, and another didn't, wanting to divide some with him. Or one person took too much and others couldn't tolerate it, forcing him to share, but getting refused, thus angering and vowing to take revenge. Lin Qianhuan didn't want to watch these people argue, so she turned the page of her book and continued reading in the warm spring light. Life after the apocalypse had little interest. Besides exercising, she could only pass the time with books and shows. Inside Villa number 36, the days were peaceful, while the other villas were in chaos, with no one noticing a group of people sneaking into Silver Bay Garden amid the turmoil. The police car they used was left outside Silver Bay Garden. They took advantage of the noise of scrambling for supplies to hide inside Villa number 10, quickly locking the door behind them. And in Villa number 10, the owner was gripping a box of supplies tightly with his upper body while his lower body had already been eaten clean by zombies. There were more than 20 people in this group, led by a bald man, whose pockets bulged noticeably, outlining the shape of a handgun. Boss, why don't we go to the city center for luck? Why come to this villa area? There aren't any supermarkets around, and I can't find any supplies. A small, thin man closed the doors and windows, pulled the curtains tight, and stood in front of the bald man with a puzzled look. The bald man opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping around the interior of Villa number 10, and leaning back on the leather sofa, he stretched with satisfaction. Didn't I just get out of prison to enjoy myself? Supplies can be found in supermarkets or in the homes of these fat sheep. What are you scared of? Besides, didn't the damn government just airdrop supplies? We are just waiting in the back. If we rob a few houses, won't we have a lot of supplies? After saying that, he proudly patted the pocket of his pants. The cops never expected this, did they? Before the apocalypse, they held guns to my head, and now it's my turn to give them a taste of their own medicine. It feels great. Listening to his words, laughter echoed in the room. A glance revealed that each person had either a buzz cut or a bald head, clearly all notorious criminals who had just escaped from prison. The bald man at the forefront was named Zhou Meng, who had a nationwide wanted notice before the apocalypse and was responsible for dozens of deaths. On top of that, he was charged with drug trafficking and human trafficking, and was just about to be executed when the apocalypse happened, giving him the chance to escape from prison. Not only did he escape, but he also took many inmates with him, teaming up to rob the police of their guns, and made his way to Silver Bay Garden along the suburban roads. If Lin Qianhuan saw this group of people, he would recognize a particularly familiar figure among them. Lin Fu was right there. Before the apocalypse, he was detained for half a month for trespassing into a private residence. After being released, he got drunk and injured a new tenant in the old apartment Lin Qianhuan once rented, which led him back to jail. In less than half a month of being in prison, he encountered the tough Zhou Meng, and by flattering him, he successfully got out of prison. Zhou Meng rubbed his neck. Go search this house for something to eat. Let's rest for a day first, then we can slaughter some fat sheep to reward ourselves tomorrow. His gaze was fierce, his eyes carried a hint of bloodthirst, and there seemed to be flames flickering in the palm of his hand, clearly indicating he had awakened a fire-type supernatural ability. Zhou Meng became the leader of these desperate men with his abilities and ruthless killing methods. Flattered by them, his eyes filled with arrogance. Chapter 25, Hurry up and roll over. Hearing Zhou Meng's words, Lin Fu eagerly went to the kitchen and rummaged through the cabinets, his face growing worse as he searched. He brought the last 2 pounds of rice to the living room, carefully placing it on the coffee table. Boss, this is all that's left. Zhou Meng frowned as he tugged at the grain bag and then disdainfully slapped it away. Damn it, living in a villa and having so little junk at home? It's not even enough to fill my teeth, and there isn't any meat in sight. Looking up outside, the airdrop supply plane had long gone, and scattered cardboard boxes and parachutes were piled up on the ground. Zhou Meng rubbed his stubbly chin. We can't let my brothers have just 2 pounds of rice for dinner, right? Looks like we have to make a move this afternoon. Lin Fu, eager to please, stepped forward, nodding and bowing. Boss, which house do you think we should target first? Shall we start with the nearest one? Lin Fu was already over 50 years old, while Zhou Meng was just over 30, making their encounter seem oddly strange. The nearest one isn't a good idea. What if the neighboring villa is too poor and can't afford food either? Then wouldn't we have worked in vain? Seeing Zhou Meng rejected Lin Fu's suggestion, a small man following him quickly stepped forward, rubbing his hands and speaking. Why don't we observe a bit first? If we directly target the richest house in the villa area, won't that save us effort? After speaking, he raised the blood-stained phone in his hand. I found this when I entered the villa. It is probably the phone of the villa owner. We can investigate the situation in this villa area through his identity. Zhou Meng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this and gave a hard slap on the skinny man's shoulder. Good, skinny monkey, you have a sharp mind. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Skinny monkey was nearly unsteady from the slap but still forced a smile, then sat in the corner of the sofa, rubbing his sore shoulder as he began to study the phone's content. The phone had no password, which made it convenient for him to operate. After opening WeChat, he directly started reading messages in the owner's group. He kept scrolling up the chat history, and the target became clearer, ultimately settling on Villa 36. Holding up the phone, he walked over to Zhou Meng, who was smoking, and handed the phone over. Big brother, this Villa 36 seems pretty impressive. The wall is a full 5 meters high, and there's a modified off-road vehicle. The key is that they have solar panels on the roof and often drive out. They must be going to find supplies. Zhou Meng perked up upon hearing this, taking the phone with a cigarette between his lips and looking at the key chat records and photos pointed out by Skinny Monkey, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, let's go with Villa 36. They seem quite arrogant, even smashing their neighbors' doors and windows. They are unlucky to meet me. Just wait and see how I will teach them a lesson, so they can learn to behave in the future. Skinny Monkey chuckled ominously. There are 2 men and 1 woman living inside, and they are all young. I wonder what that woman's taste is like. If she's good looking, then big brother, you can keep her, and it wouldn't be bad for the brothers to have a taste. Zhou Meng lewdly licked his lips, his eyes narrowed like slits, filled with fierce light. It's her fortune to serve me. You can rest assured, I'm Zhou Meng, I'm a man of loyalty, and you will definitely have your benefits. Big brother is mighty. As expected of big brother. Big brother, we are with you. Lin Fu also mixed in, spouting flattering words, but deep down, he had some doubts. Young men and women, 2 men and 1 woman? Could it be those 3 beasts? It shouldn't be that coincidental, right? Shaking off these unrealistic thoughts in his mind, Lin Fu's eyes were filled with hatred. He clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could immediately drag out the 3 hidden in the corner and tear them to pieces. In this apocalyptic world, these 3 actually did not think to send food and water to him, their father, and showed no concern for his safety. Unfilial children, how did he give birth to these 3 beasts lesser than pigs and dogs? Zhou Meng noticed Lin Fu was in a daze and pointed at him. What are you thinking? Hurry up and come over to discuss how to take down Villa 36. Ah, coming. Lin Fu hurried forward, clearly old enough to be Zhou Meng's father but being treated like a grandson by someone else. The wall of this villa is about the same height as a prison wall, and there's also an electric fence. It definitely won't work to charge in. I think it's best to trick them into opening the door from the inside. Skinny Monkey pointed to a photo of Villa 36 in the group. The wall and electric fence were big troubles they couldn't solve. If a direct attack won't work, they had to outsmart them. Zhou Meng nodded, "You're right, but how can we make them lower their guard and open the door? From what I see, these three act quite ruthlessly and have hard hearts. If we want them to open the door easily, we need to think of a good way." Once this question was asked, everyone in the room was stumped. They committed all kinds of evil, but those vicious methods only worked on the weak. Against such a hard nut like Villa 36, it wasn't going to be effective at all. Skinny Monkey's eyes whirled around, and suddenly he thought of something, looking excitedly at Zhou Meng. "Big brother, isn't there just the right opportunity right in front of us? A lot of the supplies airdropped by the government are still piled up on the streets, and no one dares to take them, right? We just happen to send someone to deliver supplies to Villa 36, saying it's for every household. Wouldn't that work? Even if they are cautious, they wouldn't refuse free supplies, would they? They might not dare to take them from the street due to fear, but what if they are delivered to their doorstep?" Hearing this, Zhou Meng's eyes lit up. "That's a great idea, you really have a clever mind." Shou Ho, hearing the praise, proudly picked up his phone and sent a message in the homeowners group. 10 journey aspiration, I happen to have a lot of supplies right at my doorstep, and since I live nearby, I'll collect them and deliver them to my neighbors. Don't forget to open the door to take them. 01 flower not flower, thank you. Could you bring them to the second floor? I'm afraid to go down, there are zombies all over my first floor. 14 desert cloud, bring me more water, I'm dying of thirst. I also need medicine and food. Shou Ho looked at the screen as new messages popped up constantly, his smile growing wider. This group sure has a good appetite, but where in the world is there such a thing as a free lunch? But just right, because they are so foolish, the Silver Bay Garden becomes easier for them to take over. Lin Qianhuan did not see the messages in the group, she was basking in the warm sun by the window, covering her face with a book and peacefully sleeping. Lin Qianhuan was holding a mop and rag, cleaning the house, while Lin Wancheng quietly observed the situation outside from the surveillance room. 2 parachutes used for government airdrops hung on the surveillance cameras in front of the door. At this moment, the front of the villa had become a blind spot. He planned to wait until the crowd fighting for supplies and the zombies attracted by the noise dispersed before going to clean up. Chapter 26, Tricked, Hurry Up and Leave. The sun continuously sank in the west, the sunset dyed the clouds at the horizon red, bringing a hint of chill. Lin Qianhuan was awakened by the cold, placing the book back on the shelf, she moved her body and stretched vigorously. It's quite cold, she murmured, grabbing a blanket to wrap around herself, yawning as she walked downstairs. The first floor of the villa was empty. Just as she was about to return upstairs to knock on her brother's doors, she keenly heard some sounds from the surveillance room. With a click, the wooden door opened, and Lin Wancheng and Lin Qianhuan walked out one after the other. I'm coming downstairs, you wait a bit. I'm going with Big Brother to pull down the parachute blocking the surveillance, and we'll be back to make dinner for you once we finish. Lin Wancheng helped Lin Qianhuan adjust the drooping blanket, and after carrying a ladder out of the garage, he walked towards the front door. Before he could get close to the metal gate, he suddenly heard a hurried knock, followed by a familiar voice. Hello, I'm a resident of Villa 10. I'm here to deliver airdrop supplies, could you please open the door? The 3 siblings stopped in their tracks and exchanged surprised glances. This voice is so familiar, it sounds just like that bastard Lin Fu's voice. Lin Qianhuan made a shushing gesture, hurried back to the surveillance room to replay the CCTV from other angles, and indeed saw more than 20 people hiding from Villa 10, cautiously running to the surrounding blind spot of Villa 36. They sent someone to knock on the door. This person was dressed in a black suit, well fitted with good fabric, but he wore an incongruous black cap that covered most of his face. But Lin Fu's face was already imprinted in the minds of the 3 siblings, even the best disguise would be in vain. Lin Qianhuan looked at his ill-fitting black leather shoes and trousers dragging on the ground, a playful smile crept across her lips. Who in the apocalypse wears a suit and tie with small leather shoes? This person doesn't look like a rich person living in the villa community but rather like a clown trying on someone else's clothes that don't fit. Do you think she hasn't met the owner of Villa number 10, so he thought to deceive her like this, allowing her to obediently open the door and let the wolf in? But how did Lin Fu discover that the 3 siblings were living in Silver Bay Garden? Could it be a coincidence? But this person came to him. Lin Qianhuan didn't care to think more, and ran quickly to the courtyard. Standing in front of the metal gate, Lin Qianhuan cleared her throat. Are you the resident of Villa number 10? You're so kind to deliver supplies to us. Outside the door, Lin Fu looked up in surprise, somewhat unable to believe his ears. How could this woman's voice sound so much like his ungrateful daughter? Is it real? Seeing Lin Qianhuan gesture, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng understood in their hearts and spoke in perfect harmony. Yes, we saw zombies outside, it's so dangerous, we were thinking of not taking these supplies. Thanks to you, we didn't miss out on these emergency supplies. Lin Fu was shaking all over with excitement. Yes, yes. These 3 voices could match those 3 ungrateful little beasts, truly a stroke of luck to find them without effort. He was worried about not being able to find them. Unexpectedly, he accidentally knocked on their door. Lin Fu swallowed hard and deliberately lowered his voice, not wanting the three on the other side to recognize his identity. These three siblings were all heartless. If they knew he was here, they would definitely not want to let him in. It's better to first complete the task that Zhou Meng gave him. If he successfully occupies Villa number 36, won't he be able to teach these three beasts a lesson at will? No need to be polite, just open the door, there are zombies outside. Let me in so I can deliver the supplies to you. Lin Fu looked around anxiously. Meng Ge was hidden in a corner, casually dealing with a zombie and signaling him to hurry up with his eyes. Lin Qianhuan was playing with her nails inside the door. Why does your voice sound so familiar, like my enemy? Lin Fu gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger, continuing in a hoarse voice, maybe you remembered it wrong, hurry up and open the door, there are too many zombies outside, it's really too dangerous. I came to deliver things to you, you can't not let me in even for that, right? Lin Qianhuan let out a light scoff, you're from Villa number 10, even if you're delivering supplies, shouldn't it be to those closer to you? How come you skipped so many villas and came to our house first? Lin Fu was somewhat speechless, he opened his mouth, his brain malfunctioning, not knowing how to respond. The thin monkey urgently stomped his feet, then rushed out from the corner. Bro, I've finished delivering to the other villas, why aren't you ready yet? He winked at Lin Fu, and the other party reacted, quickly responding, this family hasn't opened the door yet, they probably don't trust us. Then just leave the things at the door, let's go, the zombies are closing in. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. After saying that, the thin monkey pulled Lin Fu along and ran off to the distance, their footsteps fading away until they disappeared around the corner of the villa. Back beside Zhou Meng, the thin monkey lowered his voice and said, Big brother, as soon as they open the door to get the supplies, we'll rush in immediately. These three won't react at all. Lin Qianhuan listened as the footsteps disappeared, and waved to her two older brothers. The three of them returned together to the monitoring room. Following the hidden cameras in various corners, they discovered a group of over 20 people lurking in the dark. Lin Fu had already removed his baseball cap, his aged face couldn't hide the hatred on it. Lin Qianhuan tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. How did Lin Fu get mixed up with this group of people? Lin Wanqing shook his head, but this guy definitely recognized our voices, yet he still didn't take these people away. Clearly, he wants our three lives. Since he has long lost the conscience of being a father, let's return the favor and directly kill this guy to eliminate future troubles. Lin Qianhuan spoke, her gaze fixed on Lin Fu's figure on the screen. If others don't provoke me, I won't provoke others. Lin Fu was asking for death himself, so I'll help him fulfill that, which isn't too bad. The two sides were at a standstill like this, with Villa number 36 protected by high walls and electric fences, as they watched these people outside like they were clowns. Zombies continuously roamed around the villa area, with so many people gathering together, it wouldn't be long before they would be discovered by zombies. By then, without Lin Qianhuan needing to act, they would undoubtedly meet their doom. Zhou Meng and the others were not fools. After waiting for a few minutes and realizing Villa number 36 was completely quiet, they immediately sensed something was wrong. At that moment, zombies had already gathered, surrounding them in a circle, the stench constantly stimulating their brain nerves. Damn it, we've been fooled, hurry up and run. Zhou Meng stood up and rushed toward the area with the fewest zombies, the others quickly followed suit, but there were always a few who stumbled and fell over obstacles. Zhou Meng didn't care at all about those little brothers caught by zombies, he kept running forward without any hesitation. Big brother, help me. The thin monkey was grabbed by a limbless zombie at his pant leg, his skinny ankle caught in pitch-black nails, the virus spreading rapidly, pain still there, but his eyes had already gone vacant. Zhou Meng treated it as if he hadn't heard, shot a zombie that pounced at him, and somewhat awkwardly ran into Villa number 10. More than 20 people returned, but only about 10 of them, some had been eaten nearly completely, while others shaky stood up with their mutilated bodies, joining the ranks of zombies. Damn it, the people in Villa number 36 are quite vigilant. Zhou Meng spat on the ground, glaring at Lin Fu with disgust. You're also useless, you talked a lot of crap and what happened? The door wasn't even opened, they don't trust you at all. If it weren't for your incompetence, could we have lost so many brothers? With just one sentence, Zhou Meng lightly brushed over his own act of not saving them, shifting all the blame onto Lin Fu. He raised his foot to kick Lin Fu, the other party's knee went soft and he knelt down, clutching Zhou Meng's leg and began to wail. I was wrong, Meng Ge, I really realized my mistake. Please spare my worthless life, I will follow you and be your servant to repay you, please spare me. Lin Fu trembled all over, he absolutely could not lose Zhou Meng's protection and must save his own life. The ones living in Villa number 36 were likely those three beasts. What he had done to those three siblings was enough for them to unite and take his life. Now it's already the apocalypse, zombies threaten the survival of ordinary people at all times, social order is chaotic, and murder and robbery are not considered big deals anymore. The world is in turmoil. Following Zhou Meng, he lived in fear, with death possible at any moment, yet he could barely find a way to live. But if caught by those three bastards, he would definitely end up in pieces. Thinking of this, Lin Fu grew increasingly fearful. He cautiously reached out to help Zhou Meng wipe the dust off his shoes. "Manga, please spare my life. Can you let me off the hook?" Watching Lin Fu's obsequious demeanor, Zhou Meng wickedly raised his lip and placed his shoe directly on Lin Fu's face. "What sincerity is there in using your sleeve to wipe? It's hard to find shoe polish in the apocalypse, and my nice leather shoes have gotten dusty. How about this, if you help me lick the shoe clean, I will spare your dog life." Lin Fu felt humiliated inside, but his face showed great joy. Excitedly, he knocked his head several times against Zhou Meng, then crawled to the man's side on his knees, obediently helping him clean the dust off his shoes. The surrounding younger brothers pointed and laughed at him, sneering at his groveling, as if he were not even human. But Lin Fu didn't care. He just wanted to survive, to live well. He was over 50 years old, without any special abilities, no weapons, and his physical condition was poor. After running a few steps, he was already out of breath. If he lost Zhou Meng's protection, then he would truly be doomed. Looking down at Lin Fu's fawning demeanor with contempt, Zhou Meng leaned back on the sofa, playing with the gun in his hand. "From now on, we brothers will settle down in Silver Bay Villa. Everyone can see that Villa 36 is a hard nut to crack. But I have strong teeth and a firm grip." Zhou Meng took a deep drag on his cigarette, puffing the smoke right into Lin Fu's face, laughing wickedly and revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "There are a total of 50 villas in Silver Bay Garden, and with the government just distributing relief supplies, it's our perfect opportunity. Since we can't take Villa 36 for now, we can start with the other villas. There's plenty of time. As long as I hold on to the entire Silver Bay Garden, will I fear that Villa 36 would dare to oppose me?" As the cigarette burned down, Zhou Meng stubbed the butt onto Lin Fu's scalp, the smell of burning flesh instantly wafting through the air. But Lin Fu didn't dare to complain, his gums bleeding from biting them, his face twisted in pain but still wearing a smile. "Brother Meng, which villa do you plan to start with?" someone asked. Villa 10 was located in the northeast corner of Silver Bay Garden. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Meng replied. "Today we'll take down villas 9, 11, and 12 first. Then gradually expand my territory. I want to be a local emperor in the apocalypse, ha ha ha." Zhou Meng laughed wildly, grabbing a dark-skinned man at random. "Once we take down the entire villa area, I'll make you the prime minister." He pointed at a few others. "You'll be the general, you'll be the prince, and you'll be the marquis." Zhou Meng seemed to be appointing positions, assigning everyone a so-called title, but he paused when he saw Lin Fu. "At your age, you can be my chief eunuch by my side?" Lin Fu's lips turned pale with anger, yet he didn't dare to retort. Instead, he squeezed his voice and responded, "Yes, I'm happy to serve your majesty." His words amused everyone in the room, laughter dispelling the low pressure hanging over them. Those brothers who had died at the mouths of zombies were quietly swept aside. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. The sounds of smashing and screaming were always heard in Silver Bay Garden, attracting many wandering zombies. Lin Qianhuan was huddled by the window in her bedroom, gnawing on sugar cane, when her phone suddenly vibrated twice. She opened it to find a friend request from Flower of Goat Village in Villa 26. This person often helped her fight back against that group of idiots in the chat, and Lin Qianhuan had a good first impression of her, but she didn't let her guard down. After accepting the friend request, Lin Qianhuan typed 2 words in the chat box. "Huan, is there something?" "Flower of Goat Village, a group of armed bad people have mixed into our villa area. The leader has a gun." "Huan, question mark." "Flower of Goat Village, their stronghold seems to be in Villa 10, with their weapons, they have already taken several villas." "Flower of Goat Village, Sister Wang from Villa 13 just told me to be on guard, her house is already in trouble." "In Silver Bay Garden, I think you are the only one with a relatively normal perspective. I know Villa 36 has high defenses, but don't let your guard down." Lin Qianhuan was a bit surprised, she hadn't expected that. This flower in Sheep Village actually sends her secret messages. Fingers lightly tapped a few times on the keyboard. "Huan, received, thank you. Villa 10 is in the northeast corner of Silver Bay Floral Garden, which is somewhat distant from Villa 36. They didn't make much noise, so Lin Qianhuan was unaware of how far this group's power had expanded. Chapter 28, No One Can Live Well, Revised. From the looks of this flower in Sheep Village, this group had quietly swallowed several villas. Lin Qianhuan put the unfinished sugar cane into her space. No wonder they hadn't come to Villa 36 to cause trouble these past few days. It turned out they were planning to take over Silver Bay Floral Garden step by step, and finally capture Villa 36. She lazily yawned. I have to say, their daydreams were quite sweet. Lin Qianhuan got up and ran to the first floor, where Lin Qianhuan was on duty in the monitoring room, checking the situation, while Lin Wanqing sat reading nearby. How is it? Nothing unusual around the villa? Lin Qianhuan squeezed in front of the screen and stared for a while, seeing no issues. Lin Qianhuan pulled a stool over for her to sit down, but his eyes never left the computer screen. That group hasn't come back, But some things make me feel uneasy. Lin Qianhuan was puzzled. What's wrong?
Lin Qianhuan pointed at the zombies on the screen, all moving in the same direction. Look at them. Since the day before yesterday, the zombies have inexplicably headed towards the northeast corner.
I suspect it's because there's more noise over there? Is it attracting these monsters away? You guessed right.
Lin Qianhuan pulled out the chat records with the flower in Sheep Village and placed them on the table.
The group Lin Fu joined is living in Villa 10.
While we've been calm these past few days, they haven't stopped. Seeing that they can't break Villa 36, they're directly changing their target and taking down other villas. Step by step, they plan to take full control of Silver Bay Floral Garden, and then Villa 36 will become a fish in a barrel, making escape difficult. After reading the message sent by the flower in Sheep Village, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng both curled their lips with a cold smile.
They really are not honest, but they only have a dozen people. Do they really think they can rule Silver Bay Floral Garden with so few?
Silver Bay Floral Garden has as many as 50 villas, and the number of residents inside is enormous.
Even if Lin Fu and the others have guns, they absolutely stand no chance against so many residents.
Lin Qianhuan chuckled softly. Their numbers are indeed few, but many residents in Silver Bay Floral Garden are eager to be their little brothers. Some people compromised because of fear of guns, while others rushed to join like dogs smelling fresh dung.
It's like fulfilling their dream of mingling in the underworld and creating chaos, isn't it?
Since they can't beat or rob, they might as well join in directly. Having been in the rain themselves, they tear apart the umbrellas of other residents, ensuring no one has it easy. I have to say, Zhou Meng is also someone skilled at manipulating people's hearts. Join him, submit to him, and then enjoy the happiness that power brings, while ruthlessly oppressing those ordinary people who refuse to comply.
Those who refuse to join can only face humiliation and torment from their familiar neighbors, losing their very humanity. Under threats and temptations, naturally, more people willingly kneel at his feet. Lin Qianhuan tapped her fingers on the wooden table. Based on the information provided by the flower in Sheep Village, Lin Fu's group has taken over quite a few villas. A quarter of the eastern half of Silver Bay Floral Garden is already in their hands. We cannot continue to sit idly by.
Immersed in a seemingly stable life, once the beautiful dream is shattered, what awaits them is a dual attack and oppression from both humans and zombies.
Lin Wansheng brought Lin Qianhuan a plate of washed fruits. What are you planning to do?
Since she said she wanted to fight back, she must have a plan in mind. Lin Qianhuan stuffed a piece of jackfruit into her mouth, letting the sweet and sticky juice explode in her mouth. Spitting out the seed, she slightly curled her lips. Those people merely want to rule over Silver Bay Flower Garden. Before the apocalypse, they were like stray dogs locked in prison. After the apocalypse, they fantasize about making a comeback. It's truly laughable. The more they want something, the more I will make them lose something. She narrowed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, the malice in her gaze hard to ignore.
Did those people not want everyone to submit and worship, trying to elevate themselves over all the residents like emperors? Did they not want to plunder resources from number 36 and even the entire villa area, making everyone obey and be driven by them? Good.
She would make these people kneel before the very ordinary ones they despised, begging for mercy, making them surrender all their resources and weapons, becoming the lower class who could be bullied by anyone in the villa area. Let this group of people taste the pain of being backlashed by greed and desire. At this moment, Zhou Meng and others were sitting on the sofa in Villa number 27, enjoying the flattery of the residents, their pride and contempt unabashed. Lin Fu was the lowest slave in front of Zhou Meng, but in front of this group of ordinary residents, he rarely straightened his back. The phrase bullying the weak was vividly embodied in him. The owner of Villa number 27 was a family of 3, the man's name was Qianhai, and he had a 16-year-old daughter with his wife. He hurriedly ran to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, and flatteringly poured it after presenting the glass to Zhou Meng.
Brother Meng, please try this.
I brought it back from abroad, and it tastes very good.
Let's see if you like it.
He smiled with a face full of wrinkles, almost bending at a 90-degree angle. Zhou Meng was a rough man. Before prison, he only drank beer and cheap spirits. He couldn't appreciate red wine, but he didn't want to lose face in front of these villa residents and brothers. He opened his mouth and drank the glass of red wine, slightly clicking his tongue in disdain. It's just average, still not as fragrant as white liquor. Naturally, Qianhai agreed with Zhou Meng. Brother Meng, you must have had too much good wine, your taste is a bit spoiled.
You really shouldn't say that. We have excellent white liquor at home. Should I get it for you to try?
Zhou Meng placed the wine glass on the marble coffee table, lazily observing the decorations in Villa number 27. Although Qianhai was in business, his ancestors were from a scholarly family. His home displayed various valuable calligraphies, paintings, and collectibles, with furniture primarily made of high-grade wood. It was indeed quite elegant, but in Zhou Meng's eyes, it was merely a pile of junk. What he liked was the luxurious decorations in Villa number 10. The kind that shouts "I have money" written on its forehead. Qianhai hurriedly brought a bottle of white liquor from the wine cabinet, carefully pouring a full glass for Zhou Meng.
Brother Meng, does this suit your taste? Zhou Meng raised the glass and took a sip, finally giving Qianhai a positive expression. Not bad, you're pretty good at this. He raised his hand and patted the man's shoulder in front of him but looked past him to see a bright and beautiful young girl. The girl was hiding somewhat fearfully in her mother's embrace. At first glance, her features were stunning. Though still young, she was indeed outstanding in appearance. Chapter 29, Invite Me In for a Seat, revised. Zhou Meng pushed Qianhai aside, leeringly staring at the little beauty in the corner. Who is this? He pointed his finger at the girl, and alarm bells rang loudly in Qianhai's heart. He hurriedly stood back in front of Zhou Meng to block his gaze, forcing a smile. That's my wife and daughter. Unmentionable. Brother Meng, do you want to drink some more? I have plenty of stock here, how about trying a few? Zhou Meng didn't buy it at all and pushed him down, throwing him aside. He stood up and walked towards the mother and daughter, his rough palm firmly grabbing the girl's tender white face. So pretty, how old are you? The girl's mother hurriedly shielded her behind, her voice trembling and her face pale. Brother Meng, please, she's just a child, you are a big person, you, ah. Before she finished speaking, Zhou Meng kicked her in the stomach, causing her to twitch on the ground, unable to even get up. The girl's name was Chen Yingying, and seeing her parents both knocked to the ground, she was completely panicked. Mom! What's wrong, Mom? She cried softly, trying to break free from Zhou Meng's grasp to help her mother who was in pain on the ground, but it was of no use. Zhou Meng had a lewd grin, unrepentantly pinching her soft face. Don't cry, sweetheart, Uncle is here, why are you crying? As long as you make Uncle happy, your parents will naturally be fine. He grew more excited as he spoke, pulling Qian Yingying by her wrist towards the bedroom. The little brothers scattered around the living room laughed and shouted things like, the boss is powerful. Qianhai crawled up from the corner and rushed over, blocking Zhou Meng's way. He disregarded his injuries, awkwardly kneeling before him and hugging his thigh. Brother Meng, please let Yingying go. You can make me do anything, just let her go, she's only 16, she's still a child. Before the apocalypse, Qianhai was a famous businessman in Yunqian, often doing charity work and praised by everyone. But such a person had to bow down for the life of his family after the apocalypse. Kneeling and bowing to a criminal, with no dignity left. But he thought of nothing, wanted nothing, only hoped that his wife and daughter could live well. That's all. Good things were interrupted, and Zhou Meng pulled out a pistol from his pocket, pressing it against Qianhai's forehead. You really don't want to live anymore, do you? It's your family's fortune that I even like your daughter, and you dare to block me? You want to throw your life away, huh? The lives of these homeowners were worthless in his eyes, so he had no intention of being merciful to them. Even those who sincerely came to him were just worthless dogs in Zhou Meng's eyes. The wailing, crying, and pleas for mercy echoed in Villa number 27, making everyone distressed. Zhou Meng was furious, his finger about to pull the trigger when he heard someone gently knock on the villa door. The knock was particularly crisp, something a rotting zombie could never achieve. The action was forced to stop. Zhou Meng threw Qian Yingying aside and irritably walked towards the security door. Damn it, who is here to ruin my good time? I'm going to. He opened the security door, only to find a dark gun barrel pointed at his forehead. The owner of the gun was a beautiful woman in a mint green coat. Did I disturb you? I'm really sorry. Her voice was soft and sweet, making hearts tremble. Zhou Meng was bewitched by her beauty, forgetting to resist, just staring blankly at this stunning face. Such beauties were rare even before the apocalypse, let alone now. Seeing him silent, Lin Qianhuan nudged his head with the gun barrel. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Awakened by her voice, Zhou Meng realized, his breath stopping from the fear of the gun above his head. What the hell? You dare to point a gun at my head? Is that a toy gun? Who do you think you're scaring? He contemptuously raised his hand to snatch the gun from Lin Qianhuan, but suddenly realized his palm was empty. The gun he had planned to pull the trigger with suddenly vanished without a trace. Where's the gun? He felt a bit flustered, instinctively wanting to attack Lin Qianhuan, when he heard a loud bang of a gunshot. His left ear felt numb, followed by overwhelming pain that made him collapse to the ground, rolling in agony. Lin Qianhuan smiled softly. Who told you it was a toy gun? Now, how does it feel? Try it out and see if you can tell whether the gun is real or not. Her smile was stunning, but to the people in the room, it seemed like a demon rising from hell to claim lives. Especially to Lin Fu. So, everyone's here. Good, I won't have to waste time looking for people in other villas. Lin Qianhuan laughed happily, holding the gun and sitting down on the sofa, her eyes scanning the people standing and sitting in the living room with a smile in her eyes. Among them were criminals as vile as Lin Fu, and new homeowners who had just joined, but all their faces looked grim. I actually didn't come for anything else, just to see how unpleasant I find you all. By the way, I bet you haven't met me yet?
Upon hearing Lin Qianhuan's words, everyone in the room immediately understood her identity. Fear, astonishment, and disdain all mixed in their gazes towards her. Zhou Meng had lost one ear, and was now writhing in pain on the ground. The firearms they relied on had been taken away by Lin Qianhuan, leaving them completely powerless to fight back. Outsiders might not know, but the residents of the villa community understood very well her way of doing things. Ruthless, extremely ruthless. The living room fell silent for a moment, and a man awkwardly stepped forward.
It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding.
He smiled and greeted Lin Qianhuan, slowly making his way to the door, but was blocked by Lin Yixuan and Lin Wansheng.
Could you two let me out? No matter how much he pleaded and explained, the two standing at the door didn't move. Lin Qianhuan yawned, why bother? The people who followed Zhou Meng around flaunting his power were all homeowners who had joined him as his subordinates. Those who refused to submit had probably been locked up at home, suffering abuse or waiting to die. How could they still be so healthy to swagger around in villa number 27? Lin Qianhuan's gaze swept across the more than 20 people standing in the living room, her smile never fading. Since you've done wrong, you must be punished. She had never been a soft-hearted person. Kill someone, and then just change your ways and live? In the living room, seeing that things were going wrong, many people were eager to flee. But as soon as they took a step, they realized something was wrong. Their feet seemed to be stuck, unable to move even an inch, as if an invisible force had grabbed them. Lin Qianhuan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. What's the rush, everyone? She slowly stood up from the sofa, walking leisurely towards Lin Fu. Oh, we're old acquaintances, aren't we? So? Knowing that because of the terrible things you've done in the past, you're bound to die, you didn't dare come to get close to us, right? Among all these people, Lin Fu was the one she hated and despised the most. He was the father who gave birth to her but never once took any responsibility for raising her. Lin Fu's legs were held down by mental power, forcing him to face Lin Qianhuan. Why don't you speak? Lin Qianhuan raised her hand and slapped Lin Fu hard. He forcefully knocked out 3 of his teeth. Speak! Blood oozed from the corner of Lin Fu's mouth as he trembled and swallowed the few knocked out teeth into his stomach. Huan, I didn't mean to do that to you 3 siblings. I drank alcohol at the time and didn't know my last name. After I sobered up, I always regretted hitting you all. I have always wanted to make amends. I want to apologize, really. Lin Fu hunched over, begging for mercy, a few sparse white hairs on his head shaking slightly with his movements, looking somewhat pitiful. Lin Qianhuan chuckled lightly, is that so? Your way of apologizing is to hit us again? Hearing this, Lin Fu's lips trembled twice, and he could no longer say anything to argue. He knew that, based on the things he had done, he would definitely get no good from Lin Qianhuan. Having 3 children, the toughest one turned out to be this seemingly weak daughter. Lin Qianhuan took out several dog collars from her space and put them on everyone in the room, naturally skipping over the residents of Villa 27. This family was beaten black and blue, clearly having fought against Zhou Meng but to no avail. After getting everything ready, Lin Qianhuan used her spiritual power to break the legs of this group, their wails echoing in the villa's living room. Aren't you all fond of crawling and licking? Well, now isn't this your chance? She held the dog leashes, also handing some to her older and second brother. Let's go, good puppies, we're going for a walk. The security door of Villa 27 was opened, revealing the zombies outside, wildly struggling and trying to rush in. I know I'm wrong, please spare me, I really know I'm wrong. No. Don't kill me. I don't want to feed zombies. Help. Help. Someone. Madman, you're a madman, right? Whether it was insults, pleas for mercy, or despair. This group of people could not resist Lin Qianhuan's control at all and was led to the railing by the dog leashes. Fresh flesh struggled and twisted before their eyes, and the zombies outside the railing drooled with excitement, dripping down continuously. Stop shouting, this is all your fault. Lin Qianhuan isolated the zombies outside the railing with a spiritual barrier, clearing a safe space, then opened the large gate outside the villa and pushed more than 20 people out. Their legs were broken, and they could not escape from the mouths of these zombies with just their hands. Lin Qianhuan hid back inside the villa, closed the railing door, and withdrew the spiritual barrier. The zombies surged forward, lunging at the group of people frantically clawing at the dirt, trying to escape. You bite one, I bite another. You eat a heart, he eats a thigh. The scene was extremely bloody, making it hard to bear. But in Lin Qianhuan's heart, it was very satisfying. Anyone who dared to harm her and her 2 brothers' safety deserved to die. If it weren't for the large number of them, she might have used even more brutal and terrifying methods. Letting these people live would be worse than dying. While standing inside the villa observing the situation outside the railing, Lin Qianhuan suddenly sensed something was off. The group of zombies surrounding the mangled bodies suddenly parted, leaving only one large-bodied zombie with a terrifying grayish-blue skin. He seemed to be different from these ordinary first-level zombies.
Lin Qianhuan studied it carefully, and a terrifying thought floated in her mind.
Mutated zombie.
This guy, by some chance, had unexpectedly become a mutated zombie. It must be killed immediately, otherwise, allowing the mutated zombie to grow, the entire Silver Bay flower garden would be doomed. Lin Qianhuan's abnormality was noticed by Lin Yixian and Lin Wansheng, both somewhat surprised.
What's wrong, Huan? Why aren't those zombies eating? They specially gave that tall zombie the position to feed?
Lin Qianhuan exhaled a breath of foul air. That is, a mutated zombie, probably has already eaten a lot of human flesh before, and now has been stimulated by fresh meat, unexpectedly evolved into a mutated zombie.
Lin Wansheng was somewhat confused. What is a mutant zombie?
Lin Qianhuan raised the gun in her hand, aimed at the head of the evolving zombie that was happily eating, and shot it in the head. The crisis was easily resolved. Fortunately, those few fresh corpses attracted this mutant zombie's attention, otherwise, she would have had to work hard to successfully kill it. Mutant zombies evolved from ordinary zombies, their defense and speed increased significantly, making them extremely difficult to hunt. If allowed to continue devouring flesh and blood, they will evolve various strange abilities or forms.
For example, tentacles, a second head, wings.
Mutant zombies are high-level zombies that exert pressure and control over ordinary zombies, which is why ordinary zombies willingly make way for them to enjoy the fresh, delicious food alone. Lin Yixian and Lin Wansheng felt a bit of fear upon hearing this, their brows slightly furrowed. After Lin Qianhuan dealt with the mutant zombie, the level suppression disappeared, and the surrounding zombies immediately pounced, their blood vanishing as they licked the ground clean, not leaving a single bone fragment. Seeing the horde of zombies turn their attention to them, Lin Qianhuan put the gun away into her space.
Fortunately, I discovered this guy just after it mutated. If I waited for another half an hour, it wouldn't have been so easy to solve with just one shot. The railings of Villa number 27 were surrounded by zombies. The three of them had already accomplished their goal for today and did not plan to linger here any longer. With so many zombies, it will be a bit difficult for us to get out. Lin Qianhuan complained, but she didn't think it was too tricky. The most terrifying mutant zombie had been successfully dealt with by her, the remaining small fry were nothing to worry about. Her mental power gradually condensed into darts following her thoughts, each dart was as small as a sewing needle but could easily destroy a zombie's brain. Chapter 31, Unlocking Intermediate Spirit Spring, Repairs. Thud, thud. Zombies fell to the ground outside the railings, their bodies showing no wounds, but their brains had already been turned into mush by the mental darts. Mental darts were a technique Lin Qianhuan developed in her previous life, compressing abnormal powers to the size of a sewing needle while greatly increasing their power. With this technique, she could both assassinate and attack groups, and it worked on both people and zombies. Most supernatural beings only knew how to use their powers in the most basic way, transforming them into swords and knives to kill. But gifted supernatural beings often figure out their own ways to use their powers. Although they are all supernatural beings, the gifted types often achieve results with less effort. As the surroundings opened up, the zombies surrounding them were dealt with. The bodies piled up outside the villa's railings, making those peeking in from the other villas feel extremely alarmed. It was truly unimaginable how powerful the residents of Villa number 36 were, as it showed that supernatural beings could be so strong. Those who had mocked Lin Qianhuan in the group felt a chill creep up their necks. Alright, let's quickly go outside and dig for crystal cores, the rewards will be plentiful. Lin Qianhuan took out gloves and axes from her space and distributed them. After preparing herself, she directly wielded an axe and charged toward the mountain of zombie bodies outside the door. However, Lin Yixian and Lin Wansheng stood still, feeling a little dazed. No wonder their sister always used knives to kill zombies and rarely used her powers. It turned out she was afraid of being too powerful, which would hurt the self-esteem of her two older brothers. We're coming. Lin Wansheng put on his gloves and agreed, bumping into Lin Yixian's side. Look how impressive our Huan is, we really need to step up our game now. How can we let our sister protect us, her brothers? Lin Yixian tugged at his sleeve, feeling somewhat helpless as he spoke. I understand. The three walked out of Villa number 27, and even kindly helped lock the iron gate. The axe cleaved into the zombie's brain, pulling out shining crystal cores one by one. Brain matter and dark blood flowed all over, the stench overwhelming. There were too many zombies, the workload was not small, and they were busy until evening before returning home. But when they got home to shower and rest, they did not know that the name of Villa number 36 echoed again in the ears of the residents of Silver Bay Villas. The sound of water splashed in the bathroom. As Lin Qianhuan washed away the stench under the shower head, she heard the mechanical voice of the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully hunting the mutated zombie and completing the hidden task. Reward, level 1 crystal core times 50, please check it, host. Lin Qianhuan's eyes lit up, she hurriedly quickened her washing speed, and without drying her hair, she slipped into the space. Sure enough, she saw a small mountain of crystal cores piled up on the grass. This was 50 level 1 crystal cores.
She had already gathered quite a few crystal cores during the day, and with these 50 level 1 crystal cores, she rarely experienced the joy of being a little rich lady.
Can I exchange for a mid-level spirit spring now?
Yes,
would the host like to unlock the mid-level spirit spring immediately? Unlock.
As soon as Lin Qianhuan's voice fell, the small stone pit, originally the size of a palm, flashed with white light, and as the light gradually faded, the stone pit actually turned into a small pond with a diameter of 1 meter. The pond was not very deep, but it stored quite a bit of spirit spring water. The mid-level spirit spring refreshes every 7 days, please remember to take it wisely, host. Lin Qianhuan looked down at the spirit spring by her feet, excitedly filled a disposable paper cup with it. Since she was not quite sure about the dosage, she hesitated for a moment and only drank half a cup. After half a cup of spirit spring water went down, Lin Qianhuan felt a cool force travel from her stomach throughout her body, easing her fatigue. She carefully felt the changes in her body but found that besides relieving her fatigue, it did not seem to have any other effect. Recalling what the system had introduced about spirit spring water. Applied externally, it promotes wound healing, internally it can eliminate internal impurities and filth, enough dosage can achieve the purpose of cleansing the bones and marrow.
Lin Qianhuan gritted her teeth and gulped down the remaining half cup.
After a moment's pause, that cool sensation abruptly vanished, replaced by a raging flame. Lin Qianhuan fell to the ground in pain, a scorching heat burning inside her, ruthlessly roasting her organs as if to boil her blood. She rolled on the ground, feeling this burning pain was distinctly sharper than the sensation when awakening her abilities. Time felt like an eternity had passed, the pain gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of comfort and lightness. Lin Qianhuan stood up in disbelief, feeling as if she had risen from hell to heaven. She moved her body and was surprised to find that her body, which had felt somewhat heavy, now moved with exceptional comfort and agility. The discomfort in her muscles and neck had vanished, and even the old injury in her ankle felt no pain whatsoever. So this is what the system meant by cleansing bones and marrow, it indeed greatly improved her body. Lin Qianhuan carefully sensed the abilities within her, and unexpectedly discovered that her once exhausted abilities had now fully recovered, even the total amount of abilities had increased significantly.
Could the spirit spring really speed up the recovery of her abilities?
Lin Qianhuan was pleasantly surprised, as she had used her mental threads to deal with a large number of zombies earlier in the afternoon, which had nearly exhausted all her abilities. Logically, it should take at least 24 hours to fully recover, yet to her astonishment, after drinking the spirit spring water, she had instantly revived.
Even more than before.
The total amount of abilities had increased. Every ability user is like a container, carrying their powers within. And each container has a different capacity, leading to variations in strength even among those of the same level. Lin Qianhuan has decent talent, her ability is already significantly stronger than most others. After drinking the spiritual spring water, both her body and powers were enhanced, making it easy for her to fight against second-level ability users. She looked at the time, only 5 minutes had passed.
In just 5 minutes, her body underwent a tremendous change.
Using crystal cores to unlock and upgrade the spiritual spring was indeed the best choice I've ever made. Lin Qianhuan raised her hand to fill 2 cups with spiritual spring water, quickly leaving the space and cautiously heading to the first floor. Her older brother was busy cooking in the kitchen, while her second brother was in the monitoring room observing the situation outside. Both had already taken showers and were wearing comfortable loungewear, their hair still slightly damp. Lin Qianhuan called them into the living room, placing the 2 cups of spiritual spring water in front of them. Each of you take a cup. After drinking, both your physical condition and abilities will improve to varying degrees. She paused for a moment and added, but it will be quite painful, so be mentally prepared.
Chapter 32, Second Brother's Ex-Girlfriend.
Upon hearing Lin Qianhuan's words, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing raised their paper cups without hesitation and drank it all.
Seeing their actions, Lin Qianhuan was a bit surprised. Aren't you going to ask what this is?
Lin Qianhuan crumpled the paper cup and casually tossed it into the nearby trash can. You definitely won't harm us, so there's no need to ask. There's no need for words among siblings. He and Lin Wanqing were aware of Lin Qianhuan's little secret but didn't want to delve deeper.
As long as she is fine, what does it matter if she keeps something from them?
Huan had already suffered enough in her past life, neither wanted to put any pressure on her this time.
Lin Qianhuan raised his hand and pointed to the kitchen. The rice will be ready soon, you.
Before he could finish, he suddenly fell onto the sofa in agony, his long fingers turning pale from the force, the sofa armrest slightly bent from his grip. Lin Qianhuan raised her eyebrows, turning to look at Lin Wanqing, only to find his situation wasn't much better. We are family, after all, we should stick together. She chuckled and walked into the kitchen to stir the corn rib soup in the pot, the fragrant aroma making her mouth water. If the windows weren't tightly sealed, it probably would have sparked quite a commotion in the neighborhood chat group. 5 minutes quickly passed. After covering the pot, Lin Qianhuan saw her 2 brothers sitting on the sofa, looking dazed and staring blankly at the corner of the wall. She set the spoon aside and casually picked up a tomato, taking a bite.
So, do you feel like your body and abilities have been enhanced?
Her eyes sparkled with clear anticipation. Lin Qianhuan struggled to stand up, the burning pain seeming to linger in his bones, refusing to go away.
I feel like I'm cooking, brother, do you smell roasted meat?
Lin Qianhuan, who was mentioned by name, remained dazed on the sofa until he felt his internal ability stirring slightly and barely came back to his senses.
How long has it been? Lin Qianhuan blinked. 5 minutes.
The two brothers exchanged incredulous glances, taking a while to finally get up and head to the kitchen for rice. On the dining table sat fragrant corn rib soup, cola chicken wings, and a plate of stir-fried bok choy. Lin Qianhuan stuffed a mouthful of rice into her mouth and, observing her brother's expressions, finally said, "From now on, drink a cup every week, it will greatly benefit your body and powers." She knew the pain of cleansing the body with spiritual spring water, but for the sake of the future, this little pain was nothing at all.
Lin Qianhuan and Lin Qianhuan were not the kind of people to retreat when faced with difficulties.
Although they still felt a bit of fear, they nodded and agreed. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, March 6th. A sudden downpour chased away the gathered warmth, dropping the hard-won temperature back down to single digits. Lin Qianhuan lazily nestled in her home, waking up at 10 a.m., stretching and turning. She frowned as she looked at the fine raindrops hammering on the window, wrapping herself tighter in her quilt. Rainy days were perfect for snuggling at home and catching up on sleep, making one feel completely unmotivated.
Task alert, please capture a live fish ×1. Task reward, fish pond ×1, system store opens fish fry classification module.
Lin Qianhuan climbed out of bed in confusion, yawning painfully.
This weather, and you want me to go fishing? Is your Lin Qianhuan system really that free? The system ignored her complaints. Does the host accept the task? Lin Qianhuan rolled her eyes. Fine, I accept. Is that good enough? If she didn't accept, the system would threaten her again with Lin Qianhuan and the warehouse. But she just couldn't resist that kind of pressure.
Lin Qianhuan took a hot shower and after dressing, slowly walked down the stairs. Since she didn't have the energy to deal with animal waste and various types of garbage, she only raised a few convenient chickens to pass the time. Just scattering some feed could get her a continuous supply of eggs and fresh chicken, which was practically a sure profit. But she never thought about specifically opening a pond in the Lin Qianhuan space for fish farming. Raising chickens was to bring some vitality into the Lin Qianhuan space, to avoid it becoming lifeless, and that was purely voluntary. But raising fish was a task forced upon her by the system. Lin Qianhuan was puzzled about why the system would assign her such a baffling task. She had explored the purpose behind the system's tasks, but no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't find any rules. She could only barely categorize it as the system testing her abilities. But killing zombies for crystal cores could be said to be a test of her abilities. What about fish farming? Lin Qianhuan was at a loss, but she could only obediently shoulder her fishing rod and plan to go out.
Qianhuan, where are you going?
Lin Qianhuan, sitting on the sofa reading, raised his eyes and was a bit puzzled when he saw the fishing rod on Lin Qianhuan's back.
Me? I'm going fishing. Big brother, do you want to join me? Lin Qianhuan waved his hand. No. Let your second brother accompany you.
I'll take advantage of the rain to clean the house. Finally, I don't have to conserve water.
Lin Qianhuan shrugged.
Both her older brother and second brother had serious cleanliness obsessions, but most of the water she had stored was for drinking, so using it for cleaning still felt a bit extravagant. Before, when it hadn't rained, she had just done simple cleaning with the tap water she had stored in advance. Now that it had finally rained, her brother certainly wouldn't miss this great opportunity for a thorough cleaning.
Okay, then I'll go call second brother.
Lin Qianhuan walked to the surveillance room and knocked gently on the door, then cautiously opened it a crack, only to see her second brother with a face full of worries.
Second brother, want to go fishing?
She raised the fishing rod as a signal, and he forced a smile, standing up and nodding in agreement.
All right, wait for me to change my clothes and I'll go with you.
He turned and walked towards the second floor, the sound of his slippers slapping against the floor echoing all the way to the end of the second floor hallway, his back looking a bit lonely. Lin Qianhuan suspiciously sat down beside Lin Qianhuan and whispered in his ear, playfully.
What's wrong with second brother?
Lin Qianhuan glanced at the second floor out of the corner of his eye, shaking his head helplessly. His ex-girlfriend called him.
Can you guess what the first thing she said after 10 days into the apocalypse was? Lin Qianhuan's gossiping soul burned fiercely. Do you miss me?
Lin Qianhuan clicked his tongue a couple of times, sneering sarcastically. You guessed wrong. She said, send me the supplies in your hands, our family is starving.
Isn't it laughable?
Lin Qianhuan touched her chin, feeling a bit sorry for her second brother. Now at 20 years old, her eldest brother is 27, and her second brother is 26, so it's reasonable that both are at the age to talk about marriage, thus she was not surprised they had an ex-girlfriend or something. Especially concerning her second brother and his ex-girlfriend. They had reached the stage of discussing marriage, but due to the pressure from the girl's parents, they had to part ways helplessly.
Chapter 33 The girl is an outsider.
Lin Qianhuan still remembers how her second brother locked himself in his room for 4 days, until their eldest brother rushed back from afar and scolded him, just to barely pull him back to life. At that time, Lin Qianhuan had tried to probe for information indirectly, but she only learned a few trivial details. Her second brother's ex-girlfriend had a weak personality and had to obey her parents in everything. However, her parents didn't seem to be arranging their daughter's marriage, but rather trying to pave the way for their precious son.
The betrothal gift was 666,000.
But the girl's parents insisted that this money was to repay their nurturing grace, so they strongly required it to be kept by them, having nothing to do with their soon-to-be married daughter. 2 houses in the city center must be written in the name of the girl's brother, and a car must also be given to the brother. But these demands were just the tip of the iceberg. Lin Qianhuan knew little, yet just hearing these few requests was outrageous. At that time, her second brother had already achieved some success in Yunqing, agreeing to the betrothal gift of 666,000, and also agreeing to buy the car and house in full, but he had just one request.
The houses and cars had to be in the girl's name, unrelated to her brother. But his actions enraged the girl's parents, leading to the instant collapse of their 5-year relationship. Lin Wansheng.
If you love me, why can't you buy a car and a house for my brother?
Isn't my brother your brother? If you help him a bit, his life will be easier later. How can you not understand such a simple truth?
My parents said that if you don't buy a car and a house for my brother, then we shouldn't get married.
You actually don't love me at all, right?
My parents said that if you truly love me, you wouldn't refuse to help my brother. These words were like sharp thorns, piercing Lin Wansheng all over, but he never gave up and actively fought for their love, continually making concessions. Until that day when the girl's parents came to discuss the marriage and met Lin Qianhuan, who was back home for the summer vacation. They kept criticizing and pointing at her.
You are a girl, just an outsider. Instead of marrying early and using the betrothal gifts to support your brother, what are you doing living at home? Isn't the money for your college from your 2 brothers? I'll tell you now, your second brother is getting married soon. You must return all the money he spent on you. When your second brother gets married, his money will be considered joint property, which is just as well our family's Jasmine's money. Don't hang around making your brother support you. Hurry up and get out to find someone to marry.
Lin Qianhuan refrained from exploding in anger at the girl's parents since they were her second brother's girlfriend's parents, but Lin Wansheng immediately darkened his face. He smashed the cup on the coffee table and sternly demanded an apology from Sun Moli's parents, the hot tea splattering everywhere. And the usually silent Sun Moli suddenly stood up to argue. Shang, why are you talking to my parents like that? Moreover, what my parents said is not without reason. Girls are indeed outsiders. Spending money on an outsider is nonsense. She is going to be married off after all. Your mother passed away early, and your father doesn't care for you. Do you really still want to help this outsider prepare a dowry? In my opinion, she should return the money you spent on her, and she should also pay interest.
Lin Wansheng couldn't believe it. The gentle and kind girl he remembered could actually say such words.
She clearly knew that his sister was the most important family member to him, the spiritual support that helped him move forward step by step. Yet Sun Moli still stood on her parents' side, confronting him together with them. This family seriously underestimated Lin Qianhuan's position in the Lin family, and at the same time, they trampled on Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng's bottom line, causing the marriage to ultimately end in failure.
The memory was interrupted by footsteps.
Lin Qianhuan looked up and found that her second brother seemed to have acted as if nothing had happened and handed her a raincoat. Let's go, wear the raincoat properly. You'll catch a cold if you get wet. He unfolded the folded raincoat and carefully helped Lin Qianhuan adjust the folds on her clothes, meticulously buttoning her raincoat. Lin Qianhuan waved at Lin Qianhuan, elder brother, my second brother and I won't be coming back for lunch.
You can handle lunch yourself.
Lin Qianhuan nodded to show he understood, smiling and waving goodbye to her, throwing a provocative glance at Lin Wansheng. As the SUV drove out of the villa, Lin Wansheng turned the windshield wipers to the highest speed, but his vision was still somewhat blurred.
Which river do you want to go to? Lin Qianhuan thought for a moment. How about Nanning River?
I remember that there were a lot of fishing enthusiasts gathering there before. We should be able to catch fish quickly.
Good.
Having determined the destination, the SUV broke through the rain curtain and sped along. The rain fell heavily, the sound of water drops hitting the ground and the earthy smell disturbed the senses of the zombies. Indeed a good time to go fishing. Nanning River wasn't too far from the eastern suburbs. Before the apocalypse, it would take half an hour to drive there, but now, due to obstacles on the road and the zombies blocking the way, the time was extended significantly. By the time they arrived at Nanning River, it was already 11:30. Lin Qianhuan took out a folding canopy from her space, and the two of them worked together to set it up. Then they lit a fire pit beneath the canopy to keep warm. Lin Qianhuan initially thought of simply setting up a tent, as it could provide excellent warmth and protection from the cold. Unfortunately, it would be hard to notice zombies in the rain, so she had to regretfully give up the idea. You go fishing, I'll prepare lunch. Lin Wansheng fiddled with the charcoal in the fire pit, planning to make ginger soup to warm Lin Qianhuan up.
It's raining, second brother, don't bother. Let's just eat a self-heating hot pot to fill our stomachs.
Lin Qianhuan raised her fishing rod and sat obediently on a small stool by the river, casting the baited hook into the water. Fish kept jumping out of the water, but there was no movement on the fishing rod. She rubbed her chin, and with a slight thought, her mental power transformed into an invisible fishing net, probing into the water in front of her.
Splash!
Lin Wanqing was boiling the ginger soup when he saw two fat fish struggling in the river, mysteriously floating in midair.
Second brother, if I had known, I wouldn't have brought the fishing rod. My abilities are better than this.
Lin Qianhuan happily placed the fish into the red plastic bucket beside her, enjoying the spicy aroma of the ginger wafting from the pot, releasing a satisfied sigh. I love rainy days, although it's inconvenient to go out, it indeed creates a great atmosphere. Lin Wanqing smiled lightly, just about to respond when he heard a familiar voice loudly calling his name.
Lin Wansheng. Lin Wansheng. Lin Qianhuan couldn't overlook that voice either. Surprised, she looked towards the sound and saw her second brother's ex-girlfriend. Sun Moli.
Lin Qianhuan felt a bit overwhelmed. How could she run into the least wanted acquaintance while out fishing? Even though neither she nor Lin Wanqing looked particularly well, Sun Moli rushed over without hesitation, somewhat awkwardly squeezing under the canopy.
A few swaying zombies were following behind. Chapter 34, who wouldn't be frustrated by this? Finally found you. Why did you suddenly hang up when I called you?
Sun Moli's tone was filled with sharp questioning, and the heavy rain soaked her hair and clothes, making her disheveled hair stick to her face, appearing somewhat embarrassed.
Didn't I tell you to bring me supplies? Why didn't you go to my house to find me, but instead came to this place?
Her voice was a bit sharp as she reached out, wanting to grab Lin Wanqing's sleeve, but he subtly dodged her.
We have nothing to do with each other anymore. What gives you the right to question me?
While speaking, Lin Wanqing activated his ability and easily dealt with the few zombies attracted by Sun Moli with metallic blades. Seeing his ability, Sun Moli's eyes lit up, and she gulped in excitement.
You've awakened your powers? Are you an ability user?
Her body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from emotion or the cold.
Lin Wanqing was a bit impatient. Does it matter to you? When we broke up, you said you never wanted to have anything to do with me again. What do you mean now?
Sun Moli bit her lip in a fluster, her gaze evasive.
Isn't it because you favored outsiders? Otherwise, wouldn't we have been married long ago? My parents gave you a chance at that time.
They would agree to our marriage as long as you cut ties with Lin Qianhuan.
It was you who didn't want to.
Lin Wanqing was too lazy to continue this entanglement, turned around to leave, but she hugged his waist from behind.
Shang, I regret it.
I promised to marry you, I can go home with you right now.
Can we get back together?
She shrank her neck, her voice slightly trembling. I've always loved you.
I believe you love me too. I won't make you send your sister away. Can you forgive me? Forgive my family?
Lin Wanqing forcefully pried her hands apart, then pushed her away coldly, quickly retreating a step. Please respect yourself.
There is no possibility between us anymore.
After saying that, he quickly stepped into the off-road vehicle. After Lin Qianhuan put away the rain cover and fire pot, she followed him in. She had just shut the car door and settled in when unexpectedly, Sun Moli climbed into the back seat closely behind, her eyes shining as she looked at the interior of the off-road vehicle.
Shang, is this your new car? This car is so luxurious, and it looks very sturdy.
Lin Wanqing had lost the patience to continue talking with her, and gave Lin Qianhuan a pleading look, clasping his hands and shaking them.
Lin Qianhuan understood in an instant, cleared her throat, and said, "This car is mine. You'd better get out right now, or don't blame me for being harsh."
Hearing this, Sun Moli glanced at Lin Wanqing with some complaints, then turned to meet Lin Qianhuan's gaze.
What's your attitude? I'm your sister-in-law. How dare you speak to me like this?
Lin Qianhuan stroked her chin. First of all, my big brother and second brother are both single.
I don't have a sister-in-law like you. Sun Moli swallowed hard. My parents told me to come out to find food. My brother hasn't eaten meat in a long time.
They asked me to catch a couple of fish to make soup to replenish him.
Lin Qianhuan elongated her tone. Oh, I see.
She smiled mockingly, then coldly got out of the car, grabbing Sun Moli's hair and dragging her down from the back seat. Sun Moli held onto the seat of the car, refusing to let go, frantically pleading to Lin Wanqing for help. But because she could not bear the pain like needles poking her scalp, she could only helplessly let go, being heavily thrown by Lin Qianhuan onto the stone riverbank.
Ah! What are you doing? Let go of me now.
She struggled desperately to hit Lin Qianhuan, but was fiercely given 2 slaps on the face, making her cheeks immediately swell.
Since I slapped you twice, I won't pursue the matter of you dirtying my car. But you'd better be wise, don't really make me angry, then it won't just be these 2 slaps.
Lin Qianhuan lightly patted Sun Mole's swollen cheek, forcefully closed the rear car door, and then sat in the front passenger seat, driving away. The car was a bit quiet, as the dampness brought in by Sun Mole had yet to dissipate, sticking unpleasantly to both of their skins.
Big brother, you're not angry with me for treating her this way, right?
Lin Qianhuan cautiously spoke, and the other person frowned in puzzlement, then suddenly burst into laughter.
Silly girl, what are you thinking? He poked Lin Qianhuan's forehead with his finger. I've already broken up with her over a year ago, how could I blame you because of her? I want to thank you, you helped me solve a big problem.
Lin Qianhuan rubbed her forehead, smiling a bit shyly, but you looked a bit upset this morning.
Wasn't it because you received Sun Mole's call?
I thought you still had feelings for her, I didn't even use full strength when hitting her.
Lin Wancheng was taken aback, then narrowed his eyes dangerously. Did Big Brother tell you that? Yes, why? Wasn't it?
Lin Wancheng gritted his teeth. I indeed received Sun Mole's call, but I have long lost feelings for her.
How could I feel bad because of her?
I was upset because I lost to Big Brother in chess. His punishment was something I couldn't accept.
What punishment?
Lin Wancheng's mouth twitched slightly. For the next month, I have to collect the crystal cores from the zombies I kill.
Who wouldn't feel depressed about that?
Lin Qianhuan clicked her tongue. Big Brother is indeed not very righteous, he even deceived me, how outrageous.
So you're unhappy about him deceiving you, but have no objection to my collecting crystal cores for a month, right?
Lin Wancheng looked at Lin Qianhuan sideways, with a hint of blame in his eyes. Noticing her second brother's little mood, Lin Qianhuan quickly changed the subject. Second brother, I don't think it was Sun Mole's idea to call you, it's probably her parents manipulating behind the scenes. These two old folks are definitely up to no good. Now that Sun Mole knows we have an off-road vehicle and knows you've awakened your metal power. Once she goes home and tells her parents, they will certainly keep an eye on you. Before the apocalypse, they treated Lin Wancheng like a precious son whose blood they could draw. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, they definitely won't give up on this golden leg. Upon hearing this, Lin Wancheng thought for a moment and felt it indeed made sense. Her parents are indeed not good people. But we didn't tell anyone about our moving. Even if they have thoughts, they probably can't find us. If they do find us, I will definitely not show mercy.
Chapter 35, What's so great about the off-road vehicle? Crystal City.
Sun Mole returned home looking rather disheveled and cold. She shivered as she opened the door, nervously swallowing her saliva. Sun's mother was napping on the sofa and was awakened by the sound of the door closing.
She sat up impatiently and yawned. Where are the fish? Why didn't you bring any back?
Sun Mole tugged at her water-soaked clothes, speaking with a nasal tone. There were zombies chasing me outside, and I had no tools, so I couldn't catch any.
What? You couldn't catch any, so why did you come back?
Sun's mother angrily stood up, stepping forward to push Sun Mole hard. You are an outsider, your dad and I were already kind enough to let you live here and eat for free.
What good are you? Your brother wanted a fish to help him recover and you couldn't even catch one. You're useless.
Her voice was sharp, waking Sun Tianci, who was resting in the bedroom. He stretched lazily and walked out of the bedroom, his hair greasy and messy, and dirt stuck under his nails.
What's all the noise about? Don't you see I'm trying to sleep?
Hearing her precious son's voice, Sun's mother hurried over, quickly draping a blanket over him.
Oh, why did you get out of bed in your pajamas? What if you catch a cold?
We barely have any medicine left in the house, you need to take good care of yourself.
If you get sick, how will your mom live?
Sun Tianci was annoyed by her noise, adjusted the blanket, and then sat down heavily on the sofa, gesturing with his chin toward Sun Mole, who was standing stiffly by.
Where's the fish? Didn't you bring it back for me?
Sun Mole stammered, it was raining too heavily, and there were many zombies.
I almost died outside. Sun Tianci waved his hand impatiently. What a waste. What good is it that mom and dad raised you? All you know is to play tricks, you can't even do such a simple thing.
Hearing this, Sun's mother was about to get angry, but Sun Mole quickly spoke up. I saw Lin Wancheng.
He saved me from the zombies. And he awakened his special abilities, plus he drives a modified SUV.
Sun's mother paused her raised hand, hesitating for a moment before lowering it.
Lin Wancheng awakened his abilities? And he drives an SUV?
Sun Mole quickly nodded, moving to the corner of the wall, her lips turning a bit purple from the cold.
Sun Tianci's eyes brightened. An SUV? Mom! I also want an SUV, that kind of car is the coolest.
It's so stylish when you drive it out.
I don't care, make my sister ask Lin Wancheng for the car. We agreed before that he would buy me a car and a house, but this guy backed out. So that SUV is what he owes me, he should return it to me.
Seeing her son getting a bit excited, Sun's mother hurriedly brought over a cup of freshly boiled rainwater, gently rubbing his head with concern.
Alright, whatever you want, Mom will give it to you.
It's just an SUV, with your sister here, that Lin Wancheng will definitely return the car to you, don't rush. After softly saying this, Sun's mother turned her attention to Sun Molly, rubbing her temples in annoyance.
Where does Lin Qianhuan live? Let's go find him. This brat, for a useless sister, ruined our family's deal. I originally didn't want anything to do with him. But since our Tianzi said he wants an SUV, let's give him a chance. If he obediently returns the SUV, then I and your dad might reluctantly agree to let him be with you. Seeing that she wouldn't get beaten today, Sun Molly's tense body relaxed a bit, but she still anxiously bit her lip. I don't know where he lives. I got into his car, but then his sister kicked me out. Thinking of Lin Qianhuan's neat appearance, she clenched her fists with some jealousy, her nails digging into her palm. Why should it be her? Everything that Lin Qianhuan enjoys should belong to her. If she had married Lin Wanqing back then, would she also get to ride in an SUV and be cared for so well? Before she could pull herself out of her fantasy, Sun Molly's already swollen cheek received another slap, the pain making her instinctively raise her hand to cover her face and retreat a few steps helplessly. Sun's mother yelled angrily, "You idiot! What good is it raising you this big? I told you not to go to college, it was your dad who insisted, thinking you could sell for a good price when you marry. And what happened? You can't even win a man's heart. After dating him for so long, you don't even know where his family is." Sun Molly nervously opened her mouth to explain, but the swollen corner of her mouth hurt, causing her to let out a painful hiss. "No, Mom, he moved later. I went to his house to look for him a while ago, and it's already empty. You still dare to argue? Watch me tear your mouth apart." Sun's mother threatened to step forward, but was stopped by the suddenly appearing Sun's father. "Stop. What's all this noise about? Are you afraid that the zombies downstairs won't hear?" Sun's mother reluctantly lowered her hand. "How come you woke up?" Sun's father spat on the floor and then casually sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. "I heard you talking, so I came out. I'm not saying this to offend you, but you women are so short-sighted. Which man doesn't care about face? You trampled Lin Wanqing's pride and even scolded his sister. It's strange that he is willing to give Molly a good look now. But men are easy to coax, just let Molly go and keep him company. If she can make this guy change his mind, what's a four-wheel drive worth? We can get so many benefits from him." Sun Tianzi immediately became interested and swallowed hard. "Then Dad, hurry and send my sister over. I haven't eaten enough in a long time, I'm starving to death. This rainwater is hard to drink, even after boiling it still has a muddy taste, I really can't stand it. That Lin Wanqing must have a good life since he awakened his powers. Isn't it reasonable for him to help his brother-in-law improve his life?" Sun's father lazily waved his hand. "If you want to find him, you first have to know where he is." "Molly, which direction did he drive towards?" Sun Molly rubbed her sore cheek and replied vaguely, "He went east. To the east of Nanling River is Dongjiao, right? There aren't many neighborhoods in that area, it should be easy to find." Sun's father rubbed his dark and rough face. "You two tidy up the things that can be used at home, we just happen to be moving to Dongjiao. If we look for them one household at a time, we are bound to find traces of the siblings. By then, just wait to enjoy the blessings." Sun's mother hesitated upon hearing this. "Move? We bought this house with money, why move? I'm telling you, you women have no foresight. It's the end of the world now, everything is ownerless, whoever grabs it owns it. Since you want to fish for benefits from Lin Wanqing, wouldn't it be impossible if you can't find him?" Sun's mother pouted and murmured a few more words but still obediently walked into the bedroom to pack clothes and bedding. Chapter 36 Their Aunt. Lin Wanqing and Lin Qianhuan naturally had no idea about the little schemes of this family and were driving back to Yinhuan. Opening the door, the floor and windows were shiny clean, even the crystal lamp on the ceiling hadn't been overlooked, it felt like the house had a filter over it. "Big brother, you are quite proactive." Lin Qianhuan was somewhat shocked as she changed into slippers and walked into the house, looking at the brand new furniture and furnishings, exclaiming in wonder. Lin Qianhuan adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled lightly. "Just basic operations, nothing much." Lin Wanqing rolled his eyes and took over the yet-to-be-boiled ginger soup, walking into the kitchen to continue heating it. Lin Qianhuan entered the space to receive the rewards released by the system. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task, reward fish pond ×1, the system shop has opened the fish fry sale section, please pay attention to check." A flash of white light passed before her eyes, and Lin Qianhuan instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, the fish pond was in front of her, but most of it was shrouded in white mist. "What's the situation? You only give me this little bit for the fish pond?" Lin Qianhuan squatted down and scooped up a handful of water, her tone carrying some complaint. "The host has currently only unlocked a 20 spiritual spring space, the fish pond is large, so part of it is obscured by mist and cannot be used temporarily. If the host needs more, please spend crystal cores to unlock more space." "How big is the fish pond overall?" 20m times 20m, with a total of 400. Lin Qianhuan was astonished. "So big?" The fish pond has no level classification and cannot be upgraded, so the area is fixed. Well, how many crystal cores do I need to unlock the area shrouded in white mist? Host pays 100 crystal cores, the available area of the spirit spring space will increase to 100. Lin Qianhuan moved her mind, tentatively asking, can I start with 1 crystal core? The system only accepts a minimum of 100 crystal cores. Please do not attempt shortcuts, host. Okay then. Lin Qianhuan shrugged helplessly, looking at the area of the fish pond she could use. The fish pond that had not been covered by white mist was about 4 m long, but only 1 m wide. It wasn't unusable, but unfortunately, the seafood she had stored was enough, so she did not need to use the fish pond for breeding. Moreover, the fish pond occupied 1/5 of the usable area, greatly compressing Lin Qianhuan's activity space, making it feel more cramped. It seemed impossible not to unlock more space area. Lin Qianhuan sighed helplessly, feeling that the burden on her shoulders had become heavier. She left the space and landed on the soft sofa in the living room. Lin Wansheng, who was drinking ginger soup, was startled by her sudden appearance, nearly spilling his bowl and splashing 2 drops. You girl, how do you appear and disappear like a ghost? He patted his heart helplessly and walked into the kitchen to bring Lin Qianhuan a bowl of ginger soup. Drink this, it's just right to drive away the cold in your body, so you don't catch a cold. Lin Qianhuan reached out, took it, and drank it in one go, smacking her lips in satisfaction. Her second brother had included a good amount of brown sugar, which dulled the spiciness of the ginger somewhat. Second brother, starting tomorrow, we have to go out and kill zombies, we need at least. Lin Qianhuan held up 3 fingers, her eyes curved, 30 crystal cores, you've got your work cut out. Lin Wansheng rubbed his temples, accepting the bet, he couldn't back out now. Got it, then you should rest well tonight. We'll set off early tomorrow and won't come home for lunch. Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement, placing the bowl on the coffee table and patting her belly in satisfaction. After a good night's sleep, the rain continued to fall, but it was not as fierce as yesterday, it seemed much gentler. Such weather was suitable for gathering supplies and killing zombies, so there were quite a few survivors venturing out. The 3 of them drove west, arriving near the city center, where the number of zombies had increased as expected. Lin Qianhuan looked at the right side of the intersection, where there was a large living plaza. And it was located at a crossroads, making it a great choice for both pursuing and escaping. Second brother, just park the car here. Lin Wansheng nodded in response, parking the SUV next to the flower bed, and the 3 of them got out with their weapons. The zombies wandering around were somewhat sluggish, their poor vision and senses were affected by the heavy rain, posing no real threat. Lin Qianhuan chose a position next to the large supermarket because there were supplies, and many survivors were coming and going naturally, there were some unfortunate ones injured and infected. The density of zombies here was comparatively high, but much less than downtown, making it a good hunting spot. It wouldn't put too much pressure on them, but it could still help train their special abilities in physique. Lin Qianhuan led the charge with her tang knife, the blade exceptionally sharp, raindrops hitting it slid off instantly, leaving not a single drop behind. She swung her knife effortlessly, beheading a zombie while also startling the nearby wandering zombies. As one zombie head after another fell, the stench grew stronger, and the mix of red and white brain matter was diluted by the flowing rainwater, forming a muddy puddle at their feet. The 3 figures appeared particularly out of place on the empty, deserted street, drawing the attention of many scavengers inside the supermarket who were quietly searching for supplies. A woman dressed in a black cotton coat stood by the window in the first-floor lobby, clutching a backpack full of food. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and no matter how she looked, those 3 figures seemed particularly familiar. What are you looking at? Hurry up and stuff some food into your bag. A man wearing a baseball cap walked up from behind her, chewing on bread he had just found, and looked out with curiosity following her gaze. Why do those 3 people look so much like the Lin Qianhuan siblings? He mumbled to himself, but the woman suddenly grabbed his hand, right. I think so too. I never thought they would be in Yuncheng, let alone that they are still alive. Who would have thought I'd see them here? The man licked his molars, still savoring the bread he just swallowed. They seem pretty capable, isn't that Lin Wansheng? He can actually control so many knives, he must have awakened his powers. His eyes instantly turned fervent as he bumped shoulders with the woman. They are your nephews and nieces, with such skills and awakened abilities, why aren't you going to build a connection with them? The woman, named Lin Lu, was indeed Lin Fu's sister and Lin Qianhuan's aunt. Lin Lu hesitated, I was so harsh on their mother back then and always picked on them, I never gave these kids any benefits. Will they even recognize me? What if they chase me away, that would be so embarrassing. Zhang Jianguo rolled his eyes in disdain, you are their own aunt, can blood ties just disappear? Besides, they are just younger generations, how would they dare to hold a grudge against their elders? Don't forget, our son is only 8 years old, right at the age of growing up. If you really connect with these awakened ones, won't you stop worrying about having nothing to feed him for nourishment? Chapter 37, Yuncheng is really small.
Lin Lu sighed anxiously, thinking of her son and daughter suffering from hunger and cold at home. She gritted her teeth and made a decision. Lin Qianhuan did not notice Lin Lu and Zhang Jianguo in the life supermarket. She was focused on killing the zombies that kept approaching, and there were many decaying bodies piled up around her. The rain fell like needles, dense and heavy, pouring down from the gray sky, hitting the thick raincoat with a patter. Raindrops flowed into thin streams, cascading down from the brim of the raincoat, wetting a few strands of hair on her forehead. After killing the last approaching zombie, Lin Qianhuan shook her knife, and she felt quite good. Her body, transformed by the spiritual spring water, was lighter and stronger. After slashing so many times, her arms did not feel sore and swollen like before. She raised her wrist to check the time, stretched her shoulders, and walked toward the off-road vehicle to take out the rain cover they had used yesterday. Lin Qianhuan used a wind blade to eliminate a zombie that was trying to sneak attack from behind. Feeling the dwindling reserve of powers within him, he pulled out the tang knife tucked at his waist. The knife blade flashed with a cold light. The wind blade and knife tip launched together, clearing all nearby zombies. Lin Wanqing's battle was also nearing its end. All the zombies on the street had been dealt with, leaving only a few scattered ones moving slowly in the distance, posing no threat to them. The three worked together to set up the rain cover, sitting on the bench by the fire for a brief rest. Lin Qianhuan handed clean towels to her two brothers to wipe the raindrops off their bodies, and she also took off her raincoat, hanging it aside while carefully tidying the hair on her forehead. Lin Qianhuan draped the towel around his neck, took out the pot from the off-road vehicle, and placed it on the fire pit, pouring half a bucket of mineral water into it. Let's just eat instant noodles for lunch. There are many survivors in the life supermarket, and if we eat too well, it'll attract too much attention. Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement, taking out 6 packs of instant noodles from her space and placing them on the temporary small table, tearing open the plastic packaging. Lin Wanqing watched the two busying themselves, helplessly shrugged, picked up a dagger, put on his raincoat, and went to dig for crystal cores. This is what he was supposed to do. The charcoal piled up by Lin Qianhuan before the apocalypse burned in the fire pit, cracking and popping under the licking flames. So warm. She stretched her hands to the side for warmth, comfortably sighing. In the cold and dangerous apocalypse, even a small fire pit could make one feel incredibly happy. Lin Qianhuan took a blanket from the car and draped it over her, watching as the water in the pot gradually boiled, throwing in all 6 noodles. The sturdy noodles slowly spread apart as the hot water boiled them, and Lin Qianhuan thought for a moment before adding 3 hot dog sausages. Flavoring powder packets were poured in one bag after another, and the aroma wafted out, making mouths water. Actually, instant noodles were a common food in the apocalypse, but to save water, most people chose to eat them dry with a sprinkle of seasoning. It was raining today, so it didn't seem out of place for the 3 to cook noodles. The aroma was indeed tempting. Second brother. The instant noodles are ready, you can eat before getting busy again. Lin Qianhuan waved her hand at Lin Wanqing, who nodded, casually rinsed the crystal core in his pocket with rainwater, and hurried back to the shelter. Here, I only managed to dig up 6, take them. He handed the crystal cores to Lin Qianhuan, then stood by the edge of the shelter, carefully washing his hands before relaxing to sit on a small stool and wait for food. Each person had a large bowl filled to the brim with instant noodles and even had a sausage in it. In the apocalypse, this was a top-tier instant noodle meal. Lin Qianhuan happily slurped her noodles but still heard footsteps approaching amidst the steady rain. She turned to look. A woman wearing a red raincoat was slowly coming closer, her face mostly obscured by the hood of the raincoat, making it hard to see her features. Seeing that the woman seemed to be heading towards them, Lin Qianhuan furrowed her brow and put down her bowl, wanting to scold her, but the woman spoke first.
Huan? A Shang, is that you?
The woman stepped into the shelter and took off her hood, revealing a waxy, emaciated face.
Lin Qianhuan raised his eyebrows in surprise, glanced at Lin Wanqing, and asked, "What are you doing here?"
Lin Lu, familiar with them, squatted by the fire pit to warm herself, smiling as she answered, "I saw my nephews and niece, can't I come over to say hello?" As she spoke, she had the 3 bowls of instant noodles, swallowing her saliva.
So fragrant.
Although it wasn't anything special, she hadn't had hot, steaming noodles in a long time. Every day was just dry bread or buns with bottled water. Lin Qianhuan pulled the fire pit closer to herself, not wanting Lin Lu to take advantage even a little.
Yunqing is really small. If I remember correctly, we haven't been in touch for 5 years, right? I thought we had already severed ties, so why do you still act like my aunt? Aren't you ashamed?
Lin Lu's hands froze in motion as she awkwardly laughed. We're all family, breaking bones is still connected by tendons.
How can family ties be said to be broken?
It's all my fault for being negligent these years and not keeping in touch, that's on me.
Lin Qianhuan slurped some noodles. If you know you were wrong, then get lost. What do you look like staying here? I still remember when you poured boiling tea on me. You didn't forget that, did you? Lin Lu's hands clenched tightly, feeling uneasy under the gaze of the 3.
I was young and impulsive back then, Huan, please don't take it to heart.
I'm still quite young too. Do you want to see just how impulsive I can be?
Lin Qianhuan placed her noodle bowl on the table and picked up the soup pot from the fire pit to splash it toward her. There was still a lot of soup left in the pot, although most was blocked by Lin Lu's raincoat. A few drops still splashed onto her face and hands.
Ah! It burns! What are you trying to do, you little wretch?
Lin Lu collapsed and shouted. The area splashed with noodle soup quickly turned red and swollen, already showing signs of bubbling. She rushed into the rain to cool her cheeks and hands, but the pain was especially hard to alleviate, continuously tugging at her nerves.
Lin Wanshang looked at Lin Qianhuan disapprovingly. Why don't you throw charcoal at her? Look, the noodle soup has been blocked by her raincoat, we can't see any effect.
Hearing Lin Wanshang's words made Lin Lu even more desperate, and she yelled furiously, You three bastards with a father but no mother, why didn't your mom take you with her when she hanged herself? You treacherous things!
I am your own aunt, Lin Yixian, as the oldest brother, shouldn't you keep an eye on your younger siblings? How can you just watch them toy with their elder? What kind of brother are you?
Lin Yixian calmly swallowed the last bite of noodles and patted Lin Qianhuan, who was watching the show. Hurry up and finish your noodles, if it turns into a lump again you won't want to eat it. Watching her desperate shouting being ignored, Lin Lu's chest rose and fell violently, looking like she was about to faint from anger.
Chapter 38 Brother, who are you?
Hiding in the shadows, Zhang Jianguo finally ran over, supporting Lin Lu's shaking body and leading her back into the rain canopy. Kids, don't be angry, your aunt is just too anxious and spoke without thinking. Don't take her words to heart, please be understanding. Zhang Jianguo released Lin Lu and smiled at Lin Qianhuan and the others, showing no sign of displeasure.
Hearing this, Lin Lu immediately broke down. Zhang Jianguo, what do you mean?
These three little brats teamed up to scold and bully me, yet you apologize to them.
Am I no longer your wife? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?
As she spoke, she lunged to scratch Zhang Jianguo's face, but he pushed her away.
As an elder, what's wrong with yielding to the younger generation? They are just playful and teasing you, why take it seriously?
Zhang Jianguo spoke while making eye signals to Lin Lu, and she finally remembered her purpose in finding Lin Qianhuan and the others. Grinding her teeth, she said, It's my fault, it's because I took it too seriously.
Zhang Jianguo smiled cheerfully upon hearing this. That's right, Huan, don't be mad at your aunt, okay?
Lin Qianhuan lazily looked at the two before her who were acting like clowns, chuckled, and then focused on eating noodles, not saying anything further. The scene suddenly fell silent, and Zhang Jianguo rolled his eyes around, smiling as he spoke. I really didn't expect that you three are all in Yunchang.
Isn't a Xian working in another province?
If I had known you three were in Yunchang, your aunt and I would definitely have brought things to see you. Sigh, after the zombie outbreak, it's hard to find food, but no matter how tough it is, the elders still care about you kids.
Lin Wansheng seemed to have heard the biggest joke. Is that so? Now that you see us, why don't you give us the things you brought? He pointed to the bulging backpacks on Zhang Jianguo and Lin Lu, the intent very clear. Zhang Jianguo was a bit embarrassed. Isn't it good to see that you three siblings are doing well? The kids have succeeded, so we adults don't need to worry about you all. Shang, you've awakened your powers, right? Oh, awakening powers is great. Unlike your aunt and me, we're supporting two children trying to make a living, living in constant fear and never having enough to eat. He pretended to wipe away non-existent tears from his eyes. Your little brother is only 8 years old, at that growing age, and he's always having meals sporadically. He's as skinny as a bean sprout, he doesn't even have the strength to speak. Yu is the same, she just started her freshman year, and as a young lady, she's now a mere bag of bones, and she's worried her parents don't spend enough on food, always thinking of saving some food for me and your aunt. Lin Wansheng narrowed his fox eyes. Is that so? As parents, you two are truly incompetent. Zhang Jianguo gaped in disbelief, words caught in his throat, coughing from the spit that choked him. Lin Qianhuan pouted, wondering why they had to provoke the old fox, ergo. As a lawyer, he was notorious for his sharp tongue, anyone who spoke to him was simply out of luck. Seeing that playing the sympathy card wasn't working, Zhang Jianguo decided to speak plainly. I see you and Xian have awakened your abilities, right? With such strong powers, driving an SUV, you must have plenty of supplies? We're all family. Since you're living so well, it shouldn't be a big deal to help out your poor relatives, right? After a long silence, Lin Qianhuan spoke up. So, what do you mean? Zhang Jianguo grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Since you asked, I won't hide it anymore. How about sharing some food, mineral water, and medication with me? If you have milk or formula, that would be even better. Your brother is still small, and needs more milk for nutrients. The clothes Huawan wears are quite clean, my Yaya is about the same height as you. Just give her a few clean outfits. His gaze fell upon the SUV, unable to disguise his greedy look. This SUV looks really nice. Shen, it's such a waste for you to drive such a good car with your powers. Your aunt and I often go out looking for supplies, which can be dangerous. If we had this SUV, it would surely make things safer and easier for us. Zhang Jianguo rubbed his hands. Oh, and don't forget to fill it up with gas, so it can run longer. Lin Qianhuan smiled lightly. So you mean you want us three to help support your family unilaterally? You really are asking for a lot. What can we three get from you in return? Hearing this, Zhang Jiangmo's smile faded, and his tone turned slightly displeased. We're all family. Why talk about supporting or not? Your dad borrowed money from our family back then and hasn't paid it back yet. Debt should be repaid by the sons. Shouldn't Lin Fu's debt be repaid by you three? The things I want are what you owe me. You three should give it to us. The more he spoke, the more he convinced himself he was in the right, spitting as he talked. Don't think just because you've grown up and awakened your powers that you can disregard your aunt and uncle. I tell you, no matter how powerful you are, you can't surpass your elders. What? Do you want to throw your weight around with your powers in front of me? Not a chance.
Lin Qianhuan was astonished by his shamelessness, standing up from her small stool and walking over to him, a faint smile on her face.
Zhang Jiangwei didn't see Lin Qianhuan as a threat, looking at her with disdain, clearly confident. You want something from me, huh?
I'm not asking for anything from you. This is what you owe me and your aunt, and you should return it to us.
Lin Qianhuan slowly nodded. All right, I just happen to have something to give you, so be ready to catch it.
She lifted her leg, extended her foot, and kicked hard. Zhang Jiangguo let out a wail as he flew through the air in a parabolic arc, crashing right onto a zombie's corpse, the foul stench making him vomit.
Lin Lu stared in disbelief, eyes wide open. You actually dare?
Lin Qianhuan turned to her, stepping closer.
What? Is one kick not enough? Do you want to try it too?
Lin Lu glanced at Zhang Jiangguo moaning on the ground, then at Lin Qianhuan's threatening gaze, putting on a hat and running into the rain.
Humph, useless.
She stomped her foot and turned to sit back down on the small stool, but was pulled back by a warm large hand clutching her wrist.
You dare come back, huh?
Lin Qianhuan thought it was Zhang Jiangguo or Lin Lu, but turned to find amber eyes staring back at her. The man wore a black rain jacket, with wet hair clinging to his forehead, but strangely added a bit of broken beauty to him. Lin Qianhuan believed her two brothers were already exceptionally good-looking, but she was still a bit surprised when she saw the man behind her. This guy is too ridiculously handsome. She tried hard to pull her hand back, but he still held her tightly.
Not a brother, who are you? Chapter 39, He Can Beat You.
Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng also stood up, drawing their swords, a fierce murderous intent appearing on their faces.
Let her go. The two yelled in unison, but the man seemed not to have heard, still tightly gripping Lin Qianhuan's wrist. I want to eat noodles.
He looked down at Lin Qianhuan's eyes with great seriousness, his gaze full of determination.
Lin Qianhuan, ? Not a brother, are you sick?
She was just about to gather her mental energy for an attack when a heavy bag was stuffed into her palm.
Do you like this?
The man's voice was deep yet hoarse, his jacket exuded a chill, but his hand remained warm. His fingertips brushed across Lin Qianhuan's palm, causing her to instinctively turn her hand over and clench it into a fist, her face showing no signs of disturbance. Lin Qianhuan weighed the bag in her hand. It was a velvet pouch filled with several crystal cores, bulging and full.
The topmost crystal core was mixed with strands of white lines, clearly a mutated zombie's core. This man should not be underestimated. If he gives you this, you can eat noodles. I also give you this, I also want to eat noodles. Lin Qianhuan twitched her lips, so many crystal cores just for a bowl of instant noodles? She really encountered a big spender this time. Fine, I'll give you noodles. But can you let me go first? Otherwise, I'm afraid I might not hold back and kill you.
Lin Qianhuan ground her back teeth, and the man said oh, stepping back a step, his gaze sticking to Lin Qianhuan's slightly red wrist and unwilling to move away. So soft, like it could snap with a little force. Lin Qianhuan pulled out 2 packs of instant noodles from her space and handed them to Lin Qianhuan. Big brother, prepare a bowl for him too. She cast a reassuring glance at the still watchful two, and only then did they sheath their swords.
Lin Qianhuan took the instant noodles and leaned closer to her ear. What's up with this guy?
Lin Qianhuan blinked, stealing a glance at the man who stood blankly by the awning waiting for food. Who cares, just give me the crystal cores. She bared her teeth, counting the crystal cores in the bag, saliva almost dripping from the corner of her mouth.
17 crystal cores in total, with even one mutated zombie's core.
If it were her, collecting these cores would take a considerable amount of time and effort.
How did this man manage to get so many? What's your name?
She asked, and the other party looked a bit dazed, raising a finger to point at himself.
Me? Lin Qianhuan nodded, feeling he didn't seem too bright.
The man yawned, looking like he had just woken up. Zhang Xing.
Oh.
The conversation abruptly paused. He did not feel awkward as he slowly moved to the fire pit, quietly waiting for the instant noodles to be cooked.
Lin Qianhuan found it uninteresting and casually pulled out a sugar-coated haws on a stick from her space, happily taking a bite. Sugar-coated haws? I want to eat that too.
The low deep voice sounded again, startling Lin Qianhuan's hairs to stand on end.
How did this guy walk without making a sound?
She smoothed her hair and swallowed a haw.
Want to eat? Yes, I want to eat. Trade for crystal cores. Jiang Xing looked puzzled, frowning. Crystal cores?
The transparent stones you just gave me, those are crystal cores.
If you don't know their use and name, why did you save so many for me?
Lin Qianhuan squinted her eyes in doubt, trying to find some clues on his face. Jiang Xing tugged at his jacket zipper. I saw him digging crystal cores. He gave you crystal cores, you gave him noodles. Then I came to find you, to trade food.
Lin Qianhuan followed his finger and looked at her second brother. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Are you saying that you only started digging these crystal cores after you saw him give me one? Jiang Xing nodded indifferently. Why dig? It's so dirty. I just picked them up.
Lin Wansheng sniffed his still faintly foul-smelling hands, his expression turning sour.
You little brat, are you pointing at me? Lin Qianhuan's eyes brightened. Pick them up? Where did you pick them up? Take me with you.
Jiang Xing slowly said oh, as his gaze fell on a zombie gradually approaching the rain canopy, raising his large hand. A dark purple lightning beam shot from his fingertips into the zombie's body. With a crackling, blinding flash, the zombie instantly turned into a pile of charred bones.
He tugged the hood of his jacket and walked into the rain, disgustedly picking up the still crystal-clear crystal core from the pile of charcoal. See, that's how you pick it up.
Jiang Xing stuffed the slightly warm crystal core into Lin Qianhuan's hand, dissatisfiedly pursing his lips.
I gave you the crystal core, where's my candied hawthorn?
Lin Qianhuan suddenly woke up, fumbled in her space, and handed him a stick of candied hawthorn. He satisfactorily took the candied hawthorn and went to the corner of the rain canopy to enjoy his freshly cooked instant noodles. Lin Qianhuan looked at the pile of blackened charcoal and couldn't help but feel a little sour in her stomach. Lightning abilities, one of the deadliest among all powers. Every strong lightning ability user is a trump card in the hunting team, so their strength is naturally understandable. This man named Jiang Xing only had a level 1 ability, but his talent was good, and against ordinary ability users, it was basically a crushing presence. Lin Qianhuan touched her chin, but it seemed this guy wasn't too good at controlling his powers.
Turning zombies directly into charcoal could easily lead to being powerless in subsequent battles, consuming too much ability, which isn't a wise choice.
Lin Wansheng was also shocked by Jiang Xing's move and leaned closer to Lin Qianhuan, whispering.
Can he beat you?
Lin Qianhuan pondered for a moment while stroking her chin. He can, but he also can't.
Although lightning abilities are powerful, they are not unbeatable.
The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth mutually generate and restrain each other, but lightning is independent of the 5 elements and will not be restrained by any ability user. However, your dear sister, I am a mental ability user. She proudly raised her head. His control over his ability is not skilled, and with my mental shield and mental stab, if it's just an ability competition, he won't gain any advantage from me. But the killing power of lightning cannot be underestimated, and plus this man is clearly skilled, if it really comes to a fight.
Let's just say it would be both sides suffering, right?
But she has space and the blessing of spirit spring water, so she is naturally better.
What does it matter if Jiang Xing has talent?
She is the one with the extra buff as a player. The rain had lessened a bit, but it was still drizzling. Not heavy, but still annoying for the heart. Lin Qianhuan rubbed her not-so-puffy stomach and stood up, picking up the tang knife. Just during their lunch, several zombies slowly approached from the distance, looking like they were about to reach the edge of the rain canopy.
Time to get to work.
She stretched her muscles. The cold knife handle was gripped in her palm, the sharp blade reflecting Jiang Xing's exceptionally enchanting eyes.
Chapter 40, I want to go home with you. Do you need my help? He asked, his gaze lingering on Lin Qianhuan, showing no signs of leaving. The other party paused for a moment and then shook her head. No need. She came out not only to scavenge crystal cores but also to train herself and her 2 brothers' physique and abilities in real combat. If Jiang Xing did all the work, coming out this time would actually be for naught. All right. The man blinked, noticing he was the only one left under the rain canopy.
After a pause, he took out a thin blanket from his backpack and spread it out next to the fire pit.
Then he lay down on it without hesitation.
He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lin Qianhuan chopped off a zombie's head and saw Jiang Xing's actions out of the corner of her eye, a big question mark popping up above her head as if a crow had flown by.
Is this guy really that bold? With so many zombies surrounding him, he actually just lies down and sleeps? Has he had enough of life?
She scratched her head, somewhat speechless, thinking, whatever, if he wants to sleep, let him sleep, it doesn't concern her. The 3 siblings quickly threw themselves into the battle, zombie corpses falling one after another, dark, foul-smelling blood spreading into strange patterns on the ground as the hazy rain fell. Jiang Xing lay motionless on the blanket. A few lone zombies, waving their claws, approached but were turned to ash before reaching 5 meters from the rain shelter. Yet the culprit seemed to be in a dead sleep, not even twitching his eyelashes a bit. Time quickly passed. Because of the rain, the already gloomy sky became even darker, visibility decreasing by the moment. Lin Qianhuan shook the blood drops off the tip of her knife. Elder brother and second brother, let's dig out the crystal cores and go home.
If we keep killing, it will be dark soon, and that will be dangerous.
Lin Wanqing and Lin Qianhuan stopped instantly upon hearing her, quickly taking out the crystal cores from the nearby zombie heads after dealing with a few close ones. To speed up the process, Lin Qianhuan changed her tang knife to an axe and walked towards the nearest zombie corpse. She raised the axe, and before she could put any strength into it, a purple light cut through the gloomy sky, turning all the zombie corpses around her into ash.
Wouldn't this be easier?
Jiang Xing strolled to her front, deliberately avoiding the dirty blood on the ground, looking like a good boy asking her for a reward. Lin Qianhuan raised her eyebrows. It would, but you don't seem like such a kind person to me.
So, what do you want? I want to go home with you.
He spoke remarkably straightforwardly. Although he looked exceptionally devilish, he pretended to be obedient, rather like a wolf trying to lure Little Red Riding Hood.
Lin Qianhuan dug into her ears, her tone carrying some disbelief. What did you say? Say it again? I want to go home with you.
Jiang Xing took a few steps closer, the two of them now less than half a meter apart. Lin Qianhuan looked up at him. His nearly 1.9-meter height exerted a strong pressure, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. It was as if her territory was being invaded, bringing a sense of unutterable resistance.
She took a few steps back and spoke. We only did a transaction. In the end, we're just strangers. Why would I bring a stranger home? Jiang Xing frowned in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Why a stranger? I thought you and I were friends.
You fed me noodles and gave me candied hawthorns. That's what friends do. Lin Qianhuan waved her hand. That's called a transaction. I gave you food because you gave me the crystal core.
Then if I give you another crystal core, can you take me home? Jiang Xing's eyebrows drooped, looking pitiful, and his tone was especially endearing. Unfortunately, Lin Qianhuan was not swayed by this tactic. No, you should go back to your own home.
Upon hearing this, images of the shattered walls of the destroyed sanatorium and the bloody hallway floated into Jiang Xing's mind.
Was that considered his home?
But his home had already been destroyed to nothing but broken walls. It was filthy and disgusting. He had just escaped from there, and he had no intention of going back. Seeing him stubbornly blocking her path with tightly shut lips, Lin Qianhuan helplessly rubbed her head, then turned to leave but was swiftly grabbed by him at the wrist.
I won't go to your home, but can I live next to yours? Lin Qianhuan, feeling irritated, shook her wrist, her patience running thin. She turned her palm over. The spiritual blades unleashed, charging fiercely towards Jiang Xing. However, the other party did not fight back, only focusing on evasion, their speed astonishingly fast. Lin Qianhuan used her abilities to push him back, watching as his damp hair stuck to his forehead, looking quite awkward, and finally held back. Don't come any closer, or I will definitely kill you.
Her eyes were filled with displeasure, and then she turned to walk towards the SUV parked by the roadside.
This guy was a bit presumptuous. In the apocalypse, who meets someone once and then wants to go home with them? Clearly, he had ulterior motives and was up to something. And Jiang Xing stood in the rain, quiet as if blending into the falling gentle drizzle. His gaze was tightly wrapped around Lin Qianhuan, not understanding why she was unhappy. The three siblings got into the car. Lin Qianhuan hastily stowed away the rain cover, and the SUV sped off, tires splashing up the rushing water. Jiang Xing stood there motionless, his eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Lin Qianhuan sat in the passenger seat, looking through the rearview mirror as his figure gradually disappeared at the end of the road, and then slowly closed her eyes for a nap. She was not a good person and would not easily trust a stranger just because of a mere transaction. Jiang Xing was very dangerous, and she didn't want to live with an unpredictable lightning element ability user. The neighbors at Silver Bay Flower Gardens already gave her enough headaches. She didn't need to invite more trouble for herself. Lin Wanqing lazily drove the car. Seeing Lin Qianhuan close her eyes to rest, he quietly reduced the speed, hoping to make her sleep more comfortably. Back at Villa 36, Lin Qianhuan snuggled on the sofa, counting the gains of the day. The three of them had killed over 40 zombies, but due to time constraints, they only managed to dig out 32 crystal cores. And just Jiang Xing alone had provided her with 16 level 1 crystal cores, and 1 level 1 mutated zombie crystal core. Converted, that was 26 level 1 crystal cores. 58 level 1 crystal cores. I've struck gold. Plus the crystal cores she already had, she was now a small rich woman with 69 level 1 crystal cores. Lin Qianhuan happily rubbed her face. If she dug out 31 more crystal cores tomorrow, she could unlock her space to 100 square meters. Lin Qianhuan came down from the bedroom, dressed in soft loungewear, the tips of his hair still dripping with water. What do you want for dinner? Lin Qianhuan stored the crystal cores into the space, thought for a moment, and replied, how about hot pot? This humid weather was perfect for a spicy hot pot feast. However, the smell was a bit strong, so they had to tightly close doors and windows to eat, and afterwards, the smell lingered for a long time. Lin Qianhuan dutifully complied with her request. No problem, you go back and tidy up first, I'll prepare dinner.
Lin Qianhuan skipped back to her bedroom, showered, and then quickly entered the space.
Chapter 41, Going to that cake shop.
Since the fish pond occupied a large area, plus the warehouse, spiritual spring, and chicken coop, the space was stuffed to the brim. Lin Qianhuan walked into the chicken coop, picked up a few eggs scattered on the grass, and looked at the roosters and hens that had long become numb to her presence and learned to ignore her, chuckling to herself. After sprinkling them with new feed, she turned and walked in front of the warehouse door, stuffing the eggs in her hands inside, while also taking out the hot pot ingredients needed for tonight.
Beef rolls, lamb rolls, various hot pot meatballs, baby bok choy.
Each item was something she and her two brothers loved to eat, and tonight promised to be a hearty meal. Arriving at the dining table, the pot was bubbling with red oil, and the aroma was overwhelming. Lin Qianhuan hurriedly scooped out a slice of cooked beef, placed it in her bowl, covered it with dipping sauce, and contentedly stuffed it into her mouth.
So delicious.
She spoke with her mouth full, giving Lin Qianhuan a thumbs up. He helplessly added a few more pieces of meat into her bowl. Eat slowly, don't burn yourself. During dinner, the three of them ate harmoniously. All the ingredients on the table were completely devoured.
Not even the lettuce resting at the bottom of the plate was spared.
Lin Qianhuan patted her round belly and satisfiedly popped a cherry tomato into her mouth.
What time are you planning to set off tomorrow? Are we going to the Lifestyle Plaza again?
Lin Wanqing cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, wiping the water from his hands as he asked. Now, everything was decided by Lin Qianhuan, they just needed to follow her lead.
Thinking of that strange Jiangxing, Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but hesitate.
But the location of the Lifestyle Plaza was excellent. Not only was it accessible, but it was also not too far from the eastern suburbs, truly the best choice for the three of them at the moment. Forget it, that guy probably gave up after she rejected him. Maybe he has already left the Lifestyle Plaza, who knows. There's no need to give up the best hunting ground for a stranger. Having made up her mind, Lin Qianhuan replied, let's set off at 8 a.m. tomorrow, same place. The earlier we go, the earlier we return, so we won't rush to drive home in the afternoon, wasting those precious zombie crystal cores. Thinking of those untapped zombie crystal cores, Lin Qianhuan felt her heart bleed.
If someone really picks them up, wouldn't that mean their efforts were in vain?
Receiving the task and location for tomorrow, the three of them returned to their rooms to rest, specifically turning on the air purifier on the first floor of the villa. They had a dreamless night. The light rain outside gradually stopped, the gloom was dispelled by the rising sun, and the once overcast sky was now a brilliant blue. The three woke up on time, washed up, and after a quick breakfast, hurried off to the Lifestyle Plaza. Lin Qianhuan sat in the back seat, full of energy. Let's all be careful today, the rain has stopped, and the zombies won't be as easy to deal with as yesterday. She carefully reminded them, as the two brothers in the front nodded quickly in agreement.
Don't worry, we will definitely not underestimate them.
Lin Qianhuan parked the car on the roadside where they had stopped yesterday. Today the Lifestyle Plaza was eerily quiet, with no signs of survivor activity.
After all, no one was foolish, everyone would naturally choose safer, rainy days to venture out for supplies, and on a bright sunny day like this, no one would come out to seek their doom. Lin Qianhuan didn't mind, it was simply much more convenient to move around in sunny weather, without the hassle of setting up tents or fireballs. After observing their surroundings, the three of them got out of the car, each heading in different directions to commence their hunt for the day. But the zombies gathered much faster without the rain's interference, able to launch attacks more effectively towards their targets. Seeing herself gradually surrounded by zombies, Lin Qianhuan realized that just using her tang knife wasn't enough to resolve the situation. She had to use her mental power to slice down a few nearby zombies, temporarily alleviating her immediate crisis. So troublesome.
She let out a low growl, swinging her tang knife to decapitate a zombie, then unhesitatingly charged towards the next one. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing were also busy, but they managed to cope, albeit with some difficulty. The three of them moved swiftly, and the zombies on the street were eliminated by more than half, significantly reducing the pressure on them. Time quickly passed for a full 2 hours, their efficiency was high, but fine beads of sweat had appeared on their foreheads, and the prolonged battle left their bodies feeling somewhat fatigued. Lin Qianhuan finished off the last zombie that lunged at her, raised her head, and planned to find a clean shop to close the door and rest for a while. As her gaze searched around, it finally settled on a cake shop. The store wasn't large, the external rolling shutter had been damaged, but the glass door was still intact.
To hide inside, the three just needed to lock the glass door and find something to block it.
Lin Qianhuan moved her neck a little. Elder brother, second brother.
Go to that cake shop. Let's rest for a while inside and have lunch too.
After saying that, she ran ahead towards the cake shop, only 50 meters away, so she encountered no obstacles along the way. Lin Qianhuan entered the cake shop to check and found no trace of zombies, so she felt relieved and walked to the door to greet her two brothers. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing finally shook off the zombies tangled around them, running towards the cake shop, but a shadow squeezed in ahead of them.
Standing at the door, Lin Qianhuan, ?
She instinctively launched an attack, but heard a familiar voice.
It's me.
Hearing this, Lin Qianhuan frowned, and at that moment, the two brothers of the Lin family also ran in, quickly moved a shelf to block the door, and pulled down the sunshade in front of the door. Inside the dim and small cake shop, the four looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Jiang Xing smelled the faint scent of shower gel on Lin Qianhuan and nervously bit his tongue, stuffing the backpack into her arms.
This is for you.
Lin Qianhuan couldn't see his expression clearly, but the pure and clear peach blossom eyes dazzled her. She paused, placed the backpack on the counter, and suspiciously unzipped it.
Upon seeing what was inside, she gasped. A backpack full of crystal cores. No wonder it was so heavy. What do you mean by this?
Lin Qianhuan swallowed and forced herself to shift her gaze from the crystal cores to Jiang Xing, pretending to be calm.
He tilted his head slightly and smiled at her. I want to go home with you. Yesterday's conversation between the two was not heard by Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng, but this time, the words clearly hit their ears. No way. I don't agree. Their gazes towards Jiang Xing became more unfriendly. This guy did not look like anything good, trying to put his ideas on Huan right in front of them. What is this? Lin Qianhuan, caught in the middle, felt a bit of a headache. She made a gesture for silence and painfully threw the full backpack of crystal cores back to Jiang Xing. No matter how many crystal cores you give me, I will not take you home. Chapter 42, Just Wait to Die. Why is this guy so stubborn?
Jiang Xing frowned unhappily and shoved the backpack back into Lin Qianhuan's arms.
It's for you, why are you giving it back to me? Do you think this is too little? I can find more for you.
After saying that, he was about to turn and leave, but Lin Qianhuan called him to stop in time.
Why do you insist on going home with me?
Jiang Xing turned to look at her, his amber eyes sparkling, mixed with a strange stubbornness.
You have good food. Lin Qianhuan, ?
Seeing her confusion, Jiang Xing pressed his lips together and spoke again. You have good food, I can give you crystal cores. Lin Qianhuan always felt this guy's mind was messed up. He was clearly strong enough and could enjoy many things.
Wealth, power, status, beauties. With his thunder ability, he could easily become the top ruler of the Apocalypse Pyramid. But what about Jiang Xing?
This guy was actually pursuing a low-budget instant noodle without any meat and a string of candied hawthorns with broken sugar coating.
The scene fell into a deadly silence. Even Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng did not expect that this guy's wish was so plain and unadorned.
Lin Qianhuan was at a loss for words, but her heart was also a bit hesitant. What he offered was simply too much. The system space now needed a large number of crystal cores for unlocking and upgrading. Even if the space was really expanded to 100, the number of crystal cores needed later would not decrease. Especially the various strange pills in the system store, each required hundreds of crystal cores for support. If Jiang Xing really joined, with his efficiency of killing zombies and collecting crystal cores, the system space would definitely develop rapidly. The key was that she wouldn't have to give up too much. It's just about taking care of his 3 meals a day.
It seems to be a pretty good deal.
The more she thought about it, the more she felt tempted. Lin Qianhuan raised her eyes to look at Jiang Xing, whose face was filled with anticipation, like a stray cat begging a human to take it home.
But he is too strong. If he really had any bad intentions, wouldn't she be bringing a wolf into her home?
People's hearts are difficult to gauge. Even if she was tempted by the crystal core in Jiang Xing's pocket, she didn't want to put her family in danger.
Detected that the host is in need, now launching a special product, Yin Yang Pill.
Product introduction: if you take the Yin pill and do not take the Yang pill within 3 days, you will die from internal bleeding.
Explosive price. Explosive price. With 20 crystal cores, you can take the Yin Yang Pill home. 20 crystal cores won't bring you losses, 20 crystal cores won't trap you. Yin Yang Pill, a tool to manipulate people's hearts, can also be used for flirtation if needed. Go to hell.
Lin Qianhuan cursed silently in her heart, feeling that the system was becoming less reliable. But she was indeed a bit interested in the Yin Yang Pill. It sounded effective. Not only could it be used on Jiang Xing, but it could also be used to manipulate others.
Exchange.
As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Qianhuan noticed that her left pocket suddenly became bulging, as if something had been stuffed inside. She reached in and pulled out 2 porcelain bottles, one black and one white, with Yin and Yang written on them respectively. Opening the cork of the black porcelain bottle, Lin Qianhuan poured out a black pill. The pill was the size of a soybean, round and black, with no particular smell.
Eat this.
She stretched out her hand to pass the pill, and Jiang Xing took it without hesitation, putting it in his mouth. His Adam's apple slightly moved as the pill slid down into his stomach.
Lin Qianhuan's hand, raised in the air, felt a bit stiff. Aren't you going to ask me what this is? Jiang Xing smiled carelessly. What is it? Clearing her throat, Lin Qianhuan replied, this is the Yin Yang Pill. The one you just ate is the Yin Pill.
If you don't take the Yang Pill to detoxify within 3 days, you will die from internal bleeding. She stepped closer, lightly poking Jiang Xing's shoulder with her fingertip. You better behave, don't have any bad ideas.
If anything you do makes me even slightly unhappy, don't expect to get the antidote, just wait to die.
Jiang Xing ignored the threat in her words, a smile added to his face as he cooperatively took a step closer, shortening the distance between them.
I'm very obedient.
Lin Qianhuan casually nodded, their voices weren't loud, and the zombies gathered outside, seeing their prey disappear, slowly left in front of the cake shop.
For lunch, let's have spicy hot pot.
Lin Qianhuan took out 4 portions of spicy hot pot packaged before the apocalypse, 1 for each person, along with a bottle of cola. She had packed a lot of milk tea takeout into her space warehouse before the apocalypse, which was just right to pull out when there was no time to cook. Jiang Xing carefully took his portion of spicy hot pot, his fingertips turned slightly red from the heat, and he still held on without letting go. Lin Qianhuan tapped his hand with the end of her chopsticks. Eat at the counter.
Do you want to lose your hand?
Seeing her frown, Jiang Xing immediately complied, obediently starting to eat. Lin Qianhuan watched him out of the corner of her eye, feeling that this guy didn't seem like a normal person. His behavior felt like a little monster that had been away from society for a long time, clean and pure, yet surrounded by an indelible darkness.
Jiang Xing, you.
Lin Qianhuan opened her mouth to ask but didn't know where to start.
What's wrong?
Jiang Xing looked up at her, his eyes full of seriousness, like a good student called upon in class. Lin Qianhuan met his gaze for a moment, then shifted her eyes away.
It's nothing, let's eat. She picked up a quail egg and stuffed it into her mouth. He lowered his head and said nothing more.
Jiang Xing was indeed strange, but she was not interested in his past.
So what if he was odd? So what if he seemed a bit reclusive?
As long as this guy had no malice toward her, their deal could last a long time. Jiang Xing stared at her for a long time, then slowly turned his gaze away and bit a piece of seaweed.
It was hot and delicious.
In the sanatorium, he could only eat cold leftovers, and sometimes it was normal not to eat for 3 days. Spicy hot pot, instant noodles, candied haws, these were all things he saw on the TV in the sanatorium lobby.
That was his only way to understand the outside world.
And now this rare happiness was brought to him by the girl in front of him. Jiang Xing squinted his eyes, satisfyingly taking a sip of cola. There was still a long time ahead, the executioners in the sanatorium had been slaughtered by him, and he would not spare those who had escorted him there. A flash of crimson light appeared in his amber eyes but was well hidden. He could not reveal his true nature, she would fear him and drive him away. His world was filled with pain and blood until he met her in the rain.
Clean and clear.
Like freshly brought white bedsheets from the yard of the sanatorium, radiating the warmth of the sun, making it hard for him to look away. After finally grasping this beam of light, he did not want to let go.
Chapter 43, A Sharp Knife.
With the addition of a new member to the 3-person team, it must be said that the efficiency was greatly increased. After a whole day's hard work around the life square, only a few zombies remained. Thanks to Jiang Xing's help, not a single crystal core was left behind, all of it went into Lin Qianhuan's pocket. Seeing that it was already 6 p.m., and the sky was still bright, a round moon hung quietly in the sky.
Lin Qianhuan put away the Tang Dao and walked toward the off-road vehicle. It's about time, let's go home.
Lin Qianhuan threw his rubber gloves, stained with brain matter and blood, on the ground, looking at Jiang Xing who was obediently following Lin Qianhuan, frowning slightly in displeasure.
He quickly stepped forward to bring Lin Qianhuan to his side. Are you sure you want to bring this guy home?
Where will he stay?
Lin Qianhuan scratched her head. Isn't there a vacant guest room on the first floor? He can just move in there. But we don't know his background, we don't know if he's good or bad, I always feel uneasy.
Lin Wanqing came over as well, the two of them enclosing Lin Qianhuan in a corner, isolating Jiang Xing who was gradually coming closer. He blinked but didn't say much, just stood obediently in place waiting, his gaze never leaving Lin Qianhuan for a moment. Don't worry, the shadow pill I gave him is not a joke candy, it's real poison. Lin Qianhuan shook the black porcelain bottle in her hand. Besides, no matter how strong he is, he won't get any benefits from the 3 of us, so you two can rest assured.
The key is that as long as this guy can eat enough and works efficiently, we can treat him as if we hired a bodyguard, right? Lin Qianhuan's furrowed brows eased slightly, but shouldn't you at least ask about his situation? Where is he from? Does he have family or friends? Where did he live before?
No need, I treat him as a knife for killing enemies, and he treats me as a bowl for food and drink. Calling it teamwork is just using each other for exchange.
She patted Lin Qianhuan's shoulder. Even if I ask, if he doesn't want to tell me, what I get from him would only be lies anyway. It's better to just not disturb each other. After saying that, Lin Qianhuan turned and got into the off-road vehicle, with Jiang Xing closely following behind. I won't lie to you.
He gently tugged at Lin Qianhuan's sleeve. As long as you ask me, I will tell you everything.
And I will absolutely never lie.
Lin Qianhuan pulled her sleeve back from his hand. Oh, I don't want to ask.
After the apocalypse arrived, all survivors would experience a great reshuffle.
Beggar would become a revered high-level ability user, while wealthy merchants would become cattle trampled at will. Having great knowledge meant nothing, but a strong body could carve out a path among corpses.
How clear the past was, what difference did it make?
Once the apocalypse came, former identities and statuses had vanished without a trace, asking was of no use.
As long as Jiang Xing was strong enough and obedient enough, that was all that mattered. What she needed was just a sharp knife. The four of them jumped into the SUV and rushed back to villa number 36.
Lin Qianhuan jumped out of the car and opened the metal door but unexpectedly saw some faint scratches on the door lock. She narrowed her eyes but didn't say anything and quietly opened the door to let the SUV into the garage.
Upon entering the villa, Lin Qianhuan brought her a cup of warm water. I saw your movements pause at the door just now, what happened?
Lin Qianhuan took the cup and took a sip. It was mixed with locust flower honey and tasted sweet. Our front door lock has been pried, but the other party didn't succeed. Lin Wanshan, holding a thermos cup, sat beside her and thoughtfully blew at the tea leaves floating on the surface of the water.
Just because they failed the first time doesn't mean the person trying to pry the door will give up. It seems they have prepared well, specifically choosing the moment when the three of us left. Placing the cup on the coffee table, the three siblings simultaneously entered the monitoring room to check the situation. Jiang Xing blinked and slowly followed. Lin Qianhuan opened the surveillance of today after the three had left home and indeed saw three sneaky figures moving about at the door of villa number 36. They tried several times with various tools but had no effect at all, ultimately being forced away by the approaching zombies. They really know how to pick their moments. Looks like they have been observing us for days and figured out our going out routine before daring to come. Lin Qianhuan's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Lin Qianhuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The surveillance can't capture which specific villa they return to, so we can't determine the target. After all, there are more than one who covet villa number 36 in Huaiyuan, and the direction this group left might also be to intentionally confuse their sight. Finding the real culprit will likely take some effort. Jiang Xing stood at the doorway of the monitoring room, slightly raising an eyebrow. Can't we just kill them? Better to mistakenly kill 100 than let one go.
Lin Qianhuan curled her fingers and gently tapped on the wooden computer desk. Her knuckles striking the table produced a crisp knocking sound.
Give those people a chance to enter the villa. When the time is right, we will strike back again. I believe there will be quite a bit to gain. Since this group has been eyeing the resources inside the villa for a long time, they will definitely not let this great opportunity pass. As long as the fish are hooked, they can simply reel them in. Having said that, Lin Qianhuan rubbed her protesting belly. I'm hungry. What are we having for dinner? Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing looked at each other helplessly, then one in front of the other walked towards the kitchen. Stir-fried shredded pork and garlic sauce, potatoes with eggplants, beef with green chile, and spicy shredded potatoes, is that okay? Lin Qianhuan nodded like crazy. Yes, yes. She really had good luck, both of her brothers were top-notch cooks. Otherwise, with her hands, she would only be able to eat fast food products every day in the apocalypse. Chapter 44. She is an experiment, right? She turned to look at Jiang Xing, who was still staring at her, and stood up to take him to the guest room on the first floor. The guest room had a single bed, a set of tables and chairs, and a wardrobe. The guest room connected to a small balcony, had an independent bathroom, and daily living was completely not a problem. Lin Qianhuan took out a clean set of bedding from her space and threw it on the single bed, looking up and down at Jiang Xing. After hesitating for a moment, she took out 2 sets of clean clothes and handed them to him. Here, take this and change, and don't forget to wash your dirty clothes. Jiang Xing nodded and took them but was about to say thank you when Lin Qianhuan's words blocked him. Rent, utilities, food expenses, and various other equipment. I'll charge you 20 crystal cores a day. You need to pay rent every 7 days, or else I won't give you the antidote. She smiled kindly, but her words were extremely cold. Jiang Xing couldn't help but smile. Okay, I will pay on time. Hearing this, Lin Qianhuan nodded in satisfaction, ran back to her bedroom, and directly dove into her space. She poured all the crystal cores obtained from today's zombie hunt in the backpack full Jiang Xing had given her onto the grass. Carefully counting them, there were exactly 105. Most of the crystal cores came from Jiang Xing, which made Lin Qianhuan feel a bit emotional. The lightning ability was indeed powerful, and it was fortunate that she had the yin-yang pills, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to control him. Detected that the host's current total number of crystal cores is 154. Do you want to expand the system space usage range? Lin Qianhuan was a bit excited. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, the stack of crystal cores in front of her instantly decreased by more than half, and the surrounding mist instantly dispersed, revealing more lush green grass. The usable space was still a perfect square, 10m times 10m. Lin Qianhuan looked at the pond that took up nearly half the space and frowned in dissatisfaction. Can you move this pond to the area shrouded in white fog? I can't use it right now, and it's really taking up too much space. The host can change the layout of the spiritual spring space by herself. I can change it myself? Why didn't you say so earlier?
The host did not ask. Lin Qianhuan gritted her teeth, trying hard to suppress the rising anger. She tentatively used her mind to control the pond, moving it into the dense fog, and it worked successfully. Looking at the spacious and tidy spiritual spring space, she nodded in satisfaction. This is much more comfortable, having more space is great. After tidying up everything in the space, Lin Qianhuan returned to her bedroom, opened the door, and walked downstairs. The food was already served, the three men sat silently at the dining table, and no one moved their chopsticks.
Are you all waiting for me?
Lin Qianhuan pulled out a chair and sat down, picking up a piece of beef with green chili and putting it into her mouth. Seeing her start to eat, the other three also picked up their chopsticks and quickly finished all the food on the table like a whirlwind. Tomorrow's main task was to catch the hidden pests in the villa area, so the few of them did not hurry to sleep early.
Lin Qianhuan snuggled on the sofa, holding her phone, watching various downloaded shows and dramas.
Lin Qianhuan was in the kitchen preparing breakfast for tomorrow, while Lin Wansheng returned to the monitoring room to observe the situation outside. Zhang Xing did not wander around, he followed Lin Qianhuan and sat on the sofa with her, silently staring at her in a daze. Noticing his gaze, Lin Qianhuan put down her phone and furrowed her brows in confusion, asking, "Why do you keep following me and staring at me?" "You make me feel calm, comfortable, and gentle," Zhang Xing answered honestly. To him, Lin Qianhuan was like the tranquilizer injected into him by doctors and nurses. But unlike the painful medication, her presence was clearly more gentle and made him more addicted. People in the sanatorium always complained that his abilities were hard to control, often accidentally harming expensive experimental equipment and even medical staff. But if she were around, perhaps he wouldn't lose control again, and his mastery of his abilities would be more precise. He would be very obedient, would hide his fangs, and submissively lean in, letting her have her way with him. Lin Qianhuan was puzzled. When did she have such an effect on him?
It's late, go back to your room and rest. Don't disturb me here.
She waved her hand, and Zhang Xing made no protest. He stood up and walked into the guest room, closing the door behind him. He took off his hoodie and entered the bathroom. This villa had neither water nor power outages, and the sewage system was still doing its job. The slightly hot water caressed his scarred body, with vicious stitching scars scattered all over him, clearly showing that he had endured a lot of torture.
Is she also an experiment subject? But I've never seen her before.
Zhang Xing whispered, as water droplets slid down his eyelashes. He thought but could not find an answer. Now, there were very few abilities that could compete with him. The few experiment subjects who had managed to escape the sanatorium could indeed stand up to him for a few rounds. But they could only hold on for a few more seconds under him. To him, they were still ants he could squash at will. But she was different. She was clean, strong, and her proficiency in abilities was not inferior to his. But this was not something a newly awakened ability user could easily achieve. The experiment subjects in the sanatorium had undergone multiple experiments and modifications to possess their current abilities. What about her? She had the dual abilities that those people yearn for, and even with all her strength, she might still be able to kill him. How could such a powerful person have no traces of experiments on her? Zhang Xing opened his eyes under the showerhead, a flash of dark purple light flickering in his gaze, as the ability surged within him.
It seemed she had secrets not unlike his own. The next day. Another sunny day, the four of them got into the off-road vehicle and left on time. Hearing the hum of the engine, a few hidden mice began their actions for the day. It was those three people caught on camera, one of whom was a familiar figure, Zhao Moyan, also known as Desert Cloud. The other two were the male owners of Villa 01 and Villa 25. The doors and windows of the three houses had been destroyed by Lin Qianhuan overnight. With nowhere else to go, they moved to the still intact Villa 10 during the rain. As soon as the three families met, they launched a siege on Lin Qianhuan for several days, ultimately deciding to teach Villa 36 a lesson. But these people knew their own strengths and naturally dared not confront Lin Qianhuan directly, so they could only think of tricks to use behind her back. They observed the movements of Villa 36 daily, catching the pattern from the off-road vehicle's departure times and planned to open the villa's door to investigate. Unfortunately, with zombies wandering around and insufficient tools, their time for prying open the door was limited. But these people, believing that effort does not betray those with heart, planned to try once more today. The three of them sneakily took a shortcut to the front of Villa 36. The toolbox in hand was heavy, obviously well prepared. Can you open it? If you really can't, let me try, the zombies are almost surrounding us. Chapter 45, Flooding into Silver Bay Garden. Hurry up. Didn't you say you could do it? Why is it so slow? The zombies are here. The zombies are here. The three were pushing and shouting, causing the zombies staggering from afar to get even more agitated, their howls ringing in their ears. Lin Qianhuan and the others had already hidden in the corner near the villa. After leaving the villa area, they immediately turned back, and the off-road vehicle was stored in her space, so no one noticed. Jiang Xing was responsible for dealing with the zombies that were attracted, and with just one lightning strike, the zombies would turn into ashes, greatly saving the four's energy. How do you plan to deal with them?
Jiang Xing casually struck down a slowly approaching zombie and whispered to Lin Qianhuan.
How to solve it?
She nervously pinched her earlobe. Of course, kill them all, leave none behind.
These people have provoked her again and again. If she didn't retaliate, wouldn't she become the easiest target in Silver Bay Garden?
Zhao Moyun pushed the other two aside to pry open the door, but due to nervousness, he pushed the heavy metal door too hard. With a creak, the problem that had troubled them for so long was solved.
See, it opened.
You two useless fools. Zhao Moyun excitedly squeezed through the door, followed closely by the other two, who closed the door tightly behind them, keeping the pursuing zombies out. Before they could lock the door, the metal gate was suddenly crashed open, and the three scattered like birds, having no idea where to hide. They thought countless rotting zombies would flood in, but they never expected it to be the source of their nightmares since the apocalypse.
She has returned.
Zhao Moyun, terrified, wanted to escape against the wall, but the iron door was locked, and they couldn't get out anymore.
Lin Qianhuan smiled kindly. Welcome to Villa 36, everyone.
Zhao Moyun and the others knew they had no way to defend themselves, and after exchanging glances, they raised their weapons from the toolbox. A wrench, a hammer, an axe, the three held tightly onto their only weapons for desperate resistance, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Let us go. We promise we won't bother Villa 36 ever again.
Zhao Moyun's eyes showed a pleading look. I have a wife and children at home, my mother is already over 70, if I die, they won't survive. The other two men nodded in agreement, looking pitiful as if thinking of their families. Lin Qianhuan could see through their tricks. Taking the tang knife handed over by Lin Wanshang, she stepped forward.
Why didn't you think of stopping in time when you pried the door?
Now that you've been caught, you're begging for mercy pitifully. Zhao Moyun knew there was no chance of winning today, his knees buckled and he fell to the ground.
I was misled, but it was all because there was no food at home. Please spare me this once, I beg you.
He leaned down to kowtow to Lin Qianhuan, but with a sweep of the tang knife, blood sprayed out, and his pleas stopped suddenly. If it were you who had one, you would surely not be in such a submissive position. If Villa 36 weren't so solid, our family would have long been devoured to the bone by you, right? Lin Qianhuan flicked the blood from the knife blade and turned her gaze to the remaining two men. Their goal was not just theft, but to gradually take over Villa 36. If these three succeeded, she would undoubtedly suffer endless pain and torment. Mercy towards enemies would turn into daggers stabbing at her. Lin Qianhuan was never a kind person.
Dealing with these three.
Lin Qianhuan rinsed the tang knife with clean water and handed it back to Lin Wansheng. Clear out the zombies blocking the door outside, or the door will get dirty. Lin Yixuan and Lin Wansheng turned to go outside to clear the zombies, but Jiang Xing was called back by Lin Qianhuan. You handle these three corpses, and don't forget to dump the bone scraps outside.
Okay.
With the tasks assigned, it was already time for lunch. Lin Qianhuan sat back on the sofa to rest, having lost the mood to go out hunting zombies today. Just as she was about to close her eyes for a short nap, a shadow loomed over her. It was Jiang Xing.
Is there something wrong? Lin Qianhuan asked warily.
Jiang Xing's face was pale, his lips hinting at a slight purple color.
You haven't given me the antidote.
Noticing the blood slowly oozing from the corner of his lips, Lin Qianhuan suddenly remembered she had forgotten about the yin-yang pill. She hurriedly took out a white pill and handed it over, but Jiang Xing didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he took it from her fingertip and placed it in his mouth. The antidote dissolved instantly, gradually repairing his rotting body from the inside, and the extreme pain quietly faded. Jiang Xing leaned against the sofa, a wry smile creeping onto his lips. Having gone through so many experiments, he thought he had become immune to pain and various poisons. But now it seemed he had overestimated himself. However, the poison that Lin Qianhuan had given him was indeed powerful. After undergoing the transformation of the first-generation medicine, his body was much stronger than that of an evolver, yet still unable to resist the invasion of toxins. Noticing the pain on his face gradually easing, Lin Qianhuan took out the yin pill and handed it over. Jiang Xing smiled at her, said nothing, and stuffed the pill into his mouth. She was very cautious, but that was a very correct choice. In the apocalypse, no one knows whether the person standing opposite is human or a ghost. Only by holding the greatest malice towards both strangers and even familiar people can one survive longer in this cannibal world.
The living room fell into silence.
Before long, Lin Yixuan and Lin Wansheng returned to the house one after the other and headed straight for the monitoring room. Lin Qianhuan felt puzzled. She stood up, adjusted her coat, and followed them.
What's wrong?
Lin Yixuan didn't speak, pulling up the surveillance of the entrance to show her. Lin Qianhuan stared intently at a group of people flooding into the villa area, her brows furrowing.
What's going on? Why are there so many people? It looked like at least more than 50 people were densely pouring into Silver Bay Garden, now scattering to find a suitable villa to live in.
They ignored the walls and railings of the villas, directly lifting their legs to climb into the yards. The former owners of the villas naturally did not want this, but this group of people threatened by breaking down doors and windows forced the survivors hiding inside to open the door and welcome them in.
Don't want to open the door? That's fine, the doors and windows were smashed, leaving only the option to survive against the siege of zombies. Otherwise, either let them in or die together. The more Lin Qianhuan looked, the worse her expression became. Where on earth did these people come from? They are probably refugees from other neighborhoods in the city, their homes destroyed, so they could only band together and use transportation to choose a new place to settle. Silver Bay Garden is located in the eastern suburb, with fewer zombies. The key is that the villa can accommodate more people than ordinary apartments, making it a target for this group. Chapter 46, this is called reaping what you sow. The four of them quietly stayed in the monitoring room, observing the situation outside, and saw several figures gradually approaching villa number 36. One person slammed the metal gate of the villa hard, his eyes filled with envy. Wow, such a thick door, such a high wall, it must be very safe to live inside. He held a heavy iron hammer in his hand, walking around the villa, and finally returned to the front of the main gate. Damn it, I can't find a place to climb in. A woman in a gray coat pouted, since we can't get in, let's hurry up and find another villa to settle down. The zombies have been attracted by the noise in the villa area. If we linger, what if we get surrounded by those monsters? The man spat at the door. Fine, let's leave for now. We'll come back later to deal with the people in this villa. The group hurriedly left, soon disappearing from the surveillance range. The villa area, long silent, was now infused with fresh blood, and the noisy sounds attracted many zombies. Their howls echoed endlessly. We just dealt with those people from Zhaomoyan, and now so many more have come. Lin Wanqing clenched his fists, his face dark. Why was it so hard to live a peaceful life in the apocalypse? Lin Qianhuan did not respond, staring intently at a figure on the screen, sliding the mouse to rewind the video. I wasn't mistaken after all. She let out a soft hum. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing also carefully scrutinized the couple that charged into villa number 15 on the screen. Why do I feel that this man looks a bit familiar? Lin Wanqing scratched his head, thinking for a moment before suddenly slapping his hand. Isn't this the boyfriend you found when you were blind? He actually came to Inhai Huayuan. Zhang Xing's eyes flickered slightly, and she stepped forward to closely observe the man on the screen. Good. He is neither taller nor more handsome than him, he poses no threat to him at all. Lin Qianhuan rolled her eyes. Second brother, your words offend me. Lin Wanqing shrugged, motioning a zip the lips gesture, obediently falling silent. It seems this guy isn't doing so well either. Lin Qianhuan lightly tapped on the screen. Look how dirty he is, tsk, his clothes are almost falling apart. Lin Qianhuan chuckled. Her older brother was right, but she already anticipated Zhao Zhiqing's current situation. This guy dared to take pictures of his supplies to show off online at the beginning of the apocalypse, so a day would surely come when he got robbed. This is called reaping what you sow. Seeing him struggle made her feel at ease. I'm in a good mood today, let's eat something to celebrate tonight. Lin Qianhuan stood up and walked to the kitchen, pulling out the ingredients stored in the warehouse from her space. Crabs, lobsters, abalones, sea cucumbers. Various fresh seafoods came out as if they were free, piling up into a small mountain. Let's have a seafood feast tonight, how about that? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing naturally wouldn't refuse, putting on gloves and starting to clean the ingredients, with Zhang Xing also called to help. Lin Qianhuan didn't idle either, grabbing a king crab and beginning to prepare it. Villa number 36 was bustling and preparing for tonight's grand feast, while Zhao Zhuqing and Chen Tanjing in villa number 15 looked exhausted. After much effort, the two finally made it from the western suburbs to the eastern suburbs but could only squeeze into the same villa with a group of survivors. Chen Tanjing whispered discontentedly into Zhao Zhuqing's ear, Brother Zhuqing, why don't we go find a villa with no one living in it? Being squeezed in with so many people makes everything feel inconvenient. The original owners of villa number 15 were a family of 4, and despite their efforts to resist, they couldn't expel these stubborn individuals who wanted to crowd in. The 4 of them guarded the stairs to the second floor, absolutely not allowing these people to go upstairs to settle in. This was their last line of defense. The first floor was packed with 7 survivors, a mix of men and women, old and young, each one marked with exhaustion and pain. The male head of the villa was a sturdy man over 1.8 meters tall. Although he was in his 50s, his muscles were certainly not for show. He held a kitchen knife in his hand, standing firmly at the stairway with a tough attitude. You guys are so persistent in wanting to stay in my house, even though. But who dares go to the second floor, or deliberately damage our things? Just wait to fight with me. His eyes were bloodshot, standing in front of his wife and 2 children, protecting them fiercely behind him. A man on the first floor sneered disdainfully, it's the end of the world, everything is ownerless. Whoever grabs it, it's theirs. If you ask me, you might as well be generous and accept us. You live in a villa, so many rooms can't accommodate just 7 of us?
When he said this, an old man with gray hair chimed in, "That's right. This young man is correct.
You too, stop being so stubborn. The more people, the livelier it is.
In times of danger, we can unite and help each other, living better in this end time.
Don't act like we are taking advantage of you, we are actually helping you guard your villa.
Not asking you for a reward is already quite nice of us, humph."
The villa's mistress trembled with anger, her finger shaking as she pointed at the old man. You are shameless." The old man immediately puffed out his cheeks and glared, "How am I shameless? If you have the ability, don't let us in. Since you opened the door and let us in, then stop complaining so much. If you dare say more, do you believe I will smash all the windows on your first floor?"
Hearing this, the villa's master hurriedly shielded his wife behind him, glaring intensely at the old man downstairs.
"If you say one more word, do you believe I will kill you?"
The old man was still a bit scared of this strong master of the villa, rolling his eyes and muttering a few words before obediently closing his mouth.
Zhao Zuqing did not get involved in this battle, he carefully observed the people living on the first floor with him. The first man to speak was rough and solitary, while the old man accompanying him had a little boy who looked about 10 years old. Besides them, there were 2 young girls, likely university students renting nearby. These people's threat was not great, the only one to watch out for was that hot-tempered man.
Zhao Zuqing had a clear understanding and decisively shook his head to refuse Chen Tianjing's request to change rooms.
"No way, staying here at least feels somewhat safe. The owner, although seemingly tough, hasn't done anything to us.
If we change rooms, we might end up living with a group of reckless madmen, and that would bring even more trouble." The people coming to Qianhuan arrived on a large bus, and on the way there, he saw quite a few powerful ability users or social figures from the bus. If after changing rooms he encountered these people, then all the supplies he had could easily be taken away by them.
Chapter 47, Do Not Be Generous with Others' Benefits.
Hearing Zhao Zuqing's refusal, Chen Tianjing secretly gritted her teeth but still obediently nodded in agreement. Since entering this book, she had doubted numerous times whether Zhao Zuqing was really the male lead.
After all, this guy was just too foolish. Showing off supplies online, enjoying a few praises in the comments, he acted as if he were floating on air, forgetting even his own surname. Because of his actions, their originally calm and leisurely life was completely shattered. Their house was maliciously damaged, their stored supplies were completely looted, and they nearly lost their lives in that chaos. But Chen Tianjing only dared to silently complain in her heart, not daring to speak out against Zhao Zuqing. Villa number 15 was quiet for a moment, but the old man's grandson began to stir.
"Grandpa, I'm hungry. I want a hamburger,"
he cried out loudly, throwing a tantrum on the floor for food.
The old man helplessly tried to soothe him, but it was of no use, and instead, the boy's emotions burst forth even more, snot and tears mixing as he wiped them on his sleeves.
The man resting on the sofa frowned. He slammed the coffee table hard. "Shut up, damn it. Old Li. Manage your grandson. If his yelling attracts zombies, I'm going to rip his head off and kick it like a ball."
Old Li didn't dare to confront the fierce man directly, so he could only cover his grandson's mouth with his hand, his eyes filled with heartache. But his precious grandson was this hungry, surely he needed to eat something. Yet he didn't dare to ask the owner of the villa for food, and he didn't want to provoke the angry man on the sofa, so he could only look at the 2 young girls who seemed easier to bully.
He rubbed his hands, which looked like dry tree bark. "Do you two have anything to eat? My grandson is almost starving, he's still so young. Could you show some mercy and give us something to eat?"
Having fled from the western suburbs to the eastern suburbs, Old Li's food had long been used up, and he was left with only half a bottle of mineral water. The 2 girls exchanged glances, the long-haired girl's eyes flashed with a hint of wavering, but the short-haired girl squeezed her palm. She gave her companion a look and shook her head slightly, then turned her attention back to the old man.
"We don't have anything left either, it's hard for everyone right now. You shouldn't make things difficult for 2 little girls."
The long-haired girl became slightly displeased and tugged at the short-haired girl's shirt, whispering, "Oui, don't you still have food in your backpack?
This little boy is only 10, can you really bear to see him cry out from hunger?"
Jiang Minhui's expression changed, and she forcefully shook off her hand.
"Su Jinglian, if you want to be a good person, then give your things to him and his grandson. What does it mean to be generous with someone else's resources? I thought we were roommates and schoolmates, so I was willing to travel with you. If you dare to oppose me again, we'll take our separate paths. This person really has a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs, she always likes to take advantage of her. Even in this apocalypse, she can't change this habit. The key is that this person is also a saintly white lotus. If it weren't for feeling safer traveling together, Jiang Minhui would have already fallen out with her." Su Jinglian panicked instantly. Jiang Minhui is a water ability user. If she really severed ties with her, wouldn't she have no water to drink in the future? Calming her emotions, Su Jinglian helplessly cast an apologetic glance at Old Li and his grandson. She pitifully grabbed Jiang Minhui's hand, tears glistening in her eyes as she apologized. "I'm sorry, Hui Hui, I won't do this again.
I just thought your supplies were more than mine, and that little boy really is pitiful, which is why I said that.
Can you forgive me? I promise I won't do this again.
As she spoke, tears began to fall. Su Jinglian was already pale, and now her beauty in tears was even more heart-wrenching. However, Jiang Minhui wasn't moved at all. You think that boy is pitiful, so you should give him your food. Having said that, she grabbed Su Jinglian's backpack, ready to throw it to old Li and his grandson, but Su Jinglian suddenly reacted, fiercely clutching the shoulder strap of the bag.
I didn't mean it that way, you misunderstood me, oui.
Her face was pitiful, but her eyes were filled with resentment and hatred, as she forcefully pulled the backpack back, clearly unwilling to give up even a bit of her supplies.
Jiang Minhui scoffed, I thought you were so kind and wanted to help them, but it turns out it was just talk. You said all those nice words, yet you're not willing to give anything at all. After that, she hugged her backpack and found a storage room on the first floor of the villa, going inside and locking the door. Su Jinglian quickly tried to follow, but was locked outside. She timidly looked at the people inside the room. Tension fully swallowed, then began to knock on the storage room door. Oui, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. We have lived together for so long, you can't just give up our friendship for this small matter. Jiang Minhui completely did not respond, no matter how she humbly apologized outside the door, her mind was not swayed in the slightest. Su Jinglian was not a qualified teammate, it was better to clarify things early rather than keep such a troublemaker close. She was not a fool, and she didn't want to bury a disaster near her. The others on the first floor quietly watched this farce, with no one intervening. Old Li's gaze fell on Su Jinglian, the only weak girl left alone, and his thoughts instantly became active. He walked over in his dirty cloth shoes, leaving one black footprint after another on the smooth tiles. Girl? Aren't you concerned about my grandson? I see your backpack is bulging, it wouldn't hurt to share half with us, would it? Saying this, he reached out to grab Su Jinglian's backpack, but she pushed him away hard. I have no supplies. Stay away from me. She watched the extremely lewd old man in front of her with vigilance, clutching the backpack tightly to her chest. Old Li's expression instantly darkened. What you just said was so nice, are you lying? You little girl are not learning well, not only lying but pretending to be kind, it's really disgusting. Seeing her hard-earned disguise being uncovered, Su Jinglian simply gave up, reached out, and shoved old Li hard. Although he was a man, he was old, his legs not agile, and he hadn't eaten for a long time. Su Jinglian's push knocked him to the ground, almost breaking his old bones. Old Li took a long while to recover on the ground before he got up, trembling hands wanting to curse, but thinking of Su Jinglian's strength, he obediently returned to his grandson's side. He only wanted to rely on his age to intimidate, but he didn't want to truly anger Su Jinglian, for fear of losing his life. Chapter 48, Shielding Zombie Perception. Zhao Zhuqing sat in the corner, watching Su Jinglian crying with tears like rain, his heart stirred. He suddenly glanced at Chen Tianjing beside him and stood up, walking towards the storage room door. Su Jinglian was still desperately pleading, sensing footsteps behind her, she turned around cautiously. Zhao Zhuqing looked at her innocent, clear deer-like eyes, swallowed instinctively. Your friend is a white-eyed wolf, your kindness means nothing to her. Why are you still with her? He was handsome, with an elegant demeanor. Though he looked a little ragged, the methods of deceiving pure girls had not been lost. Su Jinglian's heart raced, she raised her hand to fix her hair, a bit shyly lowering her head. Her voice was soft and sweet, Hui and I are both alumni and roommates, I can't feel safe if she acts alone. Besides, we are both girls, if we don't travel together, we will definitely face many dangers. Zhao Zhuqing scoffed, she doesn't deserve to be your friend, if you want, why not follow me from now on? I am an Earth-type ability user, with my powers, I can definitely protect you. He raised his hand to show, with fine dirt falling from his fingertips, revealing his identity as an ability user. The irritable man on the sofa also cast him a glance before closing his eyes to rest again, seemingly lost in thought. Su Jinglian blinked her red eyes carefully, giving a cautious glance at the indifferent Chen Tianjing. But what about this sister? Will she be unhappy if I follow you, brother? Zhao Zhuqing completely didn't care as he took her hand, how could that be? Tianjing is someone who has grown up with me since childhood, so she counts as my half-sister. Everyone gets along harmoniously. You are so kind, you will definitely become good sisters with her. Su Jinglian shyly scratched Zhao Zhuqing's palm with her fingertip, causing him to tremble all over. Alright, I'll listen to my brother, then. Chen Tianjing, sitting in the corner, watched this scene without much emotional fluctuation. She had long known that Zhao Zhuqing was not an honest person and had been prepared for him to establish a harem since she crossed over. As long as Lin Qianhuan's bracelet ended up in her hands, Zhao Zhuqing's love meant nothing to her at all. After all, she was not the foolish original owner who only knew how to fight over love and feel jealous. Su Jinglian shyly buried herself in Zhao Zhuqing's arms but was almost choked to vomit by the sour smell of him not having bathed for a long time.
If it weren't for Jiang Minhui clearly not collaborating with her anymore, she wouldn't want to be with this filthy man at all. Although he indeed looked good, Earth-type abilities were not as practical as Water-type abilities. But having someone to protect her was much better than having no one. Ha, Jiang Minhui, you tomboy, just wait for death quietly. I don't believe that you, a woman, can stir up any waves in the apocalypse. The night was as dark as ink, and the stars dotted the night sky, shining brightly. Qianhuan Garden had calmed down after the daytime noise, with only the intermittent screams of zombies remaining. Lin Qianhuan sat in the monitoring room, carefully observing the situation outside. So many strangers suddenly surged into the villa area, and with their unknown identities, there must be quite a few with malicious intent among them. To avoid someone doing something around Villa 36 at night, the four of them could only take turns guarding the monitoring room, trying to prevent those unknown dangers. Looking at the zombies wandering aimlessly on the street, Lin Qianhuan yawned wearily and took a sip of coffee in front of her. Her gaze swept across the screens from different angles, and when it touched on a figure that was slowly writhing, she instantly became alert. The movement pattern of this thing was far too regular and did not resemble anything a zombie could do. Lin Qianhuan put down her cup and meticulously stared at the figure moving slowly along the wall, a hint of doubt gradually emerging in her heart.
With so many zombies in front of Villa 36, why didn't any of them react to this person? Logically, they should have pounced and devoured him long ago, right?
Lin Qianhuan thought hard, but the conclusion was very clear. This man, who was making small moves in the corner, had definitely awakened or evolved some rare ability.
Maybe it was invisibility? Or perhaps it was blocking the zombie's perception of the surroundings? The exact reason she couldn't know.
Lin Qianhuan kept her gaze fixed on this man's next move but found he was carrying a retractable ladder on his back. The man carefully placed the ladder against the wall and began to unfold it, the sound startling the nearby wandering zombies. These rotten and smelly monsters drew closer following the noise but didn't catch the familiar scent of flesh and blood, eventually dispersing again. Once the gathered zombies moved away, the man lightened his movements and continued to carefully raise the ladder. The surveillance camera had night vision capabilities, and Lin Qianhuan saw that he was wearing a rubber suit that looked like an electrician's insulating outfit. Watching his steady ascent, she also realized that this person was indeed well prepared.
Insulating suit, insulating retractable ladder.
To enter Villa 36, this person had really put in a lot of effort to prepare the tools. Lin Qianhuan hesitated for a moment and chose to remain still. At this point, startling this man would make him immediately leave without a trace. And she might very well be blocked by zombies on her way to chase, ultimately gaining nothing. Instead of scaring him away, it's better to quietly observe and see what this guy intends to do after entering the villa yard. Once he gets inside, it won't be easy for him to think about getting out. Lin Qianhuan approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, turned off all the lights in the house, and pulled the curtains open a crack to look outside. This man had some skills. He secured the rope to the insulated ladder and easily descended, stepping lightly on the garden lawn, making almost inaudible rustling sounds. He slowly approached the villa's security door, cautiously taking out a thin wire from his pocket. Lin Qianhuan immediately heard the click of the door lock from within, and carefully approached the door, hearing the heavy breathing of the man outside.
Why is it so hard to open?
He cursed softly, raising his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead, which was covered by the insulated suit. Lin Qianhuan gently turned the door handle, and the man thought he had succeeded, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He pushed open the heavy security door and took out the dagger from the back of his waist, but a cool and hard object was pressed against his forehead. It was a delicate pistol.
Welcome to Villa number 36, would you like tea or coffee?
Lin Qianhuan smiled and used her psychic power to turn on the crystal chandelier in the living room, and the light spilled down, illuminating the man's terrified, warped face.
Don't kill me, please.
His voice trembled. The presence of the gun was so strong that it forced the sweat beads on his forehead back.
Chapter 49, Western Suburb Phoenix Community, Revised.
Lin Qianhuan ignored his pleas for mercy, kicked the dagger out of the man's hand, and tightened her grip on the gun.
Are you an original resident of Silver Bay Garden or one of the new arrivals?
The man nervously swallowed and raised his hands high. I
originally lived here. Lin Qianhuan narrowed her eyes at his words. Oh? Is that so? Then which villa did you originally live in? Villa number 1, I live in Villa number 1.
Lin Qianhuan's expression changed sharply, and she suddenly kicked him in the chest.
Bullshit.
The doors and windows of Villa number 1 have already been destroyed by me. The owner has moved somewhere else. How could you possibly live there? Seeing his lie exposed, the man struggled to get up from the ground, forcing himself to swallow back the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat.
I said.
I just moved in, but I am indeed related to the owner of Villa number 1.
I used to be an electrician, and the owner of Villa number 1 is my cousin.
Before the signal disappeared, he complained to me that Villa number 36 of Silver Bay Garden had a lot of supplies, but with electric fences and high walls, it was difficult to raid you for resources. I was quite tempted at that time, but because it was too far away, I didn't dare to come over. However, the west suburb has become increasingly chaotic, and I happened to encounter many survivors on a bus fleeing to the east suburbs for a living, and I thought I would come here to try my luck. The more he spoke, the quieter his voice became, and after finishing, he obediently lowered his head, waiting for his fate. Lin Qianhuan bumped the gun's muzzle against his forehead. The insulated ladder is so heavy, I don't believe you came on a bus while carrying a ladder.
If you dare to hide anything, I promise this gun could take your life in the next second.
The man hurriedly spoke up. I said, I told you. I am not alone, I have accomplices. One of them is a space-type ability user, and he helped me bring the ladder and insulated suit from his space.
My purpose in coming to your house tonight is...
His trembling hand showed his nervousness, and he steadied his neck to continue. The purpose is to kill you 3 siblings in your sleep. Then occupy Villa number 36 and seize your supplies. In this situation, he was doomed to die anyway, so it was better to lay everything out and seek a swift, clean death.
Less suffering.
Jiang Xing had already woken up when the man fell from the wall, quietly standing behind Lin Qianhuan without saying a word.
On the second floor, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng were also faintly awakened by the noise from the first floor, each putting on a jacket and heading downstairs.
The 4 of them surrounded the man in a tight circle, and the strong pressure nearly made him faint.
So how did you manage to make those zombies ignore your presence?
Lin Qianhuan still had doubts in her heart and then asked.
I am a supernatural being.
My ability is to change the smell on my body. Through this, I can hide my human scent and aura, allowing me to deceive those lower-level zombies. Lin Qianhuan raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this. She knew that supernatural powers were diverse but did not realize there were such practical powers.
The world is truly full of wonders. Though this man's ability lacks lethality, it is a great life-saving skill.
Against humans, he indeed has no chance, but when facing a horde of zombies, he can rely on his ability to escape.
Lin Qianhuan always felt a bit regretful.
If this man didn't engage in these petty activities, once a safe zone is established, he would rise as a new star in the supernatural team. His supernatural ability could be used to scout situations, convey information, determine routes, and more.
It is an excellent life-saving skill.
Unfortunately, this guy had to come to Villa number 36 to seek death, and Lin Qianhuan would never spare him just because of his supernatural ability. She lazily stood in front of the man, sneering down at the shrinking figure below.
How many accomplices do you have, and where are they living now? 3. They are currently residing in Villa number 31.
One is a space-type supernatural being, one is a wood-type supernatural being, and the other is a strength evolver. We met during our escape, and just happened to hear me mention Villa number 36, so they plan to join forces for a score.
Before Lin Qianhuan could ask more, the man readily confessed everything. What exactly happened in the western suburbs that made so many of you escape to the eastern suburbs at the same time?
This was Lin Qianhuan's most puzzling question, as it was said that most survivors in the apocalypse would live in familiar areas. Mainly because they are aware of the local terrain and resource distribution, and unless absolutely necessary, few would be willing to cross most of the city to live at the other end. Upon hearing this, the man recalled the scenes he had witnessed and felt some lingering fear in his heart. Those who came to Qianhuan Garden are actually all from the same community. We used to live in the Phoenix community in the western suburbs. Just the day before yesterday, a zombie dog suddenly appeared in the community, with keen senses, incredible speed, and strong defense, nearly invulnerable to knives and guns. Many people in the community were eaten by it, and we knew it wasn't safe to stay there, so we all rushed out. Fortunately, there was a survivor who was a bus driver. He had the car keys and gave us a ride. Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. After all, mutated animals are far more difficult to handle than zombies. Before the apocalypse, humans were at the top of the food chain due to technology, but after the outbreak of the zombie virus, animals evolved into even more vicious dangers.
Zombies only feed on their kind's crystal cores and human flesh. However, mutated animals are tough characters that even zombies can chew and swallow.
In her past life, Lin Qianhuan most disliked encountering mutated animals, as their attack and defense are exceptionally strong, and even supernatural teams often have to pay a price to barely deal with them. As she was pondering, a stiff mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Current time task assigned, please kill a mutated animal within 3 days. Lin Qianhuan bit down hard on her back molars, producing a slightly sharp grinding sound.
You're not even asking me if I accept the mission now, are you?
She scolded the spirit spring system in her heart but received no response at all. Lin Qianhuan leaned helplessly against the sofa, feeling somewhat lost in despair. The tasks assigned by the system were always dangerous and hard, but the rewards were indeed tempting, making her drool. The submachine gun was powerful enough to deal with the large swarm of zombies attacking from afar. And the well would perfectly solve her water shortage issue. Either one was impossible for her to refuse. The only thing that brought Lin Qianhuan some comfort was that the system had given her 3 days. At least she wouldn't have to rush into battle with mutated animals directly.
Chapter 50, Acting Alone, Revised.
Lin Qianhuan sighed helplessly, raised her hand, and swiftly slashed the man's throat beside her. The splattered blood was wrapped up by a mental barrier, not a single drop landing on the floor or the walls. The corpse's eyes were wide open, its dim gaze filled with fear of death. But it was all too late. From the moment he stepped into Villa number 36, his fate had already been sealed.
Lin Qianhuan would never let go of any outsider attempting to harm herself and her family. Brother, let's go to the Phoenix community in the west suburbs tomorrow?
She yawned slightly, raising her hand to adjust the thin blanket around her. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng were somewhat surprised.
Didn't you say there are zombie dogs roaming around the Phoenix community in the west suburbs? That thing doesn't sound easy to handle. Are you sure you want to take the risk? Lin Qianhuan nodded firmly, clearly determined.
Though Lin Qianhuan felt a bit helpless, he still nodded in agreement.
Alright, since you want to go, we'll accompany you. What time do you plan to set off?
I'll get up early to prepare breakfast. Lin Qianhuan stroked her chin. Let's leave at 8 o'clock, no need to rush. The task the system assigned was due in 3 days, while still pressing. It wasn't a race against time.
No problem, you should go rest quickly.
I and your second brother will take care of the following matters. Lin Qianhuan pushed Lin Qianhuan to the staircase, then turned around and left with Lin Wansheng to bring back the insulated ladder from outside the villa. This thing was good, taking it back home might come in handy one day, and it wouldn't be ruined by zombies or stolen by someone with ill intent. Lin Qianhuan felt at ease. She returned to her bedroom and fell asleep instantly, having a dreamless night. Jiang Xing, however, lost the desire to sleep. She returned to the guest room on the first floor, staring blankly at the garden until dawn before stepping out of the room. After Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng dealt with the corpse, they checked the situation in the monitoring room and didn't return to the bedroom to rest. In spring, the sun rose earlier than in winter. Lin Qianhuan's bedroom curtains were not drawn properly, and the sunlight shone in through the gap, making her dizzy.
Struggling to get up from bed, she groggily washed, dressed, and went downstairs for breakfast.
Sitting at the dining table, she was still half awake. Lin Qianhuan brought her a cup of warm milk and placed it on the table. Waking up so late easily gives you a headache.
If you're really feeling bad, what about we go tomorrow instead? Or we could go in the afternoon.
Lin Qianhuan shook her head slightly and took a sip of milk. No need, I'll be fine after a while, we'll set off soon. Though the task was to be completed within 3 days, she couldn't be too lax. If she failed to complete the task on time and missed the rewards, that would be fine, but if the warehouse was reclaimed, she would be devastated. The four of them quickly finished breakfast at the dining table, and after packing necessary supplies, they drove the off-road vehicle out of the villa gate.
Lin Qianhuan was responsible for closing and locking the main gate.
As soon as she placed her hand on the car door, a female voice called out to her.
Hello?
She turned around in surprise and saw a short-haired girl wearing a Klein blue cotton coat. The girl excitedly approached, but fearing misunderstandings, she stopped 2 meters away from Lin Qianhuan.
My name is Zhang Minhui, and I am a student at Yunqing University.
I left something very important in the Phoenix community at the west suburbs and need to go back to get it.
May I ask where you are planning to go? Could you give me a ride along the way?
Zhang Minhui tucked her loose hair behind her ear, and a stream of clear water appeared in her palm. I'm a water element user, I can pay for the fare with clear water. Even if you don't take me to the west suburbs, I would appreciate it if you could at least take me a bit further west.
I have no other requests.
Lin Qianhuan looked her up and down, curious. Did you escape from the Silver Bay Garden in the west suburbs?
You haven't been here for even 24 hours, and now you want to go back?
Zhang Minhui bit her lip, a bit awkward as her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. I left something very important at home.
Can you let me catch a ride? If it's not convenient, I apologize for the bother.
Seeing she was unwilling to say more, Lin Qianhuan did not press further. She just needed someone familiar with the west suburbs to guide her, and this girl was just right. Each had their own needs, and it was a perfect fit.
Lin Qianhuan nodded. Sure, you can get in. We happen to be going to the Phoenix community in the west suburbs.
After saying this, she got in first, squeezing Jiang Xing into the window seat while she sat in the middle of the back seat.
Come on in.
Zhang Minhui gratefully bowed, her gaze shifted into the car, and upon seeing 3 tall men, she hesitated for a moment. She approached Lin Qianhuan because she was a girl who seemed less threatening. But no one told her there were 3 men in the SUV who looked tough. For a moment, Zhang Minhui felt hesitant. Lin Qianhuan naturally understood her worry. In the apocalypse, a girl traveling alone had to be more cautious than others. Get in, the zombies are almost here. We are all good people, if you don't believe us, I won't force you. Though she needed someone to guide her, she also didn't want to force anyone. Hearing Lin Qianhuan say this, Zhang Minhui still felt a bit hesitant but forced herself to get in the car. She had no other options. Crossing from the east suburbs to the west suburbs meant traversing almost all of Yunqing. The sturdy and reliable SUV was the best choice for her goals. As she timidly sat inside, Jiang Minhui felt tense, but after a while, she noticed that the three men completely ignored her, not even giving her a glance. Only then did she relax a little and let out a long breath.
Are you also from the Silver Bay Garden in the west suburbs?
The atmosphere in the car was a bit oppressive. Feeling a bit shy, Jiang Minhui turned to Lin Qianhuan to ask. The other shook her head slightly. No, we have something to do in the west suburbs.
Is it to find family?
Lin Qianhuan shook her head slightly, clearly not intending to share much with someone she didn't know well. Jiang Minhui was perceptive and, seeing her response, did not ask more questions, obediently leaning against the window to rest.
The back seat was not wide, and sitting together, the three adults were somewhat cramped.
Lin Qianhuan had just woken up in the early morning and felt dizzy. Now, sitting in the shaking car, drowsiness swept over her. As her head nodded, ready to tumble forward, a pair of large hands carefully supported her head.
Sleep.
Jiang Xing's voice was deep, slightly husky, like high-quality red wine, rich and inviting.
Lin Qianhuan, already sleepy and dazed, listened to his voice. Dazed and confused, she actually fell asleep.
Her little head rested on his shoulder, and soon she entered dreamland.
Chapter 51 Strangely Eerie, Revised.
Lin Wansheng, sitting in the driver's seat, frowned in dissatisfaction as he saw the interaction between the two through the rearview mirror. But he also understood that Lin Qianhuan was indeed tired, so he endured and ultimately said nothing.
Jiang Minhui sat in the back seat, feeling that the atmosphere in the car had become a bit oppressive.
But since Lin Qianhuan was asleep, she couldn't ease the mood through chat and had to obediently curl up by the window, remaining silent. The SUV continued on its way, and Lin Wansheng chose a wide road, steering away from the city center, where there weren't too many obstacles or abandoned cars.
Driving along the way felt surprisingly easy and comfortable.
2 hours later, they had crossed over half of Yunqing and arrived at the western suburbs. Unfortunately, Lin Wansheng was not familiar with this area and didn't know the location of Phoenix Community. Seeing his hesitant driving hand, Jiang Minhui blinked and spoke up. There aren't many residential areas on this road, just keep going straight, and you will reach Phoenix Community. Lin Wansheng turned his head to glance at her and silently nodded. The SUV continued to drive west along the road, where zombies gathered around the sound but quickly scattered away. The car stopped at the entrance of Phoenix Community, and the sudden braking startled Lin Qianhuan awake, making her yawn in confusion.
We're here?
Looking through the front windshield, she saw the 4 big red characters that spelled Phoenix Community, and rubbed her stiff and sore neck.
Jiang Minhui excitedly nodded. Yes, do you have any containers for water?
I want to fill some water for you as a thank you for bringing me to the western suburbs. The gas used for the journey in the SUV must have been considerable, and if she didn't return something, she would feel guilty. Lin Qianhuan didn't need her water and didn't want to waste time, so she waved her hand decisively.
No need, you can go do your own thing. Seeing Lin Qianhuan insistent, Jiang Minhui didn't cling to the car anymore.
She checked the surroundings and, finding no zombies, carefully opened the car door and stepped out. Suddenly, Lin Qianhuan thought of something and called out to her, excuse me.
Jiang Minhui paused, turned, and looked at Lin Qianhuan. I'm Jiang Minhui, what can I do for you? I want to ask if there are any places nearby suitable for resting overnight? It's best if the zombie density is lower, not too dangerous.
After all, zombie dogs are not slow-moving zombies, they might have already left Phoenix Community or even the western suburbs. Finding this creature would require effort, and Lin Qianhuan had made plans to stay overnight in the western suburbs. However, most of the houses in Phoenix Community had been destroyed by zombie dogs, with limbs and bodies scattered everywhere. She didn't plan to set up camp here. Jiang Minhui thought for a moment and replied, actually, there are zombies everywhere, it just depends on how many.
There's a badminton hall north of Phoenix Community, and since the virus outbreak happened in the early morning, there shouldn't be many people inside. Plus, there aren't any supplies there to attract survivors, so the badminton hall should be a good choice. She pulled out a heavy fire axe from her backpack. I plan to stay there overnight. If you don't mind, you can wait for me here at the gate. I'll get my things from home and can continue to guide you. Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement. Okay, how long do you need?
Jiang Minhui thought for a moment and replied, about half an hour.
Okay.
Seeing that Lin Qianhuan and the others wanted to stay with her overnight, Jiang Minhui nodded excitedly and quickly ran into Phoenix Community. She was sharp-eyed and clear-minded, and after spending time together, she naturally sensed that they meant her no harm. In the apocalypse, being able to afford a modified off-road vehicle, a car that consumes so much fuel, proved that these 4 people were very powerful. For Jiang Minhui, spending the night together was a good thing, at least she could sleep soundly. Seeing her figure disappear into the community, Lin Qianhuan and the others also got out of the car, planning to enter the community to check the situation. Because of the zombie dogs causing chaos, the already old community was now filled with various rotten limbs and blood, and electric bikes and abandoned cars were haphazardly strewn in the middle of the road. Most of the windows were already shattered, and blood was everywhere on the walls, the ground, and the cars. The smell of blood was overwhelming, the stench of decay and death seemed to solidify, making Phoenix community look desolate and terrifying. It was just like an old residential building from a horror movie. Phoenix community had fallen into disrepair over the years, with only 6 residential buildings, so patrolling didn't take much effort. The zombie dogs were large and couldn't hide inside the buildings, so they didn't need to waste time searching inside the apartments. Confirming that the creature had already left the community, Lin Qianhuan and the others turned back, planning to wait for Jiang Minhui by the off-road vehicle, when they suddenly heard a weak cry of a baby. Perhaps it had been hungry for too long, its cry sounded like a kitten's in the dark corridor, strangely eerie. Lin Qianhuan raised her head warily, her gaze locking onto the window of building number 3 on the second floor. The sound had disappeared, but she was sure this was not her imagination. Exchanging glances with Jiang Xing, Lin Qianhuan signaled him, and the two entered the corridor of Unit 1 in building number 3 one after the other. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng also became alert, silently following behind. They tiptoed to the second floor. The community was already old, and the security door felt like it was made of paper, easily kicked open by Jiang Xing. He entered the room first and opened the frosted glass door of the balcony, following the sound. To their shock, 8 people were actually hiding on the less than 5 square meter narrow balcony, including a baby still in swaddling. Seeing the tang knife in Lin Qianhuan's hand, these people were extremely fearful, instinctively hiding away from her.
This place has already been damaged by the zombie dogs, right? How did you manage to survive their pursuit?
Lin Qianhuan had no intention of intimidating these defenseless ordinary people, so she put the tang knife away. Seeing that she didn't have any intention of attacking, an old woman trembled and spoke, "We couldn't get in the car in time and got left behind in the community. The zombie dogs were attracted by those who fled, and once they left, they never returned."
Lin Qianhuan was a bit surprised. "Aren't you afraid it will come back?"
The old woman smiled bitterly and replied, "Of course we are afraid, how could we not be?
But even if we are afraid, where can we go?
Leaving the community might mean running into that thing again, so it's better to hide here than to be chased by zombies outside.
As for the rest, we can only leave it to fate." "So which direction did you last see the zombie dogs go?"
"They went east, but we don't know what happened afterward."
Chapter 52, Looking Around, Revised.
Lin Qianhuan said "oh," and turned to leave, but was stopped by a weak female voice.
"Please wait."
Lin Qianhuan turned around and saw a woman holding a weak baby in her arms. The baby was so small, its lips tinged with a faint bluish hue, it likely couldn't hold on much longer.
"Do you have any milk powder?"
"Baby's milk powder." She struggled to stand up, bringing the child closer to Lin Qianhuan.
"I won't take it for free from you, can I trade you with supplies?"
Saying this, she pulled out a box of anti-inflammatory medicine and a box of fever medicine from her pocket. "I will trade you these, I beg you, if the child doesn't eat soon, she really won't survive." The woman's hand holding the medicine trembled slightly, her actions were a gamble. A gamble that Lin Qianhuan was a good person who wouldn't directly take her last card away. But she had no way out, the girl in front of her was the last straw she could grab onto.
A thin, dark man from the crowd pushed the woman displeased. "Hey, don't you know how precious the anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine is?
A baby can hardly survive in the apocalypse, she's just a burden. Instead of trading medicine for milk powder, it would be better to exchange for food and water, that way, all of us can last a bit longer." As soon as the man finished speaking, someone immediately echoed his words. "Exactly, we are all neighbors, helping each other is just natural. Your child won't survive for long anyway, why spend so much money trying to save her?"
"I think so too, you've been hiding from us this whole time, we didn't even know you still had such valuable medicine."
Seeing the excited stance of this group, if it weren't for Lin Qianhuan being there, they probably would have started fighting to snatch it. Lin Qianhuan glanced at the woman, looking so thin she could barely stand, then looked around at those rosy-faced people, already coming to a conclusion in her heart.
"I can trade with you."
She was indeed wealthy, but the value of medicine in the apocalypse didn't need to be elaborated on. Trading milk powder with this woman was a sure profit for her. Lin Qianhuan took out a can of 300g milk powder from her space and handed it over, but the thin man snatched the medicine from the woman's hands. He grinned at Lin Qianhuan, "She is my wife, we won't trade the medicine for milk powder."
"If you want to trade, then trade for bread and water."
The woman was so enraged she became dizzy, her body trembling faintly, almost losing her balance.
"I don't even know you, we're just neighbors in the same community. My husband is a soldier. He is a soldier defending the country. Not a shameless scoundrel like you."
The man rolled his eyes at her and turned back to Lin Qianhuan with a smile.
"She's gone a bit crazy from hunger, do you still want to trade? Just give me the food and water."
Lin Qianhuan narrowed her eyes, displeasure flashing in them. She never intended to intervene in this matter, she just wanted to save this child's life. After all, completing the trade would only benefit her. But this woman's husband was a soldier fighting against the horde in the apocalypse. In her previous life, she had been saved by these men in military uniforms, and in this life, she would never turn a blind eye to their wives and children. Soldiers give their lives for the survivors behind them without asking for anything in return. No matter how selfish and cold-blooded she may be, she could not just watch their family be bullied and abused. This mother and daughter, she would definitely save them. Lin Qianhuan shoved the milk powder into the woman's arms and then pulled her behind her.
Are you her husband? Yes. What's her name? What's this child's name?
The thin man was taken aback by the question, pausing for a moment before randomly saying, her name is Wang Suhua, the child's name is Ruan Yuan.
The woman broke down, my name is Song Luoji. My child's name is Gu Nianling. My husband's surname is Gu, his name is Gu Feng, not someone as despicable as you.
Lin Qianhuan's expression instantly froze, turning in disbelief to look at Song Luoji behind her.
You said your husband's name is what? Song Luoji was startled by her seriousness, blinking before responding, my husband's name is Gu Feng.
Gu as in left and right, Feng as in charging forward.
Gu Feng. Gu Feng. Lin Qianhuan's fingertips trembled slightly, a tall man's figure emerging in her mind. In her previous life, it was this Gu Feng who was bitten on the shoulder by a zombie while trying to save her. Before dying, he even reassured her, telling her not to feel guilty. Don't be afraid. Little girl, don't be afraid, this is the duty of our soldiers. My name is Gu Feng, Gu is in looking around, Feng is in charging forward.
If you ever see a woman with a mole on her right earlobe, remember to tell her for me. I love her, and I love our daughter Lingling. Tell her not to wait for me foolishly anymore, to live well.
You too, live well.
With a bang of a gunshot, this young man in his 30s, to avoid becoming a zombie and harming the ones he protected with his life, raised the gun to himself. Lin Qianhuan's eyes were a bit sore, she brushed aside Song Luoji's messy hair and saw the mole on her right ear.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness the system gave her a mission, and thank goodness she came to the western suburbs.
Don't be afraid.
Lin Qianhuan gently patted Song Luoji's shoulder, waved her tang knife lightly, and cut the throat of the thin black man. She picked up the 2 boxes of medicine still tightly clutched in the man's grip and took Song Luoji and the child downstairs.
Where are you taking me?
Song Luoji knew she could no longer survive with that group in Fenghuang community, but she also didn't dare to easily trust this stranger, Lin Qianhuan.
I'm taking you to find your husband. Song Luoji's eyes lit up, and she coughed excitedly, you know my husband? Where is he? Is he still alive?
Lin Qianhuan gently comforted her emotions, Brother Gu is a good man, he must still be alive, but I don't know exactly where he is. But I will definitely take care of you and your daughter until I bring you safely to him. In the previous life, Gu Feng used his life to ensure her safe survival, saving her life, but she never had the chance to repay his kindness. Since she encountered him in this life, she could finally eliminate the guilt that had entangled her heart for so long.
Song Luoji nodded excitedly and got into the off-road vehicle with Lin Qianhuan.
She admired the young girl in front of her, strong, decisive, and kind-hearted.
If Lin Qianhuan could hear Song Luoji's thoughts, she would definitely find it amusing.
Kindness had nothing to do with her, she was just repaying hate with hate and grievances with grievances. If others had kindness towards her, she would naturally return it. Lin Qianhuan took out a brand new baby bottle, scalded it with hot water before tearing open the milk powder package, and mixed it with warm water. Quick, give it to the child. Song Luoji gratefully took the bottle, her eyes full of tears, thank you, really, thank you.
Chapter 53, Let This Land Belong to Me, revised.
Lin Qianhuan kept silent, only looking down at Lingling drinking milk. The baby had been hungry for too long and drank eagerly, but she was too weak to choke. The baby supplies in the space were prepared for the future children of her 2 brothers, after all, it's better to be prepared, and she didn't expect to use them this time.
Seeing how much Lin Qianhuan valued them, Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but feel puzzled.
He took Lin Qianhuan out of the car and asked her why she was doing this. Seeing the unfamiliar Song Luoji and a small baby, he felt somewhat confused.
Who are they?
Lin Qianhuan pulled him to one side to explain, and Lin Qianhuan suddenly understood.
She is the military man's wife? What a coincidence.
Yes, so brother, I want to take care of them until I safely deliver them to Gu Feng. That way, the regret that had troubled her for 2 lifetimes would be resolved.
Okay, I support you. This kind of life-saving grace must be repaid.
They didn't wait long in the car when Jiang Minhui came running out of the community, breathless. She opened the car door but saw it was packed with people, leaving no space for her. Jiang Minhui felt a bit embarrassed and scratched her head. Lin Qianhuan signaled Jiang to get out of the car, then pulled out an ordinary sedan from the space.
Sister Luoji, you hold the baby and get out of the car. We'll all sit in this car.
Looking at the abrupt appearance of this car, Song Luoji and Jiang Minhui were both very shocked. They never expected that this seemingly weak and kind girl in front of them was actually a space ability user. Without wasting any more time, Lin Qianhuan drove the car ahead to lead the way. Jiang Minhui sat in the passenger seat guiding her, and the two cars arrived in front of the badminton hall one after the other. The badminton hall was open 24 hours, and the door was not locked. Zhang Xing stepped forward to check the situation, and after confirming there was no danger, pushed open the heavy glass door. The group entered one after another. The hall had not been used since the apocalypse, and a thin layer of dust had already settled on the floor, leaving a footprint with every step. Lin Qianhuan took a rough look at the situation inside the hall, which still looked like it did before the apocalypse. Although there was some dust, it was still a decent shelter.
Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing worked together to clean out a space and decided to spend the night there. It's only 3 p.m.
Lin Qianhuan glanced at the time and did not plan to stay in the badminton hall to kill time. The zombie dogs had not been found, and her heart was always in her throat. Going out to investigate was much better than just dawdling inside the hall. Second brother, tidy up the hall and take good care of Sister Luoji for me. I, along with the eldest brother and Zhang Xing, will go out for a while to check the surroundings.
Lin Wanqing nodded slightly, showing his understanding. Okay, just be careful.
Lin Qianhuan gave him an okay hand gesture and turned to leave with the two men. When they reached the heavy glass door, they saw a group of people gathered outside. She looked up suspiciously and saw that there were both men and women of not much age. They looked like a group of college students. Lin Qianhuan suddenly remembered that the only university in Yuqing was in the western suburbs, so it was normal to encounter college students out in a group here. But looking at them, it seemed they would also have to stay in the badminton hall tonight. Before she could react, the lead man directly squeezed in, bringing the crowd of men and women behind him in as well. Lin Qianhuan squinted her eyes. The badminton hall was spacious and considered a public place, so she had no right to block their way. However, their numbers were not few and still posed some threat. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Qianhuan used a steel pipe to wedge the door handle of the glass door, then turned back to observe the actions of this group inside the hall. Looking at their positions, it was clear that the strong man who pushed in first was their leader. This guy was quite strong, wearing a gray coat. The muscles were pushing the fabric to the limit. If she guessed right, he should be a power enhancer. So much dust on the ground, tisk. The man waved his hand impatiently in front of him, his gaze sweeping around the hall before finally stopping at the clean area Lin Qianhuan had cleared. He raised an eyebrow slightly and stepped towards Lin Qianhuan.
Brother, how about you let this space be mine?
His words were inquiring, but his body showed no hesitation as he walked towards the empty space, completely disregarding Lin Wansheng, who was still cleaning. Although this man was quite tall, he didn't look like an overly proud ability user. He should be an ordinary person, as he posed no threat to her. She thought that the other party would obediently step aside after hearing his words, but unexpectedly, another tall man walked over.
The two raised their arms simultaneously to block his path.
Stop. Lin Qianhuan's voice was deep, with no hint of fear or nervousness. This is our space. I don't care if you want to stay in the badminton hall, but this area is not for you to use as you wish. As the atmosphere between the two sides became subtle and somewhat tense, a strong man walked out from behind, followed by a thin, handsome man in glasses. Along, don't get into conflict with them. If you want a clean place to rest, we can clean it ourselves. He reached out to pull Wulong back, trying to stop the imminent fight, but was violently thrown to the ground.
Get lost. Zhao Yunxiao, do you think you are still the student council president that everyone admires? You're just a useless waste who hasn't awakened any powers. How dare you talk back in front of me?
Wulong provocatively glanced at Lin Qianhuan. I want this land. If you want me to leave, you must defeat me first. Before the apocalypse, he was already notorious in school. Smoking, drinking, fighting, and staying out all night was common for him. But because his family was well off, no matter how much trouble he caused, his parents would smooth things over, so he never took anyone seriously. Then the zombie virus broke out, and he happened to become a strength evolver, slaughtering zombies with a single punch in the horde, quickly becoming an object of admiration. He was always the one who could summon the wind and rain, but this man in front of him dared to go against him? What a fool! He was determined to take this land. Let's see what these few people can do. Wulong glared at the two men in front of him, but they still refused to back down, and his anger surged instantly. Declining a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty drink. Watch me punch your heads open. He swung his fists at the two, but before he could react, both his arms suddenly flew out to the sides, blood splattering everywhere. The arms that fell on the ground were still twitching slightly, fingers trembling, and finally fell still. Ah! A sharp scream echoed endlessly in the empty gymnasium. Wulong rolled on the ground in pain, having lost his sanity.
Chapter 54, Picking Up Two Arms, Revised. Lin Qianhuan stood quietly in front of the glass door, watching without making a move.
Those who feel superior after awakening their powers always have a day when they hit a brick wall. A mere strength evolver daring to insult others truly does not know how to write the word death.
My arms, help me. Quickly call 120.
Wulong cried out for help, losing too much blood, his face pale, his mind already confused. The man in glasses named Zhao Yunxiao was also startled by the scene and instinctively took a step back. But for Wu Long, it was useless. The former student council president immediately became the new backbone of this group. Zhao Yunxiao bent down and apologized to Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng, not wanting to cause any further conflict with these two evolvers. I'm really sorry for the trouble caused to you. I will take him away immediately, I'm sorry. After saying this, he waved at a dark-skinned man in the crowd, and the two of them each grabbed one of Wu Long's legs, dragging him to a corner of the badminton court. They casually picked up his two arms as well. Lin Qianhuan originally thought that the three of them would go out together to investigate, leaving Lin Wansheng alone to watch the gym and the mother-daughter duo, Song Luoji and her daughter. But with this group moving into the badminton court, they had to leave an extra person here for support. If the second brother was alone here and something happened, it would be difficult for the three of them to get back in once they went out. Elder brother, you and the second brother stay here to watch, I'll take Jiang Xing out for a round. There were too many people on the other side, leaving just one person was definitely unsafe. Lin Qianhuan understood Lin Qianhuan's concerns and nodded without hesitation. Okay, then be careful on your way, make sure to return before dark. No problem. Lin Qianhuan was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of Song Luoji and her daughter. She turned around and saw Song Luoji cautiously huddling with the girl in the corner, looking rather disheveled. She was obviously tensed up for a long time. After a long time without eating and not having much rest, she looked exhausted and haggard. Lin Qianhuan took out the pre-packaged lunchbox from her space and handed it to her. Eat, and after you finish, have a good sleep. If she continued to hold on, both she and the child would not be able to withstand it. Song Luoji took the lunchbox with some fear. Thank you, really thank you. I will clean, cook, and do laundry, I will do all of these. If you need anything from me, just say so, I will definitely cooperate with all my strength. Lin Qianhuan naturally understood where Song Luoji's fear and restraint came from. After all, one does not get something for nothing. She had only used 2 boxes of medicine in exchange for so much, so it was normal to feel uneasy. Okay, I won't be polite with you. Song Luoji's wary heart finally settled. She opened the lid of the lunchbox, revealing 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, along with a large square of rice. Sweet and sour pork, shredded pork with green peppers, and a spicy dry pot cauliflower. The dishes and rice were warm, comforting her body and mind. As she ate, tears fell, but she did not notice the burning gaze from across the table. A girl with waist-length hair swallowed hard, glancing nervously at Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng, the 2 brothers, but her hungry stomach kept urging her to ask for some. How delicious! There is meat and rice, this is the life that many people dream of. Her empty stomach was protesting strongly. It had been so long without food, and the burning pain in her stomach was hard to ignore. She nervously scanned the room, finally settling her gaze on Lin Qianhuan, who looked the easiest to get along with. This girl seemed to be about her age and probably was a college student too, so she assumed she was also easy to talk to, right? She nervously tugged at her jacket, just about to stand up when a girl beside her tugged her back. Where are you going? The long-haired girl was startled and obediently sat back down, responding in a low voice, I'm hungry, I also want to eat a lunchbox. As she spoke, she swallowed hard, her envy and desire in her eyes were hard to miss. The girl who pulled her was wearing black frame glasses, with slightly unnoticeable pockmarks on her face. The glasses girl hesitated for a moment before speaking to advisor, I think you better not go. We don't know them, why should they give you their precious lunchbox? Those 2 men are superpowered, if you upset them, it's one thing to get beaten, but what if it's like Wu Long? She dared not continue speaking, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety. The long-haired girl also hesitated, but the aroma of the food kept invading her nose. This temptation was the most torturous for someone who was used to going hungry every day. The crowd across was getting more and more restless, and finally, a man was pushed to the front, the student council president who had dragged Wu Long's body away. Zhao Yunxiao was hesitantly walking towards Lin Qianhuan, his fair face flushed red. He called out to Lin Qianhuan, who was about to leave the badminton gym, feeling nervous, hello, do you have any extra lunchboxes? Can you share some with us? Once we find supplies, we will definitely return them to you. Zhao Yunxiao felt embarrassed even saying this, but as the squad leader, he had to consider his team and strive to get them some benefits. Lin Qianhuan turned back to look at him, speaking with an expressionless face, are you giving me an empty promise? Zhao Yunxiao, awkwardly adjusting his glasses, stuttered a bit, for he indeed felt guilty. Sorry, we actually have a lot of supplies, but this morning zombie dogs broke into our school, and we ran away too hurriedly to bring the supplies with us. Could you please give us some food to fill our stomachs? Tomorrow when it gets light, we will definitely go out and search for supplies to return to you. Lin Qianhuan instantly grabbed the key point in his words. Did the zombie dogs break into your school? Zhao Yunxiao was caught off guard by her question, but still obediently answered, yes, just this morning. Do you know where they went? Lin Qianhuan paused her action of opening the door, turning her head to make eye contact with Zhao Yunxiao. He became especially nervous under her gaze, stuttering as he spoke. This.
I don't know about that.
But there are quite a few students hiding in the school for refuge, which is a perfect feeding ground for the zombie dogs.
They might still be on campus, or perhaps they were attracted by other sounds? I'm not too sure about these things. Zhao Yunxiao was speaking the truth, after all, who could really predict the true movements of mutated zombies?
Lin Qianhuan nodded and returned to the gym, looking at the group of people drooling over the boxed meals.
You all should be students from Yunqing University, right? Who wants to take me to your school to find the zombie dogs? If we find them, each person gets 2 boxed meals.
If the zombie dogs are not in the school, the meals will still be distributed as usual.
Chapter 55, A Dog's World, Revised.
Her words made the people hiding in the badminton gym feel somewhat eager, but after a moment of hesitation, everyone chose to give up. They had worked hard to escape from the school, how could they be willing to return to that hell on earth? Although they could still get 2 boxed meals even if the zombie dogs had left the school, who would be willing to gamble their life on that probability? If the zombie dogs were still inside the school hunting for food, wouldn't they be doomed? They were afraid they could take the meals but wouldn't live to eat them. The scene fell into a deep silence. Even Zhao Yunxiao, who stood in front of Lin Qianhuan, was clearly unwilling to take that risk.
Well then, since you all won't go, then I'll go. Just as Lin Qianhuan was about to push the door open and leave, a firm female voice caught her attention. It was Jiang Minhui.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qianhuan suddenly remembered that this girl was also a student from Yunqing University, and she was very familiar with the layout of the campus buildings.
She had to admit she was somewhat surprised. You'll go? Jiang Minhui jogged up to Lin Qianhuan. Yes, I'll go, I'm willing to go. Although I live outside the school, I am quite familiar with what's inside. If you don't mind that I'm not familiar with the distribution of zombies on campus, I can give it a try and lead you to find the zombie dogs. After all, she lived in a rented house outside and didn't stay on campus. So after the zombie outbreak, she naturally didn't know where the zombies were more concentrated in school. Lin Qianhuan carefully looked at the determined Jiang Minhui, suddenly gaining a deeper insight into this girl. No wonder she dared to go alone to the western suburbs to look for supplies, she indeed had some guts. Alright, let's go together.
Lin Qianhuan smiled at her, opening the glass door and stepping outside first. Lin Yixuan and Lin Wanqing suppressed their worries and waited in the gym, but the anxious concern on their faces could not be hidden. The off-road vehicle started, and once the 3 got in, they sped away like arrows leaving their bow. At 3 p.m., the sun was shining brightly, making all darkness disappear.
The badminton gym was not far from Yunqing University, it took a 10-minute drive to get there.
Perhaps due to the threat of zombie dogs, there were only a few scattered, sluggish zombies near the university, not many in number. The car stopped at the entrance, and Lin Qianhuan jumped out. The other 2 followed her, and the off-road vehicle was then put away into the space.
Oh my god.
Jiang Minhui said in disbelief, her pupils contracting and trembling, instinctively pinching the soft flesh on her arm to keep herself awake with the pain. The campus was a wreck, with various abandoned vehicles piled up, and countless severed limbs and rotten flesh spread across the ground in a dense mass. Before the apocalypse, this place represented brightness and hope. After the apocalypse, people lacked even the courage to glance around. Let's go. Lin Qianhuan exhaled a deep breath, signaling Jiang Minhui to lead the way. The other person suddenly awoke, stiffly tugging at the corners of her mouth, tightly gripping the straps of her backpack as she walked ahead. The places with the most students are just the classroom buildings, cafeteria, and dormitories. But the zombie outbreak happened in the early morning. I believe most survivors must be trapped in their dorms, trying to survive. Jiang Minhui shared her analysis. I think we should first go to the classroom building to check the situation. If there's nothing there, we can check around the cafeteria and the supermarket. These are probably the only places we can find. Lin Qianhuan agreed, following Jiang Minhui toward the dormitory on campus. Sunlight pierced through the leaves, casting mottled, incomplete shadows on the corpses on the ground. Spring was in full bloom, even the wind carried some warmth, yet it felt exceptionally cold against the 3 of them. Jiang Xing cautiously guarded behind Lin Qianhuan but heard her softly say, in the campus, there are almost no zombie shadows to be seen. This is truly terrifying. From this, one could see how fierce the zombie dog was. By its own strength, it had turned Yunqing University into its playground. Jiang Xing casually killed a confused zombie that stumbled over. This was the second zombie he had killed since entering the school. Due to the sheer number of corpses and garbage on the ground, it was impossible to drive. The 3 could only walk, making their efficiency very low. Yunqing University was already known for its large area. It took them nearly an hour to walk from the school gate to the nearest dormitory building. I didn't see any signs of the zombie dog. Lin Qianhuan glanced around regretfully, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Jiang Minhui stroked her chin. How about we check the dormitory building? There should still be survivors, right? Since the zombie dog has been here, they must know where it went next. Lin Qianhuan's eyes lit up. Great. Let's go.
They chose the nearest girls' dormitory and carefully walked inside. It smells awful.
As soon as she stepped in, Lin Qianhuan instantly covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve.
This smell was simply overwhelming.
The stench of decay, mixed with blood, mingled with an inexplicable foul odor. They wrapped around and rolled, making it unbearable.
Even if there are rotting corpses, it shouldn't smell this strong.
There must be something wrong in this building. If we search slowly, we should find something. Lin Qianhuan took the lead in the corridor. The dormitory supervisor's room had completely shattered glass, and deep claw marks were found on the wooden door.
Not belonging to a zombie, nor to a human.
Lin Qianhuan raised her hand to wipe the claw marks on the door, then continued to explore within the dormitory building. It was eerily quiet here. They could only hear the three of them moving slowly, their footsteps slightly crisp. The dormitory had 6 floors, and after climbing to the 5th floor, they still hadn't seen any signs of the zombie dog.
Lin Qianhuan frowned slightly. Could it not be in this dormitory building?
Jiang Minhui was also surprised. After pondering for a moment, she spoke. It probably isn't here, but it must have come. The dormitory building was severely damaged. Glass and wooden doors had already been shattered, and claw marks were very common on the walls and fallen doors. That creature must have been here looking for food. Lin Qianhuan sighed, but then noticed a closed door. This door had a strong smell, resembling a mixture of countless perfumes. After a while, it could make someone feel dizzy. She reached out to push it, but it didn't budge. Jiang Xing, kick the door open. Lin Qianhuan lowered her voice to give the command. Just as Jiang Xing stepped forward, his foot had not yet lifted when he heard a click from inside the door. The wooden door opened, revealing a pair of timid eyes peering through the crack.
Who are you?
Lin Qianhuan was a bit surprised that someone could escape the zombie dog's hunt. They were indeed impressive. She stepped forward, pulling Jiang Xing behind her.
We are here to find the zombie dog. Do you know where that guy went? Chapter 56, I am just too scared, revised. Hearing the word zombie dog, the girl inside the door reacted quite intensely. Zombie dog. That monster.
Her voice was slightly sharp and echoed in the empty hallway before gradually fading away.
Realizing her outburst, she covered her mouth and carefully let the three of them into the dormitory. Lin Qianhuan then discovered that there was actually no one injured in this dormitory.
4 beds, 4 people, all present. Though they all looked pale and malnourished, they were still alive. That guy was still hunting in our dorm building this morning, but basically, everyone he could eat in this building has been devoured. I heard sounds. It seems he went to the boys' dormitory next door. The girl who opened the door blinked her sunken eyes and communicated with Lin Qianhuan, speaking weakly.
So why are you 4 okay? Is it because of the perfume on the door?
Lin Qianhuan asked, feeling that the smell of perfume in this dormitory was especially strong, making her not want to stay even for a second. The girl picked up a small delivery box, filled with empty perfume bottles, at least 20 of them. That guy has a keen sense of smell, so we sprayed perfume on the door, walls, and ourselves. The smell of the perfume perfectly covered our scent, so we weren't discovered by that monster. Lin Qianhuan was somewhat surprised. She hadn't thought of this method.
You are indeed very smart. We will be leaving now. She came to find the zombie dog, not to chat with these people.
Having obtained the information she wanted, Lin Qianhuan naturally turned to leave. However, a girl with braided hair suddenly called out to her, "Where are you going?
Can you take me with you? I don't want to stay in school anymore. I want to go home. I want to find my mom."
The more she spoke, the more agitated her emotions became, shifting from sobbing to outright wailing. Lin Qianhuan frowned in displeasure and picked up a towel to cover her mouth. "We don't know if the zombie dog has left the school. How can you dare to make such loud noises? That guy not only has a keen sense of smell but also excellent hearing." The girl whose mouth was covered continued to cry, but her cries were muffled, turning into quiet whimpers.
Ah! Ah!
The girl who opened the door looked in terror at the glass on the dormitory door, the sound piercing their ears. Lin Qianhuan followed her gaze and happened to meet the gaze of a murky eye. That eye was huge, taking up a quarter of the glass.
The zombie dog.
It had been attracted by the sound. Lin Qianhuan's heart skipped a beat. It didn't make a single sound.
Woo roar!
The wooden door and glass were easily smashed, but they were on the 5th floor, trapped in the dormitory, with no way to escape. It seemed this zombie dog had been a Tibetan Mastiff before being infected with the virus. The zombie virus had amplified its ferocity, with rotten saliva dripping from its mouth, and bloody meat hanging from its fangs. Jiang Xing stepped forward, protecting her behind him, his palm forming a lightning ball that he effortlessly tossed into the zombie dog's gaping mouth.
The lightning ball exploded, sending blood and meat flying, and knocking out several teeth.
Lin Qianhuan seized the opportunity to aim her gun, but suddenly, a force pushed her forward towards the zombie dog.
Huan.
Jiang Xing blocked in front of Lin Qianhuan, just catching her as she was about to fall, then turning to look at the culprit. It was the girl with the braided hair whose mouth was covered with the towel. Lin Qianhuan steadied herself. He casually patted Jiang Xing. Let's deal with this big guy first, she can't escape. Jiang Xing suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to continue confronting the zombie dog. This creature was enormous, blocked at the dormitory door, forcing its decaying, stinking claws inside to grab anyone. One can imagine those who were eaten were desperately caught by its sharp claws. Jiang Xing threw another lightning ball, and its left paw was blown apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Lin Qianhuan aimed at the zombie dog's eyes, firing twice in quick succession, disrupting its attack rhythm. A sudden mental spike appeared, twisting violently in its already chaotic and stinky brain. The crisis suddenly lifted, and the giant body of the zombie dog fell to the ground instantly. With a loud rumble, it was safe. Lin Qianhuan put the gun away into her space. Luckily, they had the dormitory walls for protection, otherwise, killing this thing would have taken a lot more effort. Jiang Xing, you go dig out the crystal core, I'll handle the rest, Lin Qianhuan said. Lin Qianhuan turned to the trembling girl with braided hair, who was fearfully backing away, shaking her head wildly.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
I was just too scared. Spare me, please spare me. Lin Qianhuan stepped closer, forcing her to the edge of the balcony with no way to retreat. Either you jump down yourself, or I'll help you. She smiled gently, a sharp tang knife suddenly appearing in her hand.
No, please. I don't want to die.
The girl shook her head, trembling and trying to push Lin Qianhuan away, but her hand was cut off by the tang knife.
Was it this hand that pushed me just now?
Lin Qianhuan tilted her head and asked, completely ignoring the other's cries of pain. Tired of entangling with her, the tang knife flashed instantly, and the cries abruptly ceased. Jiang Xing also successfully obtained the crystal core from the zombie dog, which was the size of a goose egg, with white strands floating inside that looked like smoke. Lin Qianhuan reached out to take it, and a prompt sound from the system echoed in her mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, rewards have been delivered to the spiritual spring space, please check. The burning rage finally subsided, and Lin Qianhuan smiled lightly, we're done, let's go back to the badminton hall. Jiang Xing nodded, and Jiang Minhui hurriedly followed, the three of them heading back to the badminton hall outside. After the three left, several thin figures appeared on the balcony of the nearby dormitory building. Did the rescue arrive? Is the zombie dog dead? Are we safe? Boo-hoo-hoo, I want to go home. What nonsense zombies, what nonsense apocalypse. These students, mired in the pressure of disaster, both mentally and physically on the brink of collapse, venting their emotions was actually a good thing. Judging by the time, Huaxiao was working hard to create a safe base, it shouldn't be long before news would come out. That would be the final refuge for the survivors. And for now, all everyone could do was to protect themselves and quietly wait for that day to come. Back at the badminton hall, it was pitch dark, but faint flickers of firelight could be seen. Lin Qianhuan stepped forward and knocked on the door rhythmically. This was their secret signal. Creak, the sound of steel pipes rubbing against the doorknob made one's teeth ache, and the heavy glass door was pushed open forcefully.
How is it? Is Huan okay?
Lin Qianhuan was anxiously pacing in the badminton hall, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the three return safely.
Is the zombie dog still at Yunqing University? Did you encounter any danger along the way?
Lin Qianhuan shook her head, playfully winking. The zombie dog has already been taken care of, we cleared it perfectly.
That's good.
Lin Qianhuan finally relaxed, draping a coat over her and leading the three to the fire to warm up. The spring night was still cold, and Lin Qianhuan looked towards the corner through the firelight, where Song Luoji was peacefully sleeping with Lingling in her arms.
Everything was moving in a positive direction.
She also completed this difficult task.
Let's all rest early. Tomorrow, we will go home.
Her face was filled with a smile, and her eyes sparkled with a fire, exceptionally captivating. Lin Qianhuan stretched out her hand to warm by the fire. Elder brother, second brother, after we get home, I want to go to the city center.
What for? To the hospital. Her words inevitably surprised Lin Qianhuan. Don't you know how dangerous the hospital is? We have enough medicine stored up already, isn't going to the hospital unnecessary?
I know you are capable and have your own plans, but I do not want you to gamble with your life. Lin Qianhuan naturally knew how dangerous the hospital was, but she thought it over and still felt she should go.
Elder brother, it's different.
The medicine we have stored is enough for us to use for a lifetime, but it is only enough for our use and cannot be traded.
Lin Qianhuan frowned. Trade? Who do you want to trade with?
Lin Qianhuan slightly curled her lips. With the officials.
Right now, the safe base is being built rapidly.
In the future, China will establish 3 major official bases and countless small bases.
What is the most important thing in those bases? Lin Wancheng also joined in the conversation. I think it should be food, water, and medicine. After all, these are the essential resources for human survival. Lin Qianhuan nodded. That's right.
There are countless granaries and supermarkets across the country, and teams sent out to search for supplies can make considerable gains. But the most difficult to obtain are medicines. After the apocalypse struck, all kinds of viruses and bacteria broke out, making the human living environment increasingly harsh, and various diseases emerged one after another. There is a severe shortage of medicine, but the hospitals storing a large amount of medicine are heavily guarded by zombies, and most ability teams that went to search for medicine were mostly wiped out. In this situation, if she could hold enough medicine, then she would have the confidence to negotiate with the official base. Now, it is only the early stages of the apocalypse, and zombies are much weaker than in later stages, making it not too difficult to deal with.
If she doesn't take advantage of this time to scrounge for medicine, should she wait until all zombies evolve before going into the hospital to die?
Lin Qianhuan naturally understood the stakes but did not expect Lin Qianhuan actually planned to settle in the safe zone. After all, she had never mentioned this before.
Noticing the gazes from the two, Lin Qianhuan helplessly explained, "We will eventually settle in the official base. It's just a matter of time."
Zombies and mutated animals are constantly devouring flesh and blood to grow their powers. The three of them can work together to deal with one mutated zombie or one mutated animal, but they cannot withstand the siege of multiple high-level zombies. Especially in the later stages of the apocalypse, when zombie hordes form, everywhere is filled with decaying, stinking corpses.
Zombie hordes destroy buildings along their path, leaving no vegetation behind, not even a piece of bone dust.
The horde is usually led by one or several high-level zombies. Unless they hide in the base under official protection, the three of them cannot survive among the thousands of miles of zombie hordes.
Entering the official base to settle down is a necessity.
If it were not absolutely necessary, Lin Qianhuan naturally would not give up her carefully modified villa number 36. The base is a paradise for survivors but also a nightmare. To live normally inside without being marginalized or oppressed by others, one must build connections and establish relationships. Although it will still be some time before they can move into the safe zone, Lin Qianhuan still wants to take advantage of this period when zombies are relatively weak to lay the groundwork for the future. When the apocalypse just began, both her and her two brothers' abilities were not stable, and it was very risky to burst into the hospital. But now, their bodies have already been transformed by the spiritual spring water, and even when facing a secondary-level supernatural being, victory is still within grasp. Adding Jiang Xing, the powerful lightning weapon, it is just the right time to stock up at the hospital.
Knowing Lin Qianhuan's plan, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng exchanged glances and said nothing to stop her. "All right, let's go together tomorrow."
Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement, her hands and feet warmed by the fire pot, then she crawled into her sleeping bag and slept soundly until dawn. Jiang Xing did not rest, it was his night shift tonight. He poked at the charcoal in the fire pot with a steel bar, making the faint flames burn a little stronger. The badminton hall fell into silence, but a vague figure slipped through the heavy glass door, entering the hall quietly. Jiang Xing glanced at the figure with his peripheral vision, not paying much attention. Seeing he did not intend to speak, the figure moved slightly, trying to step towards him. "Stop. One more step, and you'll die." The man's voice was cold and merciless, a faint lightning flickering in his palm. Knowing his words were never a joke, the figure could only halt at the glass door.
"Number 0, can I follow you? Ever since you blew up the sanatorium, I've been wandering everywhere. I have no home, and I don't know where I should go."
Jiang Xing noticed the slight frown on Lin Qianhuan's face, her displeasure showing, bloodthirsty killing intent flickering in his eyes. "You disturbed her sleep. Get lost." He stood up, worried that using his supernatural powers would disturb Lin Qianhuan's sleep, and could only whisper angrily. The vague figure trembled slightly, eventually fading into the thick wall of the badminton hall, disappearing once again. As if it had never appeared. Jiang Xing then sat down again, gently twisting a strand of Lin Qianhuan's hair, carefully wrapping it around his fingertip. Asterisk. The night quickly passed, and the people in the badminton hall woke up one by one, starting to pack their bags. After sleeping on the soft mattress for a night, Lin Qianhuan didn't feel tired, and after dressing, she stored the soft mattress and sleeping bag into her space. Jiang Minhui woke up relatively early, carefully eating the rice from the boxed meal she couldn't bear to eat last night. A group of people across from her looked longingly at the box of rice in her hands, drooling but knowing they had no right to ask for some.
Lin Qianhuan looked up at her. "What do you plan to do next? Are you going back to Yinwan Huayuan? I can take you a bit further."
She had a good impression of this strong and brave girl and was willing to help her again.
Jiang Minhui looked up excitedly. "Really?" Chapter 58, Oh, Brother Breaking Defense, Revised. Lin Qianhuan nodded, "Of course."
Jiang Minhui quickly took a bite of rice and then carefully stuffed the unfinished boxed meal into her backpack, happily following Lin Qianhuan out. Zhao Yunxiao quietly watched their group leave, hanging the light backpack back on his shoulder.
"They're gone, we should set off too." Someone in the crowd asked, "Where are we going?"
Zhao Yunxiao sighed and looked at the bright blue sky outside the hall.
"We're going to find supplies and do everything we can to survive. I believe the government will never give up on us." Asterisk. Lin Qianhuan took out a car, carrying Jiang Minhui, Song Luoji, and Lingling behind the off-road vehicle.
The tall and sturdy off-road vehicle was in charge of leading the way, and the car following behind had no pressure. Not having slept well last night, Jiang Minhui was sleeping soundly in the back seat. Even the bumpy ride did not disturb her sweet dream. Lingling, with her big eyes wide open, was looking around the car. She accidentally met Lin Qianhuan's gaze and giggled. The little girl had white and tender skin with big, shiny black eyes, and when she smiled, they curved like a crescent moon. Song Luoji's eyes softened. Lingling really likes you, she knows you are our lifesaver.
Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but be amused by the little girl. Her mood was quite good. Sister Luoji, do you know where Brother Gu went to carry out his mission?
To find him, one must at least have a rough direction. In her previous life, she encountered Gu Feng on the way from Yun City to the capital. But the time now doesn't match up with her previous life, so she couldn't judge Gu Feng's current location based on her past experience.
When it came to Gu Feng, Song Luoji's eyes were filled with unshakable longing and sorrow.
He returned once during the early outbreak of zombies, and he only told me he was going to carry out a mission, hunting zombies. As for other things, he didn't tell me anything. Lin Qianhuan felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. Gu Feng was probably afraid of worrying his wife and children, so he took the risk to find him. But who would have thought this became the biggest obstacle to their reunion? If he's still in Yun City carrying out a mission, he wouldn't have taken so long without coming back to see you and the child.
I guess he has already left Yun City.
Lin Qianhuan spoke subtly, without mentioning the worst possibility.
Song Luoji let out a small sigh. I don't seek anything else, just wish for his safety. He will definitely be safe.
Lin Qianhuan comforted her as the two cars drove towards Silver Bay Garden, unexpectedly encountering three sweaty people digging by villa number 36. Lin Wanshang, sitting in the SUV, immediately reacted. He leaned out of the window, and with a few flying knives, he shattered the fleeing thoughts of those people. After all, their legs were almost cut to pieces. They couldn't run even if they wanted to. The three men huddled together, their legs exposed, showing horrifying white bones, the pain almost causing them to faint. After Lin Qianhuan got out of the car and put it into her space, she lazily walked over to the three of them. She examined the fresh pit, already a full meter deep, revealing bricks buried in the soil.
Did you really think I would be dead outside just because I didn't come back all night?
A tang knife suddenly appeared in her palm. With a slight twist of her wrist, three bloody lines appeared around the necks of the three men. Hearing Lin Qianhuan's somewhat gritted voice, Lin Yixian couldn't help but chuckle. Alright, let's go home. Your second brother and I will fill the pit later. Lin Qianhuan was about to say something when a somewhat hoarse voice interrupted her.
Lin Qianhuan.
She looked curiously in the direction of the voice and just happened to meet Zhao Zhuqing's dirty gaze.
Caught.
Lin Qianhuan didn't rush to leave but stood there, sizing up Zhao Zhuqing. It had been a while since she had seen him. This guy had lost a lot of weight, and even from 2 meters away, she could smell the unbearable stench coming off him.
Oh, isn't this brother broken defense?
Lin Qianhuan's eyes curved with mockery, her tone filled with disdain and laughter. Zhao Zhuqing felt embarrassed. He was covered in foul, dirty muck, and his clothes were tattered. The shoes on his feet were even ripped off from a dead body. In comparison to Lin Qianhuan and the three men behind her, the difference was clear. Chen Tianjing rushed out from villa number 15 upon hearing the noise, and when she saw Lin Qianhuan, her heart felt especially sour and powerless. She was simply too clean. Her complexion was rosy, her hair light, obviously enjoying a life of luxury. Even in the apocalypse, her quality of life was unaffected.
What had gone wrong?
Lin Qianhuan should have been struggling and suffering behind Zhao Zhuqing as a caregiver. Why had she shaken off the fate that had been planned for her in the book? Why could Lin Qianhuan live so comfortably in the apocalypse while she, a transmigrator, hadn't achieved that? Chen Tianjing grew angrier the more she thought about it. Her chest heaved violently, wishing she could tear apart Lin Qianhuan's enchanting and captivating face. Why? She had transmigrated here and should have become the heroine standing side by side with the male lead.
The result has unexpectedly fallen to this state.
Since Zhao Zhuqing got a new woman, he has been much colder to her, and has become increasingly stingy with resources. If this goes on, she will really lose everything. Chen Tianjing had not trimmed her nails for a long time, and they were a messy tangle in her palm. She stared intently at Lin Qianhuan's wrist, her eyes full of inquiry.
Where is the bracelet? Where is Lin Qianhuan's bracelet? As long as I can get her bracelet, my life will surely change drastically.
Chen Tianjing felt a bit frantic. After struggling for so long in the apocalypse, the jade bracelet had become her obsession, relentlessly pulling at her nerves.
Yes, everything is because of Lin Qianhuan. If it weren't for her unwillingness to hand over the bracelet obediently, how could I suffer so many hardships for no reason? It's all Lin Qianhuan's fault. Her painful life is all caused by Lin Qianhuan. Zhao Zhuqing didn't even spare Chen Tianjing a glance, slightly infatuated as he gazed at Lin Qianhuan's tender white face. How has she changed so much? In the desolate and devastated environment of the apocalypse, Lin Qianhuan was like a stunning droplet rose, beautiful with a lethally captivating power. Such a woman is worthy of being with someone as powerful as him, right? Compared to Lin Qianhuan, Chen Tianjing and Su Jinglian looked like dried-up weeds by the roadside, completely unworthy of him.
A hint of fanaticism appeared in Zhao Zhuqing's eyes. He raised his hand to tidy his messy, greasy hair, tilting his chin as he leaned closer to Lin Qianhuan.
Qianhuan, you should know I'm an ability user, right? At the beginning of the apocalypse, I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. What a pity. His eyes were full of tenderness, but paired with his stubbly face, it gave a particularly awkward impression. What a pity. Pity that you didn't drag me along to suffer with you? Pity that the comfort of my life didn't let you share a piece?
Zhao Zhuqing felt a bit embarrassed when he saw Lin Qianhuan gazing at him freely.
He knew he looked wretched now, but he was an ability user.
And Chen Tianjing had also said that he was the child of fortune in this world, the male lead. The current suffering was only temporary, a trial from the heavens. Once he awakened dual abilities, he would surely rise to the top of the world.
Thinking of this, all of Zhao Zhuqing's inferiority and shame vanished in an instant. How could my woman suffer? I am an earth ability user. Do you know how rare ability users are in the apocalypse?
He shook off the blood and dirt from his coat, his face full of pride. I will be someone of great achievement in the future. The hardships I'm facing now are just temporary. Lin Qianhuan, don't miss the opportunity to hold onto my thigh just because you are short-sighted.
If you are willing to follow me now, I can treat you well and never hold it against you.
But if you still refuse to wake up, once I become successful, even you wanting to serve me will be a long line. Lin Qianhuan looked at his upturned nostrils and felt he was far too narcissistic. She laughed until she couldn't straighten up. Don't look down on the young because of their poverty. Don't look down on the middle-aged because of their poverty. Don't look down on the old because of their poverty, right?
When you are dead, will you still say the dead are the biggest? I see all you have is a tough mouth. Do you really think you will become someone important eventually? In broad daylight, how can you still begin to daydream?
Zhao Zhuqing's blood rushed to his head in an instant. Even with various stains on his face, his anger was still evident.
Lin Qianhuan, shut up. You are just a woman. In this apocalypse, don't you women rely on men to survive? Look at how comfortable you are now. Could it be that you think of yourself as resources for trade?
I really didn't expect you to be like a pure and chaste woman when we were dating, not even allowing hand-holding.
And now in the apocalypse, you can do anything.
He snorted coldly. The gaze shifted to Jiang Xing.
Could this person be your lover?
You're just a worthless woman living off men. What right do you have to point fingers at me?
Jiang Xing's expression turned dark as he stepped forward and said, "It's she who supports me."
The scene fell into silence instantly, and Lin Qianhuan helplessly raised her hand to cover her face.
Jiang Xing, don't make things worse. The argument doesn't need you for now. Oh, fine. Zhao Zhuqing was also stunned by Jiang Xing's words, stammering out, "Are you proud of that? You're a man. What is there to brag about being supported by a woman?" Jiang Xing looked at Lin Qianhuan, pressed his lips together, and spoke again. "Why isn't it worth bragging about?
After all, she values me and is willing to support me.
But you, well."
He paused for a moment. "You look like a rat just crawling out of a sewer. She wouldn't even want to use you to wipe her shoes."
Because she wouldn't even look at you.
Zhao Zhuqing opened his mouth to say something, but it felt like his throat was stuffed with cotton, only able to let out an angry growl.
Lin Qianhuan quickly covered Jiang Xing's mouth to prevent him from saying anything outrageous again.
She turned back to Zhao Zhuqing, who told you that in the apocalypse, women have to depend on men. In the apocalypse, only abilities matter, never gender. Only people with a narrow mindset would speak in terms of gender because the only thing you can hold on to is that you are a man. She took a few steps forward, assessing Zhao Zhuqing's angry appearance, the smile on her lips unwavering.
I am stronger than you, you say you are a man. I am smarter than you, you say you are a man.
I can kill zombies and fight monsters, you still say you are a man.
Because you are just an ordinary man, that's all.
Lin Qianhuan's sarcastic smile was like a sharp sword, piercing through Zhao Zhuqing's pathetic self-esteem. The beautiful dream that Chen Tianjing had crafted with great difficulty was easily torn apart by her few casual words.
Ah! I will kill you.
Zhao Zhuqing charged at Lin Qianhuan in a rage, but the next moment, he fell to his knees with a thud. A bloody hole had appeared in his left knee, shattering his kneecap, preventing him from standing.
Ah!
The intense pain left Zhao Zhuqing unable to defend himself, and he rolled on the ground, clutching his left leg, completely ignoring his pride as a supernatural being. Lin Qianhuan listened to his pained cries, closing her eyes in satisfaction as if enjoying some exquisite music.
Look, Zhao Zhuqing, you're nothing but a waste. You look down on women, but now you're kneeling in front of me, a woman?
Stop dreaming. Having supernatural powers doesn't change the fact that you are a waste. After all, gilding a piece of feces doesn't change it from being a piece of feces. Zhao Zhuqing was in so much pain that he couldn't even argue back, and he struggled to lift his hand towards Chen Tianjing and Su Jinglian in front of Villa 15.
Save me, help me. His leg was ruined, it was ruined. Su Jinglian frowned slightly in disdain, turning back towards Villa 15 without any intention of helping him. If it weren't for Jiang Minghui insisting on breaking off ties with her, she wouldn't even lower herself to this man. Not to mention the time it takes, he was stingy about food, and she had to stay on his good side. Better off dead so he wouldn't keep bothering her, making life annoying. Chen Tianjing also didn't look at Zhao Zuqing, her eyes were fixated on the gun in Lin Qianhuan's hand. She saw that this gun had appeared out of thin air in Lin Qianhuan's hand. In the book, she was a mental-type supernatural being, and she hadn't awakened spatial powers at all. This suddenly appearing handgun explained everything, not only Zhao Zuqing, but her own dreams had shattered too. Chen Tianjing ran wildly to Lin Qianhuan, trying to find the bracelet she longed for from her pocket. She was forcefully kicked away by the other party. With a frantic expression, she crawled towards Lin Qianhuan, screaming hoarsely, "Where's my bracelet? Where's my bracelet? Give me back my bracelet. Give me back my space." Lin Qianhuan's expression changed suddenly, and she immediately stepped forward to knock Chen Tianjing unconscious. How did she know about the connection between the bracelet and the space? What secrets was this person hiding? Grabbing Chen Tianjing by the collar, Lin Qianhuan began to formulate a plan in her heart. She must take her back to Villa number 36 for further interrogation. This person knows the mystery of the jade bracelet and might know other things. Turning around, Lin Qianhuan shot Zhao Zuqing in the right arm again. With one leg already ruined, now another arm was taken away. She wanted to see how proud Zhao Zuqing would survive in the apocalypse in the future. Go home. Lin Qianhuan retracted the off-road vehicle into the space and let everyone into Villa number 36, ending this noisy farce. She tugged at Chen Tianjing's collar and after a moment of hesitation took her to the garage. This person was too filthy, bringing her into the villa would only increase the workload for her older brother and second brother. Chapter 60, How did you get in? You all go back first, I want to talk to her alone. Lin Qianhuan greeted Lin Qianhuan and then took Chen Tianjing into the garage. Pulling down the rolling door of the garage, darkness immediately engulfed the room. Lin Qianhuan did not rush to turn on the lights, she took out a chair and sat down opposite Chen Tianjing, pulling out a flashlight from her space. Hey, wake up, don't sleep. She splashed a cup of cold water on Chen Tianjing's face. Chen Tianjing jolted awake but was blinded by the glaring light of the flashlight. What are you doing? She waved her hand, trying to knock the flashlight away, but a cold, sharp blade was pressed against her neck. I'll ask a question, and you'll answer, otherwise, this knife can slice your throat in the next moment. The tip of the knife grazed Chen Tianjing's skin slightly with Lin Qianhuan's movement, instantly drawing a line of blood. The sting stimulated her already chaotic brain, and combined with the dazzling light, Chen Tianjing felt a bit dizzy. Seeing her quiet down, Lin Qianhuan shook the flashlight in her hand. What is the jade bracelet and the space you mentioned? At her inquiry, Chen Tianjing laughed strangely, and her laughter echoed in the empty garage. What is the jade bracelet? Don't you know? You've already got the space, don't you know what I'm talking about? Chen Tianjing yelled frantically, her anger making her eyes bulge wide, filled with blood, looking even more terrifying than a zombie. Why don't you give it to me? It's mine, the space is mine. Lin Qianhuan's eardrums ached from her voice, she tightened her grip on the knife, both as a deterrent and a threat. But Chen Tianjing seemed to have lost all sensation of pain, still mad and agitated. Lin Qianhuan, you are just a maid, you should devote everything to Zhao Zuqing, so why not? Isn't he your life? Isn't he your lifelong pursuit? Why don't you kneel and worship him? Why? You're just a cannon fodder, my jade bracelet should be mine, and the space is mine. I am the protagonist, I came to this world, and I am the main character. Who can surpass me? She reached out her hand, wanting to choke Lin Qianhuan's neck, disregarding that her own skin had already been pierced by the blade. You can die, just give me back the jade bracelet. You can continue to be the cannon fodder in the story, I'll replace you. I don't want Zhao Zuqing, I just want the jade bracelet, I want... Chen Tianjing ignored the knife across her neck, only wanting to kill Lin Qianhuan and take her place. When she did not see Lin Qianhuan, she was somewhat normal, but now all hope had shattered, and the reason for her to hold on had vanished. What a damn novel, what a damn apocalypse, I want to go home. Let me go home, it's all fake, I'm dreaming, yes, dreaming. In the previous second, Chen Tianjing was raising her arms trying to strangle Lin Qianhuan. In the next second, she suddenly quieted down, mumbling to herself. The dream has ended, how can I go home? Lin Qianhuan listened to her illogical words, her mind filled with question marks. Cannon fodder? The female lead? Novel? At first, she thought Chen Tianjing was a reincarnator like her, but now it seemed this person was more like an outsider. It was as if she had accidentally come from another world to this one, thinking she could control everything, but ended up in such despair. What Chen Tianjing said about coming to this world and novel, did that mean the world where she lived two lives was just a book to her?
Thinking like this matched up, because Chen Tianjing firmly believed she was cannon fodder, willing to give everything for Zhao Zhuqing.
Wasn't this just her from the previous life?
At this thought, Lin Qianhuan felt 100 different emotions stir in her heart. No wonder, she was clearly a sober, independent person, yet in her last life, she loved that stupid, narcissistic man, Zhao Zhuqing, like a madwoman. Everything was destined. In her previous life, her fate had already been written on paper.
No, wait.
Listening to the disconnected, meaningless syllables coming from Chen Tianjing's mouth, a question emerged in Lin Qianhuan's mind. If she really was the cannon fodder in the book, then everything about her should have been predetermined, there shouldn't be any deviations. But why did she awaken in her previous life after being madly in love with Zhao Zhuqing? Lin Qianhuan's eyes quivered slightly, and she already had an answer in her heart. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and severed Chen Tianjing's neck, then carried her body out of the underground garage. The sunlight dispelled the chill from Lin Qianhuan's body. She looked at the smiling face of Chen Tianjing and let out a faint sigh.
I hope you can go home.
After dealing with the body, Lin Qianhuan looked up and saw a girl standing in the yard. The girl wore a tattered patient gown, her hair unkempt, messy behind her, her skin abnormally pale. Lin Qianhuan checked the electric fence and metal gate, seeing no signs of damage.
How did you get in?
She asked warily. A pistol appeared in her palm, aimed at the girl's head.
I came in like this.
The girl showed no fear of the gun in Lin Qianhuan's hand, leaned against the thick wall, and then her whole body merged into the wall, disappearing instantly.
The next second, she abruptly raised her leg and walked through the wall.
She raised her hand, clapped, and spread her palm, looking like "Aren't I amazing? Praise me." Lin Qianhuan's head exploded with a string of ellipses.
Why didn't she encounter so many bizarre superpowered individuals in her previous life? What are you doing at my house?
She asked, her body tense from excessive vigilance. The girl scratched her head. Oh, aren't you keeping Zero as your pet?
Can you keep me as well? Lin Qianhuan.
By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am 9. After introducing herself, the girl tilted her head, her round little face showing she was completely harmless. It's all Zero's fault. If he hadn't blown up the sanatorium, I wouldn't have nowhere to live. You have no idea how tough it has been for me, facing those ugly creatures every day. It's really too scary. Number 9 hugged herself in grievance, then ran towards Lin Qianhuan. You can make Zero obey you. You must be very powerful, right?
I'm much better behaved than him, and I'm very useful. Can you keep me too?
Lin Qianhuan was not someone who was easily approachable. Seeing her dash toward her, she immediately pulled the trigger and fired a bullet. The bullet entered 9's body but continued to fly out at the same speed, eventually embedding itself into the wall, leaving a bullet hole. But number 9 was completely unharmed.
Oh dear, I forgot to tell you.
My ability is fusion, ignoring all physical harm. The metal block in your hand is useless to me. Lin Qianhuan pocketed her handgun, planning to use her special ability in battle. She had never seen anything that she couldn't kill. If one method didn't work, she would use another.
Chapter 61, He Will Kill Me.
The mental power is invisible and intangible. I really want to see if my ability can take your life. Lin Qianhuan's lips curled into a strange arc, and number 9 sensed a dangerous aura in the air, instinctively stepping back.
I don't want to be your enemy, I just want to join you. She raised her hands up in a surrendering gesture, feeling a bit guilty. Please don't misunderstand my intentions, okay?
Lin Qianhuan let out a snicker. You barged into my home without my permission.
Not killing you right away is already being polite.
She didn't stop, her mental power weaving into a dense net, with each thread capable of cutting the enemy into pieces upon contact. Number 9 immediately crouched down and sank into the soil beneath her feet, quickly dodging the mental net that was about to embed itself into her body.
This woman is terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Xing walked out of the villa, questioning curiously, what are you doing in the yard?
Lin Qianhuan looked up at him. A girl calling herself number 9 suddenly barged into the yard. This person has an unknown background and her ability is extremely strange. If we don't kill her, she will be a disaster. Number 9's ability meant she could ignore terrain and enter anywhere, including her room. If this person took advantage of her entering the space to go to her room, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once the secret of the jade bracelet was exposed, she and her 2 brothers would be doomed.
Jiang Xing raised an eyebrow. It's fine, I'll help you.
As soon as he finished speaking, number 9 suddenly jumped up from the ground.
I already said I meant no harm. Why are you 2 trying to kill me completely? I just want a place to live peacefully. Why must you drive me away? Jiang Xing was too lazy to listen to her ramble. The lightning ball in his palm flew towards number 9 under his control, but she easily dodged it using the soil beneath her feet. Zero. Don't go too far. We are the same kind. My current difficult life is all you're doing. How could you attack me together with her? Don't you have a heart?
Jiang Xing had no intention of responding to her. He just raised his hand to deliver a fatal blow, but was grabbed by Lin Qianhuan at the wrist. He hurriedly pulled his scattered ability back into his body, but met her vigilant and confused gaze.
What does zero mean? What does she mean? Sanatorium? Same kind? What is your relationship with her, and what is your situation?
Lin Qianhuan only thought Jiang Xing was an ordinary ability user persecuted by the apocalypse when she first met him, so she didn't ask too many questions. But number 9's words suddenly made her doubt Jiang Xing's identity. After all, code names are not common in daily life, and these two clearly had a different way of thinking than ordinary people, which left Lin Qianhuan feeling uneasy.
What exactly did she pick as a teammate?
Jiang Xing did not struggle out of Lin Qianhuan's grasp, he simply lowered his head and stared into her eyes.
You never asked me. But I once told you that as long as you ask me, I will never lie to you.
A string of ellipses floated over Lin Qianhuan's head, it seemed to be true. At that time, she had no intention of understanding Jiang Xing's past, even though he had said he would never lie, she never thought of asking. It seemed like it was indeed her problem. Lin Qianhuan reluctantly released her grip, looking at Jiang Xing, then at the terrified number 9, and sighed helplessly.
Is this guy a big threat?
She raised her hand and pointed at number 9, turning to ask Jiang Xing. The other party shook her head slightly, she is only good at hiding in defense, with absolutely no offensive capability. Lin Qianhuan finally felt at ease and waved at number 9, who was still curled up in the corner.
You can come over, I want to ask you two some questions.
Number 9's eyes instantly brightened but dimmed again upon seeing Jiang Xing.
He will kill me. After all, this guy told her to stay far away last night and not to get near this woman. But she still quietly followed along.
Lin Qianhuan pulled Jiang Xing behind her, he won't harm you.
You can come over, I have questions for both of you.
Number 9 kicked a small stone by her foot and slowly moved closer to Lin Qianhuan, but still didn't dare to get too close to Jiang Xing.
What kind of place is the sanatorium you mentioned? Lin Qianhuan asked, feeling that it wasn't just an ordinary sanatorium. After all, which sanatorium refers to its patients with code names? Most importantly, the two people who came from the same sanatorium showed extraordinary abilities. This so-called sanatorium must be hiding secrets beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Number 9 was a bit of a chatterbox, she tugged at her patient clothes, tilting her head in confusion. A sanatorium is just a sanatorium, Zero and I have lived there since we were kids. Besides us, there are also number 1, number 2, number 3.
She counted on her fingers until she reached number 8.
Lin Qianhuan furrowed her brows in confusion. Are there only 10 of you in the entire sanatorium?
Number 9 grinned, revealing her small white teeth. No.
There are also doctors and nurses.
She looked around and leaned close to Lin Qianhuan's ear. But they are all bad people, every day they have to take us into the operating room for experiments. Look at my arm, it still has a lot of needle marks, it hurts so much. Number 9 rolled up her sleeves, revealing countless needle marks on her veins, bruised and swollen. Clearly, during the experiments, number 9 wasn't treated as a human. Lin Qianhuan stared at the scars on her arm, her heart racing.
Are you saying that the sanatorium you're in uses people for experiments?
Number 9 nodded calmly. Yes, both Zero and I are experimental subjects, and there are many more subjects besides us.
But those who couldn't withstand the drug's modifications to their bodies were ultimately destroyed.
Only 0 to 9, which is us 10, remain.
Lin Qianhuan frowned and looked back at Jiang Xing. Are you also one of the experimental subjects? Jiang Xing nodded, yes. What is the purpose of conducting experiments on you?
I'm not sure, but after we were injected with various drugs, we gained different types of superpowers, which are now our abilities.
Lin Qianhuan's voice was a bit dry. So, you awakened your powers much earlier than the time the apocalypse began?
Jiang Xing shook his head slightly, only about a month earlier than you all. When we awakened our abilities, the doctor was very pleased, but soon he became anxious and wanted to escape with the experimental data.
Lin Qianhuan immediately pieced the story together. So you then blew up the sanatorium?
Jiang Xing nodded. Yes, this guy tortured me for over a decade, I will definitely not let him go.
What about the data the doctor wanted to take? Did he leave behind any important information?
In order to infinitely expand the range of infection, they specifically chose densely populated provincial capital cities.
What exactly do the hidden masterminds want to do?
Jiang Xing thought for a moment about the sanatorium engulfed in flames and hesitantly spoke. The data must have been destroyed, right?
That group of people, even before dying, didn't think about leaking the experimental data.
Knowing their inevitable death, they even exploded the database themselves, aggravating the damage to the sanatorium. Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but feel a headache at these words. A clue to a problem that had troubled her for so long was now cut off again. From this, it is clear that this global disaster is not a natural calamity, but rather a man-made catastrophe.
But what is that group's purpose?
The world being in chaos indeed allows certain forces to better pursue their interests, but looking at the long term, no one would want to engage in such a losing deal, right? After all, what they gain is much less than what they lose. Seeing Lin Qianhuan silent, number 9 hesitated for a moment before opening her mouth. Number 7 once ate a list of experimental subjects.
If you need it, you can go find him.
This guy is a big eater, wanting to nibble on anything, and even the list was not spared. His body is more like a storage space, whatever he eats can also be spit out intact.
Of course, the premise is that he didn't digest it as food.
Hearing this, Lin Qianhuan looked at Jiang Xing, and the latter nodded. Number 7's ability is devouring. Whatever he eats can be spit out as it is. In the lab, he always nibbles here and there. If you want the data, finding him should yield some results.
Lin Qianhuan naturally had this thought, but who knows where he has gone.
After all, Yunqing is so big, and these experimental subjects have unpredictable powers. Finding someone amidst a sea of corpses is like searching for a needle in a haystack.
They have too few people and it's not worth wasting energy on someone who may not even be alive.
Forget it, let's go to the hospital this afternoon to stock up on medicine, and tomorrow morning, you take me to your sanatorium.
Jiang Xing was a bit surprised. You want to go?
Lin Qianhuan nodded, yes. Even though knowing the secret behind the zombie virus might not solve anything, I don't want to die a confused fool for the rest of my life. She unexpectedly opened Pandora's box. Since she took this step, it would be impossible to pretend to know nothing about it anymore. Seeing Lin Qianhuan insist on going, Jiang Xing naturally wouldn't refuse her request and nodded in agreement.
I'll follow your lead. But do we still have to kill her? Being named, number 9 widened her big doe eyes. What do you mean? I thought I said so much, that I'm already one of you. In the end, do I still have to die?
Lin Qianhuan was amused by her words, but then spoke seriously. Your ability makes me feel like I could be spied on by you at any moment.
So I cannot accept you as my teammate.
Though she could enter the space with her consciousness, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. She still didn't want to leave a potential disaster beside her. Any person or thing that might uncover the secret of her spiritual space must be kept at a distance. Number 9 pitifully tugged at her clothes, tears welling in her eyes. I promise I won't go to your room, is that not okay? She had a cute, youthful little face, crying so heartbreakingly.
But Lin Qianhuan's heart was as firm as stone, unyielding as iron.
No, I don't trust promises from the living, I only trust the corpses of the dead. It must be said that number 9's ability is very useful in this apocalyptic world, and becoming a teammate would bring her significant support. But considering her own spiritual space, she had to give it up. Detected host's needs, special deal now launched, promise letter.
Still troubled by your teammates' lies? The promise letter helps you.
Write the requirements for the promiser on paper. As long as the other party signs and seals it, they will never betray their promise for eternity. During the special price period, only 20 crystal cores are needed.
Come and grab it quickly. Degree: Lin Qianhuan.
The last special priced item from the system was to help her better control Jiang Xing.
This time, the special priced item was to keep number 9. Such coincidental 2 special sales, is it truly an accident, or was it intentional?
Lin Qianhuan asked in her heart, yet did not receive any reply from the system. But the troubling question was resolved. After slightly hesitating, Lin Qianhuan still exchanged for the special priced item with 20 crystal cores.
1. Unless Lin Qianhuan allows, cannot enter her private space. 2. Cannot directly or indirectly harm Lin Qianhuan in any way. 3. Absolutely do not spy on Lin Qianhuan's every move in the dark. 4. Absolutely.
Lin Qianhuan was planning to write a few more lines when she heard the system's voice, somewhat gritted. Please, host, do not go too far. The first 3 have been automatically confirmed and cannot be changed.
Lin Qianhuan, no, let me think about it more.
But the system did not give her any response. A hint of unnoticed light flashed, and a thick piece of parchment appeared abruptly in her pocket. Lin Qianhuan took out the parchment and handed it to number 9. Here, sign it. Once you sign, I will keep you. Number 9 excitedly took the parchment, but Lin Qianhuan suddenly thought of something and called her to stop.
What is your name? You won't just be called number 9, right?
The other party innocently nodded. I've long forgotten my name, so I simply refer to myself by my code name. Lin Qianhuan shifted her gaze to Jiang Xing, feeling a bit curious in her heart.
My name is indeed Jiang Xing. I remember my own name.
Seeing the reply, Lin Qianhuan awkwardly cleared her throat and turned to speak with number 9.
You must have a name, right? Calling you number 9 feels strange and makes it easy for some crafty people to suspect. Can you give me a name? Since you call me, just pick one you like.
Number 9 didn't mind at all. After all, she was used to being called by code names.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Qianhuan spoke. He Lu, what do you think of this name?
Her superpower was fusion, plus the watery deer-like eyes. Calling this name doesn't feel out of place. Number 9 blinked and raised a sweet smile. Alright, then I will be called He Lu.
Chapter 63, Is she really a genius? Revised.
After signing, the parchment instantly turned into ashes, dispersing in a gentle breeze. Lu licked the blood off her fingertips, happily took a step closer to Lin Qianhuan, and felt a bit less fear towards Jiang Xing.
Didn't you say you were going to the hospital this afternoon? I'm familiar with it. I'll take you.
Hearing Lu's confident words, Lin Qianhuan was a bit puzzled.
Why are you so familiar with the central hospital?
Lu patted her little chest confidently and said, I stayed in there for several days, everything I ate in war came from there.
Lin Qianhuan frowned slightly. Eat? What do you eat in the hospital?
Lu rummaged through her loose hospital gown and, like a magician, pulled out an 4-bottle and a stack of neatly folded pillboxes.
It's these, I've tried each one, and they actually taste pretty good.
Lin Qianhuan reached out to take them, unable to hold back her speechlessness.
5% glucose injection, calcium tablets, stomach and digestion tablets, glucose calcium iron zinc oral solution. Are you really a genius?
Lin Qianhuan's lips twitched slightly, but Lu bashfully patted her face. It's a small thing, really sorry.
Jiang Xing, she's not complimenting you. Lu, is that so? It's kind of similar, right? Anyway, I don't understand, so let's just assume she's complimenting me.
Clearing her throat, Lin Qianhuan threw those bottles and jars into the indoor trash can.
Do you know where the pharmacy warehouse of the central hospital is? Lu quickly nodded, yes. Good, then you will guide us this afternoon.
Lin Qianhuan raised her hand and patted Lu's slightly thin shoulder. I believe in you. After saying that, she turned and walked toward the villa's security door. Seeing Lu still standing in place, she waved at her.
Come on, you will live here from now on. Coming. Finally, I have a proper place to stay.
Lu happily followed along, subconsciously wanting to walk through the walls but was grabbed by Lin Qianhuan at the collar.
Since you're living with us, don't keep appearing and disappearing all the time. You need to learn to use the door and the stairs, got it?
Lu withdrew her hand that was about to go into the wall and obediently followed Lin Qianhuan through the door into the villa.
Lunch was already prepared and placed on the table.
Lin Wansheng, carrying dishes towards the dining table, looked toward the door upon hearing the noise and saw an unfamiliar face.
Who is she? Lin Qianhuan quickly introduced. Her name is Lu, she is our new teammate.
Her ability is fusion, and she can help us in searching for supplies.
Lin Wansheng was already used to Lin Qianhuan bringing new people home.
He turned around and got a pair of slippers for Lu from the shoe cabinet.
Change your shoes before entering, it's time for lunch. Okay, thank you.
Lu happily took the slippers, quickly put them on, then hurried to the dining table.
Wow, it smells so good. How can it smell this good?
She reached out and grabbed a steamed bun, stuffing it into her mouth, but her black hand left a very obvious handprint on the white soft bun.
Tisk, put that down.
Lin Wansheng frowned and hit her hand with the end of his chopsticks. Wash your hands before eating.
How can others eat like this? He looked Lu up and down. How old are you? Are you 16? Didn't your teacher teach you to wash your hands before eating when you were in school? Lu pouted her mouth and stuffed the bun in, mumbling incoherently, I'm already 19.
Each experimental subject's wristband clearly states their birth date or year. Although most only show the year without the month and day, this is the only thing that proves her identity, and Lu remembers it very clearly.
Lin Qianhuan was also a bit shocked. 19?
Her baby face does look small and tender. Seeing her cleanliness-obsessed second brother was about to lose control of his anger, Lin Qianhuan hurriedly took Lu to the bathroom to wash up. Watching her awkwardly and curiously rub the soap bubbles on her hands, Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but wonder.
What do you all do in the laboratory? Why does it seem like you don't even know some basic life skills?
Lu happily inhaled the fragrance of aloe vera hand soap. In the laboratory, we definitely are used for experiments.
When we're not experimenting, we are injected with high doses of anesthetics, and only our eyes can move.
During those times, the nurses would gather the 10 of us together and let us watch TV.
She narrowed her round doe eyes. I love watching TV the most. I've learned a lot from watching it.
The doctor says even killing machines need basic life knowledge, otherwise I might not even have the chance to watch TV. Lin Qianhuan pursed her lips, and couldn't help but think of the usually cold and stubborn Jiang Xing.
These experimental subjects had lived this kind of unbearable life for over a decade. The high concentration of anesthetics left them unable to resist and unable to end their long-lasting pain through suicide. It's pitiful, no wonder everyone seems to have a bit of flaw in their personality. Lin Qianhuan didn't continue to ask.
After helping Lu wash her hands and face, she led her back to the dining table. Sweet and sour ribs, sauced beef, wasabi shrimp balls, cold cucumbers. The cabbage and vermicelli with a bowl of thick white porridge. Lu's eyes sparkled as she struggled to pick up vegetables with her chopsticks. Lin Qianhuan couldn't bear to watch any longer and helped her pick a few of her favorite dishes into her bowl.
It seems there is still a lot to teach. Lu really wasn't as easygoing as Jiang Xing.
Lin Qianhuan turned to look at Jiang Xing, who was quietly lowering his head to eat, but it seemed she saw inexplicable grievance and sadness in him.
Lin Qianhuan? She must be seeing things.
She turned back to continue picking vegetables for He Lu, watching her eat deliciously, her lips inevitably curling into a smile. This girl had made a contract with her, vowing never to do anything that would harm her in this life. In the end, she was much more reliable than Jiang Xing, who needed to be controlled by the yin-yang pill. Lunch was quickly finished, and Lin Qianhuan planned to take He Lu to the central hospital to stock up on medicine. But she was informed that the ability could only carry 2 people at a time. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Qianhuan chose to take Jiang Xing alone. After all, his abilities were more useful than her eldest and second brothers. Although Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng wanted to follow, due to the difficulty of the task, they could only wait obediently at home. Sigh, I'm too weak, my sister doesn't even take me along for her missions. Lin Wancheng sarcastically helped Lin Qianhuan fix her hoodie, not forgetting to complain at the same time. Lin Qianhuan felt a bit helpless and pulled a clean apple out from her space, shoving it forcefully into his mouth.
Second brother, enough. Why act so childish?
Lin Wancheng snorted lightly, biting down hard on the apple in his mouth as if to vent his frustration. Okay, not only do you think second brother is dragging you down, but you also think he's childish.
I really can't stand this family anymore.
Lin Qianhuan helplessly cast a pleading glance at Lin Qianhuan, who chuckled lightly and pulled Lin Wancheng away by his collar.
Alright, stop messing with Qianhuan. He Lu stood aside, watching, head tilted and secretly covering her mouth with a smile. Lin Qianhuan turned in surprise to look at her. What's wrong? Why are you laughing? He Lu giggled. Nothing, I just feel happy.
Lin Qianhuan shrugged slightly. Second brother could only be childish in front of her.
Outside the villa, he was the strict and cold lawyer Lin.
Compared to his hard and unyielding demeanor, she actually preferred it when second brother was a bit childish. The 3 of them left the villa in turn but saw a familiar face outside the door.
Oh, Jiang Minhui, where are you going?
Lin Qianhuan waved at her as a greeting. With a bulging backpack on her shoulder, she was heading toward villa number 15.
I just returned from searching for supplies outside. What about you? What are you planning to do? Lin Qianhuan smiled, going to find some supplies. Jiang Minhui nodded, then be careful. After hesitating for a moment, she walked back to Lin Qianhuan. By the way, the man you disabled, he was taken away by a group of people.
Lin Qianhuan was a bit surprised. What kind of people?
Jiang Minhui shook her head slightly. I don't know, but they looked like they weren't ordinary. Each one tall and strong. I don't think they are people who are easy to deal with.
You better be careful, I'm afraid he will come back with others to get revenge on you. Lin Qianhuan smiled. I got it, thanks for telling me this. Afterward, the 2 said their goodbyes.
Let's go, we're off.
Lin Qianhuan fastened her seatbelt in the passenger seat, and the off-road vehicle sped towards the city center. Along the way, He Lu, like a curious child, examined the car's interior, touching this and peeking at that. I merged into the car chassis to follow you from the western suburbs. This is my first time sitting inside. It's more comfortable inside, with no wind, and there are no sands and stones hitting my head. Lin Qianhuan lazily leaned back in her chair and yawned. Just sit quietly.
Be honest for a moment. If we keep talking, my head is going to explode.
He Lu blinked and raised her hand to cover her mouth, obediently stopping any more sounds. The off-road vehicle crushed through rotten corpses on the ground, recklessly darting through several intersections, arriving at the entrance of the central hospital. The central hospital is located in the city center, the largest hospital in Yun City, with the highest number of patients. With various buffs, the number of zombies here was enough to make one's scalp tingle. One zombie pressed against another, like sardines in a can, tightly stuck together. One's arm was reaching into another's belly, while another's legs were held tightly by another, creating a scene that was horrifying yet absurd. The arrival of the off-road vehicle instantly startled the dazed zombies, who crazily rushed forward, surrounding the vehicle completely without leaving a gap. The nauseating stench wafted in through the window cracks, making Lin Qianhuan frown in disgust as she turned to look at He Lu, who was about to faint from the smell.
Can you help us burrow underground, ensuring we won't get bitten by these zombies at such close range? He Lu patted her stomach, suppressing the urge to vomit, and nodded. Yes, ugh, I'm very powerful, ugh.
Lin Qianhuan felt somewhat helpless and took a mint candy from her space, putting it in He Lu's mouth.
This should help a bit. Don't let your discomfort cause a problem. My life and Jiang Xing's life are in your hands.
The fresh mint aroma temporarily masked the surrounding stench, and He Lu's complexion improved a lot.
Hold my hand, if I'm taking you with me, we must have physical contact.
Lin Qianhuan promptly extended her hand. After holding He Lu's soft hand, she noticed that Jiang Xing had no intention of reaching out.
Jiang Xing? Why aren't you reaching out?
Before Jiang Xing could answer, He Lu spoke first. I don't want to hold his hand.
He'll shock me and kill me.
With a cold snort, Jiang Xing clearly had no desire to have any physical contact with He Lu. Lin Qianhuan felt a bit of a headache and reached out to grasp Jiang Xing's hand. If I hold him, can your abilities work properly? He Lu nodded. Yes, get ready. Lin Qianhuan tightened her grip on Jiang Xing's hand, but she didn't notice that he carefully held her hand in return. The scene around them changed in an instant as they passed through the vehicle's chassis and directly burrowed underground. Lin Qianhuan casually stored the off-road vehicle in her space but was surprised to find she could still breathe underground, although it was pitch black before her eyes. I'll take you straight to the warehouse. He Lu skillfully navigated the underground, finally leading Lin Qianhuan by the hand and jumping up into a dark space. It's right here. He Lu jumped happily to a row of shelves, skillfully twisting open a tube of oral liquid and pouring it into her mouth. This is the taste. Lin Qianhuan took out night vision goggles from her space and put them on her eyes, finally seeing how large the space she was in was. He Lu, is this also underground? She nodded, swallowing the sour-sweet oral liquid. Yes, an underground warehouse. Lin Qianhuan turned around this space, her heart pounding with excitement. Wow, so many medicines. Western and Chinese medicines were all here, dazzling to the eyes. The hospital's backup power had already been activated, and those refrigerated medications in various liquids had not deteriorated at all, which was fantastic news for Lin Qianhuan. She excitedly stored all the shelves and refrigerators into her space, only to realize after collecting all the medicines that it was already 5 p.m. Feeling a bit tired, she sat in a corner to rest for a while. He snatched a bottle of sleeping pills from He Lu's hands. Don't always eat strange things. Next time you want to eat something, ask me first if you can. He Lu looked at her empty hands and then at Lin Qianhuan, but before she could speak, 3 pieces of cool gum were shoved into her mouth. Only speak when the gum loses its flavor, remember, don't swallow it. Why does it feel like I've raised a daughter? Lin Qianhuan felt a bit tired. Jiang Xing quietly moved closer to her, subtly pushing He Lu, who was happily chewing her gum, aside. The sanatorium is located to the northwest of Yun City, already near the edge of the city. If you plan to go tomorrow, I think staying here for the night is the best choice. Driving back to the east suburban villa now would waste a lot of time and energy. Chapter 65, Someone is plotting against us. Lin Qianhuan didn't notice his small action and raised her hand to rub her sore nose. What you said does make sense, but if we don't go back tonight, my older brother and second brother will worry. Now the signal is cut off, all communication devices have failed. If she doesn't return for a night, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng will probably go crazy looking for her, right? Jiang Xing pressed his lips together, realizing his proposal was not right. Okay, then you rest for a while, I'll keep watch over you. When you wake up, we can go back. Lin Qianhuan had been busy all afternoon. If she didn't rest and just left the underground warehouse to return to the surface, she could easily fall victim to a zombie due to exhaustion. Jiang Xing knew this, and Lin Qianhuan was also aware. She took out a soft mat and a blanket from her space and lay down tiredly. I'll just nap for a while, wake me up in an hour. Jiang Xing helped cover her with the blanket and silently nodded. He sat quietly beside Lin Qianhuan, minimizing his presence, even slowing his breathing. He Lu squatted about a meter away from the two, and as an ability user, she could still vaguely see the shapes in the dark. The blueberry-flavored gum in her mouth gradually lost its flavor. She listened to Lin Qianhuan's words and only spit out the huge wad of gum when she couldn't taste anything anymore. 0, you are very different with her. For the name Jiang Xing, his codename was the way she habitually addressed him. Jiang Xing closed his eyes feigning sleep, not wanting to engage with her. But He Lu was a talkative one, needing no response from others. She could talk for half a day on her own. In the laboratory, you were someone everyone avoided. We didn't dare provoke you, and you didn't want any interaction with us. But you are very different with her. After some serious thought, He Lu spoke. Do you see her as your possession? Hearing He Lu's words, Jiang Xing slightly raised his eyes to look at her, his gaze cold as ice. You don't need to speak too much. He Lu smiled with her eyes curved. Are you angry? So am I right? In the laboratory, you were like a statue without emotions. I thought you wouldn't get angry anymore. I really didn't expect that. Jiang Xing did not reply, but turned his head away, unwilling to speak to her. 0, your abilities are powerful enough to frighten people, but you are still controlled by others. In the laboratory, you were controlled by those drugs, but what controls you now? What has she used to control you? The sanatorium confined your body, only after you destroyed it with all your might did you gain freedom. But now you willingly tie yourself to her, breaking your own wings. So, she tugs at your heart, doesn't she? He Lu sighed deeply. I really didn't expect that. It turns out even monsters can love. When will I encounter my own prince? Will I be as happy as the female lead in a TV drama? I really look forward to it. She hugged herself tightly and moved over to Lin Qianhuan's side, falling into a deep sleep. Jiang Xing quietly looked down at Lin Qianhuan's serene sleeping face, his heart beating faster and faster. He Lu was right, he willingly lost his freedom, actively binding himself to her side. But he never thought his actions were a sacrifice for her. This was his own choice, unrelated to her. Monsters can love, but can a person fall in love with a monster trapped in darkness for years? Jiang Xing didn't know, but he had no regrets. An hour flew by, and the three returned to the ground. He Lu intentionally led them away from the city center for a long time, so they didn't encounter the surrounding zombies after emerging from underground. Taking out the off-road vehicle from the space, Lin Qianhuan climbed sleepily into the passenger seat. Be careful on the road, if you can't hold on, let me drive, she reminded Jiang Xing, resting her head against the window and soon falling asleep. As they bumped along the road, Lin Qianhuan was suddenly jolted awake by a violent shake of the car, accompanied by two loud explosions.
What's going on?
She was instantly alarmed, gripping the overhead handle tightly. Jiang Xing stopped the car, his gaze penetrating the darkness that the headlights did not reach.
Someone is plotting against us.
They spread spike strips on the road, I guess we've blown 2 tires. Lin Qianhuan rubbed her aching temples, looking through the glass and barely seeing a few spike strips scattered by the side of the car in the beam of light.
Can't we get a moment's peace at night?
Seeing He Lu eager to get out of the car, Lin Qianhuan quickly grabbed her collar. Don't go out, the car's shell has been modified. It's much safer staying inside than going out. The people plotting against them were probably waiting for them to get out to check the situation, opening the door would just fall into their trap. It's better to just sit quietly in the car, it's a test of who has more patience. Lin Qianhuan turned to look around, this was a not-so-wide road, with a construction site on the left and some low shops on the right. She checked the time, it was already 8 p.m., and the sky had completely darkened, leaving only a round moon hanging above.
How much longer until we get home? About an hour.
Receiving the response, Lin Qianhuan chuckled softly as she looked out the window, her voice chillingly eerie. They've delayed my dinner, I want to see how many lives they have to spare. They remained locked in a standoff, but eventually, the group hiding in the shadows couldn't hold back any longer and one by one emerged from the dim construction site. They approached cautiously, armed with tools like hoes and shovels as weapons. Lin Qianhuan sat in the car, utterly unfazed.
Bang, bang, bang.
Someone knocked on the windshield with a wooden stick, a thick-lipped man growling.
Get out of the car.
Leave the supplies and the off-road vehicle, and I'll spare your lives. When they received no response from inside the car, they started yanking on the door handles, but the doors didn't budge.
Damn it, you're asking for it, huh? Brothers, smash the car window. With this order, the 7 people surrounding the car raised their various weapons and smashed them down forcefully onto the glass. The bulletproof glass was hard enough, not to mention that it was reinforced with steel outside. After working hard for a long time, they couldn't even scratch the glass. Lin Qianhuan sat comfortably inside, watching these people flail about like clowns, her smile growing deeper. This damn woman dares to laugh.
Just wait until I pry the car door open, I'll see if you still have the heart to laugh.
Tonight, I'll make sure to take you down.
The thick-lipped man's loud voice was meant to cover the fear and panic in his heart. This road was already narrow, and at night, triangle nails were scattered as an ambush, just enough to take advantage of passing vehicles.
Chapter 66, Taking Shortcuts to be Bandits.
After the apocalypse arrived, there were not many people who could afford to drive, let alone those modified high off-road vehicles. Those who could flaunt such vehicles in the streets must be a big fat sheep. This group of people thought they were getting a bargain and began to look forward to how many supplies they could find in the car. But after working hard for so long, they couldn't even break a car window, and the people inside were still in the mood to laugh, making them feel more and more uncertain. They showed no fear of their attacks, even able to laugh out loud in such a situation. Everything proved that they seemed to have kicked a hard nail. Brother, let's go, it's really scary. Some were already starting to waver, and their actions to break the glass gradually slowed down. The thick-lipped man held the hoe with sweaty hands, feeling a bit shaken inside at those words. Staying here was just futile work, they were panting from exhaustion and got nothing, and staying longer probably wouldn't bring any benefit.
Retreat.
He clenched the hoe and turned to run, with the others immediately following his pace, wanting to hide into the darkness. Lin Qianhuan lowered the car window, lightly tapped a few times through the steel bars, and the 7 people who hurriedly fled instantly fell to the ground. If someone were to open their brains at this moment, they would find the brain already shattered into tiny pieces by the mental piercing. What a pity for my car tires. Lin Qianhuan patted the off-road vehicle with some reluctance and sighed helplessly. None of them could fix a car, with 2 tires of the off-road vehicle blown out, it would be impossible to drive it home normally. The ability transformed into invisible tendrils, cleaning the bottom of the car and the surrounding triangle nails, and only then did Lin Qianhuan jump down from the vehicle. As soon as she got out of the car, she heard a chaotic sound of footsteps coming from the construction site.
There were actually people?
She rubbed her wrist and turned to look, only to see a few women and children of school age. They looked like the families of those men. Lin Qianhuan quietly stood still, but the group passed right by her and ran to the several bodies piled together.
Ah! Husband! Whoa, Dad, wake up! Damn it, I want to report you.
A group of people cried in a frenzy, embracing their family members' corpses and sobbing for breath. But they only cried out, no one dared to rush forward. Lin Qianhuan did not care. She crossed the area filled with triangle nails and firmly stood on the normal road. She took out an ordinary sedan. The off-road vehicle wasn't wasted, it was stored for later, hoping to meet a good mechanic in the future who could save it.
Don't go. You killed people, and you think you can just walk away? Stop, don't leave. You killed our family's only strong man, how can we women and children live on? Lin Qianhuan looked up at them, and those who were still crying were frightened into silence. If I don't kill them, should I let them kill me and take my supplies?
Her voice was exceptionally cold, mixed with a clear intent to kill. The short-haired woman holding the thick-lipped man's corpse cried for breath, trembling as she spoke, "You are not dead.
Is it just because your tire was punctured? You still have a car, don't you?
You three are not even human, you clearly have the ability to help us weak ones, yet you only know how to hoard supplies for yourselves and enjoy.
You watch us struggle in the zombie horde, and you're very happy, aren't you?"
Lin Qianhuan stepped forward, and the tang knife was drawn, the blade tip lifting the woman's chin, forcing her to look up and meet her gaze.
You live poorly. It's because you not only lack the ability, but you always think of taking shortcuts. I don't know you at all, so why should I take out my supplies for you? You think of harming me, do you want me to help you survive?
The woman was terrified by the sharp tang knife, yet still held her ground. Aren't we also forced by this world? You have special abilities and naturally cannot understand the pain of us ordinary people.
We just want to survive, what's wrong with that? Forced by the world? Did the apocalypse force you to rob and kill?
With hands and feet, instead of looking for supplies yourself, you choose to be a thief. Since you chose this path, don't pretend to be a victim.
After all, didn't you all laugh happily when dividing the spoils?
Lin Qianhuan lightly tapped the woman's face with the blade, cutting lines on her rough, withered skin.
You can harm others, but others can't harm you?
There's no such reason in this world. The woman cried out in pain, trembling backward, but suddenly jolted at a sharp cry for help.
Help! We are here. Is anyone there? Help! Save us! Help! Help!
Listening to the source of the sound, it seemed to come from a construction site, likely from past victims. Seeing the woman panic so much, Lin Qianhuan raised an evil smile at the corners of her mouth.
Jiangxing, come over here and keep an eye on them, don't let anyone go. Okay. Jiangxing responded, weaving an electric net with his fingertips, trapping the women and children beneath it.
While Lin Qianhuan turned to follow the cries for help into the construction site, He Lu obediently followed behind her. Climbing the unfinished stairs, the two reached the second floor, only to stop in shock at the sight before them.
Over 20 people were bound with hemp ropes, thrown on the ground.
The men were relatively fine, simply weak from starvation, but those young and beautiful women were all naked, lying on the ground with faces ashen. I really didn't expect they would harm so many people. Lin Qianhuan stepped forward, and upon hearing her footsteps, the victims' faces lit up with surprise.
Help! We are here. Please save us, we beg you.
The calls for help were unending. Lin Qianhuan walked up with her tang knife, and in a few swift moves, cut the ropes binding them. These people looked like they'd been bound for too long, the ropes had dug deep into their flesh, and pulling the ropes off caused immense pain. But none of this compared to the joy of regaining freedom.
Benefactor, did you deal with those robbers?
A tall man approached, unable to control his limbs from the pain of being bound for so long. His walking was worse than a limping zombie.
Lin Qianhuan nodded, not continuing the conversation with him.
She turned around, hesitated for a moment, then tossed clothes to those naked women to cover their bodies.
Just a simple act, she wouldn't let these abused people suffer a second humiliation and harm. After leaving the clothes, Lin Qianhuan went downstairs to rejoin Jiangxing. What happened? Many people inside? Seeing him ask, Lin Qianhuan nodded. I set them all free.
Upon hearing this, the people trapped in the electric net could no longer contain themselves, twisting and shouting at her.
You freed them? You wretched woman! He Lu was displeased by this and accurately threw a handful of mud into the woman's mouth from the side. Don't spew nonsense, it stinks.
The woman whimpered a couple of times, struggling to spit out the grit from her mouth, her eyes full of fear and avoidance. The survivors in the construction site limped out only after dividing the supplies that had been robbed. The anger and hatred in their eyes, when they looked at the people trapped by the electric fence, could not be ignored. Seeing them getting closer and closer, the ones who were trying hard to escape from the electric fence suddenly became quiet. Now, the electric fence not only trapped them, but also blocked the mad people who wanted to kill them for revenge.
Lin Qianhuan stood outside and quietly looked at these people.
Some of the children held by women were only about 5 years old, but their eyes already had the coldness and numbness of adults. It was because of the environment, and also because of what their parents taught them. They had already grown crooked. The survivors were also afraid of the electric fence that shined with dark purple light, but they did not leave easily. Instead, they surrounded the women and children inside the fence in circles. The hoes and iron shovels that were thrown at them before had now become tools for revenge.
What do you want to do? Kill people?
A woman with mud thrown in her mouth looked crazy, weakly trying to scare the group of people they once crushed under their feet.
Wasn't it just stealing a bit of your stuff? Do you really have to take lives for that? Don't go too far, we are all women and children, don't bully us with numbers. We are the weak ones.
Her voice was trembling a little, clearly showing her guilt and fear.
A pale-faced woman walked out of the surrounding crowd.
She weakly touched her belly, the pain in her heart making it hard to breathe.
You know women and children are weak?
But when you helped your husbands or fathers to hurt others, why didn't you think of sparing us?
I was pregnant.
The baby had already formed, but you tortured me until I lost it. She fell to the ground weakly. A few hands from the crowd reached out to hold her up.
Everyone's face looked bad. Among them, no one was more miserable than this pregnant woman. She was already very pretty, and even while pregnant, people couldn't look away from her. Those people didn't care about the baby in her belly.
They tortured and raped her every night, her screams never stopped. The wives of those beasts didn't dare get mad at their own husbands, so they poured all their anger onto the pregnant woman.
Just like that, she was insulted and beaten by both groups in turns, and the baby was gone. The woman trapped in the electric fence still refused to bow her head.
She held her child in her arms, both of them curled up together, far away from the fence.
You deserved it. Who told you to seduce our husbands? It's your karma.
Even when you were pregnant, you were still a slut. You and the thing in your belly should both die. The short-haired woman's words instantly made the crowd angry. They stepped closer to the electric fence, their eyes burning with fire. Seeing they were afraid of the fence and dared not come closer, the short-haired woman lifted her eyes with contempt to look at them.
If it wasn't for that little bitch letting you out, wouldn't you still be tied up and thrown on the ground like trash?
You dogs who rely on power, if we weren't kind and spared your lives, you'd probably have been eaten clean to the bones by zombies.
You eat your fill, and then smash the bowl, who are you pretending for?
The survivors were shaking all over with anger at her words, but then the little boy she held suddenly spoke. He was too young, but what he said shocked everyone.
Whore, bitch that needs to be fucked. You all deserve to die.
At such a young age he couldn't even speak clearly, yet he had already learned the ugliest parts of human nature. The short-haired woman holding him laughed and nodded. My son is great.
That's exactly how he should curse them.
The mother and son spoke together, saying more and more disgusting words.
Zhang Xing, take down the electric fence.
Lin Qianhuan had watched the good show long enough. People who deserve to die, no matter their gender or age, should all die.
No. Don't. A panicked group of people, protected by the electric fence, suddenly lost their composure.
The tools and fists that had once been used on others were now returned to them. In an instant, blood flowed everywhere, the bright moonlight making the gathered pools of blood look even more strange and alluring.
Screams and pleas for mercy echoed continuously.
Lin Qianhuan did not linger, she turned and got into the car.
Cause and effect, no one can escape.
The car had a low chassis and wasn't modified, so Zhang Xing drove very carefully. By the time the three returned to villa number 36, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Hearing the noise outside, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng hurried to open the door to welcome them.
Why are you back so late?
The food has been reheated several times. Lin Qianhuan complained, but his anxious heart finally settled. We ran into a few little bugs on the way, but we've already squashed them.
Lin Qianhuan offered a brief explanation, changed into clean home clothes, and sat down at the dining table.
Song Luoji sat on the sofa playing with Lingling, humming a soft children's tune. After singing for a while, she noticed everyone's eyes were on her.
Feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed, she asked, Sorry, did I disturb you all?
Lin Qianhuan shook her head slightly. No, you sing beautifully. She picked up a small steamed bun and put it in her mouth, when she unexpectedly noticed a faint white light flickering in Lingling's palm.
Abilities? This thought instinctively flashed through Lin Qianhuan's mind.
She put down her chopsticks, walked over to the mother and daughter, and extended her index finger towards Lingling. The little baby giggled and grasped Lin Qianhuan's fingertip with her soft, delicate little hand. The white light flashed, and the small cut left by the torn thorn disappeared. Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. Is she really a healer? At such a young age to awaken her abilities, it was hard to imagine how she managed to endure those days of high fever. Song Luoji's expression softened. Thanks to you, I was able to discover she has abilities.
Back at Phoenix Community, we were so hungry that we struggled to even open our eyes. The little one had no milk to drink, let alone use her abilities. Lin Qianhuan pinched Lingling's little face. This child is truly fortunate. At such a young age, she managed to survive several days of high fever, much stronger than many healthy adults. The biggest hurdle for an ability user awakening is those first 3 days of high fever in coma. Some don't make it and are burned alive, while others are slowly devoured by zombies during their coma. Lingling is very lucky, her body is strong enough, and her mother has protected her well. Healing abilities are rare in the apocalypse. Once she grows up, she will be a respected ability user. Before that, as adults, we must guide her properly. In this apocalyptic environment, we cannot let the child go down the wrong path. Chapter 68, Can You Feed Me? The children encountered on the way back were even colder and more cruel than many adults. Lin Qianhuan did not want Gu Feng's daughter to become like that. Song Luoji gently kissed Lingling's forehead. I will educate Lingling well. Her father is a soldier and surely doesn't want her to become a cruel and bloodthirsty person who disregards life. I will teach her to be kind and upright, but also to distinguish right from wrong and to have the ability to protect herself. Lin Qianhuan nodded. Yes, with someone as kind as Gu Feng, how could the child turn out badly? Returning to the dining table to continue eating, Lin Qianhuan called out to Lin Qianhuan, who was busy in the kitchen cutting fruit. Elder brother, could you come here for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. He dried his hands on a towel, brought a plate of sliced mango over. What is it? Lin Qianhuan placed the fruit plate in front of Lin Qianhuan, casually took off his apron, and looked at her. I plan to go to the northwest corner of Yunqing tomorrow. Go check on something, there's no danger. So I won't take you and second brother, I'm going with Jiang Xing and He Lu. Lin Qianhuan was still somewhat puzzled. Check what? Lin Qianhuan shook her head slightly. This matter is rather troublesome, and I can't make a conclusion right away. At the moment, it's just some guesses. But it's quite far away, I might need to rest outside for a night. If I don't return home on time, don't worry about it. Seeing she wasn't willing to say more, Lin Qianhuan didn't ask further. Then be careful, make sure to act cautiously. Don't push yourself. If you encounter an unsolvable problem, just run away, don't confront the enemy head-on. Lin Qianhuan obediently nodded. I will definitely listen, I promise I won't lose a single hair when I come back home. Seeing her serious look, Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but laugh and shook his head helplessly. He and Lin Wansheng had always been at a loss with their younger sister. Dinner finished, it was already late at night. The bright moon was hidden behind clouds. Looking out through the window felt like reaching out and not seeing fingers. There were vacant guest rooms on the third floor. Song Luoji stayed in one with the child, and He Lu stayed alone in another. After settling them down, Lin Qianhuan taught He Lu how to wash up and distinguish those bottles and jars, and stayed up until dawn before finally falling asleep. A night without dreams, Lin Qianhuan had a good sleep. After washing up and getting dressed, she went to knock on He Lu's bedroom door. Are you awake? All she heard was the sound of running footsteps, as He Lu came over in a pink floral pajama, softly diving into her arms. Huan, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep some more. Lin Qianhuan felt a bit helpless, sniffing the faint jasmine scent on her. She pulled the clingy person out of her arms with some effort. A head of chestnut-colored long hair hung naturally down to her thighs, with the ends curling naturally, making one's heart itch. He Lu, who was already sweet and cute, was even more enticing after being tidied up. Is Huan looking at me? Do I look good? She turned around happily, her deer-like eyes sparkling, making one's heart soften. Very pretty, go change your clothes quickly, we need to have breakfast and head out. Lin Qianhuan pushed her back into the bedroom to wash up, a smile unknowingly appearing at the corner of her lips. He Lu was like a little son, her innocent and clueless appearance always made Lin Qianhuan feel like she was playing a nurturing game. When she reached downstairs, Song Luoji was in an apron stirring pumpkin millet porridge in the pot. Huan woke up. Wait a moment, breakfast will be ready soon. Lin Qianhuan took a deep breath, feeling happy as she walked into the kitchen, the aroma filling the air. Song Luoji shyly spoke, I made pumpkin millet porridge, it's good for the stomach. Also green onion egg pancakes, beef patties, pot stickers, and sandwiches. My cooking isn't that great, just eat what you like. Lin Qianhuan picked up a piece of beef patty, took a bite, and chewed a few times, giving a thumbs up in delight. Not greasy at all, so delicious, Sister Luoji, don't be modest about your cooking. She also ladled a bowl of steaming pumpkin millet porridge, holding it as she sat down at the dining table to have breakfast. Song Luoji was straightforward, feeling guilty for eating and drinking for free in the villa, so she took on all the chores. Cleaning and cooking 3 meals a day went without saying. During her free time, she even took farming tools to turn over the soil in the garden, planning to plant some fast-growing vegetables and fruits. Lin Qianhuan saw it all but didn't stop her. After all, Song Luoji was now one of them. If she did nothing, she would truly feel anxious and frightened. Taking a sip of the pumpkin millet porridge, Lin Qianhuan took out a bag of spinach seeds from her space. Sister Luoji, I saw you turning over the soil in the garden, do you want to plant some spinach? I just happen to have seeds.
Song Luoji's eyes brightened at her words. Excitedly ran out of the kitchen and took the seeds.
It's okay, it's okay.
Spinach has a short growing cycle, suitable for soup or stir-frying. Seeing her happy, Lin Qianhuan also curled her lips into a smile. She actually had stocked up on many seeds of fruits and vegetables in her space, but with enough supplies in the warehouse, she didn't need to waste time planting. Since Song Luoji had this interest, Lin Qianhuan was happy to let her try. After all, planting vegetables in the apocalypse was beneficial, and the instinct to farm was deeply engraved in every Chinese person's bones. Once settled in the safe zone, the authorities would also encourage everyone to plant filling and high-yield foods like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Without wasting too much time, the three tidied up and hurriedly left by car. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Lin Qianhuan stretched lazily and took out 2 strawberry cakes from her space. She turned back to hand one to He Lu and happily dug a spoonful for herself.
So delicious. I've never had cake before.
He Lu cheered, her big watery eyes instantly brightening, waving her hands joyfully.
Be careful, don't drop it in the car, it'll be hard to clean up.
Lin Qianhuan stuffed the strawberry on top of the cake into her mouth, squinting at the sourness.
Jiangxing, I'll save yours for you, I'll give it to you at the nursing home. It's not convenient for you to eat while driving.
Jiangxing slightly turned his head to look at her. I want to eat the same one as yours.
Huh? But there are only these 2 strawberry cakes left. There are other types of strawberry cakes, so you can eat something else.
Lin Qianhuan somewhat shyly dug another spoonful of cake into her mouth, but having eaten too much for breakfast, she couldn't swallow another bite after eating a quarter of it. Seeing her put the cake lid back on to store it in her space, Jiangxing hesitated and asked,
Can I have these to eat?
Lin Qianhuan was somewhat dazed, hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the cake in her hand, which she had neatly dug out a quarter of, feeling a bit troubled.
But this is what I have left, don't you think? I want to eat.
The words that were about to be spoken were swallowed back. Lin Qianhuan rubbed her fingertips.
Chapter 69, Fried So Clean.
Always felt that eating the same cake together was a bit ambiguous. But Jiangxing had lived in the nursing home for a long time, he probably didn't understand how easily his words could be misunderstood. She rubbed her forehead, realizing that Jiangxing and He Lu couldn't be viewed with adult perspectives. Although he seemed more reliable and mature than He Lu, he was still essentially a little kid who had been away from society for a long time. Lin Qianhuan pressed her lips together, took a fruit knife from her space, and cut away all the sections she had dug out with a spoon, stuffing it all into her mouth. Looking at the cut cake, she smiled at Jiangxing.
All right, this way you can have it to eat. I'll get you a new spoon, and that will be perfect. He Lu sat in the back seat, squinting at Jiangxing, his eyes full of schadenfreude. Pretending, let's see you pretend.
Didn't expect Lin Qianhuan to come up with this. Jiangxing tightened his grip on the steering wheel slightly.
Not happy.
Why did you cut that part off? His voice was a bit hoarse, and if one listened carefully, they could sense a hint of grievance and confusion.
Lin Qianhuan chuckled, there are differences between boys and girls, do you know what that means?
Jiangxing's amber eyes darkened slightly. I know, but we're also friends. No, as friends you still can't casually eat what a girl has left.
This will make people feel like you are crossing a line, the girl will feel uncomfortable, okay? Jiangxing blinked slightly, you feel uncomfortable with me?
Lin Qianhuan touched her nose, well, that's not the case.
So why can't I eat what you've eaten? Who can eat?
Lin Qianhuan felt her head spinning, this guy always liked to get stuck on some inexplicable things. She answered vaguely, when you continue to familiarize yourself with the situation outside, you will understand.
Don't keep asking questions.
He Lu sat in the back seat, gripping Lin Qianhuan's chair back and spoke, I know this one.
Only Huan's boyfriend can eat the things she has eaten. This is called romance. You are not Huan's boyfriend, so you cannot eat. Isn't that right, Huan?
Lin Qianhuan glanced at Jiangxing, then at He Lu, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange. She stiffly nodded, let's stop this topic, no one brings it up again.
Jiangxing, drive well, and He Lu, sit quietly in the back seat without moving.
Seeing Lin Qianhuan speak, the tense atmosphere in the car finally eased a bit, but Jiangxing's low pressure was still particularly obvious. He Lu pretended not to know, leaning against the car door, closing her eyes to pretend to sleep. Number 0 used to have a frozen face every day at the sanatorium, scaring himself to the point of not daring to make a sound, not even having the courage to meet his gaze. Now, with Lin Qianhuan protecting him, she naturally wanted to make things a bit uncomfortable for this guy, which could be considered a bit of relief. The car moved, stopping and starting, and by the time they arrived at the sanatorium, it was already lunchtime. Lin Qianhuan got out of the car and looked at the scene in front of her, feeling a chill in her heart. It was desolate to the extreme, located at the intersection of Yunqing and another city, surrounded by large areas of wasteland, with only a few pitch-black walls still standing in the wind. No wonder Jiang Xing said there would be no leftover materials. It was blown up so cleanly, it would be strange if there were any materials left.
Jiang Xing, I have to say, you are indeed impressive.
Lin Qianhuan gave a thumbs up to the man beside her, feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Jiang Xing adjusted her collar, a faint scent of mint surrounding him, yet it was particularly enchanting. It's not just my doing, those researchers also contributed to the explosion.
Do you want to see the underground lab?
Although it too has been blown to bits, perhaps it could still be of use to you. Lin Qianhuan looked at the staircase extending underground in the center of the ruins, took a deep breath, and nodded. She came here to look for clues about the zombie virus, she couldn't just come over and do nothing else.
When we go down, won't the top collapse?
Lin Qianhuan tentatively stepped onto the metal staircase going down, while Jiang Xing naturally took her hand. His grip was a bit strong, making it impossible for her to break free. The underground research facility of the sanatorium has been specially reinforced, it definitely will not collapse. I am familiar with the underground situation, it might be dark, but I'll lead you. Lin Qianhuan thought for a moment, feeling this made sense, and didn't shake off Jiang Xing's hand. In places where she couldn't see, Jiang Xing and He Lu had already exchanged numerous glances. Due to the former's strong lightning-based abilities, the eager He Lu, wanting to lead, had no choice but to back down, reluctantly following behind the two as a bodyguard. It was indeed dim underground, but the space was several times larger than Lin Qianhuan had imagined. The winding corridors on the first underground level constantly extended, leading to different laboratories. The flashlight's light was almost completely swallowed by the darkness, illuminating only a small part of the space. Lin Qianhuan's hand was wrapped within Jiang Xing's large palm, every step they took was extremely steady. Walking along the pitch-black corridor, stopping and going, they finally came to a spacious room, inside only simply placed a cracked black iron bed.
This is the place where I lived before.
I have lived here since I was under 10 years old, until I escaped not long ago. Lin Qianhuan looked at the dark and broken room, her fingertips twitching slightly. She couldn't imagine what it was like to live for over 10 years in such a suffocating environment.
Maybe it would drive her mad?
Without speaking, Lin Qianhuan took out a grape-flavored gummy candy from her space and popped it into Jiang Xing's mouth.
Life is already so bitter, we should eat more sweets.
Jiang Xing held the sugar, her lips touching her slightly cool fingertips, her heartbeat quickening slightly.
Okay.
The three continued to wander underground.
Following Jiang Xing's guidance, they arrived at the most frequently used laboratory.
All kinds of instruments had been blown to pieces, scattered on the ground and in various corners. The room was filled with ashes, a thick layer spread across the floor, presumably the experimental data those people would die rather than disclose. Lin Qianhuan took a turn inside the room, recording the general situation of the laboratory with her camera, but still found nothing valuable.
Where have those abandoned experimental subjects been thrown? Do you know?
She felt that the leak of the zombie virus was intricately linked to those destroyed experimental subjects. Jiang Xing shook her head slightly. We usually live between the laboratory and the sick room, there's no way to explore other places.
After all, it was a laboratory established under the guise of a sanatorium.
These experimental subjects were confined in the sick rooms of the sanatorium by day, and by night they would become the lambs awaiting slaughter on the operating table. In the eyes of the doctors and nurses, they were even worse than animals.
How could they possibly let these experimental subjects wander about in the experimental area?
Lin Qianhuan nodded in understanding, took out night vision goggles from her bag, put them on, and began to explore the underground carefully. The renovation project of the laboratory must have cost a lot of money, and even though it had gone through 2 explosions, the walls of the underground rooms had not suffered much damage.
Chapter 70, This is a hidden door.
Lin Qianhuan explored every room underground but still found nothing useful, only collecting a lot of dark ashes on her shoes.
It's so annoying, I can't find anything useful at all.
She sighed, putting the camera back in her bag, too lazy to photograph those dark walls again. Turning to leave, she suddenly felt a gust of cool wind mixed with dust rising slightly from the ground. In the underground laboratory, there were no ventilation ducts. Where did the wind come from? Lin Qianhuan became instantly alert, turned on her flashlight, and began to carefully examine the surroundings, following the faint wind to a wall. She pressed the lighter, and following the flicker of the flame, found the not-so-obvious gap.
Looks like this is a hidden door.
Lin Qianhuan pushed with all her might, but the wall didn't budge.
Let me help you pass through.
He Lu eagerly took Lin Qianhuan's hand, and Jiang Xing also naturally held onto Lin Qianhuan's other hand. The three of them merged into the wall before them, but in the next second, they suddenly began to fall.
What the situation?
Before Lin Qianhuan could react, Jiang Xing had already pulled her into his arms. The sensation of weightlessness tightly enveloped the two, and Lin Qianhuan couldn't make any movements, instinctively wrapping her arms around Jiang Xing, falling with him to the bottom.
With 2 muffled thuds, the 3 finally landed.
He Lu was the first to get up, rubbing her bottom in surprise, feeling the ground beneath her feet particularly soft. It doesn't hurt, luckily we have these things under our feet as padding.
Is it dirt?
Curiously, she shone her flashlight around, focusing her gaze on the soft ground beneath her feet. Lin Qianhuan climbed up from Jiangxing, and since someone had cushioned the fall, she felt no discomfort at all. She reached out and pulled the man up, looking down at the ground under the flashlight, her expression turning slightly green.
This stuff is ashes.
Lin Qianhuan hurriedly brushed off the ashes stuck to her, while He Lu wrinkled her nose in disgust.
Oh my god, that's so gross.
She brushed off the ashes falling from her body and hurried next to Lin Qianhuan for comfort. But Lin Qianhuan couldn't pay attention to her, instead taking out the flashlight to shine upward. This was a deep pit at least 6.7 meters high. But because the ashes underfoot were too thick, they couldn't be sure how deep this pit would be once cleared. Here, this is probably where the experimental subjects are destroyed. Lin Qianhuan turned her flashlight inside the pit and saw dense bloody handprints on the higher wall. Perhaps the discarded experimental subjects that were thrown in had not yet mutated into zombies and still retained their human consciousness. Desperately pleading, they tried to climb up to escape, but still could not avoid the fate of being burned alive. It's really terrifying, I can't even imagine how desperate those people must have been. Lin Qianhuan whispered, but unexpectedly tripped over a thigh bone that had not been burned clean and almost fell. Because of that, she noticed a gap less than 1 centimeter wide next to the thigh bone.
This seems to be an exit?
Lin Qianhuan quickly took out a shovel from her space and began to dig deeply at the gap. With a few scoops, she tossed the ashes aside, quickly piling them into a small mound.
After digging down about half a meter, the gap finally revealed its full appearance.
The surroundings were uneven, seemingly manually cut, and the edges of the iron plate looked scorched by high temperatures, slightly warped. Lin Qianhuan forced the iron shovel into the gap and pried it open. The loosened wall immediately crumbled, exposing a narrow passage that could only allow one person to pass through. This passage must have been made by the survivors trapped in the pit. But the ones thrown into the pit were all failed test subjects. They must have been searched by the researchers, and there absolutely wouldn't be any tools available for digging through walls. So, Lin Qianhuan's heart suddenly trembled. Perhaps not all the destroyed experimental subjects are failures. The person who made this passage likely awakened their abilities after being thrown into the pit. This makes a lot of sense. The ones who dug the pit successfully escaped through this passage, and some of the experimental subjects that needed to be destroyed inadvertently found this passage too.
While still retaining their consciousness, they escaped through here but couldn't avoid becoming zombies. That's why there were already scattered zombies appearing in the city before the apocalypse broke out.
It's truly horrifying. By the time the researchers in the sanatorium discovered this, they were beyond saving, and perhaps they could only block the passage from the outside and pretend nothing had happened. Lin Qianhuan crawled along the passage, but indeed found herself blocked by a pile of rocks, unable to dig through the obstacles to escape. The sanatorium did a good job of covering up this fact. Although she didn't uncover deeper secrets, they worked hard for half a day and at least gained something. Relying on He Lu's abilities, the three of them passed through the obstacles inside the passage and successfully escaped from underground. Bathed in the gentle spring sunlight, Lin Qianhuan felt a bit heavy-hearted.
What's wrong?
Jiang Xing helped her tidy her slightly messy hair, his gaze entirely focused on her.
Lin Qianhuan pulled out a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Do you guys talk among experimental subjects? Who exactly was it that escaped after digging this passage? They must know some deeper secrets about the sanatorium. Becoming an ability user and successfully escaping the sanatorium, this person indeed had skills. Jiang Xing and He Lu thought for a moment, and a shadow appeared in their minds at the same time. A306. A306. Their voices rang out simultaneously, clearly having a deep impression of this person. He Lu spoke first. That guy is very strange. He underwent multiple experiments in the lab and withstood the transformation from the serum each time. The doctors were overjoyed, thinking he was like S10, a subject that could continue to be modified and evolved. Therefore, he was placed in the ground-level sanatorium, living with us for 1 day. Although they lived in different wards of the sanatorium, they could peek at each other through the iron bars on the door. The new experimental subject, A306, naturally received extra attention from these older subjects for a while. But on the very night he moved to the ground-level sanatorium, an accident happened. After the new drug was injected into his body, this guy suddenly became silent, dying in a rather messy way. At that time, the doctors and nurses went quite mad, but they had no choice but to throw A306 into the pit for incineration. Such a big commotion naturally alarmed Jiang Xing and the others, which is why, even now, the older experimental subjects still remember this person. Lin Qianhuan sighed helplessly. The number of people she needed to find had increased by 1. She always felt that the day to unravel the mystery was still far away. Chapter 71, He Left Me Behind.
The spring sunshine felt exceptionally comfortable, with a gentle breeze blowing and tender green buds growing on the branches.
The sanatorium was situated in a remote area, surrounded by wasteland and dense woods.
There were no humans around, not even a lost zombie could be seen. Lin Qianhuan pushed down all the questions swirling in her mind, her gaze touching the blue sky, taking a deep breath.
The weather is nice, it feels great for a picnic. Would you like to have a barbecue? Hilu's eyes lit up, she had only seen this on TV and hadn't had a chance to eat it since escaping the sanatorium. Yes. I really want to eat barbecue.
Lin Qianhuan smiled warmly as she took out a grill from her space, putting barbecue-specific charcoal inside and lighting it, then began to prepare the food. Zhang Xing deftly helped out, and Hilu didn't idle either, obediently fanning the flames in the grill. The grass underfoot was lush and green, and with the gentle breeze, it felt as if all worries had vanished. The smoke from the grill curled up, the charcoal glowing red, and the scent of lamb skewers made one drool.
Zhang Xing, how did the 10 of you get caught and sent to the sanatorium?
Lin Qianhuan was holding a fan, with the sleeves of her sweatshirt rolled up high, revealing her delicate and fair arms.
Zhang Xing paused slightly while skewering the beef, lowering his gaze and slightly pursing his lips.
I don't know about the others, but I was sent in by someone.
Lin Qianhuan raised her brows in disbelief. You should have been under 10 years old back then, right? Why would they send you to the sanatorium? Zhang Xing was trying to skewer pieces of marinated beef onto the iron stick but couldn't seem to succeed.
His thoughts were chaotic, and he took a moment to calm his breathing. Because I was redundant, my existence would impact the man's career. Compared to sending me to the sanatorium, he actually wanted to kill me, but he just didn't have the guts. Lin Qianhuan's hand fanning the flames paused slightly, and after a moment of silence, she spoke, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up your pain. Zhang Xing looked up at her, his amber eyes shining in the sunlight, reflecting only her figure.
I know, and I don't think there's anything about this that can make me sad. In his childhood, after being sent to the sanatorium, he felt nothing but anger. That anger gradually faded into endless fear as he was locked away in darkness. Then, the underground laboratory was established.
As an experimental subject, he no longer had the energy to hate, and his emotions were flat with no fluctuations. His soul and body were bound by drugs in the cold surgical bed, dragged into the depths of pain and sinking deep down. Zhang Xing's gaze was cold yet numbed, hiding murderous intent. Anyone who has harmed me, I will take their lives one by one.
Doctors, nurses, and that man. None of them will escape.
Lin Qianhuan felt that no matter what she said now, it would be far too empty. She raised her hand and gently patted his shoulder, helping him brush off the soot from his coat. Hilu sensed that the atmosphere between the two was off, and in confusion, he leaned closer, placing the woven flower crown on Lin Qianhuan's head.
What's wrong?
Lin Qianhuan raised her hand to adjust the crown, smiling as she replied, It's fine, the flower crown looks great. Hilu felt a little shy from her compliment, his cheeks flushed and a thin layer of sweat appearing on his forehead. This was made by number 5, he also made me a flower crown before.
Number 5? The experiment subject number 5?
Yes.
Are you two very close?
Hilu nodded upon hearing this. He's a great person, he saves food and water for me to eat. When I can't sleep, he tells me stories.
From what you say, it seems like your relationship is quite good. Why didn't you leave the sanatorium together?
Lin Qianhuan wondered, as these experiment subjects all had no homes, normally, they should travel with familiar people. Of course, ignoring the lonely and pitiful child, Zhang Xing. Hilu pouted, I was blown and lost consciousness. When I woke up, there was no one in the sanatorium.
He abandoned me and didn't want me anymore. I didn't. What?
He clearly just. Hilu abruptly stopped speaking, turning her head in disbelief, only to meet a pair of narrow, phoenix-like eyes. Lin Qianhuan also saw the man. Hearing what he said and observing Hilu's reaction, she naturally understood the man's identity.
So he is number 5.
She studied the man carefully. He wore a tattered patient outfit, looking wearied and clearly having traveled a long distance. He had a somewhat handsome and refined appearance, looking easy to get along with, yet there was an inexplicable distance about him.
Hilu met his gaze, taking a few reluctant steps back and hiding behind Lin Qianhuan, refusing to speak.
I truly did not abandon you, nor did I not want you.
Number 5 helplessly reached out his hand towards Hilu.
I woke up earlier than you. After settling you down, I went to familiarize myself with the surroundings and look for food.
But when I returned to the sanatorium, you were gone. I've been looking for you.
His tone was somewhat coaxing, the voice gentle and affectionate, full of emotion.
Come here, little 9.
Number 5 shot a hostile glance at Lin Qianhuan, his eyes filled with animosity. Zhang Xing approached with a stick of ungrilled beef skewers, blocking number 5's line of sight towards Lin Qianhuan.
If you don't want your eyes gouged out, you better not look at her like that. Number 5 shifted his attention to Zhang Xing, sizing him up before sneering. In less than a month, you've turned out like this?
I thought with your strength, you wouldn't be reduced to working for others.
Zhang Xing's voice was cold, it's none of your business. Little 9 belongs to me. Number 0, in terms of her, even you can't stop me. Number 5 frowned tightly, little 9 is the most innocent. What have you and this woman said to deceive her? What have you done to her?
Seeing that He Lu still wouldn't show her face, number 5's emotions began to rise, clearly about to act violently. Lin Qianhuan frowned and tapped the little girl's head behind her. Your love debt, you handle it yourself. Don't drag me and Jiang Xing into your mess, I don't want to be a pawn in your game. He Lu bit her lip and reluctantly came in front of number 5, pushing him with all her might. But to the man, her strength felt like a mere tickle, having no effect at all. Lin Qianhuan rolled her eyes, tugging Jiang Xing's sleeve and leading him back to the grill.
They're having a romantic moment, we'll just eat and watch the show. If we don't eat the lamb now, it's going to burn up. She grabbed some cumin and sprinkled it on the lamb skewers, satisfied as she took a bite. Delicious, so tender. Jiang Xing quietly pushed a skewer closer to her, picking one up to eat as well. By the grill, the moment was peaceful, but the atmosphere between He Lu and number 5 was anything but pleasant. Chapter 72, What did you understand?
He Lu, though innocent and cute, also had a small temper. She resisted and pulled away from number 5, her lips pouting as if she could hang an oil jug.
I don't want to hear your explanations. Anyway, I didn't see you when I woke up. Who knows if what you said is true or not? The others are no good either. Maybe you left with them right then and there, and never planned to take me with you. The more she spoke, the more wronged He Lu felt, her big eyes red and teary, the tears rolling in her eyes but stubbornly refusing to fall. Number 5 was anxious, turning in circles, raising a hand to help her wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes, only to be angrily swatted away by her. Don't touch me. I put on the lotion that Huan gave me today, it's very expensive. Little 9, I really didn't leave with them. What can I do for you to forgive me? I searched for you for a long time. I was afraid you would return to the sanatorium and not find me. Every time I went to the city and found nothing, I would return here to wait for you. I'm glad I waited this time. Number 5 didn't mind He Lu's small temper at all, patiently coaxing her and gradually closing the distance between them. Lin Qianhuan moved a small stool to eat snacks, bumping into Jiang Xing, watching the scene with great interest. What is the relationship between those two? Why do I feel they look like a couple? Jiang Xing was too lazy to watch the two childish fools bickering and handed Lin Qianhuan a tissue. One thinks the other is their little sister, while the other thinks the other is their big brother. But in reality, heh. Jiang Xing didn't finish his sentence, but Lin Qianhuan understood his meaning immediately. This wasn't hard to understand, after all, being trapped in a sanatorium for over 10 years, the test subjects would inevitably develop different feelings for each other. But they had cut off contact with the outside world, and doctors and nurses wouldn't teach the group of test subjects the differences between family, friendship, and love. Thinking of this, Lin Qianhuan turned her head to look at Jiang Xing. Could it be that this guy also had a lost little sister? Do you have a good relationship with the other test subjects? Jiang Xing shook his head, I have no communication with them. Although we lived together for more than 10 years, they are just strangers to me. The other test subjects were not very friendly towards this quiet and odd being, in fact, they mostly felt fear. Lin Qianhuan sighed, feeling that this guy was really pitiful. Noticing her pitying gaze, Jiang Xing helplessly took a deep breath, I also don't want to deal with them. Lin Qianhuan waved her hand to show she understood, it's okay, I get it. Jiang Xing. What do you understand? You clearly understand nothing. He coldly grilled the meat to express his dissatisfaction, while Lin Qianhuan ate the freshly grilled skewers, unaware of his little mood. He Lu and number 5 friendly exchanged insults for a full hour, making Lin Qianhuan feel drowsy. It finally ended with number 5 having several fresh red scratch marks on his face. Lin Qianhuan lazily yawned, okay, problem solved. Come eat. She pointed to the stool next to her, and He Lu happily released number 5's hand to grab skewers. Number 5? I'm just an optional person, right? Lin Qianhuan had already eaten her fill and shoved a strawberry into her mouth to refresh herself. Number 5 walked stiffly to her side, his tone much nicer, likely due to He Lu's warning. Little 9 is mine, and I will take her away. The supplies you once gave her, I will return in the form of crystal cores. She owes you nothing. After saying that, number 5 pulled out a plastic bag from his hospital gown, tearing it open with a demeanor that somewhat resembled an elderly person. The plastic bag was thick and filled to the brim with crystal cores. It also included mutant zombies, which were indeed valuable. Lin Qianhuan turned to look at him but didn't reach out to take it. She's not your subordinate, she needs to decide where to go on her own. What do you think you are? She hated men like him, so full of fatherly charm. Lin Qianhuan's attitude was poor, but number 5 did not get angry, speaking in a calm tone. No one cares about Xiao9's safety more than I do. She is innocent and kind-hearted, easily deceived, so I can't just hand her over to anyone. Thank you for taking care of her during this time. If you think these crystal cores are not enough, I can find more for you. Lin Qianhuan was a bit impatient, pulling out her sunglasses to block the light.
I'll say it again, where she goes is her own business, it has nothing to do with you. After saying that, Lin Qianhuan poked the nearby He Lu, who was eating eagerly.
Who will you follow next? What do you mean by following? I'm only following you.
He Lu licked the cumin powder at the corner of her mouth, enjoying her food happily. Lin Qianhuan shrugged and provocatively looked at the silently enduring number 5, the corners of her lips curling into a disdainful smile.
Number 5 stepped forward and rubbed He Lu's little head. Xiao 9, will you come with me? I will protect you, and we can live in a safer place together. He Lu shook her head. No, I want to follow Huan Huan. Being next to Huan Huan is the safest place.
Jiang Xing was powerful enough to make others tremble, yet remained submissive under Lin Qianhuan's feet.
It was so hard for her to finally wrap her arms around such strong thighs, how could she easily let go? I like Huan Huan. He Lu raised her lips happily, revealing a set of white teeth. I like Huan Huan the most. Delicious food, magic tricks, and pretty clothes.
The most important thing was, following Huan Huan meant there was meat to eat. Number 5 couldn't believe his eyes, he was obviously the most important person in Xiao 9's eyes.
He Lu's stomach was round from eating, looking at number 5 with watery eyes. I want to leave with Huan Huan, will you come too?
Lin Qianhuan frowned and poked her forehead. I never agreed to let this guy follow me.
He Lu blinked, a bit disappointed, but didn't persist. Number 5 pursed his lips. Are you looking for number 7? I know where he went.
A 306 has also communicated with me. I know where his home is.
His gaze stuck on He Lu, and I am strong.
Although I can't compare to that madman number 0, I definitely won't hold you back.
Lin Qianhuan raised an eyebrow at He Lu. Why is your mouth so fast? You've told him everything after just chatting for a bit? He Lu innocently shook her head, burying herself in her embrace. I didn't. I just asked him about number 7 and a 306's whereabouts.
Number 5 was an extremely shrewd person, so he naturally understood that the one searching for these two subjects would not be silly He Lu. Number 7 and number 2 are together, the two of them have gone to Kyoto together. A 306's home is also in Kyoto, so he might go to Kyoto to find his family after leaving the sanatorium. If you're unwilling to accept me joining you, I can just follow Xiao 9 from a distance to protect her and will never overstep or disturb you. Number 5's goal was clear, he just wanted He Lu to be safe and happy. As long as he could see her safe every day, nothing was more important than that.
Chapter 73 Mixed Feelings.
He Lu's stomach was round and full, and Lin Qianhuan roasted some more food to take home for her older brothers. After finishing their busy work, they took a car back to Villa 36. Number 5 was trustworthy, and he did not follow He Lu into the villa. Instead, he found an empty room in the villa area to stay in.
Seeing that he indeed wouldn't disturb them, Lin Qianhuan finally relaxed.
Back home, Lin Qianhuan hadn't had the chance to take out the barbecue to share when she was suddenly hugged tightly by a sobbing Song Luoji.
Huan Huan. There's news about Gu Feng.
Ling Ling's dad is back home. Lin Qianhuan was surprised to hear this and took out a tissue to help Song Luoji wipe her tears.
Don't just cry, Sister Luoji. Tell me what happened.
But the other party was too busy being happy, talking for a long time without saying a complete sentence. Lin Qianhuan had no choice but to put her pleading gaze on her elder brother Lin Qianhuan.
Elder brother, what happened?
Lin Qianhuan brought her a cup of warm water. The radio just received a signal. The safety base established by the country is already taking shape. There will be armies coming to welcome and transport survivors from various cities and provinces, and the gathering place for survivors in Yunqing just happens to be in the eastern suburbs. The broadcast also mentioned the commander of the Yunqing Rescue Army, named Gu Feng. Lin Qianhuan's eyes widened in joy, her tone involuntarily rising. Really?
That's great.
Lin Qianhuan sighed, it's good, but also not good. The safety base is just initially built, and the number of survivors it can accommodate is actually not many. But in places we can't see, there are still many people waiting for the army's rescue. The essence of the broadcast this time is to let the survivors go to the gathering place by themselves. Our gathering time in Yunqing is from 8 to 10 tomorrow morning. If they don't arrive, they'll have to find a way to the safety zone for refuge. Lin Qianhuan frowned slightly. She had gone out early today, and now it was already dark outside.
Elder brother, when did you receive the news? The radio announced it at 10 p.m., which was only about 3 hours ago. It was now 1 a.m. Even if survivors from the city center or the western suburbs, or even further away, received this news, without suitable transportation, it would be impossible to go to the gathering place for rescue. The conditions are actually quite harsh. Lin Qianhuan's voice was a bit hoarse, but she understood the difficulties of the Chinese government.
In this situation, it was extremely challenging for the government to send people to various cities to welcome and transport survivors. But they still did it recklessly. The food and water needed to support the survivors on the road were also a large number. For this matter, the government didn't know how many people they sacrificed or how much manpower and material resources they consumed. Protecting survivors requires manpower, and transporting survivors requires resources.
Which one is not built with blood?
They also did not want to only stay at the gathering place for 2 hours, but reality required them to control this time. Only this way could they save more people without sacrificing more lives. Lin Qianhuan understood the government's difficulties, but she had also resented it before. It was only after living another life that she realized that everything was not as simple as she had imagined. The Chinese government had never been willing to give up on any survivor, but reality forced them to do so. Reining in her thoughts, Lin Qianhuan looked up at Song Luoji, whose eyes were puffy from crying.
Luoji, don't be sad. You'll soon see Brother Gu, what else is there to be upset about? She gently patted Song Luoji's thin back. Tomorrow I will personally take you to the gathering place. I will hand you over to him, and then my regret will be gone. Song Luoji cried sadly, not noticing the oddity in Lin Qianhuan's words. Let's go back and rest early. We need to wake up early tomorrow. Lin Qianhuan helped her back to the third-floor bedroom, kindly turning off the light for her, and then returned to her own room to wash up and sleep. Just as she was in a half-dreaming state, someone suddenly knocked on her bedroom door. Who? Lin Qianhuan's voice was a bit hoarse. It's me, Huan. I want to sleep with you. He Lu had signed a contract. She could not pass through the wall and enter Lin Qianhuan's room directly, so she could only knock on the door obediently. I don't want to sleep with you, go back to your own room quickly, or I will get angry. Lin Qianhuan was so tired that her head hurt. After saying this, she fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, Gu Feng did not get infected by the virus while trying to save her. All her regrets and fears had not happened. The next day, Song Luoji woke up early, made a table full of rich breakfast, and sat at the table with mixed feelings in her heart. Lin Qianhuan finished washing up and went downstairs. Seeing her sitting alone at the dining table in a daze, not moving her chopsticks to eat. Why aren't you eating? We're about to leave, you really don't have to be polite with me. Lin Qianhuan jokingly handed Song Luoji a boiled egg, and the latter smiled as she took it, peeling the shell cleanly and placing it in Lin Qianhuan's bowl. Huan, thank you. I've said thank you to you so many times, you might be tired of hearing it, but I want to say it again. Without you, Ling Ling and I wouldn't have waited for Gu Feng to come back at all. Lin Qianhuan bit into the tender boiled egg, her eyes shining. Since you want to thank me, let's ask our upright Captain Gu to take care of me more in the future. What if I also settle in the Kyoto base later? Then I will have to rely on both of you for care then. Song Luoji paused slightly with her fingertips. Aren't you coming with us? She thought Lin Qianhuan would follow the main group to the Kyoto base. No, I can't bear to leave my villa. Lin Qianhuan picked the yoke out and set it aside. Now that the safe zone has just been established, the rules aren't perfect, and things are quite chaotic every day. It's really not a good place to go. I'm a person who loves freedom. I don't like being constrained, nor do I want to be forcibly made to work by the officials. I'm quite satisfied with my life now. When the time is right, I will naturally settle down at the base. You don't need to worry about me. Song Luozi looked at her with some concern but also understood Lin Qianhuan's meaning. Indeed, her life is so good, she can eat fresh fruits and vegetables anytime and has conditions to wash up every day. Settling in the safe zone might not be a good thing for Lin Qianhuan. I understand you. If you change your mind in the future, be sure to come to find me at the Kyoto base. Gu Feng and I haven't had the chance to properly thank you, you must let me complete this obsession. Lin Qianhuan felt somewhat helpless. You don't owe me anything, there's no need to thank me. Brother Gu saved so many people, he is a hero, and it's only natural for me to help you. After all, if I were in danger, he would also risk his life to save me. Lin Qianhuan couldn't explain her past life and present but didn't want to become Song Luoji's lifesaver. She was just repaying a kindness, it really wasn't worth the couple's effort to thank her. Chapter 74, a bit helpless. Song Luoji stopped dwelling on this matter and lowered her head to eat breakfast. Time passed quickly, the assembly point was not far from the Silver Bay Garden, and the survivors in the villa area had long left their homes to wait. In the faint morning light, trucks emerged from the darkness, surrounded by many military trucks. Lin Qianhuan linked arms with Song Luoji as they walked towards the assembly point, encountering many weary survivors along the way. Every face was filled with happiness, some walking alone and others in groups of 3 to 5, all sharing the same goal. We've finally waited for this day. We finally have a home again. Walk faster, the sooner we line up, the sooner we can get on the bus. Kyoto base, here I come. Everyone's face was beaming with joy, while Song Luoji held Ling Ling in her arms, her heart full of the sorrow of parting. She knew that once they parted, she wouldn't know when they would see each other again. In the distance, she saw a tall, steadfast figure maintaining order by the line, and Song Luoji could no longer hold back, running toward him while holding Ling Ling. Gu Feng. The figure called by name stiffened for a moment, turning back in disbelief to look at the woman running towards him, both crying and smiling. Ah Ji. You're still alive.
Gu Feng hurriedly ran forward to catch her, the two embraced tightly without needing to say much.
You're alive. I thought you were dead, leaving us behind.
Song Luoji cried, her breath coming in gasps as the fears and worries since the end of the world turned into tears, soaking into Gu Feng's stiff military uniform. Gu Feng was a bit darker than before, and the hand holding her slightly trembled.
How could I ever abandon you?
The first thing I did upon returning to the city was go to the western suburb, but I couldn't find you.
I thought.
His voice was rough, yet his movements were incredibly gentle. After holding her for a while, he gently pulled Song Luoji away from his embrace. All around them were comrades and survivors. He was the commander of this mission and couldn't remain lost in emotion. Lin Qianhuan noticed the two had calmed down before she stepped forward.
Captain Gu.
She raised her eyes to look at him, her eyes full of relief.
I'm glad to see you. Gu Feng glanced at Song Luoji, a bit confused. Who is this?
Song Luoji wiped her tears and hurried to explain, this is Lin Qianhuan, she saved me in the western suburb. If it weren't for her, Lingling and I would have starved to death, and you wouldn't have seen us at all. Hearing this, Gu Feng deeply bowed to Lin Qianhuan.
Thank you for saving them, thank you.
Lin Qianhuan quickly helped him up, her palm moving slightly, and two enormous hiking backpacks appeared in her hands.
No need to thank me. If it were you, you wouldn't ignore me, who was on the brink of death.
You save others, and I naturally will save your wife and daughter. She placed the backpacks at Gu Feng's feet. You must accept these things. I won't disturb your mission any longer. If fate allows, we shall meet again. After speaking, Lin Qianhuan turned and ran, giving Gu Feng and Song Luoji no chance to keep her. Gu Feng picked up the two backpacks, feeling somewhat at a loss.
Keep them, this is Huan's intention.
She's a straightforward girl and definitely wouldn't want us to push these back and forth.
Song Luoji sighed, watching Lin Qianhuan's departing figure. If we meet again by fate, we must properly thank her. Gu Feng nodded earnestly and took Song Luoji to rest in the car.
When they opened the backpacks to change the diaper of Lingling, who had just pooped, they were stunned to find them filled to the brim with supplies. Milk powder, diapers, fever reducers, antibiotics, tetanus shots, compressed biscuits, strong liquor. Each item was something that was priceless in the apocalypse, especially the tetanus vaccine, which could easily save a dying life. Where did this girl come from, to be so generous? Gu Feng scratched his head. Anything here could cause a riot among the outside survivors, yet she gives it away so simply.
Unless, in her eyes, these things are just nothing.
Song Luoji's eyes turned red. Old Gu, if you dare report Huan to your superiors, don't blame me for taking our daughter and leaving you. She meant well in giving us so much, don't cause trouble for her. Gu Feng hesitated, but eventually nodded. I understand, I won't ask more. She's a formidable character and also a superpower user, definitely someone who will be prioritized at the Kyoto base.
Song Luoji sighed, how could I not know? Huan is skilled, has superpowers, and is clever and capable. But she dislikes restrictions and has family around. She doesn't want to live in the base, so don't go making trouble. Gu Feng rubbed Lingling's little face. She was blowing bubbles and got a bit annoyed when poked. I know, she's the savior of you too.
I, Gu Feng, am not the kind of person to repay kindness with malice. If she is willing to come to the Kyoto base in the future, I will definitely apply for the best living conditions and the easiest job for her.
We will never forget her kindness.
Song Luoji felt reassured, giving Gu Feng a gentle push. Survivors are lining up, you should go get busy.
Lingling has me to take care of her. Stay safe and don't sneak away and leave us again.
Don't worry, I will never let you be afraid for me again. Gu Feng wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and turned back to the crowd to maintain order. Lin Qianhuan, meanwhile, moved against the flow of people back to Villa 36.
Just ran into Zhang Minghui.
She was carrying a backpack, clearly prepared to leave Silver Bay Flower Garden.
I'm leaving.
Zhang Minghui stepped forward and gently hugged Lin Qianhuan. I'm going to live in the Kyoto safe zone, hopefully, we'll meet again someday.
Okay, be safe and stay alive.
Lin Qianhuan gently patted her back, as a response. Zhang Minghui turned and started to leave, but paused after a few steps and returned to Lin Qianhuan's side.
I know you have everything, what I give you is useless to you. But I still want to leave you something.
She raised her hand and stuffed a delicate wooden doll into Lin Qianhuan's palm.
I know, with my ability, I don't deserve to be your friend.
But Lin Qianhuan, when we meet next time, I will definitely stand proudly by your side.
Zhang Minghui brushed her short, tomboy-like hair. Goodbye, we must meet again.
After saying that, she hurriedly left the entrance of Villa number 36. Lin Qianhuan chuckled softly, looking at the wooden doll in her hand. It was carved to look like her, clearly made with effort, even the strands of hair were detailed.
So ugly.
Lin Qianhuan chuckled softly and put the doll away into her space, placing it in the most prominent spot in the warehouse. Back in the villa, Lin Wancheng had just woken up, his hair messy.
Did you safely send Sister Song and Lingling away?
Lin Qianhuan nodded. I handed them over to Gu Feng, finally a weight has lifted off my heart.
Chapter 75, A Brand New Shelter.
Gu Feng was wearing tattered military clothes, smiling as he ended his own life with a bullet. This scene had lingered in Lin Qianhuan's mind for 2 lifetimes without pause. Now, the guilt that filled her heart had finally disappeared. Seeing her face full of smiles, Lin Wanqing felt good too. That's good, the residents of Silver Bay Flower Garden have now gone with the main group to the Kyoto base, we can have some peace for a while. He walked to the dining table to eat breakfast, while Lin Qianhuan opened the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, hearing the noisy clamor from afar.
Peaceful life?
I'm afraid it's still too early.
Lin Wanqing looked at her, biting into a soup bun, confusion written on his face. Why? People have moved away, there aren't many survivors left in Silver Bay Flower Garden, right?
So this won't affect us much, there's no real threat.
Lin Qianhuan sighed, once a group leaves, naturally, another will come.
The number of newcomers will only be greater than those who left. When that time comes, Silver Bay Flower Garden will probably be bustling with life. Lin Wanqing paused for a moment while picking vegetables, quickly realizing what Lin Qianhuan meant. Although the radio had mentioned the army would only wait at the gathering point for 2 hours, after which they wouldn't wait for anyone.
But who would be willing to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?
No matter how far from the east suburb, any survivor who heard the news would rush to the gathering point to try their luck.
After all, most people are always hoping for a what-if. What if the gathering time is extended? What if they were lucky enough to make it? What if?
Because of these 2 words, the number of survivors gathering in the east suburb rapidly increased, but those who arrived on time were still in the minority.
After the army left on time, what would those late-arriving survivors do? They wouldn't be able to return to their original homes to continue surviving, would they?
Most would naturally focus on Silver Bay Flower Garden. After all, most survivors had already moved to the Kyoto base. Countless empty houses awaited their new owners. The survivors who missed the migration wouldn't give up on this decent place to live. After all, the number of zombies in the east suburb is the least in the entire city. Everyone isn't foolish, everyone knows where is more suitable for survival. Lin Qianhuan stopped standing by the window to feel the wind and turned back to her room to rest. She had stayed up too late last night. Now my eyes still feel a bit sore and swollen.
East suburb gathering place, 10 o'clock. Captain Gu, let's go.
The lined-up survivors have been settled, it's time to depart.
A tall soldier walked up to Gu Feng and stood straight, saluting.
There are still many lined-up survivors, they. Gu Feng hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and said, tell the whole team, depart. Be careful, make sure to protect the survivors inside the vehicle.
Yes.
The trucks began to move, with military vehicles surrounding them, responsible for patrolling and hunting zombies.
Many survivors who missed the chance to board due to time constraints desperately ran after the convoy. Stop. Save us. Stop.
The cries for help, shouts, and weeping mixed together, resembling the most terrifying hell on earth. Despair filled everyone's heart. But military orders are as firm as a mountain. Gu Feng, no matter how conflicted and sad he felt, could not gamble with the lives of so many soldiers and survivors. The longer they stayed, the greater the danger. Watching the convoy leave them far behind, the survivors, who had not eaten for a long time, collapsed onto the ground. They no longer had the strength to chase, they could only stop and think of other ways.
But the east suburb was so desolate, where could they find a place to stay?
Everyone felt terrible, lost and dejected, but then they saw a luxurious villa area.
There's a place to live.
The survivors turned their direction towards Silver Bay Flower Garden. The villas here had weathered the examination of zombies and humans, suffering some damage. But for the most part, it was still suitable for living, and a little repair could turn it into a brand new shelter. More and more people flooded into Silver Bay Flower Garden, so many that even the zombies inside the villas were attacked by humans, leaving none left. Lin Qianhuan sat in the monitoring room observing the situation outside. On average, at least 20 people were living in each villa, often even more. He held his teacup and took a sip, feeling heavy in his heart. There were too many people. The more people there were, the more troubles would arise. But this was not something Villa number 36 could intervene in. They could only enhance their vigilance and reduce external risks. All day long, Silver Bay Flower Garden was bustling with people, extraordinarily noisy. It wasn't until nightfall that it barely quieted down, but it was still much livelier than before. After all, the number of people was glaringly obvious. Lin Qianhuan sat at the dining table eating dinner, not surprised by the current situation. She slurped a mouthful of noodles, hand-pulled by Lin Wanqing, chewy and smooth, incredibly delicious. Silver Bay Flower Garden has actually become a small survivor residence. Looking at the number of people in the villa area, it's estimated to have surpassed 1,000. Lin Qianhuan pushed the stir-fried pork with green peppers towards her. Since we are living here, we inevitably have to interact with the survivors in the villa area. The twists and turns involved, just thinking about it makes my head hurt. Lin Qianhuan was about to speak when she heard a series of knocks on the door. She exchanged a glance with Lin Qianhuan, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes.
Don't pay any attention, let's just eat.
Lin Qianhuan focused on her noodles. Half an hour passed, the dining table was cleared, yet there were still people tirelessly knocking outside the metal door. Lin Qianhuan stood up from the sofa and stuffed the peeled apple into Lin Qianhuan's hands.
I'm going to check, otherwise, we won't be able to sleep tonight.
Lin Wancheng hurriedly followed him. I'll go with you. The two walked out of the villa's security door, arriving at the metal gate. They didn't need to open the door to communicate with the people outside.
Lin Qianhuan spoke first. You've been knocking for so long, is there something you need?
Finally, someone responded, their voice sounding a bit excited. Hello, I am a survivor who fled from downtown to the east suburb.
My surname is Zhang.
Lin Qianhuan did not want to engage in small talk with him, nor did he wish to say any meaningless words.
If you have something to say, just say it. Outside the door, Zhang Liye was no longer dragging his feet, quickly responding, you must be an original resident of Silver Bay Flower Garden, right?
Yes.
I came from the Emerald City in the city center. I am here to discuss something with you today. Silver Bay Flower Garden is far from the city center, and the number of zombies is very low.
We plan to gather manpower and resources to build this place into a small private base.
Do you have any objections? Lin Wancheng listened to the man's words through the iron door, his gaze dark and profound.
Whether I have objections depends on whether your actions will affect the interests of our villa number 36.
Chapter 76, shocking the heart of the matter.
Outside the metal door, Zhang Liye's face slightly stiffened. He had thought the other party would take the easy way out and directly say he had no objections. But who would have thought this guy was so crafty? Zhang Liye adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. Establishing a safe zone, helping each other, being united and friendly, is naturally a good thing. The safety factor of Silver Bay Flower Garden will also increase, and no zombies will roam in the villa area, which will surely bring no losses to everyone.
I believe you wouldn't want zombies wandering in front of your villa every day, right? Lin Wancheng, a lawyer before the apocalypse, naturally would not fall into Zhang Liye's linguistic trap. Every matter has two sides. I certainly understand the benefits you mention, but I believe you wouldn't let us enjoy these benefits for free, right? You definitely have your own goals for coming here. Beating around the bush is meaningless. You might as well say it directly. Zhang Liye's mouth twitched slightly, trying to maintain his rhythm without being disrupted by the other party. Look at what you're saying, as if I am here to scheme against you.
I see you're also a straightforward person, so I naturally don't want to beat around the bush with you. We, Emerald City, were a united and supportive family before the apocalypse. After it came, it was led by ambitious individuals who built protective walls around the community to block out foreign zombies. This method is indeed effective, and we hope to implement it in Silver Bay Flower Garden. But the workload is not small, so we need every household to contribute some manpower to help.
Lin Wancheng exchanged glances with Lin Qianhuan and did not oppose this proposal.
After all, building high walls in the villa area would naturally increase safety and reduce their night watch pressure.
We will actively participate. Is there anything else? A sound of paper being shuffled came from outside. May I ask how many people live in your villa?
This determines how many people you need to send to build the wall. We will conduct a step-by-step census of the survivors in the villa area to facilitate future resource distribution and household management.
Lin Wancheng frowned slightly. Are you checking the household registration?
Although there was a door between them, Zhang Liye still broke out in a cold sweat from fear.
You misunderstood. We only need to have a clearer understanding of the survivors in the villa area. In the future, any personnel adjustments can also be solved in a timely manner.
What he said did make sense, as Silver Bay Flower Garden had essentially become a small safe zone. If they wanted the safe zone to survive longer in the apocalypse, they had to prepare everything well.
Census of personnel was undoubtedly an indispensable step.
Lin Qianhuan did not want to answer this question, as these people were newcomers, and for villa number 36, whether they were enemies or friends was still unknown. Simply revealing all their cards so easily was tantamount to a suicidal act for them.
But if he didn't speak, who knew how much longer the metal door would be knocked on? Clearing his throat, Lin Wancheng finally responded, it's just the two of us men, and my sister. Zhang Liye quickly recorded in his notebook, name, age, do you have abilities, what was your profession before the end of the world, what skills do you have?
Lin Qianhuan, 27 years old, wind ability user, worked in business before the end of the world, no skills. Lin Wancheng, 26 years old, gold ability user, lawyer, no skills. Lin Qianhuan, 20 years old, space ability user, student, no skills. Lin Qianhuan shared the information about the three people, but did not reveal Zhang Xing and He Lu's existence. The two of them were the trump cards of villa number 36, not necessary to expose in front of everyone. As for why he spoke so clearly, the main purpose was to deter those lurking with ulterior motives. Two young men in their prime, and they were ability users. Who wouldn't want to come to villa number 36 to seek death if they didn't care about their lives?
Zhang Li's hand holding the pen paused slightly. Both of you are ability users. You are very suitable for patrol work. The pay will certainly be much better than ordinary survivors. If you two are willing to join the patrol team, you won't have to work on the walls, making it much easier. The safety base naturally needed people for security work. Ability users were their first choice. Although this job is a bit dangerous, the pay is good. As long as they don't encounter zombies, it's very easy, and they can show off in front of ordinary people. For most ability users, it was a pretty good choice. Lin Qianhuan spoke to refuse. We do not plan to take jobs inside the safe area, we will go to work on the walls. How many people do we need? Zhang Li felt a bit regretful but did not continue to persuade. You both need to go, the female can rest at home and can also take on some logistical work. I just heard that your sister is a space ability user? She can join the team that goes out searching for supplies, the work is less and easy, and the rewards are very generous. No need, what time do the wall work start? Having his words repeatedly shot down, Zhang Li felt a bit embarrassed. He closed the notebook in his hand and said to the metal gate, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., with 2 hours of break in between. Because this is the duty of every resident in the base, the compensation is only 1 cup of water a day, and no food is provided. The treatment is poor, but the workload is extremely high. However, in the early stages of the base's establishment, the task load was indeed heavy, and it wasn't the officials. This kind of exploitation was naturally unavoidable. Thinking that the walls could also bring benefits to Villa number 36, Lin Qianhuan nodded in agreement. Okay, where do we gather? Villa number 1, just arrived by 5:50, we need to do some pre-work task assignments and preparations. Got it. The conversation finally ended, and the knocking sound disappeared at last. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng returned to Villa number 36 and told Lin Qianhuan what had just happened. They actually planned to establish a safe zone? I thought it would take some time, I didn't expect this group to be so efficient. She was a bit surprised but not shocked. Lin Qianhuan took a big gulp from his cup. They are counting names. I did not disclose Jiang Xing and he lose information. I only mentioned that there are the 3 of us siblings. You should be careful, don't let them go out and cause any trouble. Lin Qianhuan nodded, okay, no problem. But you two will definitely be very tired from working tomorrow. How about we use supplies to make it up to you, and you don't go? Working on the walls is indeed exhausting, not to mention only resting for 2 hours in a day, it requires working 10 hours to finish. With such a workload, it would be a miracle if their hands did not get blisters. She truly did not want her 2 brothers to suffer this hardship. Lin Wancheng lightly patted her shoulder, no need. If we exchange supplies for labor, naturally it will attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. In the future, for any tasks, their first thought will probably be to extort something from Villa number 36. Chapter 77, called Childhood Sweethearts. Although they had plenty of supplies, there was no need to ask for trouble. Seeing that Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wancheng insisted on this, Lin Qianhuan could only agree with a nod. Tomorrow's task was too heavy, so the few of them said no more, washed up, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Qianhuan had slept a long time during the day, so she was not sleepy at night and lay in bed reading. Before she could turn the page, she heard 3 knocks on the door, knock, knock, knock. He Lu? She sat up, put on her slippers, and opened the door. Outside, He Lu stood sweetly in a pink nightgown, her big eyes glistening. What's wrong? Lin Qianhuan was a bit confused and tilted her body to let her in. Taking stock of the furnishings in her room, He Lu obediently sat on the lazy sofa nearby. I can't sleep, and I guessed you couldn't either, so I thought I'd come over and chat. Lin Qianhuan was a bit surprised, casually putting her book on the table, and pulled a pillow into her arms, looking up at her. You want to talk to me about number 5, right? She came over last night but was rejected because Lin Qianhuan was too sleepy. Unexpectedly, she came by again today, indeed it showed perseverance. He Lu shyly nodded, her fingertips twisting the slightly curled ends of her hair, a faint scent of shower gel around her. Go ahead, I'm listening. But I want to tell you first, I won't agree to him moving into Villa number 36. Making her stance clear first, Lin Qianhuan then raised her hand, signaling He Lu to continue. He Lu hurriedly waved her hand, that's not what I mean, don't misunderstand me. Today I used my powers to go to the villa where he lives and talked for a while. I told him you needed to find number 7 in A306, and he followed the army to the Kyoto safe zone to look for clues. Lin Qianhuan was somewhat shocked, why is he helping me? He Lu blinked, because you are my best friend, and I told him you would protect me well. She sat beside Lin Qianhuan with a smile, I know you don't want to settle in the Kyoto base, but if you don't go, you can't track down number 7 in A306. Coincidentally, number 5 had nothing to do, so he went to Kyoto to help you find those 2 people. He said he would try to bring back news within 2 months, but he might come back empty-handed, so I wanted to give you a heads up. Lin Qianhuan opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. From Yunqing to Kyoto, even before the apocalypse, a drive would take a full 5 hours. After the apocalypse, even traveling with the big group, the dangers on the road were unimaginable. That number 5 was willing to help her was indeed unexpected for Lin Qianhuan. Seeing her silent, Lu comfortingly patted her shoulder. Just rest assured, number 5 is very capable. Even though he is an Earth-type ability user, his offensive power is not weak. He told me he wouldn't hold a debt of gratitude against you or ask for any reward from you. Lin Qianhuan looked up at Lu. Then what does he want? I don't believe someone who is almost a stranger to me would be willing to go thousands of miles for me. Lu pulled at her collar shyly. He hopes to join your team. Searching for number 7 in A306 is like his stepping stone. You are my good friend, I don't want to leave you, but he doesn't want to leave me, so... Lu rubbed her face, and under the dim yellow nightlight, her cheeks were slightly flushed. Lin Qianhuan smiled helplessly. You came to my room late at night to show off your love? Of course not. Number 5 is my brother, the most important family member I have in this world. Brother? Does he have blood relations with? Lin Qianhuan chuckled lightly. Have you ever seen my 2 brothers and me holding hands? You and number 5 are nothing but childhood friends. Lu blinked. What's the difference? I can accept my 2 brothers having close lovers. Can you? Can you accept number 5 holding hands and hugging other women? Are you willing to let him pour his love for you into other women? Upon hearing this, Lu's little face scrunched up, shaking her head frantically. I don't want that. Lin Qianhuan nodded knowingly. So, that's the difference. The love between my 2 brothers and me is familial, but your feelings for number 5 should involve both family affection and love, right? Familial affection comes from your daily interactions, while love can naturally be seen from your possessiveness towards each other. Lu, you should think carefully. Lin Qianhuan reached out to rub her soft little face. If you still can't figure out your feelings for number 5, and he ends up being taken away by another girl, don't come to me crying. Lu covered her racing heart in disbelief. I like number 5? Does number 5 like me too? Yes, he likes you. Lin Qianhuan sighed in helplessness. She really didn't want to play the role of a love advisor. But watching these 2 being so clingy in front of her while calling each other siblings truly made her feel a bit exhausted. Lu's big eyes sparkled. So number 5 likes me just like Zhang Xing likes you. Lin Qianhuan coughed violently, choking on her milk, hitting her chest hard, unable to catch her breath. What on earth is this? When did Zhang Xing ever like her? Finally calming down, Lin Qianhuan took a sip of milk to soothe her throat. Don't say things you don't know. You almost scared me to death. It's already late, hurry back to sleep. I have tasks for you tomorrow. Lu pouted, somewhat unhappy. I didn't say anything wrong. Huan doesn't believe me, After saying that, she ran back to her room in her bunny slippers, leaving Lin Qianhuan alone in the room, feeling messy. So inexplicable. A night quickly passed, and the spring days grew brighter and brighter. When Lin Qianhuan woke up, it was already bright outside. She walked downstairs and found breakfast warming in the pot, with her 2 elder brothers gone. She rubbed her sore neck. Fortunately, the gloves, hats, and various tools are all brought. I don't have to deliver them again. Lin Qianhuan brought a bowl of fragrant century egg and lean meat porridge to the dining table, ready to eat, when she suddenly locked eyes with Zhang Xing's amber-colored ones. He seemed to have just gotten up, his dark hair a bit messy. His originally aggressive appearance had somehow softened a lot. Thinking about what Lu said yesterday, Lin Qianhuan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, but she showed no signs of it on her face. Good morning, the porridge is in the pot, you can serve it yourself. She greeted Zhang Xing and silently cursed herself for being so useless. Chapter 78, No Special Treatment Allowed. The little girl was just talking nonsense, why did she actually take it to heart? Lin Qianhuan irritably rubbed her head, just in time to hear cheerful footsteps coming down the stairs. Lu looked very happy, wearing a mint green sweatshirt matched with sky blue jeans. She looked youthful and lively. She hummed a tune and jumped in front of Lin Qianhuan to say good morning. Okay, I'm good. The other party responded perfunctorily and then pointed to the kitchen. The porridge is in the pot. After you finish eating, I have a task for you. Lu, curious, leaned over from the kitchen while serving the porridge. What task? I need you to help me sneak underground. Let's investigate the survivor news in the Emerald City community and eavesdrop on their plans and tasks. Lu sat back down beside her with the porridge. Somewhat excited. Alright, I like this task. So cool. So handsome. So interesting. Lin Qianhuan chuckled softly but did not respond, only quietly finished the porridge in her bowl. She actually had no intention of understanding the future plans of these survivors, but this group setting up a safe zone at Silver Bay Flower Garden would inevitably affect Villa number 36. In case something unusual really happened, she could prepare early. Breakfast was quickly finished, and after tidying up, the 2 planned to sneak to Villa number 1. What should I do today? Zhang Xing called out to Lin Qianhuan, who was halfway buried in the tiles. Do you need me to go with you? No need, just eavesdropping, it's not dangerous.
You stay at home and don't let the outside people find you, everything else is up to you.
If you feel bored, you can go to the study on the 3rd floor and find some books to read.
Lin Qianhuan waved at him, then took He Lu's hand and disappeared into the floor. The villa instantly became quiet, as if even speaking would echo. Zhang Xing paused, then for the first time stepped up the stairs to the floors above the first. A barely perceptible smile lifted the corners of his lips. Although left in the villa to watch over it, his mood was surprisingly good.
Does this mean he was moving a step closer to Lin Qianhuan again? She seems not to be as wary of him as before. That's great. Villa number 1.
He Lu held Lin Qianhuan's hand, taking her to hide under the floor of villa number 1.
The two made no sound, quietly listening to the survivors inside discussing future matters. The residents in villa number 1 were all original inhabitants of Emerald City.
They were the first group to organize the construction of Silver Bay Flower Garden, thus becoming the leaders of the entire villa area. They could be considered as the power center.
A deep male voice spoke, Xiao Zhang, how is the personnel counting going? Zhang Liye stepped forward, holding a thick notebook in his hands.
Report, Captain Zhang, it's almost done, but there is one place still in doubt.
Where?
Villa number 36. When I went to investigate last night, 2 men spoke to me through the door.
They said there are only 3 people living in the villa, but we cannot confirm if this is true. Captain Zhang, sitting on the sofa, furrowed his thick brows slightly, his tone carrying some dissatisfaction. Weren't you all able to go inside and check?
Zhang Liye felt a bit troubled. They didn't open the door, only willing to communicate through the big door with us.
They said they wouldn't open the door and that's that?
No matter if they are new or old residents living in Silver Bay Flower Garden, they are all part of it, no one can make exceptions.
Everyone is working hard on the construction of the safe zone, how can their villa be such a hindrance? Lin Qianhuan rolled her eyes, not letting outsiders into the house became an obstruction to the safe zone construction?
They really placed such a big hat on villa number 36.
Zhang Liye felt a bit nervous. Captain Zhang, please don't rush.
The main issue is that the 3 people in their villa are siblings, and they all have abilities.
One is wind type, one is gold type, and one is space type. Captain Zhang looked a bit surprised. Really? Bring me the investigation form for villa number 36, I want to take a look.
Zhang Liye quickly opened the notebook in his hand and handed it to Captain Zhang Jianguo. He carefully read the records on it, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Not bad, villa number 36 is so strong, it can add bricks and tiles to the construction of Silver Bay Flower Garden. Send the first 2 people out to patrol, and send that woman to search for supplies. Zhang Liye felt a bit troubled upon hearing this. He rubbed his hands. I already said this yesterday, but they disagreed. They said they would do the necessary work but had no intention of joining our patrol team or supply search team.
Zhang Jianguo stroked his stubble on his face. Didn't you tell them the benefits are quite good? I said it, but they still had no reaction, insisting not to join. Bang!
With a heavy sound, Zhang Jianguo slammed his hand on the coffee table in front of him.
What's wrong with villa number 36? Do they think they are great just because they are locals?
Now, with the zombie outbreak, it is a critical moment, and they still have the mind to consider these trivial matters.
Shouldn't they actively respond to the call of the Safe Zones organization?
One by one, they truly have no broader vision. He was clearly very angry, his slightly plump body rising and falling continuously, with thick eyebrows knitted tightly together like ink. Zhang Liye felt somewhat helpless. They do indeed have the capital to be proud. After all, the whole family consists of superhumans. Today when 2 men from villa number 36 reported in, I paid special attention. Their complexions were rosy, and their clothes and hair were clean. It's obvious their living conditions are quite good. I guess they look down on the little supplies given by the patrol team. A woman's voice spoke up beside him. Yes, Captain Zhang, I followed them last night. Their wall is at least 5 meters high. The metal gate is very solid. Even if we don't come to build Silver Bay Garden, they actually wouldn't need to worry about safety. Zhang Jianguo's eyes widened in anger, glaring at her fiercely.
Is this a reason? With such good living conditions, shouldn't they contribute more?
You all claim to want to do your best to build a beautiful home in the apocalypse. How can you speak for villa number 36, which lacks a broader vision?
Haven't you heard the saying, those who can do more, should bear more responsibility? He spoke with a bit of heartfelt meaning. Haven't you seen?
Those incoming survivors can't even get enough to eat or wear, but even so, they are still struggling to survive.
But villa number 36? No broader vision, no foresight. The most critical is the lack of a spirit of selfless dedication. People like this can be considered impressive if they survive more than half a year in the apocalypse.
Zhang Liye and the woman who spoke exchanged glances, and both ceased to argue, letting Zhang Jianguo speak passionately on his own.
Who can't tell that he wants to get some benefits from villa number 36? Everyone was just too lazy to expose him because of face. Chapter 79, No Further Entanglement.
While living in Emerald City, Zhang Jianguo relied on his silver tongue to paint a big picture for the survivors and the whole community. Although he was timid, feared trouble, and greedy for money, he did indeed have some leadership ability. Under his call, the survivors of Emerald City built walls, blocking zombies out, successfully winning a sliver of survival amidst the horde.
With the improvement of the living environment, the quality of life naturally rose accordingly.
The survivors in Emerald City worked together to search for resources outside and build their home inside. Life was thriving. But all these accomplishments were taken by Zhang Jianguo for himself, gaining unanimous praise amongst the survivors through the contributions of others. Because of this, he was respected by the survivors in Emerald City and called Captain Zhang. This trip to the gathering spot was also organized solely by Zhang Jianguo, but unfortunately, they still could not arrive before 10 o'clock. Returning to Emerald City, the road ahead would surely be fraught with danger. That's why he decided to rebuild a civilian base in Silver Bay Garden. The feeling of being surrounded by people made him a little lightheaded. Now, there were nearly 1,500 survivors in Silver Bay Garden. Just the residents of Emerald City alone numbered over 200. Therefore, Zhang Jianguo held absolute power in Silver Bay Garden. The room was silent, no one was responding to him. Lin Qianhuan was rolling her eyes underground, wishing to burst. If it weren't for wanting to gather more information, she would have already exposed her presence. He directly jumped out and gave that arrogant man 2 big slaps. Feeling tired, Zhang Jianguo picked up a water cup next to him and angrily drank a big cup of water.
Let's not talk about Villa 36 for now. How is our supply situation?
The survivors of Emerald City had indeed hoarded quite a bit of supplies, but it was clearly not enough for over 1,500 survivors. That's why, even though building walls was hard work, the survivors who came to work couldn't even get half a steamed bun. Zhang Jianguo had no power to distribute supplies, so he could only use talk to manipulate the survivors, making them willingly work for free. Among the crowd, a tall man with a buzz cut stepped forward.
The man's surname was Gao and his name was Gao Yuan, a person with metal-type abilities.
Because his abilities were strong, he was appointed by Zhang Jianguo as the captain of the supply search team. Right now, we are still eating from the old stock, and although there are fewer zombies in the eastern suburbs, there are no large supermarkets nearby. To find supplies will take a lot of time and effort. To look for supplies, we need to go to the city center, but we only have 2 cars and not much gasoline left.
So?
Yao Yuan's words abruptly stopped, but the meaning was already very clear. Zhang Jianguo felt fury boiling inside him, but Gao Yuan was a metal-type ability user and the strongest person in Emerald City. Zhang Jianguo was angry but did not dare to vent his anger on Gao Yuan. Calming his tone, he spoke sincerely, "Captain Gao, you are the backbone of the supply team and also the person I trust and admire the most. We need to take care of not only the people in Emerald City but also thousands of homeless survivors. Sai, let's do this. You first take a team to search if there are any cars in the villa area that can still be driven.
With a means of transportation, we can barely solve our urgent problems."
Gao Yuan nodded in agreement, then turned to leave Villa 1 with his subordinates, heading to the garages of the other villas to search for vehicles.
Zhang Jianguo tidied his sparse hair and stood up to straighten out his ill-fitting black suit.
"Little Zhang, take me to find those 2 men at Villa 36.
Zhang Liya quickly stood up and led him toward the outer wall.
Lin Qianhuan naturally understood that staying here would yield no more results, so she had He Lu take her back to Villa 36. Once back on the sofa, she unconsciously tapped her fingers on the armrest, her lips curling into a sarcastic smile. Zhang Xing, holding a book, came to sit beside her after hearing the noise.
"What's wrong? Did you find anything?"
Lin Qianhuan leaned back in her chair and let out a weary sigh. "Not bad, at least now we know the basic situation of Silver Bay Flower Garden. I reckon we'll have plenty to do in the future since that Captain Zhang isn't a good person." Zhang Xing got up and came behind her, putting his hands on her shoulders to massage them gently.
"Do you need me to take care of him?"
Feeling a hint of soreness in her shoulders, Lin Qianhuan shook her head. "No need, because with his leadership, Silver Bay Flower Garden still has some order. If this guy dies, over 1,000 survivors would be without direction, and the troubles would far exceed what we have now. Zhang Jianguo is not a good person, but his actions are more beneficial than harmful for Silver Bay Flower Garden and all the survivors." Lin Qianhuan raised her eyes to check the time and found it was already 9:50. From 10 to 12 o'clock is the workers' break time, and soon her brothers would be heading home. She thought for a moment, then took out a pre-packaged beer duck from her space and put it in the pot to heat up. She had no talent for cooking, but fortunately, she had stocked up enough supplies in her space, so she didn't have to wait for her brothers to come home to cook. Closed the doors and windows tightly, Lin Qianhuan finally relaxed, took out a cup of milk tea and drank it happily. The beer duck in the pot was bubbling, and she faintly heard a knocking sound at the door.
"Zhang Xing, is someone knocking at the door?"
she asked, and the other party opened the window a crack to listen carefully, then nodded.
Lin Qianhuan stood up and walked to the front door. "Who is it?"
A rough, hoarse voice came from outside. "Hello, I am from the resource search team, my name is Qianhuan." Lin Qianhuan immediately thought of the conversation between Zhang Jianguo and a man in Villa Number 1, and naturally understood Qianhuan's intention. However, she could not directly reveal it, or it would expose herself.
Is there something you need? Qianhuan replied, I want to ask if you have any cars that can still run normally?
We need to requisition one for our resource search.
If you have gasoline, that would be good too. Lin Qianhuan replied calmly, no.
Hearing her say this, Qianhuan was not actually surprised. After all, there are very few people who can still afford to keep a car in the apocalypse, and Lin Qianhuan's refusal did not lead to further entanglement.
Okay, sorry to bother you.
After saying this, he and the two team members left, heading to the next villa to inquire. After returning indoors and sitting for a while, Lin Qianhuan turned the heat down to low and heard the knocking sound again. Looking at the time, it should be Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing returning. She hurriedly ran to open the door, and the two men stood outside, covered in dirt, with grime and mud all over the exposed parts. Come in quickly, take a shower and then eat, you two worked hard. Lin Qianhuan felt a bit of heartache as she welcomed them in, climbing up to the rooftop water tank to fill it with water.
Chapter 80 I want to join the fun.
Ever since the space unlocked the well, they no longer had to worry about water issues. However, Lin Qianhuan always needed to climb to the top floor to transport the well water to the storage unit before it could be used normally in the entire villa. Though it was a bit troublesome, it was much cleaner than rainwater. After the two brothers returned to their bedroom and took a shower, they came down to eat.
Lin Qianhuan checked their hands one by one. Fortunately, there were no injuries. You must be tired, let's eat quickly.
Lin Qianhuan served the two some rice and got chopsticks. The five sat around the dining table and started eating lunch. Lin Qianhuan took a bite of rice, and his anger had not yet faded. This morning, a guy who calls himself Captain Zhang came looking for us. Lin Qianhuan knew about this matter and was not surprised.
What did he say to you two?
Talking about this topic, Lin Wanqing, who was focused on eating, became interested, wrinkling his nose in disgust. He went on at length, talking about how we should contribute more since we have the ability, spouting all kinds of moral nonsense. It was giving me a headache.
Lin Qianhuan chuckled lightly. Didn't you fight back? Lin Wanqing smirked, serving her a duck leg. Do you think it's possible?
Your second brother just had to say a few words, and he turned that old man's face green.
I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, second brother. Lin Qianhuan grinned and took a bite of meat. Her mood instantly brightened.
She paused for a moment, then suddenly thought to ask, by the way, how long will it take to build this wall? I saw that there were not few workers. Silver Bay Garden is not that big, it shouldn't take too long, right?
Lin Qianhuan, it will take time. Lin Qianhuan, why? What happened?
He sighed and answered gloomily, the workload is too big, and there is a lack of materials, which will definitely delay the construction time. Plus, 9 out of 10 survivors who came to build the wall are starving, let alone doing such hard labor. This morning, your second brother and I saw several who fainted from hunger and exhaustion. Lin Qianhuan was not surprised that the construction period would be delayed, but she did not expect the consequences to be so severe.
What happened to those survivors who fainted? Lin Qianhuan scoffed, that guy isn't responsible at all.
Seeing someone pass out, he just throws them onto the ground without a care, waiting for them to wake up before getting back to work. The most he does is give them some water to drink, and then he still deducts it from today's wages.
Lin Qianhuan replied, great, even Zhou Bapai isn't as ruthless as him? Building a wall at Emerald City is convenient and quick, but it doesn't work at Silver Bay Garden at all.
When Emerald City was building the outer walls, it was right at the start of the apocalypse. Every household had some food stored, so building walls was a good thing, especially since they were still able to keep up physically. But now it has been a long time, and there are very few survivors who can even eat a full meal in a day. Their tired and hungry bodies are not fit for such hard labor, not to mention they aren't even given food in return. Lin Qianhuan bit down on the bamboo chopsticks at the corner of her mouth and asked, when do you think a survivor riot will happen?
I guess it will be this afternoon. Lin Wanqing answered while gnawing on a duck leg, but Lin Qianhuan shook his head. I guess it already started now.
Lin Qianhuan chuckled softly, you all keep eating, I'm going to join the fun.
How could she miss such a scene?
Putting aside her desire to watch the excitement, she also needed to understand the changes in Zhang Jianguo's plan for transforming Silver Bay Garden.
If the wall can't continue, what new demands will he propose?
If she had known earlier about Villa number 36, she could have been prepared. Lin Qianhuan stood up, looked at her clean houseclothes, and after a moment of thought, took out a dirty fleece sweatshirt and jeans from her storage space that she had gotten while hunting zombies. Rolling in the dirt pile of the garden with the two pieces of clothing, she then put on a pair of ill-fitting rain boots. The whole outfit made her look awkward, but it somewhat matched with the lower-class survivors. There are survivors outside who can't even eat or dress warmly. She didn't want to stand out and attract trouble for Villa number 36.
This morning, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing were wearing enhanced clothes, so she couldn't be too conspicuous, could she? Putting on a hat and mask, Lin Qianhuan went out to gather information around Villa Number 1. As expected, the area was crowded with skinny survivors. Stuck on the outer circle and unable to hear any useful information, Lin Qianhuan gritted her teeth and squeezed through the crowd to get inside. Finally reaching the inner circle, she could clearly see Zhang Jianguo's current situation. What little hair he had left was roughly pulled out by a woman, taking a chunk of his scalp with it. His large and baggy suit was covered in dirt, making him look disheveled and miserable. My husband passed out while working, and you actually dared to just throw him on the ground without caring. After someone kindly gave him a sip of water, you still deducted it from his wages. Are you even human? The woman had a muscular physique, she looked like a power revolver. Her face was filled with anger, hitting Zhang Jianguo without mercy. The patrol team was stationed around, while the scavenging team was out looking for vehicles and gasoline. Now in Villa Number 1 were only ordinary people without abilities, unable to protect Zhang Jianguo at all. Damn it, I thought you were a good person, organizing everyone to repair the walls for our own good. But in the end, you don't even value ordinary workers' lives. What are you even talking about building a beautiful home together? It's all just nonsense. The strength of the power revolver goes without saying, as her fists, the size of cooking pots, landed on Zhang Jianguo repeatedly, beating him like a stray dog. Surrounding survivors clapped and cheered, clearly harboring great resentment toward Zhang Jianguo. Although over 200 survivors among them were from Emerald City, the remaining 1,300 didn't buy Zhang Jianguo's act at all. If his actions were harmful to them with no benefit, then who is willing to listen to this guy's orders? Lin Qianhuan stood by, arms crossed, watching the show, occasionally cheering along with the crowd. After he got tired from being beaten, the woman finally stopped, but Zhang Jianguo fell to the ground, unable to get up. I'll give you one more chance. If you dare to use those official words to fool me again, you'll see how I will deal with you. If you want us to listen to you, you better show some real action and not waste our time with trivial matters. In this apocalyptic world, who has it easy while trying to survive? I thought you sent someone over to recruit people to build walls out of goodwill, but instead, you're treating us like fools? Lin Qianhuan stood to the side, quietly listening to the woman's furious roar, feeling admiration in her heart. In the apocalypse, women were labeled as weak and easily bullied, constantly suffering from unfair treatment. But this woman in front of her not only awakened her abilities but also dared to challenge someone like Zhang Jianguo, who had power and connections. She was not just fighting for her own interests but also helping all the survivors living in Silver Bay Garden. Chapter 81, So Fierce and Strong. Seeing the woman finally stop, the survivors hiding in Villa Number 1 rushed over to help the gasping Zhang Jianguo up. Captain Zhang, are you okay? Quick, someone go get medicine to clean Captain Zhang's wounds. Help him inside, hurry, move faster. Zhang Jianguo was slumped on the ground, feeling like cursing, but all he could taste was the strong metallic flavor of blood. You pretending to be useless. Slowly finishing his words, he shivered and fainted. Lin Qianhuan almost burst out laughing as she watched. It seemed the survivors in Silver Bay City weren't truly there to help Zhang Jianguo, they were just going through the motions because of his connections and reputation. If they genuinely considered Zhang Jianguo a leader, how could they hide in the villa, watching his disgrace? And they only rushed to help when he was nearly beaten to death. Zhang Jianguo was half-dragged into Villa Number 1, and then a man in a dark green short-sleeve shirt walked out. He bowed deeply to the survivors surrounding the villa, bending his waist deeply. I'm sorry, everyone, for the scare. This operation was poorly prepared by us, causing everyone to suffer together, this is our fault. He bowed deeply again, his attitude genuinely sincere. The repair of the walls will temporarily stop. We will send people to guard the 3 entrances of Silver Bay Garden, keeping the zombies out. As for the supply issue, anyone wanting to team up to go out can sign up with Captain Gao Yuan at Villa Number 3. Currently, the safe zone is in its early construction phase, and there are many problems and troubles. But I, Lu Shouzheng, swear here that such absurd things will never happen again in the future, please forgive us for this momentary oversight. Lu Shouzheng looked to be in his 40s, stable in his work, and spoke clearly, barely calming the anger of the nearby survivors. The crowd gradually dispersed, but Lin Qianhuan did not directly turn to leave, instead, she walked up to Lu Shouzheng. He looked somewhat tired, with many silver strands mixed in his black hair. Hello, may I ask what you need? Lu Shouzheng had sunken eye sockets and cracked lips, clearly having undergone considerable hardships, appearing extremely fatigued. But when he saw Lin Qianhuan, a survivor approaching for help, he patiently stopped to ask. I'd like to ask, what was your position in the original Silver Bay City? During the survivor riot, he had spoken to stabilize the situation when the staff were in chaos. It seems he was some kind of leader back in Silver Bay City, right? Lin Qianhuan was not mistaken. Lu Shouzheng paused for a moment after hearing her question, then finally responded. I am the vice captain, why are you asking this?
Lin Qianhuan smiled knowingly. It's nothing, just thought you were more suitable than Zhang Jianguo to be the base leader of the security base.
Lu Shouzheng smiled bitterly. Base leader? It's not important at all. I just hope the survivors' lives can be a little better. Fame, status, power, what do they even mean? They're just empty titles.
Lin Qianhuan tilted her head and smiled lightly. After saying goodbye, she turned and left. Lu Shouzheng stood there, confused by her words. But thinking of Zhang Jianguo, who was covered in wounds, he still anxiously ran back to Villa Number 1 to take care of him. Lin Qianhuan left, and by chance, she followed the woman who had beaten Zhang Jianguo. A thin and short man was walking beside her, speaking with disgust as he lectured the woman.
Huang Suelio, what am I supposed to say about you? All I did was faint from hunger. Why are you taking it out on Captain Zhang? I'm not dead. You made such a scene, how will I ever fit in with the men again? Now who wouldn't laugh at me for having a wife who looks like a gorilla? Damn, this is so humiliating.
Huang Suelio's strong and tall body could clearly knock the man away with a single punch, but she still patiently explained in a gentle voice.
I'm not just angry because you fainted. The key is that Zhang Jianguo doesn't even see us ordinary survivors as humans.
10 hours of work a day, and he only gives us 1 cup of water, not even half a bun. This is nothing but exploitation.
There are so many survivors.
If I don't speak up, everyone will just keep being controlled by Zhang Jianguo, and that would be terrible. The man angrily kicked her, but his strength, compared to a strength-enhanced person, was nothing more than an itch.
Stop talking nonsense. Huang Suelio, you're a woman. Look around, ask anyone, which woman is as strong and muscular as you? Look at all those muscles on your body, it makes me sick. None of the men are saying anything, so what are you, a woman, trying to act tough for?
Other men's wives are gentle and homely, and look at you, you're built like a pig.
Do you know how the other men laugh at me behind my back? You've completely ruined my face.
The man continued to hit and curse Huang Suelio on the street, drawing curious glances from passers-by. But he seemed to enjoy this feeling, as if his own insecurities and incompetence vanished in the gazes of others. Lin Qianhuan quietly followed behind the two, watching this farce, her eyes growing colder. A weak and useless man, barely surviving in the apocalypse thanks to his wife, who was a strength-enhanced person.
But he didn't know how to be grateful.
Instead, he resented his wife's strength, feeling embarrassed because she was stronger than him.
His insides were rotten, yet he still cared about his face? It was ridiculous. Not taking responsibility for his own incompetence, but resenting his wife for being stronger than him. Such a coward was truly disgusting. The man continued to hit and scold his wife all the way to Villa Number 37 before stopping. He twisted Huang Suelio's arm tightly. Stay here. You can only come in when I feel like it. After saying that, he swaggered into the villa, slamming the door behind him, leaving Huang Suelio standing outside, being pointed at by passers-by. The woman, who had been strong and brave when beating Zhang Jianguo, now had tears in her eyes, and the tears fell onto the ground with a soft plop. She hurriedly wiped her tears away, but her face became bruised and red, looking like a clown. Lin Qianhuan hesitated for a moment, took a tissue out of her pocket, and handed it to her. Wipe your tears, your face is all smudged. Huang Suelio awkwardly took the tissue and wiped her face carelessly, smiling awkwardly at Lin Qianhuan. Sorry, did I scare you? I know I look pretty scary right now. Clearly a woman, but taller and stronger than most men, muscles all over. Lin Qianhuan stood still, carefully looking at her, making Huang Suelio even more uneasy. It had to be admitted, she really was tall, standing among women she looked completely out of place. Chapter 82, Only Strength Speaks. Almost 2 meters tall, clear muscle lines, full of strength, her posture powerful and agile. It did not match most people's idea of a woman, even when completely against it. Lin Qianhuan raised her hand and pinched Huang Suelio's bulging biceps. Who said women must be fair-skinned, young, and slim? Who said women can't be tall? And who said women can't be covered in muscles? Huang Suelio opened her mouth, eyes becoming more sore, even starting to sob uncontrollably. Exactly, who made those rules? But even though I know this truth, they still laugh at me. Women exclude me, men point fingers at me behind my back, I'm like a freak. My husband says I embarrass him. He doesn't even want to talk to me when we walk outside. Lin Qianhuan handed her another tissue. Why do you care what they think? If you don't like someone, just hit them. Like how you hit Zhang Jianguo. Why can you fight for all the survivors' welfare, but can't stand up for yourself in front of others? Huang Suelio's eyes were filled with tears, but... Lin Qianhuan made a timeout gesture, but what? No buts. You can crush a zombie's head with one punch. Can those people who laugh at you do that? They're jealous of your power but can't hurt you for real, so they only dare to attack you with words. Do you know how to fix this? Huang Suelio shook her head.
She was over 40 years old, but standing in front of Lin Qianhuan, she looked like a scolded schoolgirl.
Beat them into submission. Whoever makes you unhappy, hit them. Your fists aren't just for killing zombies.
They can also send those weak and cruel people straight to hell. Lin Qianhuan wasn't someone who liked meddling, but she was hot-tempered and never took any losses. Huang Suelio was clearly a strong and brave power evolver, but she was crushed by normal people's gossip. This made Lin Qianhuan feel a strange kind of anger. In the apocalypse, female ability users were always looked down on and disrespected. Even someone like her, with awakened mental powers, wasn't treated any better. In her last life, she also doubted herself. But eventually, she understood one thing. In the apocalypse, only strength speaks. Those people who mocked her only did it for one reason. Because she wasn't ruthless enough.
Never try to prove yourself. Never live under others' eyes. If you don't like someone, kill them.
If one isn't enough, kill 10.
Then everyone will fear you. Who would still dare to mock you? Who would still dare to say in front of her, Lin Qianhuan, that female ability users are weaker than men? If anyone dared, they better be ready to lose their heads.
Huang Suelio listened to Lin Qianhuan's words, her eyes full of disbelief. The girl in front of her sounded gentle, but her words were completely unfamiliar and harsh. This contrast made Huang Suelio stunned and speechless. Just then, two men walked over from a distance with arms around each other, finally stopping at the fence of Villa number 37.
One of them winked and looked at Huang Suelio. Yo, Hero Huang got punished by her husband again?
Look at all those muscles on you, even bigger than your man's.
I don't know how you two even.
He glanced at the man beside him, then both burst out laughing. The other man laughed so hard he couldn't catch his breath. Just don't crush your man to death.
Isn't that right, everyone?
The words of the two struck Huang Chuelu like a slap, hard against her face. Their laughter was undoubtedly the sharpest knife, each cut hitting her painful spot. Having said enough, Lin Qianhuan did not plan to personally step in to solve Huang Chuelu's trouble. At this point, whether to resist or continue to endure was entirely her choice. Lin Qianhuan stood quietly to the side, just about to turn and leave when she heard a sleazy voice.
Oh, where is the survivor from which villa? You look so unfamiliar. Why are you wearing a mask and hat? Take them off and chat with us, get closer.
The man who first mocked Huang Chuelu extended his hand towards Lin Qianhuan, but it was firmly grabbed by a pair of large hands in midair.
It was Huang Chuelu.
Anger and fire surged in her eyes. More than her own humiliation, Lin Qianhuan's situation seemed to anger her even more. She's just a little girl, how do you men in your 30s have the face to bother her?
Get lost now.
Huang Chuelu stepped aside to shield Lin Qianhuan behind her, firmly blocking the gazes of the two men. Her strength was immense. The man whose wrist she held screamed, "It hurts.
It's killing me. You gorilla, let go of me.
If you don't let go, I'll report you to your husband." But Huang Chuelu refused to back down, twisting the man's arm even harder, apologized to her. Another man hurried forward to mediate, but he was so thin that he fell to the ground with just a light push from Huang Chuelu, unable to get back up.
Ah. It hurts. I apologize.
I'm sorry, I was rude, I'm in pain.
I'm sorry, is that enough?
Hearing the man finally relent, Huang Chuelu released his hand and pushed him hard. The man fell helplessly to the ground, clutching his wrist and wailing. As Huang Chuelu turned to comfort Lin Qianhuan, she suddenly saw a sharp tang knife appear in her hand. The knife was drawn. With a flash of cold light, the man who had just been screaming in pain was now lifeless. His head rolled into the middle of the street, causing screams to erupt. Lin Qianhuan shook the blood from the tip of her knife and put the tang knife back into her space. She looked up at Huang Chuelu. Anyone who tries to harm me in any way will meet this fate.
I will never care about others' opinions of me because I know I'm strong.
Huang Chuelu blinked in a daze, her eyes reflecting a hint of envy and longing as she looked at Lin Qianhuan. She wished she could live so freely and boldly too. Just as she was about to turn to leave, Lin Qianhuan hesitated, took out a heavy octagonal hammer from her space, and handed it over. You have great strength, knives and swords are not really suitable for you.
Keep this hammer, it's convenient for whatever you want to do. Huang Chuelu was a bit surprised and carefully picked up the hammer at her feet. Is it for me?
Lin Qianhuan nodded. Thank you for instinctively protecting me just now, consider it a gift. After saying that, she turned and left, returning to villa number 36 without looking back. The heavy octagonal hammer weighed a full 15 pounds, for both ability users and ordinary people, it was not easy to wield, let alone used to kill zombies. But for Huang Chuelu, a power enhancer, this heavy weapon was perfect, and she would definitely be able to unleash its full power. Using it to smash whoever she disliked was much more convenient than using her fists. Back in villa number 36, the bowls and chopsticks on the table had already been cleaned up. Lin Qianhuan sat back on the sofa, making herself a cup of green tea. The tea leaves rolled up and down in the boiling water, releasing a fresh aroma that could calm anyone down just by smelling it. After a busy morning, Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanshang both felt a bit tired and had already returned to their bedroom for a nap. Lin Qianhuan held the teacup and took a light sip, listening to the footsteps approaching from behind.
Just back?
Zhang Xing, wearing slippers, walked to her side and sat down naturally.
Lin Qianhuan nodded. Yes, someone might come to knock on the door later.
Zhang Xing got up to fetch his water cup, reaching it out to Lin Qianhuan, his face openly displaying several bold characters.
Share, little.
Lin Qianhuan was also generous, pouring half a cup of tea into his water cup.
The tea was clear, fragrant, and inviting. Zhang Xing took a satisfied sip before asking, "Who's coming?" "I just killed a man who wanted to lay hands on me." In full view of everyone, those people in the Emerald City must maintain appearances. They want to build Silver Bay Flower Garden into a safe zone, and they cannot tolerate open street killings. Even if they can't do anything to me, they will probably come to my door to put on a show and nag a bit. Zhang Xing frowned, feeling very dissatisfied. It's just killing a person? Besides, he deserved to die.
Lin Qianhuan chuckled lightly. Outside the safe zone, life and death depend on fate. Wealth and honor are decided by heaven.
Inside the safe zone, there must be a facade of peace and tranquility.
For those in power, ordinary survivors can be killed at will.
But only one thing must be clear: people must die outside the safe zone. Just as her voice fell, through the slightly opened window, the two heard the sound of knocking, banging, banging. They're quite fast. Lin Qianhuan walked to the metal door. Who?
Wang Hailong, captain of the security patrol team.
Someone said you killed a person in the street. Open the door to cooperate with our investigation.
The man's voice was filled with arrogant superiority, his tone prolonged, exuding an air of pride.
Lin Qianhuan leaned lightly against the metal door. I killed the man, but I did it because he wanted.
Wang Hailong interjected, cutting off her words with a click of his tongue.
What does it matter what he wanted? He didn't succeed. Why do you have the right to kill him?
Lin Qianhuan scoffed. So what you're saying is, I only have the right to act against him if he succeeds, right? Wang Hailong was displeased with Lin Qianhuan's retort, and he raised his foot to rudely kick the metal door.
What are you shouting about?
Stop throwing around all those nonsense. Give me 20 jin of food, and this matter of killing will be swept under the rug.
If you can't come up with that food, you can go directly to Villa number 15 for confinement. Whenever your family gathers 20 jin of food, that's when you come out.
Lin Qianhuan chuckled softly and opened the metal door, stepping boldly in front of Wang Hailong.
Can I buy your life with 20 jin of food?
No, it's more like a barking puppy that isn't worth 20 jin of food. Her smile was gentle, her appearance stunning, but her words made Wang Hailong tremble with rage.
You bitch. Cheap whore. Today I will make you feel my strength. I will kill you.
A fireball appeared in his palm, and in his rage, he hurled two flames toward Lin Qianhuan, only for her to easily dodge.
The next second, a cold blade was pressed against his neck. What did you just say? Who killed whom?
Lin Qianhuan tightened her grip on the tang dao, the blade sinking into Wang Hailong's neck, blood dripping down the blade. Every struggle he made only brought more severe pain.
You dirty whore, let me go. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? My brother-in-law is Zhang Jianguo. Do you still want to hang around Silver Bay Flower Garden?
Even faced with death, Wang Hailong still refused to back down, spouting words that were utterly unbearable. The commotion in front of Villa number 36 quickly attracted a number of onlookers among the survivors. After receiving the news, Lu Shouzheng, who was handling affairs in Villa number 1, arrived late. He rushed to Lin Qianhuan, looking at the nearly lifeless Wang Hailong, his hands trembling slightly.
This young lady, don't act impulsively. If there's something, tell me. This is a life we're talking about. Can you let him go?
Lin Qianhuan raised her gaze to him, her voice cold yet steady. You regard his life as important, but does he regard the lives of ordinary survivors as important? As the captain of the patrol security team, he can't tell right from wrong, only thinking about extracting supplies from survivors. He came to investigate but didn't inquire about the cause of the incident, only wanting me to hand over supplies to make things right.
I want to ask, is this the common method your Emerald City uses to handle matters? Lu Shouzheng opened his mouth but couldn't say a word.
Because what Lin Qianhuan said was the truth, and he was powerless to change it. Zhang Jianguo gathered the people's hearts, while Wang Hailong quickly organized a patrol security team using his connections from before the apocalypse. The two, one with culture and the other with power, firmly held Emerald City in their hands. Wang Hailong was a fire ability user, and those under him, whose backgrounds were unclear, also had their own skills, many of whom had awakened abilities. Although he had done many bad things with his men, when faced with a horde of zombies, survivors still had to rely on the protection of the patrol security team. Compared to being oppressed and bullied, the survivors of Emerald City were more afraid of losing their lives to zombies. Therefore, even with resentment in their hearts, no one dared to rise up against them. Seeing Lu Shoujing silent, Lin Qianhuan smiled lightly, her eyes full of mockery. You are still shouting about establishing a safe zone in Silver Bay Flower Garden.
The mess left by Emerald City hasn't even been resolved. What right do you have to take over Silver Bay Flower Garden? Do you want to turn thousands of survivors into a new batch of victims? Lu Shoujing opened his mouth, a bit weakly saying, that's not what we meant.
Lin Qianhuan's gaze was cold, filled with killing intent. I don't care what you mean or not, it has nothing to do with me. You claim you want to establish a safe zone in Silver Bay Flower Garden, but I see no shadow of any safety zone, only the exploitation and oppression of survivors by Emerald City.
Since you cannot bring real benefits to the survivors, what right do you have to self-righteously control our actions?
You are the authorities of Emerald City, so before you turn Silver Bay Flower Garden into a safety zone, don't reach your hands too far. You haven't given me any benefits but want to put a shackle on me from the second day of entering Silver Bay Flower Garden, commanding me to obey you.
Captain Lu, don't you find this laughable?
Lu Shoujing felt his face turn red, and he had no words to say, only able to nod silently.
Chapter 84, Putting on a Front.
Yes, they declared they would establish the first safe base in Yunqing at Silver Bay Flower Garden. But before the foundation was even seen, they directly treated thousands of survivors as subservient workers. Clearly, they haven't even resolved the mess left by Emerald City, yet they want to become the authorities of Silver Bay Flower Garden.
Who wouldn't say they're daydreaming by looking at this?
The crowd began to whisper, their voices growing louder with the chatter.
Yeah, I also feel something's off. We are not survivors of Emerald City, what right do they have to interfere so much?
We haven't gained any benefits, just built walls for a whole morning for nothing.
And what do we get? They are happily acting as the bosses, treating us as free labor?
Damn, I was really foolish beyond redemption.
We are all survivors, who is more noble than the other?
They moved into Silver Bay Flower Garden and came knocking on doors to take a list, acting like they are the masters.
Do they really think they are the big shots? Exactly.
If we talk about numbers, our Spring River Huaiyue has the most survivors.
Where can their Emerald City come to take charge?
The discussion drowned out Lu Shoujing and made the staff of Emerald City unable to lift their heads. They were used to being in charge in their own neighborhood, but after arriving at Silver Bay Flower Garden, they immediately took up the leader's position. But they lacked the ability, and now they were slapping their own faces. Lin Qianhuan slightly moved her wrist, and Wang Hailong immediately became her prey. The noise outside drew the attention of Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng, who stood to either side of Lin Qianhuan, her greatest support.
I kill, but I never kill innocent people.
Whoever wants to take revenge for Wang Hailong can come now. Lin Qianhuan looked around, but no one dared to step forward.
Wang Hailong's subordinates were merely his buddies from before the apocalypse. Everyone was willing to be powerful together, but when facing death, who would give him another glance?
Lin Qianhuan chuckled and spoke again, Captain Lu, if you want to establish Silver Bay Flower Garden as a safe base for Yunqing, relying solely on your Emerald City is definitely not enough. I advise you to discuss a plan with the other captains from different neighborhoods, otherwise, it will be a waste of effort. Lin Qianhuan stored her tang knife in her space, causing an uproar among the crowd.
Today's matter ends here.
I don't like being disturbed unless necessary, so don't come knocking on Villa number 36 in the future.
She smiled slightly, thank you for your cooperation.
The heavy metal gate was thunderously closed, cutting off the gazes of countless survivors from the outside. Lu Shoujing led the staff of Emerald City back to Villa number 1 with their tails between their legs, and the gathered crowd scattered. Lin Qianhuan sat back on the sofa, holding the already cold cup of water, feeling somewhat helpless. She hadn't intended to make the scene so embarrassing, but the facts were there, and she couldn't ignore them. If she allowed Emerald City to pretend to be strong and issue orders at will in Silver Bay Flower Garden, Villa number 36 would soon be caught in an endless whirlpool.
Lin Qianhuan had no objections to establishing a safe zone in Silver Bay Flower Garden. But setting up a safe zone isn't child's play, it definitely cannot be handled by just 200 people from one neighborhood. If Lu Shoujing were a smart person, he would take Lin Qianhuan's advice and collaborate with the other survivor neighborhoods. If he remained stubborn, Lin Qianhuan would also have to consider whether she should take action to resolve the troublesome situation she found displeasing. She sighed softly, I really overestimated them. Initially thinking that Emerald City only had Zhang Jianguo as trash, who would have thought there was also Wang Hailong, a bullying figure. It seems that turning Silver Bay Flower Garden into a true safe base will take much more time and effort. Lin Qianhuan chuckled, I thought you could endure for a little longer, I didn't expect your fiery temper hasn't changed. Lin Qianhuan smiled a little embarrassedly, but then she heard the sound of the metal gate being knocked again. She frowned impatiently, her mood dropping to the lowest point. Didn't I just say not to knock on Villa number 36's door if nothing is wrong? Who is it again?
Lin Wansheng walked into the monitoring room to check, and before long, he walked out with a face as dark as a pot bottom.
Lin Qianhuan was confused. Who is it, second brother? Why does your face look so awful?
She got up to investigate the situation in the monitoring room, but Lin Wansheng pressed her back onto the sofa. No need to worry, let her knock. Lin Qianhuan raised her eyebrows and made eye contact with Lin Qianhuan sitting beside her.
The latter walked into the monitoring room, followed by bursts of laughter, making Lin Qianhuan even more curious.
Elder brother, who is it?
Lin Qianhuan came out laughing. Your second brother's romantic debt has arrived. TSK, he really has quite the luck with the ladies.
Lin Wansheng erupted in anger. This good fortune is for you, do you want it or not?
No, I can't take it.
Lin Yixian repeatedly waved his hands, no longer wanting to provoke Lin Wansheng's bad mood, and went back to the kitchen to start cutting fruit. Lin Qianhuan thought carefully, and finally recalled the woman's name from the memory that had been thrown into the corner.
Sun Mo Li, right?
Lin Wansheng's face darkened further, and after holding it in for a long time, he replied with a grunt.
Lin Qianhuan waved her hand nonchalantly. Let her knock. We just need to close the windows and we won't hear her voice, right?
She got up and closed the first floor windows, and the sobbing cries finally disappeared.
Lin Wansheng's tightly furrowed brows also relaxed a bit.
But Sun Mo Li, outside the door of Villa 36, was unaware of the reactions of those inside. She was here on a mission, and today, she had to knock open this metal door.
A Shang, open the door. It's me, Lili, I came to find you. A Shang, I have never forgotten you. It was my fault back then, I couldn't keep walking with you, but I'm back now. You don't need to be sad anymore, your Lili is back.
Lin Yixian heard the voice from outside through the crack of the kitchen window and looked at Lin Wansheng, bursting into a laugh.
The other person looked puzzled. What are you doing?
Lin Yixian wore a mysterious expression. A Shang, you don't need to be strong anymore, your strength has come.
Lin Wansheng angrily threw a cushion at him. Are you disgusting?
Lin Qianhuan watched the two of them play around but was thinking about something else in her heart. The fifth had gone to the safe base in Kyoto, and she didn't know how things were going. Although it had only been less than 2 days, she was still somewhat worried. For He Lu, the fifth was of great significance, and if anything happened to him on the road. Lin Qianhuan closed her eyes, unwilling to think further, simply praying that the fifth was lucky and safe, returning to Yunchang. Current limited time task, please find wild ginseng ×1 and plant it in the Spirit Spring space in time, limited to 2 days.
Task reward, firefly grass seeds ×1. Chapter 85. We depart now.
The mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang out, causing Lin Qianhuan to jump up, her eyes wide open.
What did you say? Wild ginseng? 2 days?
She was almost about to collapse, her tone rising sharply. Wild ginseng is distributed in the northeast of China, but I'm in Yunchang.
You want me to find a wild ginseng in 2 days? Do you think I'm a god?
But the system had already fallen silent, ignoring Lin Qianhuan's shouts and screams without any response. She helplessly slumped back onto the sofa, her mind a messy tangle. Driving from Yunchang to the Changbai Mountain in northeast China was a wild fantasy. Lin Qianhuan could only focus on the wild mountains in the northern part of Yunchang. This was her only way to access wild ginseng. Noticing Lin Qianhuan's unease, Lin Yixian walked out of the kitchen and placed the freshly cut fruit platter in front of her.
What's wrong? You don't look too good.
Lin Qianhuan took a fork from him and picked up a piece of seedless watermelon to eat. Big brother, I plan to head to the wild mountains in the northern part of Yunchang this afternoon.
Lin Yixian looked puzzled. What are you going to do in the wild mountains? Digging for wild ginseng. Lin Wansheng, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa, also leaned over. Wild ginseng. Are you out of your mind? He reached out to feel Lin Qianhuan's forehead, then touched his own. You're not sick, why are you talking nonsense? Do you think wild ginseng is that easy to find? Just any wild mountain can let you dig one?
Lin Qianhuan rubbed her temples, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I can only try my luck, there's no other way.
She couldn't just ignore this task, could she? Lin Yixian sighed softly. Since you want to go, your second brother and I won't stop you.
But the wild mountains you mentioned are located at the junction of Yunchang and Xuanzhou, basically still undeveloped. Let alone whether or not you can find wild ginseng, just going up and down the mountain isn't an easy task. The wild mountain was called Camel Bell Mountain. Most of the mountain is hard rock and various wild grass, with no value for development. A large area is bare, only at the mountain top can some sparse trees and grass be seen, the rest is dry cracked stone and hard soil. Few locals from Yuncheng go there, after all, the scenery is not beautiful, and the road up the mountain is steep and highly dangerous.
Lin Qianhuan nodded. I know, but as long as we go, we will gain something, right?
No matter how much or whether it's good or bad, for me, I must try it to know. Seeing Lin Qianhuan insist, Lin Yixian and Lin Wansheng said no more.
In that case, the three of us will go together. Lin Yixian said, many hands make light work, we wouldn't return empty-handed.
Lin Qianhuan was about to nod in agreement, but hesitated. So many survivors are flooding into Silver Bay Garden.
If our whole family goes out, who will guard the villa?
If someone breaks into the villa to loot and destroy while they are gone, Lin Qianhuan might be furious when she returns.
This was indeed a matter that couldn't be overlooked. He Lu, who was sitting nearby eating watermelon, silently raised his hand. I can stay at home. Anyway, you don't need me to gather mountain ginseng, it's better to leave me here to watch the house. Lin Qianhuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Your ability can only protect yourself. If someone really breaks into the villa, you won't be able to stop them.
It's a small matter if the villa is lost, but if anything happens to you, 5 will come back from the Kyoto base and surely fight with me. She turned to Jiang Xing. You and Lu will stay at home. If anyone tries to sneak into the villa or break in, just kill them without holding back. Jiang Xing is strong enough, with him around, no one would succeed. Hearing Lin Qianhuan's words, He Lu shook his head repeatedly. I don't want to be left alone with him in the villa, he will definitely bully me when you're not here. Jiang Xing rolled his eyes at this, and the two faced off, making the atmosphere tense immediately.
Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but feel a headache.
These two troublemakers really wouldn't give way to each other. Lin Qianhuan lightly tapped the coffee table with his finger. I'll stay at the villa with He Lu, and you 3 can go together.
After all, your second brother's ex-girlfriend is crying and yelling at the door all day, leaving him at home might drive him crazy. He looked at Lin Wancheng with an expression of I'm good to you, right?
But the other person rolled his eyes and turned away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Lin Qianhuan found it amusing, but this plan was indeed the most feasible. Alright, big brother, your presence here can also intimidate those who are restless, letting them know that Villa 36 is not completely empty. We 3 will strive to go early and return early, you all at home should also remain vigilant.
She stood up and looked at the clock on the wall.
It was now 3 p.m., it would take at least 3 hours to reach the desolate mountain.
They had no time to delay any longer. Let's go, we will set off now.
Lin Qianhuan stood up first from the sofa. Her space was fully packed with all kinds of supplies, so there was no need to waste time and energy packing a bag. Lin Wancheng and Jiang Xing followed closely behind, leaving Lin Qianhuan alone to guard the house.
To avoid trouble, Lin Qianhuan did not drive the car out from Villa 36.
After all, if these survivors noticed they had a car, it would surely bring endless trouble. She opened the villa's security door and stepped into the yard. The cries from outside immediately reached her ears.
Lin Wancheng's face darkened in an instant, his gaze unfriendly.
He had once sincerely wanted to marry Sun Moli, willing to give everything he had. But the other party's parents had high demands, treating him like an ATM, and insulted Lin Qianhuan.
They pointed fingers at him back then, trampling on his dignity.
Now that the apocalypse had come, seeing he had awakened his powers, they came rushing over again.
It really makes one feel disgusted.
But once, the affection and companionship between the two were real. Even if Sun Moli went too far, he still couldn't bring himself to hurt her. Lin Qianhuan moved her wrist and walked straight ahead to open the metal gate. With a creak, Sun Moli immediately scrambled up from the ground and rushed toward her.
Ah Sheng. You finally want to see me, right?
She cried bitterly, her clothes tattered, her hair greasy and tangled, and her face smeared with tears, leaving black and white streaks. Lin Qianhuan showed no mercy, lifting her foot and kicking, sending her flying 2 meters away.
Don't get so close. We're not that familiar.
She disgustedly rubbed the sole of her shoe on the ground, her indifferent expression chilling Sun Moli to the bone. Hidden in the shadows, Sun's father and mother were somewhat anxious but still endured the urge to step out. After all, they had humiliated Lin Wancheng to the extreme back then, and now showing up in front of him would definitely bring no good. Sun Moli was a timid and weak person, and seeing Lin Qianhuan reminded her of how she had been beaten by her near the river. She instinctively wanted to run but met her parents' harsh gazes.
Chapter 86, To Deceive Others' Ears and Eyes.
Sun Moli suddenly shivered, enduring the intense pain as she stood up from the ground and forced a smile at Lin Qianhuan that was even uglier than crying.
Isn't this Qianhuan?
I came this time to apologize to you and Ah Sheng. Back then, our family did wrong, but we have all changed now. She covered her face and cried, her voice soft and weak, making her seem pitiful.
Ah Sheng, think of the bond we once shared, can you forgive me this time? My parents also know they were wrong. Can we start over?
As she spoke, she tried to reach for Lin Wansheng's hand, but was subtly blocked by Lin Qianhuan.
Start over? Forgive you once? Miss Sun, how can you have the face to say such a thing?
Lin Qianhuan chuckled lightly, her tone filled with mockery and disdain. When you were with my second brother, he never made you suffer, did he?
He gave you whatever you wanted, and there was never anything he wouldn't give you. But you? What about your parents? Your whole family treated him like a tool to buy your brother a car, house, or a wife. No one ever respected him.
She took a step forward, forcing Sun Moli to retreat step by step.
What does your brother want again? If it weren't for his needs, you wouldn't have come back to beg for reconciliation, right?
Lin Qianhuan looked directly into Sun Moli's eyes. Today, coming to knock on the door of Villa 36 was your parents' idea, wasn't it? Your family values sons over daughters to this extent, and you are still willing to do such things for them.
I really have to admire you.
In their eyes, you are nothing but a commodity used for trading benefits, summoned and discarded at will. I understand your cowardice and inferiority, but that is not a reason for you to come here and harm my brother. She raised her hand and gently adjusted Sun Moli's collar, helping her cover up the deliberately exposed part of her body. What do your parents want in exchange for your body and my brother?
Food? Clean water? Or medicine?
Since we're both women, let me say a few more words to you.
They were able to give you to my brother, so they can give you to anyone else. Think carefully about it yourself.
Lin Qianhuan stood up, pulled out a wet wipe from her space, wiped her fingers, and then tossed it at Sun Moli's feet. She turned and left, with Lin Wansheng not sparing even a glance for Sun Moli.
The two walked toward the north gate of Silver Bay Garden, one ahead and one behind.
When they reached the gate, Lin Qianhuan saw the patrol security team stationed at the iron railing. Perhaps her words had taken effect, for not only were there people from Emerald City, but also others sent by neighboring communities.
Yao Yuan led a team of people out to search for supplies.
When she saw her, her footsteps paused slightly, then she casually registered her departure.
Lin Qianhuan did not feel embarrassed.
Her great achievements had spread in Silver Bay Garden, and Gao Yuan knew about it, so she was not surprised.
Arriving at the door, Lin Qianhuan looked down at the main content of the exit registration form. Name, residence, purpose of outing, destination, estimated time needed.
The registration form was established to better control the movements of survivors in the safe zone, to promptly count the number of survivors who had not returned for a long time, and to assess the risk of destinations. Lin Qianhuan filled it out one by one, but everything was made up casually. Going to the wasteland would be too eye-catching, she could only try to hide her movements from these people. After completing the registration form, the two successfully left Silver Bay Garden and headed to a dead corner of a factory in the north to meet Jiang Xing. He and He Lu were not registered, so if they swaggered out from Villa 36, they would definitely be noticed. Therefore, they could only let He Lu take him out through the underground to avoid drawing attention. Taking out a brand new off-road vehicle from the space, Lin Qianhuan waved to Jiang Xing, "Let's go, get in the car." The other party nodded and sat in the back seat. He Lu stepped forward 2 steps, stood outside the passenger window, and bid farewell to Lin Qianhuan, "Have a safe journey, pay attention to safety."
Okay, you hurry home.
Through the steel bar on the window, Lin Qianhuan couldn't touch her fluffy little head, so she could only say goodbye. The car started, and the tires spun quickly as they drove towards the wasteland in the northern part of Yun City. Lin Qianhuan fastened her seatbelt, adjusted the seat angle, and lazily leaned back against the seat back.
Second brother, do you know what the part of ginseng that grows above the ground looks like?
Lin Wansheng, who was driving, hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. He only knew what ginseng looked like underground, he really didn't know much else. Lin Qianhuan sighed, resigned to pull out a herbal guide from space and scrutinize it carefully.
Sometimes the system would assign her some nonsensical tasks.
Fishing was one, and this time, picking wild mountain ginseng was another. Lin Qianhuan sighed helplessly, would it make her catch a pig and raise it in space in the future? Her thoughts expanded, and she suddenly woke up, phew, phew, phew. Why was she cursing herself? It was quite absurd.
Lin Qianhuan thought about the reward for this task and began to call out to the system, "What is the Luiying grass seed for the task reward?"
She felt like she had never heard of such a grass.
A mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind, "The juice of Luiying grass can counteract all poisons.
When mashed and applied to a wound, it can promote healing.
Boiling and drinking it has a cooling and anti-inflammatory effect." Lin Qianhuan blinked, "So can Luiying grass detoxify the yin-yang pill?"
No, the yin-yang pill complements each other. Luiying grass can only suppress the toxicity of the yin pill, but cannot eliminate the toxin.
Oh, is that all? I thought it was something impressive.
Lin Qianhuan yawned indifferently. This short sentence provoked the system's rebellious mentality.
Luiying grass can counteract all poisons. It can counteract all poisons.
There is a poison in Blue Star called Qian Xiao Xiao.
The host can drink it and use Luiying grass juice to detoxify. If you don't believe it, you can try. Lin Qianhuan's mouth twitched slightly. That can't be. The system snorted coldly and fell silent. After hearing the system's words, Lin Qianhuan indeed became curious about Luiying grass.
Qian Xiao Xiao is said to give a person a chance to regret, but not the opportunity to regret. Taking a bite can lead to lung fibrosis, and just a few drops can cause death. But Luiying grass can actually detoxify such poison. It is indeed a very rare herb. The powerful function of it doesn't seem like a kind of plant that could exist in Blue Star. As expected, products from the system are bound to be top quality. Lin Qianhuan continued to look down and read about ginseng. The off-road vehicle raced down the desolate road, arriving at the barren mountain when darkness had already fallen.
Stopping the car at the foot of the mountain, Lin Wansheng hesitated.
Although Camel Bell Mountain has a path, it is indeed steep and dangerous.
Should we wait until dawn to climb, or go up the mountain now with flashlights? Lin Qianhuan looked at the pitch-black, bare mountain, thought for a moment, and said, let's wait until dawn. Even if we find wild ginseng now, we probably wouldn't recognize it. Chapter 87 Unexpected Delight.
The mountain road was rugged and steep. She didn't want to risk her life searching for wild ginseng. Lin Qianhuan stored the off-road vehicle in her space, then took out a tall RV. This was something she had prepared before the apocalypse, just right for the situation where they could only sleep outdoors. Let's go, we will rest well in the RV tonight, and we'll set off again at dawn. She opened the door and walked into the RV first.
The Nomad Ison Navigator, over 11 meters long, was called the Doomsday Fortress even before the apocalypse.
Lin Qianhuan bought it at a high price, but unfortunately, it was too flashy, so she had never used it. After familiarizing herself with the situation inside the vehicle, the three sat back at the table to have dinner. Due to the circumstances, they could only settle for a few packs of instant noodles to fill their stomachs.
This place is sparsely populated. Although the danger level is low, we must not let our guard down.
Let's take turns keeping watch, 3 hours each, and we'll head up the mountain to search for wild ginseng when dawn breaks.
Okay.
Dinner was hastily finished. Lin Wanqing and Jiang Xing went to rest first, while Lin Qianhuan cleaned up the noodle bowls and picked up a comic book to pass the time. The night on the barren mountain was eerily quiet, but in spring, there were always occasional sounds of birds and insects, making one feel drowsy. Lin Qianhuan took out some essential oil and rubbed it on her temples, forcing herself to stay awake, her eyes wide open as she peered outside the window. There was no hint of light in the mountain. The pitch-black night seemed capable of swallowing everything.
Crack!
The sound of a dry branch breaking made Lin Qianhuan instantly alert, straining her ears to listen closely to the sounds outside the RV.
Was it zombies? Mutated creatures? Or humans?
Her heart raced, and the blood flowed faster throughout her body. She leaned closer to the glass and heard intermittent voices.
It was people. Wow, this is an RV, right? It's an RV.
I saw it online before, the Doomsday Fortress.
There should be someone inside, right? But who would drive such an RV to a barren mountain? Who knows?
But this vehicle has great defensive features, we can't get in at all.
Dumb. Don't they ever come out of the vehicle? We can just wait patiently.
Lin Qianhuan's eyes flickered as she listened carefully to the group's conversation. It turned out they were survivors from Quanzhou, looking for wild vegetables and fruits to fill their stomachs due to a shortage of food. After all, the barren mountain was sparsely populated, so the danger level was naturally not as high as major supermarkets. They were just hoping for a stroke of luck. But who would have thought that while searching for a way up the mountain in the dark, they would unexpectedly come across this tall and sturdy RV?
It could be considered an unexpected delight.
Lin Qianhuan carefully assessed, roughly determining their number. There were at least 5 people, but she could not determine the number of superpowered individuals. However, this wasn't important. With her around, ordinary superpowered individuals would pose no threat as she could easily handle them. Even if the people outside were all superpowered beings, to Lin Qianhuan, it was still no threat at all. The commotion outside diminished, and the group hid in a dense thicket beside the RV, quietly waiting for dawn.
At night, time always seemed to pass quickly.
Lin Qianhuan held out for a long time and was about to give in. She patted Jiang Xing's shoulder to wake him up for the watch. There's a group of people outside the RV, hiding in the bushes waiting for an opportunity. When calling Ergo to change shifts, don't forget to tell him to stay alert. After telling Jiang Xing all that she found out, Lin Qianhuan lay back down and fell into a heavy sleep. She didn't plan to act at night, her vision was blocked, and if someone struck, it would be hard for her to notice. Everything will be settled when the sun rises. The world is vast, but sleep is the greatest.
A night quickly passed, and the sleeping Lin Qianhuan and Jiang Xing were gently awakened by Lin Wanqing.
Rubbing their puffy, sore eyes, the two struggled to get up.
How were those people outside? Nothing happened last night, right?
Lin Wanqing shook his head slightly. No, but they probably haven't left, they're waiting for the 3 of us to get off the car. Lin Qianhuan entered the bathroom to wash up, cold water on her face finally woke her up.
They've been waiting all night, it would be a bit rude if we don't get off the car.
She was the first to open the car door and step down onto the ground. Jiang Xing and Lin Wanqing followed closely behind. The thick bushes beside them trembled slightly, and a deliberately lowered voice could still be clearly heard in the desolate mountain.
Wake up quickly, someone is getting off the car.
The few sleeping individuals were suddenly startled awake and looked toward the RV through the gaps in the bushes, but they saw no figure.
Where are they? Liuzi, you must have misseen.
Yeah. I didn't see a single figure. Why are you so startled, Liuzi? The one called Liuzi was a young man with a crew cut. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his brow furrowing. It's impossible, I clearly saw them just now, they were right there.
A crisp female voice came. Are you looking for us?
Hearing the voice, the few people looked up in terror, only to find that 3 figures had appeared quietly behind them. They were neatly dressed, with rosy complexions, likely either ability users or evolved beings.
You've been guarding outside the car all night, right? Are you tired? Do you want me to send you to chat with King Yin?
Lin Qianhuan smiled kindly, but the 5 people hiding in the bushes were so scared they went limp.
I'm sorry. Please spare us. We know we were wrong, but we really meant no harm.
Right. We just wanted to force you to hand over some supplies, we truly had no other intentions. Apologies rang out one after another, causing Lin Qianhuan to have a headache.
She stroked her chin, the tang knife in her hand glinting gently in the early morning sun. Don't be so nervous, I heard you guys talking last night. You came to Tuoling Mountain to look for edible wild grasses, right? Seeing the sharp blade, the 5 nodded in unison, not daring to show any hesitation.
Among you, who is most familiar with wild grasses and all kinds of plants and herbs? Lin Qianhuan asked, scanning the 5 people's faces. The young man named Liuzi raised his hand tremblingly. I
am familiar.
My family used to run a Chinese herbal medicine cultivation base, and I grew up in the mountains, so I know herbs and various wild vegetables quite well.
Lin Qianhuan smiled. Great, then can you help me with something?
If you succeed, I won't hold a grudge, and I'll let you all go.
Liuzi saw a glimmer of hope and quickly knelt before Lin Qianhuan, bowing his head. You say it. I will go through fire and water, risking my life. No need to go through fire and water, I want you to help me find a wild mountain ginseng. Tuoling Mountain should have it, right?
If there's none on Tuoling Mountain, you can take me to other places, but I can only give you a day and a half.
Thinking he might survive, Liuzi.
His heart, which was hung in suspense, finally sank.
Chapter 88, he still had a breath left. He wanted to cry without tears. Wild mountain ginseng is really too precious. My family used to grow ginseng, and I still have some at home. Can I give you some?
Lin Qianhuan shook her head. I want fresh ones, just dug from the ground, not artificially cultivated wild mountain ginseng. Just as Liuzi was about to speak, someone suddenly grabbed him hard from behind. Liuzi.
If they want to find you, just take them up the mountain to look, don't come to conclusions so early.
Just as he was about to say that there was absolutely no way wild ginseng could exist on Camel Bell Mountain, Liuzi instantly realized.
Yes, if he really said something like that, the 5 of them would probably be dead by now. I will take you up the mountain to find it. Follow me. Liuzi forced a smile, his legs feeling weak as he led the way ahead.
The other 4 remained kneeling in the bushes, not moving an inch. Lin Qianhuan paused for a moment, her spiritual energy transforming into tendrils, tying the 5 of them together. No one thinks about running away, more people means more power, so find it for me.
If you find wild ginseng, you can leave, but if you don't.
She chuckled softly and did not say more, but her meaning was very clear. By the time she spoke, the sun had fully risen. Lin Qianhuan raised her hand and stored the RV into her space, following Liuzi up the steep, narrow road on the mountain. Camel Bell Mountain was not particularly high, but the path was overgrown with weeds, almost completely buried, making it hard to distinguish.
But with Liuzi and the 5 leading the way, the path was flattened quite a bit, saving Lin Qianhuan some effort.
They searched along the way, constantly climbing higher, and whenever they reached a slightly level slope, they would search closely. But after walking all the way to the peak, they still found nothing.
Camel Bell Mountain was simply impossible for wild ginseng to appear.
Standing at the top, the surrounding view was spectacular, but the 5 had no mood to enjoy it. They only knew that death was looming over them. Lin Qianhuan held a climbing stick, looking indifferently at the sweating Liuzi.
So, did you find any wild ginseng?
He trembled with fear, unable to say a word.
No, please don't kill me.
I will keep searching, I can continue looking.
Please don't kill me.
Spare us, we just wanted to rob some supplies from you to fill our stomachs, we never thought of harming your lives. Please forgive us, we truly know we were wrong. Lin Qianhuan knew very well that they were merely survivors from the village near Chuanzhou. They didn't even have decent weapons, so it was natural they had never thought of killing anyone. But she happened to need someone to help her look for wild ginseng, so she had to say some harsh words to threaten them to cooperate. The spiritual tendrils released the 5, and Lin Qianhuan stepped forward, kicking each of them. Though it wouldn't kill them, she certainly couldn't let them off lightly.
A beating was definitely unavoidable.
Looking at them writhing in pain on the ground, Lin Qianhuan felt quite unhappy.
All right, get lost. From now on, if you see me, walk around.
Upon hearing her, the 5, who had just been wailing and begging for mercy, immediately got up, clutching their kicks, and hurriedly bowed to her before quickly fleeing down the mountain path. Watching the 5 disappear into the depths of the bushes, Lin Wanqing frowned slightly.
It's obvious there's no wild ginseng on Camel Bell Mountain, should we search another nearby mountain?
Lin Qianhuan shook her head gently, letting out a helpless sigh. Camel Bell Mountain was the closest mountain to Silver Bay Garden. If they were to find another mountain, they would waste a lot of time on the road. The danger was too high, and besides, they might not even find anything.
Time was left with just a little over a day, and they simply couldn't make it. Let's go home.
If we can't find it, we can't find it, at least I tried, no regrets. She turned to leave but was met by a pair of vacant, indifferent, dead fish eyes.
Oh my. Lin Qianhuan instinctively took a step back, bumping right into Zhang Xing's embrace. When did this guy show up? He scared me.
It wasn't entirely her fault for being startled, mainly, this guy's skin was pale to the point of horror and had already become nothing but skin and bones. Plus, with a pair of lifeless dead fish eyes, he truly resembled someone resurrected from the dead. Zhang Xing gently reached out to stop Lin Qianhuan, and after helping her stand steady, he raised his eyes to look at her.
Number 8, why are you here?
Lin Qianhuan tilted her head in surprise.
Number 8? Experiment subject number 8? He Lu had mentioned this number 8 experiment subject to her before. Clearly alive, yet felt like he was dead. But if he were dead, he would still be breathing. And number 8's ability is creation.
Lin Qianhuan's eyes lit up, and she instantly thought of how to use this guy. Zhang Xing's voice did not stir number 8's interest. This guy stood there blankly, eyes fixed on a tree in the distance without blinking. Lin Qianhuan followed his gaze. The tree had several bright red fruits hanging from it, looking especially tempting. She seemed to know how to make this guy help her. Taking out a strawberry from her space, Lin Qianhuan stepped forward and stood in front of him, extending her hand to offer the strawberry. Strawberry, much better tasting than the wild fruits you're staring at.
Zhang Xing and He Lu could not resist her food temptation. Number 8 should be no exception, right?
But her hand holding the strawberry was getting tired, yet he still showed no response, only his gaze gradually shifting to the strawberry.
Ah. Strawberry. Eating is pretty good. Not eating is fine too.
Lin Qianhuan felt a bit uncomfortable in her ears. Number 8 spoke far too slowly, taking a full 15 seconds to finish those few words. She turned her head in confusion to look at Zhang Xing.
What does this guy mean? I think he doesn't seem quite right mentally.
Zhang Xing seemed tired. I don't know either, but this guy seems indifferent about everything.
He probably doesn't even realize your actions are bribing him. I guess his mind hasn't caught up yet.
Lin Qianhuan blinked and took out a Chinese medicine manual, waving the picture of wild ginseng in front of him.
Can you make this for me? Number 8 shook his head. No. You have to make it.
Oh, okay. He slowly took the book, a flow of green light shone in his palm, and a wild ginseng suddenly appeared at Lin Qianhuan's feet. She excitedly took out a shovel, directly digging up the wild ginseng and a large chunk of the surrounding soil, stuffing it into her space. Congratulations, host, for completing the timed task. The reward has been issued, please check. The task was finally completed, and Lin Qianhuan felt quite happy. She put one strawberry back, took out a basket of strawberries, and offered it to number 8.
These are for you. Okay. Watching number 8 slowly reach out to take it, Lin Qianhuan suddenly pulled the strawberry basket back. I don't want to give it to you anymore. Number 8 withdrew his hand. Okay. Lin Qianhuan blinked. Can I kill you? Number 8, okay. I don't want to kill you anymore. All is fine. Chapter 89, Left a Way Out. The scene fell into an eerie silence.
Lin Qianhuan raised an eyebrow at number 8, feeling that this guy seemed a bit too carefree.
But she completed the task thanks to him, so she couldn't just give nothing in return, right?
She rummaged in her space and pulled out a box of instant noodles, a pack of mineral water, a box of bread, and a large watermelon. Piling these all in front of number 8, Lin Qianhuan gestured.
Thank you for helping me make a wild ginseng. This is my thank you gift, please accept it.
Number 8 silently lowered his head to look at the pile of supplies in front of him, and Lin Qianhuan had also stuffed a basket of strawberries into his hands.
Hungry, it seems he needs to eat. Forget it. Eating is fine, not eating is also okay. Living is good, dying doesn't matter.
He quietly stood in place, the wind howling past, as if it would whisk him away like a fragile piece of paper. Lin Qianhuan waved a hand in front of his eyes, feeling an unrealistic thought arise in her mind.
Number 8's ability is creation.
As long as he wants, he actually shouldn't be lacking food or clothing, not to mention starving to such a bony state.
So, the reason this guy is living so terribly is that he completely doesn't care whether he lives or dies?
To him, it seemed like nothing mattered at all. Lin Qianhuan touched her chin, a bit conflicted, examining the young man who looked starved beyond recognition.
How did you get from the sanatorium to here? Shouldn't it be that number 8 doesn't care where he stays? How could he appear on top of this desolate mountain? Number 8 dully looked up at Lin Qianhuan. I didn't walk here. Then how did you come? Number 6 planted me here.
Lin Qianhuan felt like she had caught on to a strange term. Seeing her confusion, Zhang Xing spoke. Number 6 is a wood-type ability user with a great interest in planting all kinds of things.
Lin Qianhuan twitched her lips, like what? Planting chopsticks, planting phones, planting books, planting clothes, planting people. So, this guy can plant anything except fruits and vegetables?
Jiang Xing nodded seriously. Lin Qianhuan raised her hand and lightly patted his shoulder. That's not called planting, that's called burying. After saying that, she turned to look at number 8, feeling that this guy was quite miserable too. Because of being too laid back, he became a toy for the other test subjects. But miserable or not, she indeed did not want to pick up more test subjects for Villa 36. Jiang Xing, He Lu, and one still on the run, number 5. If she continued picking them up, her home would become a second sanatorium. Lin Qianhuan sighed and used her remaining kindness to pull number 8 out of the ground. Yes, after being planted by number 6 on the mountaintop, this guy never even struggled. His whole lower leg was buried in the soil, yet he had no thought of being pulled out, living off himself until he was as thin as a stick.
Seeing his numb and dull expression, Lin Qianhuan fished out a 1 yuan coin from her pocket.
Take this, if something happens in the future, just toss this.
If the number is face up, you do it, if the pattern is face up, you don't.
Rather than living indifferently, it would be better for heaven to decide his fate.
At least it could spare him some suffering, right?
The cold coin was stuffed into number 8's palm, finally making his eyes roll a bit.
Tossing a coin? Toss it, or not.
Lin Qianhuan clicked her tongue. You must toss it, you can't not toss it. Number 8 tilted his head, threw the coin upwards, then caught it in his palm.
Live or die.
He opened his hand, and a bright number appeared in his view.
He raised his hand again and tossed the coin. Eat or not eat? 1.
Lin Qianhuan found it interesting, thinking this guy's luck seemed to be not too bad. At least tossing the coin left him with a way to live. Number 8 silently picked a strawberry and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing slowly. At least saving a life, Lin Qianhuan felt pretty good.
Okay, then we'll head down the mountain and go home, bye-bye.
She took the lead down the path, followed closely by Jiang Xing and Lin Wansheng. The sweet and sour flavor of the strawberry stimulated number 8's numb brain.
He tossed the coin again. 1.
Getting the answer, he slung the strawberry basket over his shoulder, slowly trailing behind the 3. Hearing the extra footsteps, Lin Qianhuan turned back, puzzled.
What about the other supplies I gave you? Why didn't you bring them down? Don't you want them? Number 8 tossed the coin, the pattern facing up.
He shook his head slightly. Lin Qianhuan sighed and resignedly walked back to the mountaintop to retrieve those supplies into her space.
This is something you didn't want, you'll regret it later, and I won't give it back to you.
She touched her nose, carefully returned to the foot of the mountain, gripping her hiking pole.
After placing the off-road vehicle on the road, Lin Qianhuan got into the driver's seat.
The car started and quickly disappeared from number 8's sight. He grabbed the strawberries in the basket, stuffing them one by one into his mouth. Even though his stomach felt full, he didn't stop. Current limited time mission issued. Please host find wild mountain ginseng ×1 and plant it in the spiritual spring space within 2 days.
Mission reward, will-o'-the-wisp grass seed ×1.
The mechanical voice suddenly erupted. Lin Qianhuan slammed the brake, stopping the off-road vehicle by the roadside, her face showing displeasure.
System, what do you mean?
She spoke to the system in her mind but received no response at all. I felt something was off with you some time ago. The special sale of the yin-yang pill and the letter of commitment was meant to make me keep Jiang Xing and He Lu, right? Repetitively issuing tasks, this time you must want me to bring number 8 home? What is your true purpose? Lin Qianhuan felt tense, deeply sensing that this system was truly suspicious. What was its existence for? What was the reason for having her take in the experimental subjects from the sanatorium? The tasks assigned by the system had always led her forward in a mysterious way, but what would the endpoint of this journey be? Binding the spiritual spring system, was it good or bad for her? Lin Qianhuan was filled with anger. She hated this feeling of being controlled. Living again, it felt as if she had fallen into another trap. If you don't tell me, from now on, I won't do any of the tasks you give me. Warehouse, spiritual spring, fish pond, you can take them all back, I don't want any. Being constrained by you doesn't mean I will completely obey you. I, Lin Qianhuan, will never be anyone's puppet, including you, spiritual spring system. After binding to the system, it could fully sense Lin Qianhuan's emotions and detect her inner thoughts. And this time, it clearly understood that she was truly angry. I thought humans would always submit to the interests and privileges they could monopolize and would abandon everything for it. I didn't expect you to be different, Lin Qianhuan. The counterparty scoffed, their tone filled with sarcasm. I just want to live freely and clearly in this second life. Chapter 90, it's not that I can't afford it. You can bring me benefits, and I can do my best to cooperate with you. But that's not a reason for you to control me at will. The system's mechanical voice fell silent for a moment. I misjudged. I didn't expect you to actually be willing to sacrifice everything to resist me. It thought that all humans were greedy. It believed that as long as it provided enough tempting conditions, Lin Qianhuan would unconditionally obey all its commands. But it was indeed wrong. A cannon fodder supporting female character who could escape the original plot could bring Zhao Zhuqing's protagonist Halo to its knees.
How could this woman be an easily controllable ordinary person?
Lin Qianhuan was too lazy to say more. She turned her head to look out the window, still mentally engaging in conversation with the system.
I'll ask you again, what is your true purpose?
To save this world on the brink of collapse. This is my ultimate goal, and the reason I was created.
You should know, the world you are in is nothing but an unfinished novel, right?
The author's settings influence the progression of the novel world, but the humans in this book will ultimately head towards destruction. That's why I bound you. You are the greatest variable in this novel, which can help me complete my tasks better. Lin Qianhuan's hand on the steering wheel trembled slightly. She bit her tongue, forcing herself to calm down.
Humans will head toward destruction? Why? No comment.
My binding with you was merely a transaction from the very beginning. The spiritual spring system provides convenience for you. You enhance your abilities by completing tasks, preparing for the development of future stories. If you insist on unbinding, the story's ending will change nothing, the survivors will all fall, and you three siblings will not escape. Lin Qianhuan felt her breathing become difficult. She rolled down the car window, painfully patting her chest.
So, what's the use of accepting these experimental subjects from the sanatorium? No comment.
After leaving those 4 words, the system fell silent and refused to respond again. Lin Qianhuan stared out the window in a daze.
A hand gently patted Lin Wanqing's shoulder. What's wrong, Huan? Are you not feeling well? How about you rest for a while, and I'll drive?
Lin Qianhuan turned to look at her second brother's concerned expression, her eyes feeling a bit sour. Even if it was for her 2 brothers, she had to cooperate with the system to change the outcome of this world together.
I'm fine, second brother.
Lin Qianhuan forced a smile, turned the car around, and slammed the pedal to the metal back to the foot of Tuliang Mountain. Fortunately, number 8 was still standing in the same spot, but the basket was empty of strawberries. Lin Qianhuan got out of the car and walked up to him, taking back the coin from his hand to store it in her space.
Number 8, from now on, you will listen to me.
Number 8 stared with dead fish eyes. Oh, I haven't flipped the coin yet.
Lin Qianhuan shook her head. No need to flip the coin. From now on, you must listen to me, understand? Before number 8 could say more, she directly pulled him into the SUV. Say it again, from now on, you will listen to me, got it?
Lin Qianhuan started the car and made eye contact with number 8 in the rearview mirror.
Understood.
Whether or not he listened was irrelevant, since she insisted he did, that was acceptable.
Satisfied with the answer she got, Lin Qianhuan finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Since she knew the system's actions were beneficial and harmless to herself, there was no need for her to oppose it. It was just raising one more person, and she could afford it. Moreover, these experiment subjects were all incredibly powerful. Having them as allies would benefit her, too. Driving back to Yinhai Huaiwan, number 8 quietly settled in the back seat, completely ignoring Jiang Xing. He knew this experiment subject was strong but didn't care, so he wouldn't be overly surprised.
Lin Qianhuan expressed satisfaction. Although number 8 seemed out of place, he remained calm.
Calm as though he were already dead. He wouldn't bring her much extra trouble. This guy was like a robot. As long as she gave him the right commands, he would obey. Still in an empty corner, she stored the SUV in her space and returned to Villa 36 with Lin Wanqing first. As for Jiang Xing and number 8, they were brought home by He Lu after vanishing. Collapsing on the sofa like a corpse, Lin Qianhuan yawned and introduced, "Big brother, this is number 8, our new family member." Though he was already used to her bringing back new people from time to time, this time Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but frown.
He looks,
After organizing his words, Lin Qianhuan continued, "Not very healthy." It's no wonder he said that. After all, number 8 was so skinny he looked like skin and bones. Because he was too emaciated, he appeared small, with a disproportionately large head. Staring with a pair of dull eyes, he sat there like a recently resurrected corpse. Lin Qianhuan indicated she understood. "It's fine, he's just been hungry for too long, he'll get better after some care." When He Lu first came to the house, he was also quite skinny, but after just a few days, he had already plumped up quite a bit.
Lin Qianhuan took a sip of the jasmine tea in front of her. After my second brother and I left, the Sun family didn't come to make trouble, right? Lin Qianhuan hesitated, glanced at Lin Wansheng, then shook his head gently.
They probably realized Ah Shang is determined, and Sun Moli's parents have stopped forcing her to come to Villa 36. Out of consideration for Lin Wansheng and Sun Moli's past relationship, Lin Qianhuan didn't say everything. Sun Moli was just no longer being forced to come to Villa 36, but her parents wouldn't just let her go. Just like Lin Qianhuan said, they could send Sun Moli to Lin Wansheng, and they could send her to other men too. As long as they could profit from it, her parents didn't care whether their daughter lived or died. Noticing the atmosphere in the living room was a bit stiff, Lin Wansheng shook his head helplessly.
How long ago was it between me and her? Do you really have to be like this?
He had indeed once loved Sun Moli.
Almost stepping into the hall of marriage.
But that was only in the past. He was not someone who clings to nostalgia.
Lin Qianhuan chuckled lightly and chose not to continue this topic.
She looked up at the time. It was time for lunch.
How about we have potato stew with chicken for lunch today?
And pair it with a bowl of fragrant rice. It's incredible. Lin Qianhuan was just about to speak when the sounds of shouting and cursing from outside pierced through the window into everyone's ears.
Lin Wansheng, get the hell out here. You bastard, I will go to your, you good-for-nothing dog.
Lin Qianhuan's face darkened instantly, and she stood up and rushed outside. Dare to curse at her brother? She wanted to see just how many heads the person outside had, enough for her to chop off.
Sun Tianci stood outside villa number 36, holding a metal shovel, cursing wildly, attracting a crowd of onlookers.
Lin Qianhuan slammed open the metal gate, and a mental blade pierced directly through his knee. With a thud, he screamed and fell to the ground, kneeling.
Chapter 91, A Heavy Extortion.
Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Qianhuan walked up to Sun Tianci, her eyes fierce, as if she wanted to skin him alive.
Repeat what you just said.
Her voice was cold like a piercing winter wind, making Sun Tianci shiver involuntarily. The pain in his legs kept him from moving an inch, forcing him to kneel helplessly in front of Lin Qianhuan, looking utterly miserable.
Come on, why aren't you cursing now?
A tang knife suddenly appeared in her palm, and she waved it at Sun Tianci. I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms, daring to shout at my door. Turns out, you're just a useless piece of trash who can't even fight back. With a slight movement of her wrist, she chopped off Sun Tianci's right arm, and his wail stirred up a wave of shock. Blood splattered out, but he didn't even have the strength to scream.
Ah! Tianci! My precious son!
A sharp, piercing female voice came, and Sun's mother rushed in, leaping in front of Sun Tianci to shield him with her frail body.
Help! Help! Is there a doctor? Who has medicine? Save my son, please.
Sun's mother's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, desperately pleading for help from the crowd, but she received no response.
What a joke! Lin Qianhuan was ruthless. Who would dare provoke her at this time?
It wasn't worth sacrificing oneself to save a stranger.
No one present was foolish. They knew what could be done and what couldn't.
Sun's mother covered the severed part of Sun Tianci's arm, trying to bandage it to stop the bleeding.
Now you feel scared? When you let your precious son out to bark, where was your fear then?
Lin Qianhuan grabbed Sun's mother by the hair and lifted her hand to strike her face.
Just one slap was enough to knock out 3 of Sun's mother's teeth, spilling blood all over the ground. I don't harm others unless they harm me, yet you come to my doorstep time and again, just to make me act against you? Fine, very well, I will satisfy you.
With another slap, Sun's mother, already faint from hunger, slumped beside Sun Tianci, with no strength to get up.
Looking at the tragic scene on the road, Lin Qianhuan smiled apologetically at the onlookers. Didn't scare you all, right?
I'll clean up the garbage later, no need to worry. She smiled gently, yet it still made the survivors break out in cold sweat.
Is this the face of an angel with the heart of a devil?
The crowd was silent. Hurried footsteps approached as Sun's father stumbled through the crowd and appeared before Lin Qianhuan. But his attention was not on his wife or son.
Sun's father looked down at Lin Qianhuan.
Her skin was rosy and vibrant, and although her face showed signs of fatigue from running around, it was clear she was living well.
Why did you hurt my wife and son?
Father-son had a plan in mind. He reprimanded Lin Qianhuan with great pain, yet didn't spare a glance for his wife and son. Seeing the greed and calculation in his eyes, Lin Qianhuan chuckled softly.
Why don't you care about your wife and son's injuries? Can you not pretend to be a good husband even a little?
The emotions he had built up came crashing down, and father-son's lips trembled, unsure of how to respond.
Lin Qianhuan took a step closer. Let me guess what you want to say next. First, play the victim to gain everyone's sympathy, then use your wife's and son's injuries to extort me, right?
Being hit where it hurt, father-son's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly.
You're talking nonsense. Don't slander me here. Lin Qianhuan nodded. Oh, so you don't want compensation? Then I'll be leaving.
After saying this, she turned to leave, but behind her, father-son frantically lunged, trying to grab her clothes.
Don't go. A debt must be repaid, and a life for a life. You hurt my wife and son like this, and you think you can just walk away? Father-son wailed and cried, yet there were no tears in his eyes. What has my son done for you to be so ruthless towards him?
Lin Qianhuan raised her leg and kicked him away, disdainfully rubbing her shoe on the ground.
What has your son done that you don't know? He thought he was something special? He dared to insult my brother. I only broke his 2 legs and 1 arm, that's already being lenient. Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wansheng were her unwavering belief and support after living a second life. Why should her cruelly deceased brother be insulted and schemed against by such a person? Have you forgotten what kind of person your son is?
He constantly begged my brother for money and things using Sun Mei's connections.
Computers, phones, tablets, luxury goods. How many benefits did he gain from my brother? Has your whole family forgotten? Gaining advantages and then playing the victim, daring to cause a ruckus at my door, does he think his life is tougher than my knife?
Lin Qianhuan shook the tang now in her hand, causing father-son to nervously swallow and instinctively take half a step back. Blocked behind, Sun Tianxi was nearly unconscious from blood loss, but his eyes towards Lin Wanqing were filled with resentment and murderous intent. He struggled to sit up, pain causing him to tremble slightly.
Lin Wanqing, you coward who dares not take responsibility.
Sun Mei was sold out by us, but because she wasn't a virgin, the seller forced us to return 2/3 of the goods.
She only had you as a boyfriend. If this is not your doing, then whose is it? You must compensate. She could have sold for a high price. Just because of you, the price dropped so much.
Lin Wanqing was instantly furious. I have never touched her, don't slander me here.
I, Lin Wanqing, conduct myself uprightly. No one can impose what I haven't done on me.
Because of Lin Qianhuan, both Lin Qianhuan and Lin Wanqing showed great respect for women, and the same went for their girlfriends. They did not wish for their sister to casually give herself to a man before marriage, so they had always strictly demanded themselves, never crossing the line.
But now Sun Tianxi was indiscriminately throwing dirt on him. Who could bear that?
Sun Tianxi was too weak to refute, yet father-son seemed to have seized the opportunity, his eyes wide with anger.
Lin Wanqing, you're a man, don't be a coward. You took my daughter's purity, and now you don't recognize it, right?
There's no such reasoning in this world.
You must be responsible for our melee.
Lin Wanqing raised his gaze towards father-son, feeling his blood surge, wishing he could tear apart that hypocritical face right on the spot.
To add sin where there was none, do you think you can escape? Your family failed to suck blood from me at first. So now you want to smear dirt on me again, right? Alright, show me the evidence. Don't just shift all the blame onto me without any proof. I refuse to accept it.
The crowd began to whisper, their discussions a chaotic murmur.
Chapter 92, It would be strange if I didn't beat him to death. What do you all think, whose words are true? I think a father wouldn't joke about his daughter's purity, right? Probably that Lin Wanqing doesn't want to take responsibility. TSK, you can't be sure of that. Didn't you hear that man without an arm? A father who can sell his own daughter to others, what else is he capable of? Oh, being a woman in this world is really hard. Everyone had their own opinions, but their voices were too low, afraid of drawing the attention of Lin Qianhuan, the killing god. Sun Father rolled his eyes, crying and fell to the ground. My poor daughter, having her purity taken and yet they don't admit it. They even hurt her brother and hit her mother. What on earth is going on? He rolled on the ground, acting like a complete scoundrel. Lin Qianhuan's gaze swept around, catching sight of a thin, trembling figure. It was Sun Mei. She was mingling in the crowd, her injuries particularly severe and prominent. Her cheeks were swollen, and her body was covered in bruises. After being bullied, when she couldn't fetch a good price, she was beaten again by her own parents. Lin Qianhuan looked closely at her position in the crowd and found that a circle of people was tightly controlling her in place. A group of men with unsteady steps and dark circles under their eyes. It turned out that Sun Mei was not sold to one person, but to a group of people. It was even worse than Lin Qianhuan had imagined. It was enough to show how ruthless Sun Mei's parents and family were. Shut up, speak. What do you want? How much more do you want to sell your daughter for? Lin Qianhuan approached Sun Father and lightly tapped his face with the knife's edge. The other party trembled slightly, but when he heard the words resources, his eyes immediately sparkled. Ignoring the mockery in Lin Qianhuan's words, Sun Father started to list the resources as if he was ordering food. 2 bags of rice, 4 packs of mineral water, 3 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of anti-inflammatory medicine. Sun Father tirelessly rattled off a long list and added at the end, "Don't you have a modified off-road vehicle? I want that too." Lin Qianhuan couldn't help but laugh at his shamelessness. So your daughter is worth this much in your eyes? Of course. Seeing Lin Qianhuan's attitude slightly improving, Sun Father thought she was truly swayed by public opinion. He raised his head, "I support her going to college, isn't it just to sell for a good price? Asking for these things is considered little. If the apocalypse hadn't come, with her looks, height, and education, she could definitely earn 2 wedding houses for her brother at least. How can a few bags of flour and water settle it? I'm even feeling it's a loss asking for these things from you." The image of the crying and wailing loving father vanished, leaving only a merchant's face and greedy eyes. In the crowd, Sun Mei's already weak body trembled slightly. She always knew her usefulness to this family, but hearing her father's price tag on her made her heart ache uncontrollably. It turned out that in their eyes, she was never a daughter, but a commodity that could bring benefits to Sun Tianxi.
Sun father lay on the ground, listening to the survivors pointing at him, yet he didn't care at all. So what if he was scolded? As long as he could get the resources, that was all that mattered. He stood up, brushed off the dust clinging to him, and extended his rough, dirty hand towards Lin Qianhuan. Where are the resources?
Give them to me. Lin Qianhuan chuckled lightly at his words, cash on delivery. You don't think I'm gathering so many resources to buy your daughter's first night, do you?
Bring me her, and I will naturally give you the supplies. Sun's father rubbed his hands, feeling somewhat troubled. Sun Moli had already been sold to that group of men, and among them were supernatural beings. How could he easily get Sun Moli back?
Given these people's tempers, they might just beat him to death.
Seeing Sun's father start to hesitate, Lin Qianhuan added fuel to the fire. Bring her back to me, and I will give you another pack of cigarettes, plus a bottle of high-proof liquor.
The crowd around them became restless, their eyes filled with shock. Cigarettes are one thing, but high-proof liquor is a good thing. In winter, it can warm you up, and if you get hurt, you can use liquor to disinfect. A bottle of liquor is particularly rare. Sun's father couldn't resist the temptation of the liquor. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and agreed.
All right, but you can't backtrack on this. Lin Qianhuan nodded, her lips curling slightly. Of course.
Sun Xinghuan, what do you mean by this, you bastard?
Men hiding in the crowd tugged at Sun Moli's arm, pulling her out and standing angrily in front of Sun's father.
You sold your daughter to us, and now what? Want to get her back to find another buyer?
The leading man stared at Sun Xinghuan but didn't dare to act tough with Lin Qianhuan. They had seen what this woman was capable of.
Choosing the weak to bully, they dared not provoke Lin Qianhuan, but beating Sun Xinghuan was a small matter.
Seeing the situation unravel, Sun's father quickly put on a smiling face toward the men. I didn't mean it that way, brothers, you misunderstood me.
To hell with you, who is your brother?
The man kicked Sun Xinghuan down to the ground, his expression venomous. A few of us spent a high price to buy your daughter back. If you now think of looking for another buyer, you should first ask if our fists are willing. Having already been kicked by Lin Qianhuan, now he was being kicked by the man. Sun Xinghuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sun Moli instinctively wanted to go up to help, but thinking of how he had just excitedly negotiated, her outstretched hand was retracted. Lin Qianhuan herself couldn't afford to offend these men, and Sun Xinghuan, lying on the ground, didn't know what to do.
He wanted everything and didn't want to lose anything.
He had to take the supplies that Lin Qianhuan offered, and he would never return the supplies that these men used to buy Sun Moli.
Sun Xinghuan frowned at Sun Moli. You dead girl. Your father is being beaten like this, and you can't even support me. I have really raised you for nothing. You useless thing.
With nowhere to vent his anger, Sun Xinghuan directed his anger toward the easiest target, Sun Moli. But what he didn't expect was that Sun Moli, who had always been weak and submissive, actually dared to retort him.
My father? You sold me to someone else, right? What relationship do we have now?
Sun Moli stood quietly. To you, I am nothing but a commodity, just an object. I have already been sold, so I naturally have no relationship with you, the original owner. Sun Xinghuan was dumbfounded. He had never expected that Sun Moli would actually dare to confront him.
You ungrateful girl. I am your father. I gave birth to you, raised you, and you owe me your whole life. What if I sold you? Even if I killed you, you couldn't have a single word of complaint. Chapter 93, shouldn't have given birth to you or raised you.
Lin Qianhuan stood quietly to the side, feeling that this sentence sounded so familiar.
Once, Lin Fu had always used the so-called grace of raising her as a means of coercion, right?
But she could kill him. Sun Moli clearly couldn't. Lin Qianhuan turned her head to look at her two brothers standing behind her. She was very lucky to be carefully protected by her brothers since childhood. It was also because of this that she had the courage to rise up against oppression. She clearly knew that no matter what she did, they would all do their best to support her. The crowd whispered, and Grandma Sun, who had fainted, struggled to get up from the ground. She looked at Sun Tianci, her eyes red and swollen, but no one responded to her cries for help. Like Sun Father, in the end, Sun Mother unleashed all her fury onto Sun Moli. She stood up and staggered over to Sun Moli, raising her hand to slap her. You worthless piece of garbage, why aren't you rushing to save your brother? Look at what's happened to Tianci. How can you, as his sister, just stand here and watch? You heartless creature, has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Sun Moli felt like a puppet, her wounds barely scabbed over were torn open, staining her thin sweatshirt a deep red.
Your brother is the hope of our whole family. If anything happens to him, I will not live either. Sun Moli, if you are still a human being, think of a way to save your brother. Save Tianci. Sun Mother's expression was frantic, on the brink of collapse, tears and snot poured down her face. Finally, Sun Moli lifted her gaze to her, calling softly, Mom. For you to ensure your brother has enough to eat and wear, you even sold me. What more do you want me to do to save him? Or do you want to sell me off to the second and third batches of people? Until I die?
Sun Mother's voice was hoarse. You are the sister. You are so much older than Tianxi, this is what you, as a sister, should do. Your existence is to allow Tianxi to live a better life, otherwise, why do you think your dad and I raised you, this piece of garbage? Now it's time for you to repay us, quickly save Tianxi. Sun Moli felt a lump in her throat, and the world around her darkened for a moment. Why should I? Growing up, Tianxi always got both chicken legs, even Yang Yang's room is his. I had to wash his clothes, cook for him, and any money I made part-time had to be spent on 1,000 yuan shoes for him.
What about me? What am I? Did you give birth to me just to be your precious son's nanny?
Sun Moli had always thought these things were normal. She believed every sister should selflessly dedicate herself to her brother. But as she met more people, she realized that girls could also be the jewels of the family. Not worthless trash, not debt collectors, and not something to be measured for price. But by the time she realized all the unfairness, she was already too weak to fight back.
A bird bound since childhood cannot learn to fly even when it grows up.
Seeing her speak this way, Sun Mother's face showed a trace of anger. Without hesitation, she knelt down, frantically bowing her head to Sun Moli.
It's my fault, it's all my fault. I must have been biased, right? I must have wronged you, right? Are you satisfied with me now? Are you satisfied or not?
Blood oozed from her forehead, and finally, she kneeled in front of Sun Moli, continuously slapping her own face. I'm despicable, I shouldn't have given birth to you or raised you.
It's all my fault, right? It's all my problem.
Sun Moli stood still, not rushing to help her mother up like before.
Mom, this is the only trick you know.
As long as I point out your bias, you will threaten me into silence by hurting yourself.
Don't you just want to use your self-harm to make me feel guilty? But I don't want to fall for your tricks anymore.
She chuckled lightly, turned to leave, but was grabbed by her mother at the ankle. You dead girl, save your brother.
Why are you just standing there?
Her game exposed, Sun Mother didn't feel embarrassed, her mind only filled with thoughts of Sun Tianxi. She didn't care about her own embarrassment, but her beloved son must not have any trouble.
Sun Moli shook her head gently. Mom, I'm tired, can you let go of me?
She truly felt exhausted. Her tuition was all student loans, and her living expenses were always earned through working. The clothes she wore were always leftovers from others.
Shoes never fit right.
A family sat together for a meal, but she had no right to eat meat, only wilted vegetable leaves.
Is this what they call the grace of being raised?
It turned out that as long as she survived, whether life was good or bad, she had to use her whole life to repay her parents' so-called grace of being raised. If that's the case, she would rather die. From childhood to adulthood, I have always been Sun Tianxi's sister, the daughter of the Sun family. Today, I want to be myself, just Sun Moli. Her voice was weak and hoarse as she struggled to look up at the sky.
So blue, so nice.
Sun Moli turned to Lin Qianhuan and slightly raised the corners of her lips. I'm sorry, a Shang. At first, I didn't firmly stand by your side, and even helped my parents take advantage of you. I have been taught since I was a child to be good to my brother, to plan everything for my brother. This has already become a subconscious habit for me. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes.
Sorry for causing you trouble. Lin Qianhuan clenched his fists, his Adam's apple rolling. It's okay, I don't blame you anymore. An original family is not something you can easily escape from, and he didn't want to hold on to it for a lifetime.
Getting the answer she wanted, Sun Moli smiled with bent eyes.
Covered in blood and mud, yet like a jasmine flower growing from the swamp.
Suddenly, she took out a utility knife from her pocket and cut towards her carotid artery. Lin Qianhuan acted quickly, using her psychic tendrils to stop her action, frowning deeply.
What are you thinking, Sun Moli? Why punish yourself for other people's mistakes?
She didn't like the weak and timid woman Sun Moli had become, but she also didn't want to watch her suffer and die painfully. Sun Moli looked at her paralyzed hand in confusion, tears dropping from the corners of her eyes.
It's not your fault, why are you anxious?
Lin Qianhuan stepped forward and snatched the utility knife from her hand. She kicked Sun's mother, who was entangling with them, away, then turned to look at the men surrounding Sun Moli.
You guys, let her go?
The leading man frowned. He didn't want to provoke Villa number 36, but also didn't want to let Sun Moli go easily.
Why should we? We spent resources to buy her, you think we can just let her go? The other men behind him echoed, showing fierce looks.
Lin Qianhuan pulled Sun Moli behind her, curling her lips into a sarcastic smile.
Bought?
I know lives are cheap in the apocalypse, but the price you paid is simply too low. You've ruined that girl, and to get your resources back, you spread rumors that she's dirty.
Did you think that those with clear eyes can't see through this? Chapter 94, Wash it yourself, don't want him. Hearing what Lin Qianhuan said, the leading man's eyes flickered, but he stubbornly retorted. Don't slander, her parents didn't say anything, and you, an outsider, are meddling in what? Lin Qianhuan chuckled lightly. If her parents could do something like selling their daughter, they naturally wouldn't want to hear her explanation. Aren't you all just relying on Sun Moli's soft nature and the fact that no one supports her, which is why you came up with these nonsense? Let her go, or else you will be the next Sun Tianchi. Her voice was clear and gentle, yet it made the group of men shiver instinctively. Actually, they wouldn't be too afraid of just Lin Qianhuan. The key was that she had two powerful brothers backing her. In this world, who would dare to oppose those with abilities? Isn't that looking for death? The men exchanged glances and reluctantly turned to leave. Lin Qianhuan smirked. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Take away this family of three who love each other. Whatever you lost can be compensated from them. The few men wanting to leave received her signal and turned around, dragging Sun's father, Sun's mother, and Sun Tianchi away like dead pigs.